A stark warning flashes, alerting listeners to depictions of violence that may prove upsetting. The 10,000 Great Mountains, a realm forbidden to Murim practitioners, stands as sacred ground for the demonic cult. The mountains loomed, shrouded in an eternal veil of mist and shadow. Gasping for breath, Yeowan sprinted through the dense, unforgiving forest. His face contorted in pain and fear, he struggled, barely maintaining his frantic pace. Suddenly, a gnarled root caught his foot, sending him sprawling. Unable to stop his momentum, he plummeted over a cliff's edge, his scream echoing through the mountains. The air rushed past him, before he slammed into the ground with a sickening, bone-jarring thud. Coughing and bruised, Yeowan cursed his fate, his legs screaming in protest. His eyes narrowed with fury, a silent vow of vengeance forming on his lips. From the shadows, two robed figures observed him, their presence ominously silent. Standing before a grotesque display of bodies hanging from a gnarled tree, he realized the horrifying truth. They were behind everything. His face contorted with rage, Yeowan spat a curse at his unseen pursuers. From the shadows, one assassin chuckled, revealing they had merely waited for young Master Cheon to tire. Panting, barely able to stand, he wondered what he could possibly do. Demanding to know their motives, he insisted he had no intention of entering the academy. The assassin scoffed, explaining that his abandonment of the academy, or his laughable fighting, mattered not. Drawing his sword, the assassin continued, declaring no other way existed while he remained a potential heir, demanding his neck. A chilling aura surrounded the assassin as he sneered, acknowledging that Yeowan, though of lowly birth, carried the blood of his holiness, ensuring a painless death. Hearing this, he was enraged by their slander against his mother. Clenching his fists, he vowed not to die without a fight. One assassin, surprised, wondered if Guard Zhang had taught him to fight. Another observed he had no idea what he was doing, yet the blood of his holiness ran strong. The first assassin smirked, commenting on how Yeowan refused to yield despite his ignorance of fighting, making the hunt more rewarding. As he stood his ground, a chorus of voices screamed for his death, multiple figures descending from the trees. Reacting instantly, Yeowan managed to dodge the first strike. A blade flashed, aiming to cut him down. Another attacker moved in, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer speed. One of the assassins managed to grab him, restraining his movements. A voice taunted, questioning his resolve. But before the assassin could press his advantage, Yeowan drew his own blade. With a swift motion, he retaliated, stabbing the attacker at point-blank range. The remaining assassins were taken aback, clearly surprised by his sudden counterattack. A grin spread across his face, a silent promise of more to come. One assassin wondered aloud how this untrained boy could kill a stealth squad member, questioning if his wild flailing was a ruse. Another mused on the boy's shrewdness in the face of death, imagining his capabilities with formal training. With a burst of speed, the hooded figure lunged forward, his blade glinting in the dim light. The attack landed with brutal force, a sickening thud echoing through the trees. Gasping for air, Yeowan clutched at the wound, blood staining his clothes. His attacker sneered, declaring the games were over. A strangled cough escaped him, pain searing through his body. Pressing the attack, the hooded figure taunted him about the wound in his stomach. Clawing at the ground, Yeowan gritted his teeth, realizing his options dwindled, yet he had taken one down. Leaning in, the hooded figure whispered, desiring him to suffer longer, to die more slowly. The hooded figure sighed, admitting a dislike for the situation, but acknowledging the loss of a man. Eyes narrowed, the hooded figure prepared to strike again. The hooded figure loomed over him, a silent question hanging in the air. Surrounding him, the other figures launched their attack. Blood splattered as Yeowan took the brunt of the assault. A sudden burst of white light blinded them, leaving the attackers questioning what they had just witnessed. Then, a sudden shift occurs. Shocked, the hooded figures realize something stirs behind them. One turns, bracing for the unseen threat. A gust of wind rushes through the forest, causing the figures to brace themselves. Blue sparks erupt around him, signaling a dramatic change. The hooded figure stares, disbelief warring with questions about the strange attire. The shift continues, raw energy coursing through his hands. One hooded figure shouts a challenge, sprinting forward to demand answers. With a surge of power, Yeowan stands amidst a whirlwind of energy, his transformation complete. In a blinding flash, he vanishes. Appearing in a flurry of motion, he unleashes a swift attack, cutting the air with precision. Caught off guard, one hooded figure stumbles back, uttering a stunned gasp. With a smirk, he disappears again, leaving only a lingering trace of energy. One figure wonders if it's advanced Qigong, then dismisses it. He seemed to turn transparent, like water. Another strike lands, prompting a figure to cry out, "Captain!" Moving faster than the eye, Yeowan leaves a trail of light. What is that light? The hooded figure struggles to comprehend. Could it be the powerful chi of a Murim master? The wind howls as Yeowan continues his assault. One figure questions, but why would such a master help this boy? The captain observes, noting the boy has lost too much blood to survive. Our objective is complete. He is forced to retreat. Propelled into the air, the boy flies from the blow's force. A blinding light erupts, manifesting a surge of raw power. The attack connects, striking him with devastating force. Grinning, the ancestor thinks, excellent. His vision blurring, he struggles to focus. It seems his noble ancestor remains in good spirits, despite bleeding to death. Ancestor? Wondering, he asks himself who this is and what he means. As his body grows cold, his sight weakens by the second. Realizing his end is near, the dying man wonders if this is how he dies, noting they found him. No time now. Activating the device, the ancestor recalls his wish to teach the boy its use earlier. Knowing his time is short, Yeowan steels himself, muttering he must hurry before death. With a grimace, he stabs himself with the device. A small smile plays on his lips as he declares, "It's all done." Looking up, he murmurs, "All right, forefather." The dying man recalls instructions. These cutting-edge nanomachines should be easy to figure out. Sparks fly as the device activates. The process continues, bathed in an ethereal glow. His vision blurring, he wonders what the strange boy is saying. Focusing his fading senses, he sees a serial number. A string of numbers echoes in his mind, causing him to realize he hears something strange. A voice announces, Sky Corp Gen 7 nanomachine, now operational. Long ago, the warriors of China first learned martial arts, primarily for the purpose of self-defense. As time passed, these martial arts evolved from mere self-defense into a lethal art, increasing internal power, combining to form complex, deadly disciplines. Martial arts warriors then codified these techniques into texts, which eventually became revered as sacred manuals. Factions soon formed, with warriors gathering around Murim masters, each hoping to become a revered disciple. Among them, the evil faction, which followed only the wickedest path. Then a third faction emerged, just as formidable, yet pursuing a different path, one that revered only raw power, which the world called. This is the story of the demonic cult, and the illegitimate child who would overtake its patriarch to become the second demon lord. This is the story of Yeowan Xion. Gasping, a jolt of pain shot through him, forcing him to sit bolt upright. Am I alive? He wondered, remembering the blade that had pierced his stomach. What happened to me? He mused, noticing his body was completely soaked. Heaving and coughing, he struggled to fully sit up in the bed. Confused, he wondered, what was this black substance covering him? The smell was foul, and he felt covered in a sticky, viscous goo. A voice then echoed in his mind, asking if he was awake. Jumping up, he shouted, demanding to know who was there. Scanning his surroundings, he saw no one, wondering what all of this meant. The voice felt like a vibration directly within his head, a truly strange sensation. He wondered if the voice was coming from inside his own head, a thought the voice immediately confirmed. The voice continued, explaining it could communicate directly by connecting to his brain, identifying itself as Sky Corp's Gen 7 nanomachine. Confused and overwhelmed, he shouted that he understood nothing, demanding to know its identity and purpose. The voice responded, reiterating its identity as a nanomachine, confirming its earlier statement. The voice then mentioned Mashin, identifying it as the demonic spirit worshipped alongside the sacred flame. But then, one of the older men observed that the young master had no wounds on his body. His companion noted the sword-pierced clothes, yet not a single scratch on him. He wondered who could have helped, doubting the patriarch's involvement in such spats. The other man agreed. Finding this all quite interesting, one of them suggested they hurry to the young master's chambers. As he lay in bed, the young master wondered if this entity, the great Mashin, had saved him. The voice responded that if he meant fighting off his enemies, that would be incorrect. However, the voice continued, if he meant self-regenerating to save him from death, that would indeed be its doing. The young master wondered what a user was, as the voice explained it was converting to appropriate historical terminology. The voice then clarified it was not the demonic spirit Mashin he spoke of. Yeowan was surprised, noting the voice's sudden change. The voice continued, offering to transfer information about itself and a basic instruction manual to his brain. He questioned, and the voice asked if he would proceed. He hesitantly agreed, his eyes beginning to glow with a bright blue light. Energy crackled around him, signaling the transfer's commencement. Suddenly, he gagged, expelling a dark, viscous substance onto the floor. The nanomachine's voice echoed in his mind, explaining dizziness was a common side effect after the initial information transfer, assuring him it wouldn't happen again. Clutching his head, Yeowan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He wondered, what exactly was this nanomachine? The nanomachine responded, confirming tens of thousands of them resided within him. The voice continued, stating 6,482,400,000 nanomachines resided within him, clarifying it was neither human nor Mashin. He asked if it could leave his body at will. The nanomachine replied it was programmed to exit only upon his death, a grim reminder of his precarious situation with his half-siblings. He sighed, questioning why this was happening to him, and who had placed the nanomachines inside. A guard announced Physician Beck had arrived, causing him to jolt up in surprise. The nanomachine offered to communicate through thoughts only, and Yeowan agreed, telling it to be quiet as it muted itself temporarily. Outside his door, the physician remarked to the guard that the young master appeared asleep, suggesting they examine him quietly. Bursting into the room, the guard exclaimed he was awake, asking how he felt. A foul stench filled the air, causing him to gag. A man stood over the young master, realizing he had forgotten something. Physician Beck wondered if they had met before. The physician leaned in, telling him to give him his hand. Examining his wrist, Yeowan wondered about the foul smell. The physician's assistant found the situation strange, wondering if something was wrong with the young master. Physician Beck stated, "Quite the contrary, this was felicitous." Chuckling, the physician explained the toxins had left his body, his chi circulating vigorously, asking if he'd taken a wondrous herb. Confused, he asked what the physician meant. The physician stated his body was now in perfect condition to learn martial arts. Yeowon was shocked, wondering if the black sticky substance was the toxins expelled from his body. He wondered if the toxins had indeed exited his body. Still on the ground, he heard a voice ask if he would unmute, and with a cry, he agreed, unmuting something within. As he stood, a digital matrix surrounded him, the nanomachines distributed throughout his body removing toxins, converting his blood vessels, tendons, and muscles to an optimal athletic state. Sweat trickled down his face, and he wondered what was happening, especially after hearing he was not a Machin. A voice questioned if he was sure, before addressing him as master. The sun rose over the mountains, casting a golden glow upon the Academy of Demonic Arts. Lying in bed, Yeowon stared up at the ceiling, his mind racing. He thought to himself, so nervous he hadn't slept a wink. As the door creaked open, it seemed the dawn had barely broken. Standing before the open doorway, he realized it was finally the day he would enter the Academy of Demonic Arts. He recalled his promise, one made on his mother's deathbed. Imagining Guard Zhang's training, Yeowon saw the movements in his mind. He wondered if he should have learned Guard Zhang's dagger technique in secret. Remembering the other 6 sects, he knew they always had their eyes on him, never leaving him alone. A system message appeared, asking if he would like to scan Guard Zhang's training. His eyes widened, a look of pure surprise on his face. Considering the system's prompt, Yeowon realized he could scan another's moves. The system confirmed he could scan Guard Zhang's technique. The system confirmed he could transfer it directly to his brain. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Should he steal Guard Zhang's techniques without permission? But he steeled his resolve. He had to enter the academy unguarded, needing to learn self-protection before going in. With a determined look, Yeowon commanded, "Nano, begin scan." The system initiated the scan, capturing martial artists' movements. The scanning process began, the system whirring as it collected data. The system's eye focused, intensifying the scan. The system reported the scan would take roughly 1 hour, yet all techniques were successfully captured. Lightning crackled around Yeowon as the system initiated the transfer, causing him to grunt in discomfort. The transfer complete, he slumped against the window frame, exhausted. Finding the new techniques easier to grasp, he realized just how incredible this power was. A grin spread across his face, utterly unable to believe it. Putting the new skills to the test, he sprinted forward. Feeling the flow of energy, Yeowon grabbed a dagger, knowing he now possessed Zhang's technique. Realizing his vulnerable position, he knew he couldn't let Zhang see him. Focusing his mind, he shifted, preparing to strike. Taking a step forward, he channeled his energy. His eyes flashed, power surging through him. Unleashing the technique, Yeowon struck the ground, shattering it with ease. With a final slash, he created a powerful gust of wind. Completing the sequence, he felt the full extent of his new abilities. Having mastered a technique Zhang had practiced for 20 years, and knowing Zhaoshe practice was daily for improvement, he realized he'd completely skipped that process. The system confirmed its analysis of the technique's muscle fibers and tendons was complete, then inquired, "Would you like to transfer this information to your muscles?" It then warned that failure to transfer the muscle development data would result in an automatic transfer regardless. A sudden surge of raw energy coursed through him, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Trembling, he questioned his nano's malfunction, realizing he'd used the technique without proper muscle development, causing severe damage. The system confirmed adjustment was complete, explaining that since he hadn't trained with Guard Zhang's technique, his body found it entirely new despite his brain's understanding. It then offered to set the language to its lowest level, prompting him to muse. A little better, but still quite hard to grasp. Grasping the concept of simulation transfer, he wondered, if I transfer this information to my muscles, the pain will cease, won't it? The system confirmed his assumption, asking to initiate transfer, but reminded him it would take 2 hours, requiring all nanomachines to activate. Realizing 2 hours still allowed ample time before the academy, he chose to proceed, even as the system warned of extreme pain, necessitating induced sleep. It then inquired about the pain, noting 1,350,000 recorded fainting cases during the process, which gave him pause. Squeezing his fist, he pondered the risk. Unable to bear the pain, Yeowon asked if he could be put to sleep. With a determined look, Beck confirmed the transfer's initiation. As the process began, he cried out in agony, energy surging through his body. Witnessing the young master's suffering, the attendant initiated general anesthesia. His body unable to withstand the strain, he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, he prepared a meal. Sipping his broth, he declared it rivaled any local chef's creation. Deciding to go all out, he resolved to prepare all of the young master's favorites. Chopping vegetables, he reflected on 5 years of cooking for him, recalling his inability to even prepare rice initially. In another room, a woman lay in bed, and he thought of Guard Zhang. Holding her hand, he mused, "I'm leaving the young master in your capable hands." He recalled Lady Wa's death by slow poison 5 years prior, and now, with the youth entering the Academy of Demonic Arts, he prayed she would watch over him, hoping to cook for him again. A sharp ringing pierced the air, causing the guard to flinch. his face etched with concern as he shouted. The sound of shattering glass echoed. Slamming open the door, he demanded, "Is the young master all right?" The sight of the youth lying motionless on the bed sent a wave of alarm through him. Pressing fingers to his wrist, he searched for a pulse. Finding it steady and normal, he wondered what could have possibly happened. His gaze shifted downward, noticing something amiss on the floor. Bending down, he touched the damp footprints, a flicker of understanding crossing his face. Kneeling, guard Zhang reflected. The young master had been watching him train, but for what purpose? Staring at the footprints, he could hardly believe the youth had matched 20 years of his training. All by simply observing him for 2 years? The dagger technique demanded a complete conversion of muscle fibers and tendons, a process akin to awakening from a deep anesthesia. Experiencing the profound effects of this conversion, Yeowan gasped. Sitting down heavily, he muttered, "Well, I'm never doing that again." Shifting his position, now lying down, he wondered, why am I like this? Was guard Zhang here? Lifting a dagger, he prepared to test his newfound abilities. He mused, "It won't hurt if I use the dagger technique now, right?" His muscle fibers and tendons had converted, now matching 20 years of dedicated training. Closing his eyes, Yeowan focused his surging energy. "Okay," he declared, slashing the air with the dagger. Lightning crackled around him, a vivid testament to his rapidly growing power. Continuing his practice, he realized, it's the same sequence, but my movements are far more accurate and powerful. A grin spread across his face as he realized. The feeling of slicing through air is absolutely incredible. The blade sang through the air, each movement precise, fluid, and deadly. A simple twirl, yet it spoke of countless hours spent honing his craft. The first sequence complete, he paused, catching his breath. Now, for the second sequence. The force of his foot striking the ground sent tremors through the room. Yeowan reflected, his eyes narrowed in thought. Surprised by the raw power, he realized he could leave footprints without mastering internal technique. He had mastered the external technique, despite his internal one lacking. Guard Zhang would be shocked seeing this from the window. A knock at the door, and the guard announced breakfast. Pressing it down isn't helping, the guard thought, before asking if the young master was ready. Dragging his feet, Yeowan declared he was hungry today, but always ate by the window. He explained that since he wouldn't be home for a while, he felt like switching things up. Hoping his unease didn't show, he forced a smile. Before him sat a breakfast of his favorites, a testament to Zhang's attentiveness. He mused this day marked his entry into the Academy of Demonic Arts. A sudden choke caught in his throat, making him wonder if this was his last meal of Zhang's cooking. The shift in emotion triggered acid reflux, prompting Yeowan's body to stimulate salivary glands, counteracting the stomach acid. Annoyed, he temporarily muted his senses, telling Zhang to be quiet and stop speaking in a language he couldn't understand. He resolved to savor every last morsel, determined to fully enjoy the meal. Watching him eat so quickly, guard Zhang advised the young master to slow down. Setting down his chopsticks, he offered a simple, "Thank you, Zhang." Turning to Yeowan, the guard asked, "When did you learn my dagger technique?" Taken aback, he responded, "What do you mean by that?" Zhang reached out, dragging the table closer, his expression unreadable. The table scraping against the floor filled the room, heightening the tension. The mark was far deeper than before, guard Zhang realizing his initial assessment had not been mistaken. Stealing another warrior's technique was strictly forbidden, yet blinded by Nano's powers, he had done the unthinkable. Having nothing to say, he braced himself, even if the guard despised him. Complimenting the young master, the guard seemed pleased with his progress. Choking back tears, Yeowan wondered why it mattered that he had learned it in secret. Examining the document, he noted these were the key tips to circulate chi for the dagger technique. He would also give him the breathing technique, but suggested he learn from the far better texts within the academy instead. The paper rustled, revealing the secrets held within its folds. Whimpering, he was clearly in profound distress. Looking on, the guard seemed deeply conflicted. Lying in bed, the guard swore he would never cry again. Determined, he resolved to never shed another tear. 5 years had passed since Lady Wa's death, yet the young master had remained incredibly brave, but he was still just a child needing his parents' love. Pausing, guard Zhang prepared to take his leave. He told the boy he couldn't be by his side after entering the academy. So he suggested he release his tears now, becoming stronger from this moment forward. Tears streaming down his face, he sobbed uncontrollably. With a soft thud, the door closed. Wiping his eyes, he tried to compose himself. Sniffling, he vowed, no more fear, no more hesitation. Looking back at his home, he thought he still had a place to return to. The academy now awaited him. A low murmur swept through the assembled crowd, a question hanging. Were all demonic cult sects truly gathered here? The sheer number of people was staggering, one voice estimating their numbers at 1,000. A nervous energy permeated the air, some acknowledging this academy also served as the grand tournament, cautioning care with alliances. The new students arrived, their presence stirring excitement among the observers. A figure surveyed the scene, disappointed he saw no one with true fighting spirit this year, deeming it a shame. His gaze swept over the arriving students, a silent judgment passing over them. His expression hardened, as he seemed to threaten that this could be someone's end. The figure was Weimyong Li, the patriarch's right-hand royal bodyguard. Scoffing, he dismissed the entire situation. His attention was drawn to the students in the first row, deeming them promising. These students were recognized as the young masters from the six sects. One student was singled out, Mian Xion of the Shadow Sect. Jiang Xion of the Sword Clan stood tall, a subtle smile playing on his lips, hinting at a hidden agenda. Clearly annoyed by something unseen, Mujiam Xion of the Stealth Sect scowled, his gaze sharp. With a stoic expression, Zhangxiam Xion of the Poison Sect remained composed, betraying no emotion. A stern look on his face, Yuchan Xion of the Saber Sect appeared ready, anticipating a challenge. With a confident gaze, Wanrio Xion of the Musician Sect exuded grace and poise, a picture of calm. She was rumored to be the sole female candidate in the grand tournament for the minor priesthood, joined by the enigmatic student 7, Xion. Confused, the man wondered where he was, his surroundings a blur. Disbelief warred within him. They couldn't find his badge number? Unfortunately, Yeoan, known as number 7, was the only one they couldn't locate, forcing him to wait. Sighing, he resigned himself to waiting, wondering if they simply wished to avoid alignment. He mused, nothing good could come from causing a scene this early on. Leaning against the wall, he reflected on the many who had tried to kill him. He was sure they'd still come for his head, yet he had survived, making it all the way here. Gazing at the academy grounds, Yeoan vowed to become the strongest warrior. The crowd bustled with excited chatter. Walking forward, he noted the impossibility of reaching the front through such a throng. Whispers spread. That's number 7, a candidate for the minor priesthood, apart from the 6 sects, isn't he? Hearing the whispers, he guessed their judgment. Ignorant of martial arts, he'd be the first eliminated. Standing alone at the back, he appeared ridiculous to an observing man. The man mused. So this is how the illegitimate child seeks attention. Interesting. Suddenly, bugles blared, filling the air. The crowd chattered, announcing the arrival of His Holiness. With each step, anticipation swelled. Students watched, their faces a mix of awe and curiosity. His Holiness took another step, his presence commanding all attention. Guards stood ready, hands on their weapons. As the high-ranking figure approached, the crowd began to mutter. The auburn-haired man scoffed, clearly unimpressed. He wondered, why is he dressed in these shabby things, the drunkard? The auburn-haired man squinted, annoyed, wondering what the redhead was staring at. Elsewhere, onlookers witnessed the arrival of Mad Blade Seepming, left-hand royal bodyguard to the Patriarch. Lord of Darkness Regium Ma, head royal bodyguard, demanded silence. A hand clad in yellow silk adjusted, its sound echoing in the tense atmosphere. The booming sound source was Patriarch Yuzhang Xion, one of 5 elite martial arts masters. A low rumble coursed through the crowd, a palpable anticipation. The Patriarch's overwhelming presence was felt by all. Some couldn't look, others noted his power. A young woman whispered, "It's my father." The command for silence rang out, amplified by an unseen force. The crowd fell silent, eyes fixed on the approaching figure. A bodyguard bowed deeply, announcing, "We are now ready, Your Holiness." A step echoed, drawing closer. A sudden whirring filled the air, hinting at unleashed power. Addressing the talented young, Yuzhang Xion welcomed them to the academy, anticipation thick. The crowd, clearly impressed, was struck by his profound breathing technique. Though speaking normally, his voice resonated even to the back row. The Patriarch's words echoed, promising they would hone skills, becoming their cult's driving force. The crowd roared its approval, excitement palpable. Bowing in unison, they offered eternal glory to His Holiness, thanking him. A glance revealed the Patriarch's unwavering gaze, observing the scene. His eyes glowing red, Yeoan watched the proceedings. From a distance, the Patriarch's figure loomed large over the crowd. Turning slightly, he remained a commanding presence. The red glow in his eyes intensified, a sign of inner turmoil. Sighing softly, he reflected on their first meeting, yet the Patriarch remained so cold. Scoffing quietly, Yeoan admitted he hadn't expected much from the man. His thoughts drifted, recalling the Patriarch's absence even during his mother's passing. Addressing the crowd, Yuzhang Xion declared his welcome speech concluded. It was time for business. His expression hardening, the Patriarch clenched his jaw, signaling severity to come. A sudden shift in tone made the crowd flinch, a booming voice asking who had time for idle chatter. A palpable tension filled the air, the Patriarch's presence intensifying. His voice booming, Yuzhang Xion declared he would make things simple, demanding all listen closely. He explained that at the Academy of Demonic Arts, training would span 6 stages over 4 years, each requiring an examination to advance. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, students realizing they would only get one chance. A cruel smile spread across the Patriarch's face, confirming that students failing an examination would be removed from the premises. A hand rose, breaking the silence. What question did he have? The air thickened with anticipation. Cutting off questions before they could be voiced, the Patriarch made it clear he was not in the mood for interruptions. A sudden surge of energy crackled around him, emphasizing the weight of his words. His gaze intense, he demanded to know what anyone intended to do about his pronouncements. The air rumbled with suppressed power as he continued, reminding all that upon entering the academy, all privileges as heirs were forfeit. He scoffed, asking if anyone wished to be disqualified before the tournament even began. A student offered his apologies, perhaps regretting his earlier impulse. The Patriarch dismissed the apology, claiming he already knew what the student was going to ask. He reminded them they had only one chance at each examination, making success slim. Yet, those passing each stage would receive 3 special rewards. A golden chest radiated with an inner light, hinting at the treasures within. 2 students looked on in awe, one wondering if it was indeed a demonic dragon marble. It was a miracle medicine, granting 20 years of internal technique training. Passing all 6 stages and taking all 6 marbles would mean absorbing 120 years of training, making them masters already. Another student cautioned it wasn't that simple. The more one absorbed, the weaker the effects, and the energy was difficult to absorb initially. If it were easy, masters would have consumed them already. 6 stages, huh? Yeoan hadn't trained his internal techniques, but passing these examinations could hone them much quicker with the marbles. As students, the second reward would be access to martial arts manuals, and he was sure they understood their importance. Each time they advanced a stage, one more floor of the Academy's 5-floor manual library would be unlocked. Whoa! Depending on their performance, they could study manuals of the 6 sects or royal bodyguard arts. This was their chance to learn divine techniques and become martial arts masters. The manuals? If he was to survive, access to those manuals would be far more crucial than the marbles. However, the Patriarch guaranteed none would reach that 5th floor, even in their wildest dreams, so they could forget it. The man's expression shifted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Addressing the assembled crowd, he declared none would reach the 5th floor, shattering any illusions of grandeur. Someone in the crowd muttered annoyance, finding his knack for ruining the mood irritating. With a dismissive tone, the red-haired man spoke of their final reward. The crowd murmured in anticipation, realizing they might gain statuses and positions beyond their wildest dreams. A figure observed, noting even minor priesthood candidates were now equal, and everything would change upon entering the academy. The man's words echoed, the message clear. From this point on, it was survival of the fittest. He continued, telling them not to worry about the last rank, as none would reach it. Most would stop at the 3rd, no matter their effort. The speaker's words hung heavy. For those with prestigious names, a career cut short at a mere warrior rank would stain their house's reputation. A student reflected, thinking the last stage impossible. In hundreds of years, fewer than 10 had ever reached it. He remembered staying alive was his sole focus, but now he'd need to beat the competition to survive. Concluding his speech, the red-haired man stated that was the gist of things here, and now the red-haired man's voice boomed across the training grounds, announcing the first stage examination would begin immediately, assigning everyone to dorms and groups. Hearing this sudden declaration, Yeoan Shion was visibly taken aback, a question mark practically hanging over his head. His shock quickly turned to disbelief, a single word escaping him. What? The focus sharpened, emphasizing his wide-eyed surprise. The crowd of students began to murmur, their voices a low hum of confusion and anxiety. Did I hear him right? One wondered, another exclaiming, no way. How could they do this? The murmurs grew louder, students voicing concerns. We're already taking stage 1? One asked, another questioning. Aren't they supposed to teach us first? A third voiced everyone's fear. What if I fail? The red-haired man's voice cut through the rising panic, reminding them failure meant expulsion. Those who failed, he declared, were unworthy of even a lower warrior title. He continued, his tone unwavering, explaining the first stage tested basic abilities. To be a warrior, one needed internal power. Those lacking it, he warned, would end up farming or trading. Be prepared. Hearing the man's words, Yeoan Shion could only mutter, no way. The red-haired man concluded with a sardonic grin, revealing they still needed people for lowly jobs, so feel free to slack off. Clenching his fist, Yeoan realized the implications of the red-haired man's words. He knew the ladies of the 6 sects ensured he never honed his internal powers. Failing this, he'd be statusless, at the hierarchy's bottom. A sinister chuckle escaped the red-haired man, knowing that once that happened, they'd try to kill him in broad daylight. He thought, now he wouldn't have to dirty his hands killing that disgusting vermin. An exclamation rose from the crowd as a figure appeared on the platform. It was 5th elder of the demonic warrior cult and head of the musician sect, Soyohang. The students whispered, realizing this was Madame Soyohang, proctoring their first examination. The crowd began to mutter as the woman stood on the platform. One student wondered, the head of the musician sect? She rarely appears publicly, as elusive as His Holiness. Why is she here? The students covered their ears, wondering why. One student thought, if Madame Hang played her mandolin at full force, they wouldn't survive. Thankfully, she'd go easy. With luck, they might endure her musical force on sheer endurance alone, even without internal powers. Damn it, musical force? Soyu Hang smiled, thinking they should endure this for a minute, given even a shred of internal power. As students braced, Madame Soyu Hang declared, those enduring her musical force without fainting would pass the first examination. With a resounding command, the examination began, unleashing a wave of musical force. The force intensified, sending tremors through the training grounds as students struggled to maintain footing. The musical assault proved too much for some, sending them flying, their bodies ragdolling through the air. Crashing down, one student plummeted towards the unforgiving ground. The overwhelming power left many gasping for air, clutching their chests in agony. His ears covered, one student screamed, the musical force piercing his defenses. But the heirs to the 6 sects, and those from higher sects, endured just fine. Observing the scene, an onlooker smirked, acknowledging the musical force's strength. The six sex heirs had taken medicines from youth, cleansing bodies and fostering internal power. It was believed the vermin must be on the floor by now, with his non-existent internal powers. The musical force continued to strum, its vibrations resonating through the training grounds. As the music filled the hall, some students began to feel uneasy. Madame Soyo Hang strummed the mandolin faster and faster. The music intensified, and one student wondered why she was doing this. The sound became unbearable for some, and they began to collapse. Madame Hang's eyes narrowed, her fingers dancing across the strings, wondering why a single student remained standing. Many students had already collapsed, yet Yeoan alone stood firm amidst the chaos. He glanced around, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. A voice echoed within his mind, explaining that over half the drill hall had succumbed. The voice continued, noting their internal injuries, leaving him to wonder at his own resilience. It explained that, detecting severe bodily injury potential, emergency defense mode had activated, blocking the sound waves. The voice clarified, ensuring he remained deaf to the mandolin's insidious melody. Concluding, it explained this information was being relayed directly into his brain. Even now, he struggled to comprehend her true intentions. A shiver traced his spine, wondering if any defense could block her malevolent gaze. Nano's voice cut through the tension, offering to block his visual senses, but he swiftly declined. The power from her instrument intensified, now far exceeding what even a warrior with 2 decades of internal training could withstand. It must be because of him, they mused, observing. He wasn't even employing chi adjustment techniques, they observed, never encountering such an intriguing individual, especially an academy deputy. The music intensified further, eliciting screams as blood began to trickle from their ears. 20 years of internal power isn't enough, one warrior thought, striving to protect his sect's reputation. Why is Madame Hang playing so intensely? One student wondered aloud. Judging by her expression, she appeared truly enraged. He couldn't help but wonder what was truly happening. Why does he look so startled? A student pondered, realizing a stray from his chi stance meant countercurrent. As the intense musical examination continued, Yeoan stood firm, seemingly unaffected by the devastating sound. For others, the music proved too much, one student wondering what was truly amiss. Other students watched in disbelief, questioning how one without internal power remained so calm, so unfazed. Another student stared, unable to believe their eyes as the music relentlessly played on. To at least one observer, it became clear he possessed internal powers. Yeoan's face contorted in a grimace, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. His eyes wide with disbelief, he realized they suspected him of possessing internal powers. Sweat trickling down his brow, Yeoan wondered if he imagined it, or if Soyo Hang and the others truly harbored anger. As observers analyzed his facial movements, their suspicion visibly deepened. The analysis continued, revealing their assessment of his expressions: absurdity, surprise, petulance, and anger. Observing their reactions, he knew this felt unreal, yet their hostility was palpable. They were clearly annoyed he was fine, believing him devoid of internal powers. Knowing he must pass, Yeoan realized no one would believe he lacked internal powers. Thinking quickly, he asked Nano if he could intentionally inflict internal injuries upon himself. Considering the request, Nano inquired if he meant injuring his internal organs. Contemplating intentional self-harm, Yeoan decided it was fine. After her performance, he wanted Nano to injure his organs, making him vomit blood. Preparing to inflict forced internal damage, Nano confirmed, "Yes, master." The nanomachine activated. With the clock ticking, Madame Soyo Hang unleashed her instrument's power. Sound waves crashed against him, yet Yeoan stood firm, enduring the assault. Observers began to wonder how he withstood it. The sonic attack spread, affecting those nearby. His teeth clenched, Yeoan refused to yield. Madame Hang, insulted by his resilience, vowed to unleash half her power, certain he couldn't endure. The instrument sang a deadly tune, its vibrations threatening to tear him apart. Feeling the intensity, Regium Ma flinched. Recognizing the danger, Seatmaning murmured, "This is dangerous." Alarmed, Regium Ma shouted to Madame Hang, "This is too dangerous." Her eyes blazing with determination, Madame Hang continued her performance. The sound waves rippled through the very air. Surrounded by chaos, Yeoan remained standing, a testament to his resilience. Huffing, barely upright, he stumbled amidst the chaos. Looking down, Regium Ma remarked that a fraction more power from Madame Hang would have killed everyone. Elsewhere, Madame Hang wondered what was happening. She fumed, convinced this was the mutt's fault, cursing him for breaking his pact and daring to harness internal powers. Back at the scene, the gravity became clear. This was all Yeoan Chion's fault. His body twitched, struggling to remain conscious. A strangled gasp escaped him, blood trickling from his lips. Blood gushed out as he vomited violently. A nearby observer wondered, "What's going on?" He collapsed, coughing up even more blood. He wondered why so much blood, and if he was dying. A voice echoed in his mind, revealing this was by design. 30% internal organ damage to ensure maximum blood expulsion. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder what was happening, convinced he was dying. Despite the physician's efforts, blood continued to spill from the young master's lips. The crimson pool beneath him widened, a stark testament to his severe wounds. Clenching his fist, Regium Ma cursed under his breath. If the young master died from this examination, the academy deputy bore the full responsibility. Though not of the six sects, he shared a bloodline with his holiness. He could not let him perish. Moving with practiced speed, he grabbed the boy, checking for any sign of life. A voice echoed in the young master's mind, informing him of dizziness from 7% blood loss, but that his organs and blood would now be restored. Cradling him close, Regium Ma scolded him for acting tough, reminding him he could have simply fainted. The system flashed again, confirming the young master's critical condition, but Yeoan gritted his teeth, determined to endure. Holding the boy tightly, Regium Ma wondered how strong his internal powers must be to endure such an ordeal. His eyes widening in disbelief, the deputy realized Yeoan possessed no internal powers at all. Despite the healing, the young master coughed up another mouthful of blood. Regium Ma reflected, admitting he hadn't expected much from the unlucky seventh young lord. Yet, he passed the first examination with no internal powers, solely through determination, a truly reckless brat. A wave of force sent blood flying as Regium Ma cradled the injured young master. Ordering his men, Regium Ma demanded they take him to the infirmary for the demonic way. As the guards bowed, they carefully lifted the injured Yeoan. Weakly, he urged them to hasten, his voice a mere whisper for healing. Elsewhere, Madame Soyuhang stood amidst the fallen, a silent, contemplative observer. She reflected, having believed the boy was enduring her musical force without issue. Yet, surveying the scene, she could no longer deny his severe injuries. Turning her head, the madam was warned she had crossed a dangerous line. Her expression hardening, she demanded to know their meaning. Regium Ma gritted his teeth, realizing she had nearly killed the boy. A realization dawned. Did that child possess weak internal powers? Her eyes widened, the grave implications sinking in. Having tried to stimulate him with raw energy, she found his pulse unchanged. The madam stated, he could not have endured her musical force without any internal power. She continued, if true, he should have fainted like the other children. Regium Ma retorted, he had suffered severe internal injuries, enduring her force through sheer determination. The madam mused, just determination? The boy possessed a shockingly strong will to survive. He mused, were it not for the boy's lowly roots, he would train him himself. Defying the six sects brought only ruin. Meanwhile, a man drank deeply from a gourd, the liquid flowing freely. Finishing his drink, he let the gourd thump to the ground, muttering, Yeoan endured that through sheer determination. He smiled, stating, that's pretty wild. The man approached Regium Ma and the madam. He told the drunkard to get lost. He retorted, I'd be dead if not for Sir Ma. Watch your mouth. He replied, refusing to hear it from that alcohol-soaked trap. You'd be buried if not for Sir Ma, he challenged. The air crackled with residual energy, the recent clash's force still palpable. Shifting perspectives, the devastation's true scale became clear. Observing the scene, the group's emanating energy intensified, becoming dangerously volatile. The left and right-hand bodyguards reacted, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. At ground level, the earth rumbled, wisps of energy dancing. Turning his back, one observer scoffed, declaring himself out, dismissing the others as wusses. Surveying the sprawled figures, the man grumbled about youth's lack of grit, comparing them to a mandolin's gentle strumming. Looking down at the prone figure, a voice declared, I like you, Yeoan. I've got my eye on you. His gaze lingered on the boy. The academy's main hall stood tall, its infirmary nestled on the second floor. Inside the infirmary, a heavy thud echoed, as academy physician Zhongyang Beck stood before a wall of labeled compartments, meticulously making notes. Turning towards the door, he heard an urgent summons, informing him of a patient in dire need. His eyes widened, Beck exclaiming in surprise, a patient. The physician, pleased, mused that on his first day, he already had a patient. He loved this academy. His students, observing, wondered at the patient's condition, noting his apparent madness for medicine. Realizing the urgency, Beck declared no time could be wasted, urging them to bring the patient in immediately. Looking down at the patient, one of Beck's students wondered at the intensity of the examination, leaving the child in such critical condition. Examining the patient, Beck questioned if he'd been stabbed, but another student replied, indicating severe internal injuries. The student gasped, questioning if internal injuries alone caused this. He added the patient lacked internal powers, thus unable to adjust his chi, and Sir Lee had specifically requested his care. After a moment, Beck mused that 10 years under physician Beck had shown him much, yet he'd never witnessed such blood loss from internal injuries alone. Two men prepared to leave, one stating their task complete, the other agreeing, acknowledging their departure. Physician Beck hummed, observing the patient intently. One of the men questioned his staring, reminding him of their duties. Beck acknowledged this. The man noted the kid's sudden improvement in pallor, wondering if his eyes deceived him. Beck gently patted the protagonist's hand. The physician hummed again, continuing his examination. Glancing up at the physician, Yeoan internally groaned. He mused they wouldn't bring him to the infirmary, having almost healed his wounds completely. Groaning, he acknowledged the lingering pain, resolving to be patient until the physician finished his pulse check. Beck noted the pulse was definitely too fast and irregular, indicating severe internal injuries. The physician found it strange. Such blood loss seemed impossible, even if one bit off their own tongue. Beck decided to try acupuncture for now. A sudden explosion rocked the area. Caught off guard, Sitming reacted with panic. Elsewhere, a man took a swig from a container. He was approached by Jiang Cheon, who remarked, "Physician Beck, promoted to academy physician? You've truly made it." The physician retorted, "Still arrogant as ever, I see." Jiang Cheon inquired, "What brings you here? As the left-hand royal bodyguard, I can't imagine you injured in a fight." The figure chuckled in response, "You sound annoyed I'm here." The figure continued, laughing, "Not at all. Stay as long as you like." Jiang Cheon mused, "He can be so erratic sometimes, I swear." Elsewhere, a man remarked, "Well, look at what we have here. This one's interesting." In the infirmary, Yeoan lay in bed, thinking, "Wait, what?" He continued to ponder. "What's he doing here? Has he realized I merely feigned internal injuries?" Footsteps approached, and a voice thought, "Ugh, he reeks of alcohol." The air hung heavy with unspoken accusations, as a voice cut through the silence, demanding why he feigned sleep. Suddenly, Yeoan was lifted from the bed by an unseen force, a silent exclamation escaping him. Strange energy swirled around his hand, the invisible power continuing to raise him. The man's expression was one of amusement, his hands clasped as he watched the spectacle unfold. With a whoosh, he rose higher, completely helpless. A nearby guard observed, realizing the man raised him without touch, deducing this was the left-hand royal bodyguard's power. Is he using internal powers to raise him? Yeoan wondered, struggling against the invisible force. A low rumble vibrated through the room, the pressure intensifying. His body froze, immobile. The man's smile widened, suggesting he quit his sleeping act before a smack to the face. Damn it, he thought, realizing he'd been caught. His eyes narrowed, as he asked how he knew. A sinister smile spread across his face, the man relishing the moment. Throwing his head back in laughter, he admitted, "I knew he was interesting." His eyes gleaming with amusement, the man continued, hinting at the power he held, even over royal bodyguards. Stunned by the revelation, Yeoan wondered how he could tell, just from his breathing. Chuckling darkly, Sitming dismissed the younger generation as all show and no substance. Crossing his arms, he acknowledged that Yeoan was the real deal. Confused and injured, the young master realized the man knew he had faked his injuries at the drill hall. Scoffing, he implied that others gave up too easily when things grew tough. Despite his injuries, the young master was told he possessed real determination. As he spoke, Sitming interjected, reminding him that the young master remained critical, and physician Beck needed to treat his injuries first. Spitting out blood, he could only manage a strangled wretch. The situation remained tense, as he observed the injured young master, concern etched on his face. Observing the young master, he noted his pallor, blood still dripping from his mouth. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure materialized, a wisp of energy swirling around his outstretched hand. His eyes burning with intensity, the figure declared he was no longer frozen. Weakened and in pain, Yeoan collapsed to the ground with a thud. Clutching at his neck, he gritted his teeth, vowing to get straight to the point. The mysterious figure loomed, proclaiming his desire to take the young master under his wing. A sinister grin spread across his face, his intentions far from clear. Sitming's eyes widened, a silent question forming on his lips. Yeoan's expression hardened, his gaze fixed on the newcomer. The mysterious figure pressed on, demanding what else his offer could mean, clarifying he wanted him as a student to teach his ways. Sitming questioned if the newcomer meant the left-hand royal bodyguard's ways, asking if he knew who he spoke to. The figure retorted, "Is there anyone who doesn't?" Still laid up in the infirmary, Yeoan heard the newcomer's words. He had only upset the people of the sixth sex. A sinister grin spread across Sitming's face, finding the situation hilarious. He declared that as a royal bodyguard, it was his decision to take the young master as a student, daring anyone to object. Looking down at the injured young man, he added that they still had to worry about competing, with or without him. Lying in bed, the young master considered this a golden opportunity, yet wondered if it was a trap. The newcomer's words hung in the air, as the young master remained silent. Sitming explained that with the grand tournament for the minor priesthood approaching, he figured they'd use dirty tricks, but never expected him to bleed so profusely. Yeoan admitted he didn't know what to say, finding it sudden, having just joined the academy. He felt unsure about being taken under, but Sitming cut him off with a shout. His words dripping with sarcasm, he noted the young man's suspicion about everything, yet couldn't blame him, considering the life he'd lived. After a moment of consideration, the young master simply replied, "Fine." A wide, unsettling grin stretched across Sitming's face, promising Yeoan an offer that would clear all his suspicions. Without warning, his hand flashed out, delivering a sharp smack to the young master's face. He declared this was what he needed to survive the academy, already bedridden on his first day, asking if he wasn't worried about falling behind. Having passed the first test through sheer willpower, he wondered if the young master could make it through the second without relying on internal powers. Bedridden on his very first day, Yeoan wondered if he should worry about falling behind. Wei Myongli questioned if he truly believed he could pass the second examination without internal powers. He pressed on, asserting that a true warrior should focus on surpassing all others. The older man's words hung heavy, as he realized everyone else would surge ahead while he remained. He couldn't deny that truth, yet he had to stay, dispelling any suspicions against him. A grin spread across Wei Myong-Li's face, listening to Yeon's reasoning. He then asked if he wished to know why the redhead sent him. The young man wondered if the redhead was Sir Li, believing his internal injuries were the cause. His companion retorted that injuries naturally led to the infirmary. His expression hardened, questioning if the situation wasn't, in fact, quite strange. Wei Myong-Li pointed out many other injured students, asking why they weren't also present. A sudden realization struck. The nanomachine. Nodding, he explained the young man would heal faster with a physician and medicine. He continued, noting other students could adjust their qi, thus needing no physician for internal injuries. Lying in bed, Yeon realized his solitude stemmed from his inability to adjust his qi. A slight smirk played on his lips, sensing his companion was now convinced. With a sinister grin, Wei Myong-Li declared it was time to seal the deal. He scoffed, reminding the young man he couldn't even adjust his own qi. Looking up, he asked if he truly believed he'd heal in days. Well, yeah, his companion replied. Nano spoke, reminding him of its presence. Yeon, needing internal powers for the next stage, told Nano to wait. Wei Myong-Li revealed that passing the first examination granted a demonic dragon marble and access to the manual library's first floor. Throwing his head back, he laughed maniacally. He remarked the redhead omitted vital information, prompting the young man to question his meaning. With a wide grin, the older man continued to detail the library's rules. He explained entry was permitted only once after passing each examination. The news struck him hard. He elaborated, the library, an archive of sacred manuals, wasn't a place Yeon could simply waltz into. He added that it was strictly guarded from all but his holiness. Swallowing hard, the young man listened intently. Wiping his mouth, Wei Myong-Li mentioned a strict 2-hour limit on the first floor. Hiccuping, he continued, it just gets worse, there's a time limit too. He explained that while higher floors granted more time, transcribing anything was strictly forbidden. His eyes widened, realizing this was perfect for him. He thought, Nano possessed the power to skin texts. He concluded that without knowledge or internal powers, determination alone wouldn't suffice for 4 painstaking academy years. Lying on the ground, staring at the ceiling, he felt a distinct disadvantage compared to others. Yeon mused, possessing nothing, no sect, no internal powers. Could becoming the left-hand royal bodyguard student change that? His mind raced, wondering if this could help him survive the 6th sect's threat. Regarding the paper beside him, he wondered if it contained internal power teachings. A smirk played across Seepming's face. He had caught on quickly. The bodyguard continued, these are our royal bodyguard's internal power arts. As my student, I can teach Yeon immediately. I don't know if I truly wish to take him under my wing, but, clenching his fist, he realized he desperately needed someone on his side. He watched him, knowing the 6th Sect's pact had prevented his internal power training. This was his chance. He raised an eyebrow, a soft, oh, escaping him. With a thud, Yeon knelt before him. Looking up at the bodyguard, he vowed to serve Sir Seepming as his teacher. Bowing his head, he pleaded for him to take him under his wing. A smirk played across his face. He seemed pleased with the arrangement. Bowing once more, Yeon stood ready for whatever came next. With a surge of power, the bodyguard began to heal him. Healing energy swirled around him, a torrent mending his wounds. As a member of the holy bloodline, Seepming mused, one bows only once to his holiness. Declaring the young man his student, he sealed their pact. Having endured much, he advised the young man to rest and recover. Patting his shoulder, he declared his departure, playfully calling him a wuss and urging him to care for his new student. A sharp pain shot through Yeon, causing him to wince. At least, he mused, the young man looked happy, despite his still foul breath. Looking down, he inquired if the young man was all right, receiving a quiet confirmation. He felt as if he'd been through a whirlwind, a lot to process. An observer noted the old man's fondness, congratulating him on becoming the drunkard Sir Seepming's student. He murmured his thanks. Another voice remarked on his pallor from internal injuries, noting his difficulty moving and the wild pulse from bowing repeatedly. A concerned figure fussed over him, tending to his wounds. While his injuries were evident, the recent events weighed even heavier on Yeon's mind. He pondered the strange, yet undeniably helpful, encounters he had experienced. Lying in bed, he realized everyone in the academy, even Guard Jang, was his enemy. His expression hardened, a storm brewing behind his determined eyes. Meanwhile, at the academy's great drill hall, examination results were poised for announcement. The scene shifted, revealing a glimpse of the academy's bustling activity. Wei Myong-Li, the deputy, bowed, announcing the first examination results. Academy Senior Martial Arts Professor Jin Chang-ho declared 415 students passed, including student number 7, who'd been taken to the infirmary. The red-haired man noted this was 200 fewer than a decade prior, adding that Madame Hang had truly overdone her musical force. Standing on the steps, he observed the profound slight felt by those who failed. Below, an expelled student cried out, protesting his innocence, claiming he merely foamed at the mouth, not fainted, decrying the unfair expulsion. Reviewing the results, one man pondered the expelled student's fate, forced to live as farmers or merchants, stripped of their martial artist status. Having no other choice, Yeon prepared to make his move. Ordering guards to subdue resistors, a professor watched students forcibly removed from the premises. Driven by the demonic way, the guards advanced. The sound of impact echoed, a student crying out in pain. Another student was struck, exclaiming in shock as they fell. The professor scoffed, remarking the expelled students stood no chance against true skill. He then revealed the first examination's difficulty was due to student number 7. Dust settled around the fallen. A guard declared their fate undeniable, yet acknowledged luck's role in ability. The professor believed many talented individuals passed the first examination. He noted most students suffered internal injuries, using chi adjustment to heal, leaving in shame from their arrogance. The descendants of the sixth sex, plus 8 from higher-ranking ones, emerged unscathed. The heirs to the minor priesthood had already surpassed the other students' levels. She used her musical force at half capacity, yet they were barely affected, indicating internal powers equivalent to 60 years of training. These heirs had already attained the abilities of high-ranking martial artists. Student 5, young master Yuchan Xion of the Saber sect. These two hadn't flinched at her musical force, confirming rumors of the Shadow and Saber sects as top contenders for the minor priesthood tournament. It seemed things would prove far more interesting than anticipated. The academy welcomed its newest students, congratulating them on passing the first examination. To signify their new status, each student received a copper medal, marking them as lower warriors of the academy and officially beginning their 4-year training. A stern voice laid down the rules, instructing the students that all answers to staff, including himself, must be a simple yes or no. For those on the demonic path, the only acceptable answer was for the demonic way. Otherwise, they were to repeat the instructions given by staff and professors. The new recruits acknowledged the command, repeating the phrase for the demonic way. Soon, it was time for them to form groups. Preparing his tools, a voice inquired if they should begin the treatment, now that everything was ready. Lying injured, the patient weakly called out for the physician. Zhang Beck responded to the call. With a grin, he acknowledged the patient's words. The patient asked Physician Beck if his condition was severe, prompting the physician to sigh, feeling terrible to deliver such news to an academy student. Hearing this, young Master Qion was shocked. He mused that if the nano healed him, he'd recover swiftly, but too quick a recovery might raise suspicions. Moreover, having been brought here immediately after the examination, he had no idea what transpired next. Normal treatment could cause him to fall behind. Physician Beck reassured him not to be disappointed. Any other healer would take a month, but he could do it quicker, having studied under physician Zhang Beck. The physician smiled. The physician told him he didn't know if this would help, but he'd overlook him learning martial arts from Sir Sipming while here. Waving his hand, the physician declared, "All right, let's get you out of those clothes to start your acupuncture." The young master flinched. Physician Beck observed him, musing that, to his knowledge, the young man had never trained in martial arts. Yet, he was far more fit than the physician had expected. The physician considered that while he lacked internal powers, perhaps he had trained his external ones. As Physician Beck stared intently, the young master could only wonder what thoughts occupied him. A voice, presumably Nano, spoke up, explaining that both needles and mugwort would be used, and that he should rest. As if he could sleep with it relaying all this information, the young master mused to himself. His eyes widened, a new thought dawning on him. The AI explained that with his internal injuries healed, the young master worried that rapid improvement might raise suspicion. He wondered if, once healed and Physician Beck wished to take his pulse, it could make him appear slightly wounded. Nano confirmed it was possible to alter his pulse, making him appear injured during the physician's diagnosis. He admitted asking just in case, relieved it was possible, thinking that deceiving Physician Beck for 14 days would grant him enough time to learn internal powers from Sir Sipming. He instructed Nano to continue healing him and alter his pulse whenever Physician Beck checked it, agreeing with the plan. A system message appeared, indicating that healing and an increase in blood flow were being initiated. The mountain stood tall, shrouded in mist. A booming voice echoed through the training grounds, commanding everyone to line up into groups. The speaker strode forward, declaring, "This is for the demonic way." He announced he would now explain the rules of the next examination. Continuing his explanation, he stated all students would take examinations together until the third. To pass the second and become a middle warrior, they must study strategy and tactics basics. A sinister grin spread across his face as he noted there were only 3 weeks to prepare. Hearing this, the students expressed shock and dismay, realizing 3 weeks was insufficient time. One student wondered if they could learn all strategy and tactics foundations in that time, as the speaker continued, explaining they'd been grouped into 20 total. He revealed that after 3 weeks, they would compete, with only 10 groups advancing. The students murmured, realizing half would fail this second examination, lamenting their group lacked many from higher-ranking sects. It was observed that groups with students from the sixth sex held a huge advantage. The speaker emphasized this second examination was their first and last chance to work together. They must cooperate, or all would leave the academy together. The speaker laughed. As a student remarked, he truly knew how to crush morale. The instructor announced the day's training was over, instructing everyone to return to their dorms. As students prepared to leave, a reminder echoed about the importance of strategy and tactics. It seems some students, refusing to leave, were dealt with rather harsh. With a final shout, the remaining students were dismissed. The crowd began to disperse, leaving the training grounds behind. Yet one student lingered, Mujeom Cheon of the stealth sect, approaching Professor Impyong, the Group 8 martial arts instructor. The professor turned, addressing the lone student. He inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone, "What are you still doing here?" The student explained he had lingered, harboring a question. Professor Impyong replied, "You know I cannot answer questions unrelated to your training." Mujeom Cheon confirmed this, prompting the professor to inquire about his thoughts. The young master mused, confident he would lead Group 8, while the sixth sex Heir showed no respect for the academy's rules. One of their group, Student 7, had been taken to the infirmary, leaving the professor awaiting further explanation. He explained their group was short a member for the examination, fearing the entire cohort might fail. The professor questioned his suggestion, as the student clarified that Student 7, absent from assembly, remained unaware of the situation. The professor listened intently. A sinister grin spread across his face, thinking the other student's luck, though in his group, would soon run out. Grabbing the student, the professor praised his insight, noting his early grasp of the examination's requirements. The professor told Student 3 he had the right idea, promising to relay the information to Student 7 personally. The student quickly interjected, insisting he could deliver the message himself. However, students were barred from the main hall without extenuating circumstances, a rule that visibly frustrated him. Realizing his access was denied, he inwardly fumed at the academy's absurd rules. Asserting his stealth sect Heir title was useless here, he had no choice but to comply. Professor Impyong, accepting his compliance, thanked him, then dismissed him to his dorm. The professor was then asked if there was another question. Thinking aloud, he wondered when Student 7 could rejoin their training. Dismissing the inquiry, the professor stated it was late, promising an update tomorrow. With things unfolding thus, he decided to strike upon returning to the dorms. A sinister grin spreading, he vowed they would experience his wrath. The main hall of the academy stood in hushed silence. Suddenly, a man's voice boomed, disbelief echoing through the hall. 2 weeks. He explained the patient's internal injuries were severe, necessitating a stay of at least 2 weeks. Another man voiced his concern, realizing such a prolonged stay would hinder the patient's next rank. He wondered if any method could hasten recovery. The first man mused, perhaps, if Yeowon possessed internal powers, but the young student has not even a sliver. He continued, explaining there was no other option. The boy didn't even know how to adjust his chi. The second examination loomed in 3 weeks. The other man groaned, realizing 2 of those precious weeks would be lost. He refused to let his group fail because of one student. Gal Yun then inquired if he might speak with the young patient, needing to relay crucial information. He considered waking him, but hesitated, knowing the boy was deep in slumber. Lying in bed, the young patient thought, "It's fine. He'll return tomorrow." The attendant, watching him, bid farewell, certain he wouldn't be going anywhere. The man clicked his tongue, shaking his head in resignation. He had somehow passed the first examination, yet his luck, it seemed, ended here. A soft creak echoed through the room, though the young lord lay still, seemingly undisturbed. Thud. Under the pale moonlight, something began to stir within. Fwoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh. Step. Crash. With a sudden jolt and a thump, Yeowon was abruptly awake. A hearty laugh filled the room, Seepmuing announcing his boisterous. Pulling back the curtain, the young lord looked up, surprised. The veteran hunter reeked of alcohol, causing the boy to grimace. Taking another swig from his gourd, he asked if the young lord wouldn't greet him. Bowing respectfully, the young master offered a good morning. Wiping his mouth, the hunter wondered if his charge had completed yesterday's assignment. He referred to the internal power breathing techniques, the young master realizing he was to memorize them before his teacher's return. Only yesterday had he been brought to this infirmary. Rubbing his temple, the veteran thought him impatient, wondering if he hadn't memorized them yet. Clasping his hands, the young lord inwardly rejoiced, having nano-transferred the information, confirming he had memorized them. He memorized all that, despite being bedridden? The older man admitted he was merely trying to provoke a reaction. Acknowledging the completion of his assignment, the older man praises Yeowon's work. Changing the subject, the older man asks if it's not too early for him to be here. He assures him that he's not tired, explaining that he's here to tell him something important. The older man reminds him that he only has 2 weeks to teach him, but Yeowon seems surprised. He explains that they can only meet like this because he's in the infirmary, and once he goes to the dorms, it'll be hard to keep in contact throughout his stay at the academy. The older man admits he hadn't realized that was the case, explaining that he was hospitalized the moment he got here, so there was no way he could have known. He reveals that during the day, he needs to report to His Holiness, but at this hour, security is loose, and there aren't many eyes watching. The older man explains that at the academy, it's forbidden for students to receive teachings from anyone other than the martial arts professors, and it's going to be a huge problem if they get caught. Yeowon thanks him for his kindness, but the older man reflects that he thought Seepmuing was just being reckless, but it looks like he's put a lot of thought into this. The older man states that as long as he knows. Now let's begin. They don't have much time, but Yeowon seems confused, asking if they're starting right now. Visibly frustrated, the older man explodes, asking if he wasn't just saying they don't have time, and if he's even listening. Following the instructions from his mentor, Yeowon turns and sits on the floor, a question mark hanging over his head. His mentor barks, Hurry and sit. He thinks to himself. He'd at least like an explanation of why he's being put through this. The older man leans in, a knowing glint in his eye, remarking that it's a good thing he memorized the dancing springs technique. With a firm hand, the mentor places his hands on the young man's back. He explains, they don't have much time, and he's going to force the chi circulation of this technique onto him. A look of concern crosses his face as he asks, force it onto me? What do you mean? A sinister smile spreads across the mentor's face as he clarifies, it's a refined technique that his teacher, or rather, his ancestor created. The older man continues, he doesn't need to feel the chi inside of him, he'll do everything for him. He warns, to keep his teeth clenched, because if a guard shows up because of his screaming, it's all over for them. The technique begins to take hold, electricity crackling around him. The mentor commands, to be quiet, as an intangible form of energy is being inserted through his life gate meridian. As the energy courses through him, it begins searching his internal information banks to analyze the effects. The energy repeatedly circulating through select meridians is speculated to be chi or chakra, analyzing the effects onto his body. Sweat pouring down his face, he realizes that Sir Seatming is using his strong internal powers to force open his meridians. Grimacing in pain, he thinks to himself that this can't be, that this is just way too painful. All of his 14 meridians, including the 8 extraordinary meridians, are just taking in this flow of internal power without resistance. His muscles and tendons are developed enough to easily learn codified fighting forms, but from his understanding, he's never learned a thing about martial arts. Straining against the pain, he wonders if it was His Holiness who taught him. A memory surfaces, showing a man and woman in traditional clothing, their faces obscured by the light. The memory shifts to a close-up of a woman's face, her expression gentle and kind. The memory continues, revealing that out of the 7 ladies, he had the most affection for Lady Hua, and as her child, His Holiness may have secretly taught him on the side. Back in the present, with his talents, he'll be able to generate internal power within his lower abdomen in a week. Meanwhile, at the new student dormitory, the building stands silent in the night. A brutal smack echoed through the training hall, a fist connecting with its target. The devastating blow sent a figure flying backward, their rough landing marked by a dull thud. Panic erupted among the onlookers, their cries of "Young Lord! My goodness!" echoing with alarm. Their voices rising in desperation, they pleaded for him to rise. One onlooker, enraged, confronted the assailant. You, a mere pure kick sect member, dare assault young master Zhongxiam Chion of the poison sect? Wiping blood from his lip, the fighter sneered, declaring, at this academy, strength is everything. He continued, his voice laced with ambition. Having proven my strength, I claim leadership of Group 12. The air, thick with steam, clung to Yeoan as he struggled to catch his breath after the grueling training. Each exhale a visible cloud, he could only manage a pained, ragged few. Barely able to hold himself upright, he remained on hands and knees, Wei Myong Li observing him. Wiping sweat from his brow, Yeoan gritted his teeth, remembering the ordeal. Yes, I remember them all. A cruel smile played on Wei Myong Li's lips as he remarked, those 2 hours must have been painful for you. The veteran hunter continued, but this was the best method, considering your ignorance of internal powers. I'm giving you 1 week. Gulping down a tonic, Yeoan let out a sigh of relief. He thought, judging by his exhaustion, Sir Seatming must have expended much internal power. I should at least endure this. Rising to his feet, Yeoan assured him, I will not disappoint you. Wei Myong Li patted his shoulder, declaring, let's end our training here for today. The older man continued, remember the dancing springs breathing technique and your cheese flow paths. You must constantly practice. Bowing deeply, Yeoan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, sir. Clenching his fists, sweat dripping from his brow, he felt the weight of his challenge. Looking out at the training grounds, he vowed to make it happen. His eyes burning with resolve, Yeoan steeled himself. His hands tightening into fists, he promised himself to develop his internal powers within a week. Far away, at the great drill hall, the stage was set for the next trials. Observing the scene, Wei Myong Li remarked that things were proceeding as expected. The group leaders had become young masters, one observer noting many faces beaten throughout the night. A voice explained the martial arts professor's absence from the dorms on the first night was to allow students to fight for the leader position without fear of being watched. Narrowing his eyes, Wei Myong Li considered the implications. Group 12's leader should be the poison sect Heir, yet someone questioned if student 18 was their leader. The man with dark, pulled-back hair listened intently. Considering the situation, Wei Myong Li acknowledged student 18's skill and guts. With a nod, he agreed. An authoritative voice boomed across the assembly hall, calling for attention. The speaker continued, instructing students to report to the great drill hall after lunchtime for formation training. The students acknowledged the order, understanding the command for the demonic way. The voice ordered students to form 5 lines and head to the assembly hall, starting with Group 1. The students began to move, their footsteps echoing as they headed out. A flicker of annoyance crossed Mujiam's face. He scoffed, unable to believe someone lost to a member of the Pure Kick sect. He sneered, believing the poison sect was nothing without their poison arts. Mujiam laughed to himself, telling them to stay back and continue getting stomped by lowly sects. A piercing glare cut through the silence. Turning back, a voice echoed. So this is Baekji of the Pure Kick sect? How dare you insult me? Fists clenched, a promise of retribution hung in the air. I'll make you regret being placed into my group. Under the watchful eye of the moon, the student dormitory stood silent. The building loomed, a silent witness to the events unfolding within. Student 3 was mentioned, his expression unreadable. Bowing respectfully, Student 3 asked, "For the demonic way, how can I help you, Professor?" He added, "I liked your command during today's formation training." A flinch betrayed deeper concern as the professor replied, "You are too kind. Student 7, it seems, must stay in the infirmary for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That's what the physician had said. A sigh escaped him as he contemplated. Theory won't be an issue. Practice, however, will be problematic. I doubt he can follow along, having no internal powers. Instructing his students, he said, I'll visit him again for his lesson. It's free time now. Practice your sex arts or review lessons. Use your time wisely. For the demonic way. Fists clenched once more, a silent determination taking hold. Footsteps echoed through the training grounds. A body hit the ground with a thud. Someone had fallen. Looking down at the fallen figure, one student recognized him. It's Museum. Another voice hissed. Getting on his nerves won't do us any favors. The fallen student, now standing, clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. 2 whole weeks. Are you kidding me? Another student responded. The physician's orders were clear, so it must be true. Student 80, Jahayan, descendant of the stealth sect, turned, his face contorted with rage. You're a fool. That brat is clearly faking his injury. Another voice attempted to calm him. That disgusting vermin, with his lowly bloodline, just thinking of him relaxing makes me furious. Please calm down, young lord. The student leaned in, whispering, instead of getting angry, how about this? A smirk spread across his face. Ooh. The scene faded to white, for days later. A loud yawn echoed, signaling someone's awakening. 5 days had passed, yet not a single patient had arrived. Bored, Professor Impyong drifted to sleep, certain Yeowon wouldn't be his last patient. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Startled awake, the professor wondered about the commotion. Waemyong Lee rushed in, carrying a wounded student. He explained the injury occurred during sword training, leaving the blade inside to prevent further bleeding. Rushing forward, Impyong told him to place the student on the bed, relieved to finally have a patient. Examining the wound, the professor was informed the treatment was already done, as expected from physician Jong Yu Baek's pupil, thanks to the decision to keep the sword inside. Looking concerned, Waemyong Lee asked about the student, learning the sword thankfully missed all veins, making him lucky. With a sigh, the professor closed the curtain. He thought of their nervousness. As their professor, he couldn't help but care. These kids were his responsibility until the second examination, yet 2 had already found their way to the infirmary. Patting the blanket, Waemyong Lee was told the wound was deep, requiring him to stay for now. The professor replied, of course, not as long as student 7. He should heal in about 3 days. Oldwood complained as a door creaked. Then, a heavy thud echoed through the room. A figure stood in the hallway, lamenting, I can't believe this happened the moment sword training began. I'll have to submit an apology. In the darkness, a candle flickered, its wax dripping with a soft, rhythmic tap. A captive stirred, slowly rising from unconsciousness. The flickering candlelight revealed a grim scene. The captive, bound and helpless. A hand reached out, grabbing a wickedly sharp blade. The captor's cold resolve hardened, thinking, first, I must ensure he cannot walk. The captive, eyes wide with terror, was bound tightly to the chair. The captor's face, etched with determination and regret, muttered, I'm just doing this for the group's good. The blade descended, slipping against the skin as the captor pleaded, please don't hate me. The deed was done, leaving a trail of blood in the darkness. The blade found its mark, and the captive's body convulsed as a surge of energy coursed through him. His scream tore through the air. A sharp, guttural sound. Then, silence. Eyes snapped open. His gaze hardened. Inside the imposing structure, a low groan echoed through the halls. Museum Cheon's eyes snapped open, a gasp escaping his lips as he struggled to make sense of his surroundings. Had he fainted? The last thing he remembered was a sudden jolt of pain shot through him, revealing he was bound. Struggling against his bonds, he wondered who could have done this. The ropes dug into his skin, yet he continued to fight them. A voice cut through the silence, as Yeowon smirked, revealing his presence. He loomed over the tied-up Museum Cheon, a sinister grin spreading across his face, greeting him with a mocking, hey there, Baldy. Panic rising, the captive demanded to know how he managed this. He explained with a mocking tone, detailing how the captive had been knocked out, then tied and moved. He finished his taunt with a final, Baldy, prompting the captive to curse under his breath, wondering how he'd been taken down so easily. More importantly, Museum Cheon had thought Yeowon was supposed to be injured, yet he looked completely fine. Turning his head, he wondered why he was being called bald. Looking at his reflection, he screamed, realizing he was bald. Shaking his head frantically, he couldn't feel his hair. Flailing around, he realized he was truly bald. Museum Cheon's head snapped to the side, eliciting a cry. Casually, he told him to pipe down. Wriggling, the bald man appeared to be out again. He flinched, still bound and gagged. Sitting across from him, he asked if the captive had calmed down. The bald man could only respond with muffled grunts. With a cold glare, he silenced him, asking if he knew how ridiculous he looked flailing with that rag in his mouth. The bald man's panic was palpable, yet Yeoan remained unmoved. The captive shivered, recalling how he'd thought the young man was just some innocent kid at the entrance ceremony. Now, staring into those cold eyes, he wondered just who this guy really was. Museum Cheon's eyes darted around, as he wondered how he'd managed to survive this long. A dark smile spread across his face, revealing he'd had plenty of experience with constant assassination attempts and poison. With a flick of his wrist, the knife swung. The young master grinned, reminding the captive that he himself had brought this weapon and surely knew its lethal potential. The captive gulped, as he demanded to know who ordered this. Museum Cheon flailed, desperate to escape. A gasp escaped him, the blade drawing ever closer. He leaned in, a soft command to speak now. The captive insisted he knew nothing, prompting a sharp, "What?" from Yeoan. The captive spat defiance, claiming ignorance of Yeoan's words, and vowing he would never get away with murder in the infirmary. Outside, a guard stood watch, certain the young master understood the academy's strict rules. Within the academy walls, harm was forbidden, save for sanctioned training or official sparring matches. Back in the room, the captive's continued resistance prompted Yeoan to reconsider his initial approach. He sneered, taunting his captor, surprised he hadn't fought back sooner. A smile spread across his face. He declared he would simply torture the truth from him. His eyes widened in disbelief as something was shoved into his mouth. Muffled cries were the only sound, him struggling against the gag. The young master rummaged through a drawer, telling him to wait a moment. He explained these weren't in his home, but he'd found many nice things here. The captive's eyes darted to the object in his hand, realizing they were long acupuncture needles, wondering their purpose. A sinister chuckle escaped Yeoan, preparing to begin the torment. A shiver ran down the captive's spine, his eyes wide with terror. His hand shot out, Yeoan grabbing his hand in a vice-like grip. Now that he had him, the young master noted his fear. He could only mumble, wondering how this supposedly untrained man possessed such strength. He wondered why his finger was being pulled. A cruel smile spread across his face. The young master declared this would hurt. The needle flashed, ready to pierce the skin. A muffled scream escaped the captive, his eyes bulging with pain. Holding the needle, Yeoan told him not to be such a wuss. The needles sank in, and his muffled cries intensified. He begged him to stop, but the needles kept coming. He struggled against his restraints, but Yeoan asked if he couldn't endure all torture. Tears streaming down his face, the young master thought him a perfect specimen for his anger. Muffled cries echoed through the room. The building stood silent, a stark contrast to the suffering within. His hands bound tightly, the captive struggled against his restraints. Each needle prick sent a fresh wave of agony through him, causing him to flinch. Looking down at the man, Yeoan remarked, "That hurt, didn't it? You fainted twice." A sinister smile spread across his face. He said, "Now, let's move to your right hand." Shaking his head, the captive refused to speak. His expression unwavering, the young master asked, "Are you ready to talk now?" Spitting out blood, the captive remained defiant. He thought, "This man is sick. Continued torture would leave me handicapped. I must confess now and face the consequences later." A cruel smile played on his lips as he pressed. "It was Museum, wasn't it?" His eyes wide with fear, the captive gasped, "How did you know?" Museum Cheon stood calmly, a sinister smile playing on his lips, observing the bound man squirming before him. His captive, sweating and straining against his bonds, heard him ask, "You're curious to know, aren't you?" He continued, revealing the captive's professor had been sharing information, including details about the group he was in. Tears welled in the captive's eyes, the realization of his betrayal sinking in. The captive gulped, fear gripping him, as he remembered someone calling him a lousy fighter. A voice whispered in the background, observing that, contrary to popular belief, Museum Cheon was a complete monster. The voice continued, noting he was merely hiding his aggression, lacking the skills to fight, but once he learned, chaos would follow. The captive, desperate, heard him dismissively thank him for the information, declaring he needed rest and would stop there today. The captive, clinging to a sliver of hope, promised, "I promise I won't tell a soul." He begged, "I beg of you, please have mercy." His pleas were ignored, as Museum Cheon remained unmoved. He turned away, leaving the captive to his fate. The sound of a sharp strike echoed as Madame Soy, Ahang's hand connected with her target. His eyes wide with shock, Student 7 wondered if she had used a paralysis point. Stumbling, he struggled to maintain his balance. A thick fog hung heavy in the air. Under the full moon's glow, a shadowy figure leaped across the temple rooftops. Wei Myong-li mused, surprised he'd used such power so soon. The night before, Yeoan sat deep in meditation. Gathering internal powers, a vibrant blue aura surrounded him. Wei Myong-li watched, barely believing his eyes. Normally, gathering internal powers into the lower abdomen took weeks, even a month for some. He had far surpassed all expectations. This one was truly gifted. Wei Myong-li had planned 2 weeks for this, then the dancing butterfly technique. A swift movement, and his plans would now change. The scene abruptly shifted. A voice called out, offering a greeting. Scratching his head, Wei Myong-li offered a casual affirmation. He mentioned leaving something hidden beneath the bed. The voice commanded it be brought forth. These were demonic dragon marbles, pungent, brown medicinal pellets, painstakingly refined by the Academy to enhance talented students' abilities. Absorbed, they granted 20 years of internal power, yet tolerance meant reduced efficacy after a second dose. Wei Myong Lee explained he'd ease the pain, ensuring full 20-year power gain immediately. The voice assured him, once absorbed, he'd handle himself. A close-up revealed a look of intense, unwavering focus. Wrinkling his nose, Yeoan questioned, "Who's that over there?" He pulled the marble closer. Elsewhere in the infirmary, a bound and gagged figure lay unconscious. Turning to the young master, Wei Myong Lee remarked, "Looks like you knocked someone out." He explained the man attacked after Physician Beck left, then asked if he was responsible. Elsewhere, a voice recalled sword training began yesterday, their 5th day. Someone intentionally injured themselves to reach the infirmary. The voice continued, noting the injured party only sought to attack him. He wondered how anyone dared such an act in the Academy's infirmary, knowing expulsion awaited capture. The voice considered someone ordered this, promising the attacker safety. Judging by his expression, the speaker already knew, asking, "Who is it?" The voice gasped, realizing it was another stealth sect member. He'd never met anyone normal from that sect. He thought the entire sect was full of vicious, troublemaking jerks. He couldn't believe his mother's side hailed from the stealth sect. "Never a quiet day, is there? It's fine. I'm used to it." The voice noted his nonchalance, finding it even more saddening. A sharp smack echoed, leaving the young master staring in stunned silence. Wei Myong Lee explained that internal power was only truly effective if the recipient had trained for at least a year. Otherwise, they would simply awaken in a few hours. To truly subdue them, he added, at least 10 years of rigorous training was required, exhaling a plume of smoke. Raising an eyebrow, the older man patiently awaited a response. Reaching into a small chest, the master retrieved a glowing green marble. He instructed Yeoan, the young master, to swallow the demonic dragon marble, though its wisps of green energy inspired little confidence. It would be more effective, the older man advised, to bite and crush it before swallowing. The stench was awful, yet he knew the taste would be far worse. His face contorted in disgust, tears welling as he prepared to swallow the foul substance. So bitter, he thought, the lingering stench and numbing taste threatening to make him retch. He was instructed to use the dancing springs technique, adjusting his chi. This, Wei Myong Lee explained, was to help him absorb the marble's potent powers. The order given, the guard bowed respectfully, confirming he would leave the matter in his master's capable hands. With a rush of burgeoning power, Yeoan settled into a meditative pose, ready to face the consequences. A disembodied voice explained the energy-enhancing object was fully consumed, now reacting with the energy flowing through his 14 meridians, amplifying it. The voice continued, asking if he wished to accelerate his metabolism, assisting in the object's absorption. Caught in the surge, he could only think, no way. The voice observed that this kid was born with the body of a martial arts master. It was as if he had already absorbed the marble's full powers, his internal energies amplifying so quickly. The voice muttered, "Oh man, this kid constantly keeps me on my feet." The scene shifted to a distant, traditional building, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Back in the room, feeling immense power coursing through him, Yeoan remained silent. Wei Myong Lee took a swig from a flask, trying to regain his composure. "How does it feel to have internal powers lighting up inside you?" the voice asked. He chuckled, adding, "Good job. I gotta work out myself." The surge of power left him gasping, barely processing the magnitude. Had he absorbed 30 years of internal power? A chuckle rumbled in the master's chest, assuring him it was an approximate guess. Other students would absorb this marble on their own. Even half its power would be a success. Bowing deeply, he expressed his gratitude, acknowledging it wouldn't have been possible without him. A slight smile played on his lips, but he demurred, insisting it was all thanks to Nano, who was programmed to help his master. As the sun began to set, painting the sky ablaze, he realized it was getting late. Turning to leave, he decided he should get going. Startled, Wei Myong Lee called out, wondering what was wrong. Turning back, Yeoan, the young master, asked if he could learn his special dancing butterfly technique. A wide grin spread across the master's face, revealing his approval. He tapped Yeoan's shoulder, assuring him, "Of course." A small chibi head of the master appeared, reminding him his time was short, and this technique would take a while to learn, so be prepared. The training grounds stretched out before them, a vast expanse where the dancing butterfly technique awaited. The morning air felt invigorating, causing the young lord to laugh with genuine delight. The man beside him observed his obvious happiness. Thanking the man, he mused, certain that by now, the little vermin was squirming, his muscles having been expertly sliced up. A low chuckle escaped him, anticipating the sight of his foe crawling. He pictured the man, a pathetic pest on the ground, ready for him to stomp all over. A serene landscape unfolds, hinting at the calm before the storm. With a burst of speed, a figure dashes across the rooftops, their purpose unknown. Having finally cornered their target, one of them corrected himself, clarifying he meant Seatming. A companion wondered how orders could be defied, relieved that the rat would no longer be seen running. The masked figure, bearing a strange marking, declared their rest was over. Another declared it was time to move. One questioned such leniency towards Student 7. The masked figure responded, explaining it ensured fairness. He chuckled, shaking his head slowly. A voice pressed, asking if he meant everyone deserved a fair chance, only to be sharply told not to question his superiors. Caught in a whirlwind, the man complained about the dust. As expected of a wind god, the masked figure reflected on his ability to vanish instantly, wondering if anyone could truly catch him should he choose to flee. Anyway, he mused, gazing out at the distant horizon. Was 2 weeks truly enough to restore fairness? He was usually awake by now, yet today, he still slept soundly. What was happening? Still, this would be his final day of comfortable rest, for soon, only blood, sweat, and tears awaited him. A sudden flinch. 1 hour later, he slept soundly. Suddenly overcome by violent nausea, Yeowon gagged and vomited, the sheer force nearly knocking him from his seat. His body racked with tremors, he struggled to catch his breath. More bile rose, emptying his stomach's contents onto the floor. Leaning in close, Seepming asked with concern if he was all right, if he felt ill. Seeing the worst had passed, he told the young master he seemed better, urging him to lie down. Checking his pulse, he tried to discern the cause of this sudden illness. A strange look crossing his face, he wondered what was happening. His brow furrowed. Seepming noted that moments ago he slept soundly, yet now his pulse raced as if pushed to his limits. Gasping for air, Yeowon struggled to regain his composure. Barely conscious, he could only manage a confused sound. Seeing the young master suddenly improve, Seepming wondered what was happening, noting physician Beck had taught him nothing of this. Scratching his head, he decided to let him sleep, figuring it was almost lunchtime. His eyes fluttered open, a strange new energy coursing through him. Sitting up, Yeowon felt completely different from mere hours ago. Extending his hand, he marveled at the power now coursing within him. Clenching his fist, Gal Yun felt the raw power within him intensify. The surging power coiled within his fists, poised for unleashing. Squeezing his hand, he now understood the immense training Sir Seepmering had endured. He mused, if Seepmering discovered his untrained body gained such power in hours, the man would surely faint. Focusing his energy, he prepared to unleash the raw, newfound strength. The gathered energy pulsed, poised to explode. With a sudden burst of power, Yeowon unleashed his formidable force. The surge of power, coursing through him moments ago, still radiated from his very being. Its force had shattered the ground, leaving a gaping crater in its wake. Staring at the destruction, he could hardly believe his own eyes. Nano, ever vigilant, confirmed the event had been fully scanned. Turning to the young master, Seepmering inquired if he had witnessed the display of power. A shadow of disappointment crossed his face, lamenting their time together was ending. Despite the circumstances, the man felt confident Yeowon's talent would master the dancing butterfly technique. Nano was instructed to continue, as the analysis progressed. Seepmering felt reassured his teachings weren't in vain, the young master affirming his dedication. With a final flourish, he prepared to impart the last of his knowledge. Remembering his teacher's words, Yeowon vowed not to disappoint him. Nano confirmed the scan was complete, the young master steeling himself for challenges ahead. Its analysis concluded, altering muscle fibers and blood vessels to match Seepmering would take 6 hours. With a subtle shift, the transformation began. His features sharpened, reflecting the intense change within. A surge of power erupted, sending him spiraling. The first codified form of the dancing butterfly technique, identical to Sir Seepmering's, felt exhilarating. Now, the second form awaited. His senses heightened. He detected someone walking through the hallway. Examining his hands, he wondered if this was a result of his body's enhancement. A perfect enhancement, he was now fully ready. Suddenly, the door swung open. A voice inquired, "Did you just wake up? And what's this about being ready?" He was ready for discharge, realizing it was physician Beck's presence he'd felt. The physician patted his shoulder. "Gosh, I don't have enough patience," the physician sighed, adding he'd be bored with him gone. The young master hoped so, though he supposed no patience was a good thing for the academy. The physician smiled, noting his care, and wishing him luck for the hard work ahead. With a soft sigh, the chamber door swung open. Having discharged his patient, physician Beck considered a well-deserved nap. Stepping through the now open doorway, Gal Yun exited the room. The infirmary's confines had proven an uncomfortable experience for him. He would not soon forget the physician's unexpected kindness. Recalling physician Beck's desire for patience, he resolved to send some his way. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill swept through the air, causing them to shiver with goosebumps. Within the academy's great drill hall, afternoon group formation training was well underway. Whispers rippled through the assembled students, recognizing the returning figure, Mujeom Cheon, the young master vying for the minor priesthood. A sinister grin spread across his face, 2 weeks having passed since their last encounter, and now he had finally returned. Striding forward, he spat a contemptuous insult. "You disgusting vermin." Guard Zhang stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "There you are, young master." "Good afternoon, professor." The young master replied, confirming his full recovery after 2 weeks. "Glad to hear that," he added, a hint of malice. Guard Zhang simply affirmed, "Yes, professor." A shield clattered to the ground, as the brown-haired man declared, "Perfect. Take these and head over there." The brown-haired man stood with his back to Yeowon, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He chuckled, taunting, got too scared of training, and went into hiding. Taking a step forward, he called Yeowon disgusting. Yeowan's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. Turning away, Yeowan walked off, completely ignoring the outburst, leaving Museum Cheon seething. Did this brat just ignore me? He fumed. Trying to control his temper, he reminded himself, it's too soon to get angry already. But the disrespect stung, and he vowed, I'll really show you who's boss eventually. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, a stern instructor barked, and now, let's begin your sword training. Addressing the assembled students, he warned, if we have another accident like last time, I will use my authority to have all of you expelled. The students responded in unison, understood, for the demonic way. With a dramatic flourish, a red flag waved, signaling the exercise's start. The students began to move, their rhythmic footsteps dashing across the training grounds. Observing the training, one couldn't deny that while Museum Cheon was arrogant and vicious, he led his group members well, as expected of a young master vying for the minor priesthood. Two students stood ready, one of them thinking, Yeowan is the real problem here. Despite his reservations, the student hoped Yeowan wouldn't make any mistakes. He watched the trainees, his expression unreadable as they practiced their stance. The instructor barked, hold your shields steady. Keep your formation and stances. He continued, you're doing great. Don't move until I give the next order. Approximately 15 minutes later, the clashing of shields rang out, followed by the instructor's frustrated voice. He shouted, I told you not to move. Who made that sound? Get it together. The trainees trembled as the instructor questioned, how will you beat other groups in the second examination like this? Stay alert. Another instructor observed the training, pondering, some of these kids have been training for weeks. But how? One trainee wondered, how is Yeowan doing just fine? He's been consistent this whole time. It's as if he was never in the infirmary. The observing instructor mused, I might have to take a closer look at him. The instructor ordered, switch formation, surround the enemy, half-moon formation. The trainees responded, advance in half steps, bigger steps. Heavy footsteps echoed through the training grounds, a rhythmic testament to the trainees' relentless efforts. Among them, Yeowan stood, shield in hand, observing the scene, poised to execute the next intricate formation. Watching the young master, the instructor's frustration boiled over, wondering why he wasn't making any mistakes. His thoughts turned darker, seething at the disgusting vermin and his lowly bloodline, vowing not to let him succeed. Nearby, Jahayan trembled, struggling to maintain his grip on the heavy shield. The instructor barked an order, demanding a nod from those who could still hear. The trainees struggled to keep pace, each movement a grueling test of their endurance. A cruel grin spread across his face, acknowledging the young master's compliance. Then, the command rang out. Form a 3-layer shield formation. For Yeowan, the exercise felt almost too easy, realizing Nano's simulation video had made it incredibly convenient. The instructor's voice boomed, ordering them to extend their blades once the shield formation was complete. He urged them on, demanding both carefulness and unwavering speed. Looking down at his opponent, the soldier smirked, finding the sight quite pleasing. He declared that commoners deserved to crawl on the floor. Shield raised, Yeowan prepared to meet the impending attack head-on. One of the soldiers flinched, as another launched a swift kick. Rajiam Ma's eyes widened in disbelief, barely processing the unfolding events. The soldier declared he would go easy, given their defenseless state. He cried out in pain, realizing the true extent of his opponent's devastating power. The blow's force sent him reeling, the air crackling with raw energy. He was sent flying through the air, a mere speck against the towering walls. The other trainees could only watch, stunned by the raw display of power. His face contorted in rage, the soldier couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lying on the ground, Rajiam Ma wondered if he'd been hit by recoil. Stunned, he struggled to comprehend what had just happened, flung backward with such force. Trying to regain his balance, he took a shaky step forward. Crossing his arms, he could only mutter a disbelieving huh. His foot throbbed with pain as he tried to put weight on it. Grimacing, he wondered why his foot still hurt so much. Surrounded by other students, Rajiam Ma was about to face the consequences of his actions. A shadowy figure watched with a smirk, seemingly amused by the unfolding situation. Clenching his teeth, he seethed, daring anyone to laugh, knowing he needed to compose himself. Someone stammered, attempting to explain the problem lay with his behind, but was quickly cut off. A sharp smack echoed as Rajiam Ma was struck, the attacker accusing him of being wrong in the head. He continued, reminding him that he had also stabbed student 23 from behind. Rajiam Ma was informed he would endure additional training until bedtime for 3 days, preparing for a living hell. But the professor's words were cut short, a forceful interruption silencing any further excuses. Driven by the demonic way, his eyes burned with an infernal fury. Meanwhile, others scorned him, branding him a fool for attempting to ride Museum Cheon's coattails with such dirty work. His teeth clenched, the young man's anger continued to build, a simmering rage. A low rumble echoed, his suppressed rage threatening to violently erupt. Elsewhere, a voice called out, summoning Yeowan. The professor informed his student that free time was a luxury he wouldn't possess for 3 days, as rigorous training awaited him until bedtime, preparing for a coming hell. A figure moved with incredible speed, their path undeniably set towards the treacherous demonic way. An observer mused, realizing Yeowan's internal powers far surpassed their wildest imaginings. Another reflected, The bald one should have gained 30 years of internal power from the demonic dragon marble. Did his powers truly surpass even that? There was no way that drunk fool, Seepmuing, could have been a good teacher, someone thought. They wondered if he was born with a body strong enough to absorb all of a demonic dragon marble's immense powers. That must be it, someone concluded. No other explanation existed. Even as a half-blood, that potent lineage still flowed through his veins. Two young masters appeared, prompting thoughts of a looming battle between them for a minor priesthood within their faction. Things, someone mused, were about to get very interesting. The scene shifted, revealing the bustling expanse of the great drill hall cafeteria. With the meal declared open, students were granted leave to finally eat. The command given, students eagerly dug in, embracing the feast spread before them. Chopsticks flew, grabbing at the dishes with unrestrained, ravenous enthusiasm. Eyes widening, Yeoan marveled at the exquisite taste of the soy sauce chicken. Chewing thoughtfully, he reflected on weeks of plain porridge in the infirmary, deeming it actual torture. His gaze hardening, his thoughts turned to vengeance. Across the table, Museum continued to stare, a silent question in his eyes. He was definitely better off enjoying his meals while he could. Lost in thought, he wondered why the young master seemed to harbor such intense hatred for him. Finishing his meal, he vowed never to forgive him or the rest of the six sects. A dark promise formed. He would be the one stomping all over them from now on. Breaking the silence, an announcement declared dinner over and the day's schedule complete. The meal concluded. Everyone but student 80 was excused, leaving the grand building bathed in the warm light of the setting sun. The man's face contorted in a grimace, his expression one of pure frustration as he stared ahead. Without missing a beat, he ordered the group to follow him. A smirk played on his lips, as if he knew exactly what would happen next. Step after step, he continued forward, confidently leading the way. One of the men noted the location, confirming Group 8's room was on the first floor. A simple "hey" broke the silence, as the group continued to follow. A voice echoed, questioning if they believed they could enter without permission. Arms crossed, he seemed to be waiting for something specific. He thought to himself, wondering why this turn of events didn't even surprise him. One follower observed his minions, another commenting on how much he enjoyed playing boss around here. He was the young master of the stealth sect, someone realized, wondering who stood before him. Someone exclaimed, recognizing him as the infamous seventh young master, while another anticipated things were about to get interesting. Wanryo Chion, young master of the musician sect, wondered aloud about Museum and Yeoan. As a huge crowd gathered, a dark-haired man smirked, suggesting they begin. Footsteps echoed, the crowd moving closer with anticipation. Turning to face his target, the dark-haired man spat an insult, calling them disgusting vermin with a lowly bloodline. He mused that someone had a jolly old time indeed. He wondered if they were hiding in the infirmary like a coward. Enraged, a man demanded if he was insulting his holiness right now. The dark-haired man simply replied, "What?" Another man questioned if calling him lowly-blooded was indirectly insulting his holiness. The dark-haired man asked if they claimed superiority over his holiness, reminding them he was their patriarch. Turning from the muttering crowd, the dark-haired man insisted that was not what he meant. He realized he was meant to be crushed and humiliated, yet now he had become the target. Soyu Hang smirked, declaring the people of the stealth sect complete fools. Meanwhile, Jiang Shion stood, arms crossed, observing the unfolding situation. He wondered, was he truly getting angry over a lowlife like Yeoan? What a shame. Suddenly, a hand snatched at his face, causing him to curse. With a sudden burst of speed, Yeoan's fist connected squarely with Jiang Shion's face. The assault continued, the young master declaring his intent to rip that arrogant mouth from his opponent's face. Another devastating blow landed, causing him to cry out, a raw sound of agony. The sheer force of the impact sent him staggering backward, collapsing to the ground with a heavy, sickening thud. He stood over his fallen foe, mockingly asking if he'd said something, unable to hear over the sound of his face being smashed. Blood dripped from Jiang Shion's face, a testament to the brutal beating. Jiang Shion gritted his teeth, calling Yeoan a disgusting vermin, daring him to continue. His face contorted in pure rage, he let out a primal, guttural scream. A burst of speed, a dash technique, propelled him forward. The air itself seemed to crackle around him, leaving a shimmering trail of displaced energy in his wake. Gathering lethal momentum, he prepared to unleash the devastating fists of stealth. The strike landed with a resounding, bone-jarring swing. A collective gasp rose from the onlookers, their faces etched with utter disbelief. One of them shouted a furious, indignant challenge. With a powerful, agile leap, Yeoan vaulted away. A student muttered, questioning if it had been an agility technique. Another exclaimed, wondering how someone like him possessed such skill. An urgent order rang out, demanding they stop staring and pursue him. Moving with incredible, blurring speed, he continued his escape. Jiang Shion seethed, enraged that he had been struck, and then fled. Determined not to be humiliated, one of the pursuers clenched his fist tightly. Meanwhile, he continued his escape, the wind whipping past him as he moved with incredible, relentless speed. Utilizing his dash technique, he left a cloud of dust in his wake, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts. Observing the situation, one of the pursuers noted something strange, as if Yeoan was intentionally leaving just enough openings for them to almost catch him. Could it be? Another pursuer shouted, demanding they stop dawdling and move, vowing to catch the young master himself. Continuing his flight, his speed was such that one of the pursuers could only exclaim in utter surprise. His face contorted in rage, the pursuer vowed to catch Yeowon and crush him until he was nothing but dust. The force of his movements sent debris flying, as the young master continued to dash through the environment. Landing heavily, Yeowon continued his relentless escape. His footfalls heavy, Jeong-un Cheon demanded to know if his quarry was done running. A sinister grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with cold malice. Continuing his pursuit, the pursuer found the situation hilarious, only to be shocked by something unexpected. Yeowon gave a sinister smile, a silent promise of what was yet to come. Deciding to hold back, he mused that he didn't need to show the others everything he could do just yet. With a low rumble, the young master drew his sword, ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. The air crackled with anticipation as Yeowon Cheon prepared to strike, his sword gleaming with deadly intent. His opponent's eyes widened in disbelief, able to utter only a single, choked word. The sound echoed through the training grounds as the young master's strike landed with devastating force. Moving with a speed that defied comprehension, he became a blur of motion. Struggling to comprehend the sheer power he faced, the antagonist realized his 7-star defense had failed, pushing him back. His techniques are far stronger than I thought. His mind racing, he wondered how such a feat was even possible. His eyes narrowed, the antagonist demanded, "How do you possess such skills?" The ground trembled beneath his feet, as Yeowon Cheon brought his foot down with earth-shattering force. Piecing together the puzzle, the antagonist realized the young master's agility was also impossibly fast. He'd shown no internal powers during the first examination. What had happened? A sinister smile played on his lips. He thought, perfect. He's getting flustered, just as I expected. The antagonist gritted his teeth, determined to maintain the pressure, knowing they needed to keep this momentum. Dashing forward with incredible speed, he heard a shout. Young Lo. But before he could react, Yeowon Cheon countered with the second codified fighting form of the dancing butterfly technique, a whirlwind of blue energy. Caught completely off guard, the antagonist could only manage a bewildered, The blade a blur, he wondered if the young master had dodged. Swinging his sword with precision, Yeowon Cheon's movements were fluid and deadly. The sword connected with a sickening smack, causing the antagonist to grunt in pain. Desperate to regain the upper hand, he unleashed the second codified fighting form of the Fists of Stealth. Preparing to unleash a devastating barrage, he charged up 1,000,000 fists. His eyes burning with intensity, the antagonist stood ready to strike. But before he could complete his attack, Yeowon Cheon intercepted with a powerful blow, sending him reeling. Sent flying backwards, the antagonist crashed through the forest. His sword a blur of motion, the young master pressed the attack. Knowing his internal powers were no match, the antagonist gritted his teeth, realizing he was outmatched even before the demonic dragon marble. Even with the demonic dragon marble, he knew he must hold his ground. He steeled himself, vowing to keep attacking, never giving the young master a chance to counter. Dashing forward, he closed the distance. The sudden burst of speed surprised the onlookers, wondering if he had just used a shadow image. One of them wondered how he knew such a technique. But before the technique could take hold, Yeowon Cheon was already moving. His eyes widening, the antagonist barely managed to dodge. The strike landed with a sickening smack. The force of the blow sent him reeling, as the young master continued his relentless assault. He may have perfected his codified fighting form, but it wasn't enough. He coughed up blood, defeated. A sinister grin spread across his face, confident he knew exactly how to turn the tables. Lying on the ground, he couldn't shake the thought that the kick had come from nowhere. Wiping blood from his face, he realized his opponent must have learned these techniques at the last minute. A twisted smile returned to Yeowon Cheon's lips. He had known it all along. He realized his own limitation, merely watching and imitating, never truly understanding his own limits. The truth hit him hard. He had gravely underestimated his foe. Clenching his fist, he vowed to interrogate him later about these newly acquired techniques. Gathering his strength, he prepared to unleash the fifth codified fighting form of the Fists of Stealth. Ready to strike, he announced his crouching tiger barrage, vowing to stomp all over his opponent. Panic set in. He didn't know what fighting form to use. Suddenly, augmented reality activated in his vision, responding to the incoming threat. As the battle intensified, a system message appeared, declaring the activation of an operating action defense mode via a battle tutorial. Suddenly, the antagonist unleashed a swift, red energy-infused slash. The blow's force sent him sliding back, struggling to maintain his footing. Reacting instantly, Yeowon countered with a punch of his own, crackling with blue energy. The swing connected, a brutal impact. The punch landed with a sickening smack, blood erupting from the antagonist's face. But before he could capitalize, a warning flashed. The world seemed to blur as the antagonist prepared another attack. With a burst of speed, the antagonist countered, landing a blow. What the hell was that? No technique. Staggering back, Yeowon was visibly surprised, muttering, "What's this?" A new system message overlaid his vision, announcing a temporary self-defense tutorial activation. Mode: Battle Tutorial. Type: Defense. Style: Boxing. The tutorial explained, analyzing the opponent's movements in 0.01-second increments to devise a defense. It suggested forgetting jargon, simply calling it boxing, then asked if dancing butterfly could be used instead. The man sneered, acknowledging the young master's new punching techniques, yet still considering him disgusting vermin. He believed the young master had tricks, but was ready. Closing the distance, the man threw a punch. Following up, he declared the young master was out of luck. As the punches flew, the action defense tutorial switched from boxing to the dancing butterfly technique. With the new tutorial active, Yeon began to dodge the attacks. The man was shocked, unable to believe the young master dodged all his punches. Sensing an opening, the young master prepared to strike. Focusing his energy, he could see precisely where each of the man's attacks would land. With blinding speed, the young master landed multiple blows. The man's face contorted in pain and disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Staggering back, he was left speechless. A voice echoed in his mind, urging him to work hard, to do his best, so his father would love him again, abandoning that vermin. A woman's voice echoed, demanding he do everything in his power to come out on top. A young boy responds, affirming that he understands. A crash rings out, followed by the woman's furious question. She berates him, insisting it's all his fault and that he's worthless, but the boy silently argues that it isn't. The woman continues her tirade, claiming it's because he can't accomplish a single thing. Her voice rising, she declares that it's all his fault and that he was a mistake. Memories of those times resurface as the boy's legs tremble. Back in the present, Yeon Shion's face is grim. The boy curses, wondering if he has lost him. In the present, the antagonist's legs are limp, but he refuses to give in. Fueled by rage, he screams at Yeon Shion, preparing to strike with a fist crackling with blue energy. Closing the distance, the antagonist lands a blow on the young master. Having landed a solid blow, the antagonist stands tall, a dark silhouette against the fading light. Coughing up blood, Yeon's face is a mask of pain, his eyes wide with disbelief. Above, the trees sway in the wind, their leaves rustling like whispers of a forgotten age. Despite the pain, he begins to rise, fueled by an unyielding spirit. Looking down at the young master, the antagonist sneers, "You disgusting vermin. There's no way I'd ever lose." Continuing his taunt, he adds, "To the likes of you, you brought this." Towering over the fallen warrior, the antagonist prepares to deliver the final blow. His voice dripping with disdain, he finishes, "On yourself." The question hung heavy. How could he have possibly defeated Mujeom Cheon? The answer seemed impossible, for only 2 weeks prior, he possessed no internal powers. Turning to face his captors, Gal Yun challenged them, asking if they, too, sought a fight. An order was barked. "Take him away." Struggling against his restraints, he demanded release, insisting he could walk unassisted. Lying prone, he wondered why they hadn't simply finished him. Spitting on him, a student sneered, labeling him disgusting vermin, claiming his head should have been cracked. Clenching his jaw, Gal Yun dared them to continue their taunts, to do their absolute worst. A surge of power erupted from him, declaring his departure, leaving them to their devices. His face contorted in rage, he gritted his teeth. Looking down at his hands, he cursed them. The wind howled through the trees. That was dangerous, he mused, realizing he'd almost lost himself without Nano's intervention. Reflecting on his abilities, he knew he could perfectly memorize the dancing butterfly technique's forms, yet lacked the experience to match Sir Seepmeng. To reach greater heights, he needed more internal power and experience, but the other 6 sects would surely pursue him. He landed softly on a stone platform. Submerged in water, he called out, "Nano." A voice responded, "Yes, master." He inquired about his utilized capabilities, and Nano replied it would check his user records. The system reported he had utilized only 3% of the Nanomachine's functions. Gasping, Gal Yun realized he'd used only 3%. Records showed no one exceeded 30%. Was that truly all he'd utilized? If so, even without full potential, vast reserves remained for him. With a whirring sound, he asked Nano for a detailed explanation of its uses. It offered to transfer the Gen 7 nanomachine user manual to his brain. He confirmed. Nano continued, offering a technical term registry for comprehension. The young lord confirmed, wondering if it concerned Nano's peculiar vocabulary. Nano confirmed, and with a surge of power, the transfer commenced. The Gen 7 nanomachine user manual and technical term registry flooded directly into his brain. The data flooded his mind, causing him to convulse. The sheer volume of information proved overwhelming. Transfer complete. He staggered, feeling the new knowledge's weight. It was more than basic functions, leaving him only slightly dizzy, not nauseous. Processing the data, he found it perfect. With a rush, the augmented reality interface activated. Turning, he gazed at the holographic display. He wondered what this was. Looking at the interface, he realized he could do all of this. The screen displayed repeated augmented reality battle simulations, offering the experience he desperately needed. Staring at the holographic display, an urgent message flashed, "Opponent required." Could he use Mujeom Cheon, his earlier adversary? Lacking complete analytics, he could still recreate an avatar from their battle. Though information was scarce, he would try it now. With a decisive motion, he selected the location. This should be a good spot, he mused. No one seemed to be around. A holographic figure began to materialize before him. So this was the augmented reality avatar? The system displayed the avatar, requiring action adjustments before simulation. He needed to select an impact percentage. Impact percentage? He wondered. It defined the avatar's attack impact. How much could it hurt? He mused, selecting 100%. Activating simulation with 100% impact. The avatar took a fighting stance, taunting, "You disgusting vermin. Come at me." Did the simulation truly need his nasty attitude? The avatar sneered, "Hey, what's wrong?" Scared. Smirking, he thought this was the perfect chance to crack the avatar's head open, especially with the examination looming. The avatar declared that if he wouldn't move, it would. The avatar prepared to unleash the fists of stealth, fifth codified fighting form of the crouching tiger barrage. Taken aback, Gal Yun exclaimed, "It feels just like the actual fight." With a sudden burst of speed, the avatar deftly dodged the incoming blow. Reacting quickly, he swung a desperate counterattack. The avatar scoffed, mocking his half-hearted attempts as utterly useless. The avatar's next attack landed with a resounding, bone-jarring thud. Gasping, he wondered why the avatar's blows now inflicted genuine pain. A system message explained his nanomachine recreated earlier pain data, asking if he wished to readjust impact. He refused, determined to continue. The avatar taunted, labeling him a disgusting vermin, daring him to approach. Gritting his teeth, he cursed the relentless avatar. A surge of blue energy heralded the avatar's advance, striking him with incredible, concussive force. The avatar's voice echoed, taunting him, declaring him nothing more than an avatar. The blow's sheer force sent him hurtling backward, colliding violently with the ground. Gasping for air, Gal Yun lay sprawled, the impact having stolen his very breath. He asked Nano the time, receiving the system's prompt reply that it was around 10 p.m. Frustration boiling over, he slammed a fist into the dirt, cursing under his breath. Reflecting on his performance, he realized that after 15 battles, he'd won only once. The first battle ended in 5 forms, leaving him utterly defenseless. Gritting his teeth, he knew he wouldn't have cracked his head open. Barely beating this avatar, he imagined the real museum would have split his skull. The system's voice chimed in, explaining he was also learning to apply the dancing butterfly technique's codified forms at opportune moments. Clenching his fist, Gal Yun thought the avatar only repeated 3 codified forms and basic techniques, yet he'd only beaten it once. A sinister grin spreading across his face, he vowed, "Just you wait." Confident in his abilities, he believed he could easily defeat Museum's avatar. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the student dormitory, bathed in pale moonlight. Steps echoed through the halls, as someone was led inside. He reflected that merely beating a young master had them treating him as their superior. A guide gestured, respectfully addressing him as Lord. The guide smiled, pointing the way to his new bed. A student whispered, utterly bewildered. Another student observed his drastically changed demeanor. The guide gulped, realizing Museum had abandoned him, leaving him nowhere else. Steeling himself, he thought, "My life's over. This gamble is worth it." Forced to his knees, the student desperately begged for mercy. Sweat beading on his brow, student 23, Hyebong, called out. His feet pounding the stone, desperate, he cried out, vowing service to the young lord. With a desperate plea, student 23, Hyebong, knelt, begging for the chance to serve. Still kneeling, he declared his unwavering willingness to serve the young master. Nearby, another student muttered, questioning if the man truly pledged loyalty to one with no power. Turning his gaze downward, Yeoan wondered if the student truly wished to serve him as leader. With intense emotion, Hyebong proclaimed his deep regret for past actions against the young master. Offering everything, he declared his body and soul were at the young master's disposal. Still begging, he awaited an answer. Reflecting, the young master recalled Guard Zhang only served him by appointment, yet this man volunteered. Nodding, he accepted the pledge, causing the kneeling man to flinch. A wide grin spread across Hyebong's face, overjoyed. The student promised the young master his utmost loyalty. Having returned, another student watched, shocked by the sight. The air crackled with tension as the man with the shaved head was called a spineless insect. His voice dripping with venom, Museum Cheon demanded how the man dared pledge loyalty to another. Sweat beaded on Jahayan's brow, unable to betray his fear. His face contorted in disbelief. The man with the shaved head could only exclaim, "What?" Rage building within him, the antagonist declared the spineless insect was Hyebong, accusing him of riding on his coattails. His eyes wide with fury, the antagonist's anger reached a boiling point. A sinister smile crept across his face, questioning why the man was stuttering. His teeth gritted, veins bulging. The man's face was a mask of suppressed fury. With a surge of power, Museum called the man a nasty, little lowlife. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, he delivered a devastating palm strike. The force of the blow sent him flying backward, Hyebong crashing to the ground. That was nothing compared to the avatar, he thought. Looking at the scene, Yeoan simply uttered, "Whoa." A voice challenged, "Want to go for another round?" "Humph, enjoy yourself while you can," the antagonist thought. The antagonist stated that nothing had changed, despite the young master gaining a minion. Had Museum just run away from a fight? One figure whispered in disbelief, "No way. The vicious man is backing down. That doesn't mean the stealth sect is less dignified, but still. You never truly know." Yeoan stood alone. Yeoan Cheon, perhaps, could lead a new generation for the demonic warrior cult. A week later, The day of the second examination arrived. The examination was held at the Great Drill Hall. The instructor's voice boomed, reminding everyone their performance now rested solely on their shoulders. The students responded in unison, ready to face challenges for the demonic way. Before the second examination, students were informed they'd participate in a random draw, for groups at a time, to determine their opponents. The red-haired instructor called out, summoning groups 1 through 4 to come forth. With a determined stride, a student stepped forward. Whispers spread through the crowd, noting changes in leaders for groups 2, 3, and another. Another step revealed Group 1's leader was still Muyin Xion of the Shadow Sect. Murmurs continued, one wondering if Group 4's leader was Student 72, another confirming the thought. The red-haired instructor watched on. Reaching into the box, a student prepared to draw their number. The red-haired instructor and another student observed as the drawing commenced. The results were posted. Group 1 would face Group 3, and Group 2, Group 4. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating their group selection. A booming voice called out, Groups 5 to 8, have your leaders come forth. A student muttered in disbelief, realizing 2 leaders from these groups had also changed. A man with a red beard offered a response, his expression utterly unreadable. With a resounding boom, Mujiam Chion strode away from the gathered crowd. The other students watched, their faces a mix of surprise and growing concern. Mujiam Chion gritted his teeth, cursing his own foolishness. The previous day, after the afternoon training session had concluded, Mujiam Chion observed the other students, dismissing their efforts as utterly foolish. He scoffed, believing they were foolishly exposing their strategies. Unable to bear watching any longer, he decided to train his own techniques instead. The descendant of the stealth sect approached, a slight smirk playing upon her lips. She greeted him. Oh, it's you. Turning to face her, he seemed less than pleased by her presence, prompting her to ask, excuse me? She closed the distance between them, an exclamation escaping her lips. He retorted, what do you want? Answer when someone calls your name. She frowned, demanding he just get to the point. The woman continued, her tone laced with irritation. Wasn't it you who called the stealth sect full of fools? Don't speak to me. Shaking her head in disbelief, she muttered, ugh, I seriously can't stand you. Stealth sect people are so petty. All right, I'll keep it short, so listen. Grabbing his arm, she asked, did you get injured? She scoffed, explaining, I came all this way in good faith to help you, and this is your reaction? He replied, yes, it happened yesterday. He elaborated, last night, I was training by myself. He concluded, and someone ambushed me. Soyu Hang recounted her solitary training from the previous night. She continued, revealing that someone had ambushed her. She wondered who would be reckless enough to attempt such a brazen ambush. Masked or not, she couldn't believe he had let his guard down, allowing himself to be ambushed. Her voice rising, she demanded if he truly considered this a jest. Guard Jane questioned if her ambush meant he, too, should now be careful. She explained, knowing that if she was targeted, he was likely next, both being threats in the upcoming matches. Yeowan's eyes narrowed. Soyu Hang urged him to recall their 4-group draw, determining their opponents. She continued, questioning why the draws were staggered, not all at once. Guard Jang, growing impatient, pressed her to state her point. Continuing, Soyu Hang revealed that each group could now anticipate their opponents, a frustrating prospect. Considering her words, he wondered if this information was intentionally revealed. She clarified the goal, incite groups to target rival leaders. Exactly, she affirmed, explaining that leaderless groups would struggle. She reminded him the examination was tomorrow. He must not lower his guard. Continuing her counsel, Soyu Hang warned him against solitary training, lest he court danger. She added that as a minor priesthood candidate, he must not fail the second examination, nor be exiled from his sect. With a sudden burst of speed, he moved swiftly. He mused, disbelieving he was receiving counsel from the weakest among them. Wondering who she thought she was, he decided to heed her advice, yet felt a rising paranoia. He resolved to find Jahayan. A disembodied voice reported the time, approximately 10 p.m. Demanding his win rate against Mujiam Chion's avatar, he learned it was roughly 60%. Hearing his skill in codified forms had greatly improved, promising a future victory over Mujiam, he wondered if it was mere flattery. Dismissing the analysis, he conceded it was acceptable. Deciding to return to the dorms, he turned. Hearing sounds of fighting, he wondered what transpired. He gasped, his eyes widening in alarm. Realizing the sound's origin, he pondered the identity of the combatants. Sliding to a halt, he strained to pierce the darkness, spotting a figure on the ground. As the dorms lay shrouded in darkness, a command was issued to Nano, activate night vision. Confirming the order, night vision fully engaged. Through the enhanced vision, Mujiam Chion was clearly embroiled in a fierce fight. The question hung heavy. Had that masked assailant attacked him? A brutal exchange unfolded, the masked figure's blade drawing first blood from Mujiam. Closing the distance with blinding speed, the masked assailant pressed their advantage. Each swing of the blade carried lethal intent, threatening to overwhelm Mujiam. The pressure mounted, culminating in a savage slash across Mujiam's face. Observing the masked figure's movements, their extraordinary skill was evident. Who could they be? The masked figure's attack throbbed with raw power. The blow's force sent him reeling, a cry of agony escaping Mujiam's lips. Amidst the chaos, the masked figure stood poised, ready to deliver the final strike. The masked figure pressed his advantage, his blade a blur of lethal intent descending upon Mujium. The blow's force sent him sprawling, leaving him vulnerable, struggling to regain his footing. Gritting his teeth, he thought, I don't want to help Mujium, but I can't lose my group leader before the examination. Stop right there, a voice rang out, and with blinding speed, a figure interceded. The newcomer's blade found its mark, slicing across the masked figure's arm. Blue energy crackled around the blade as the young master pressed his attack. The masked figure reeled, staggering back from the blow's sheer force. He thought. He opened distance the moment my punch hit. So skilled, I can't guess his next move. Recovering his balance, the masked figure prepared to disengage. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself away from the fray. Vanishing into the dense forest, he left only the rustling of leaves in his wake. Frustration etched on his face. He knew pursuit was futile. Damn it. Despite the dire situation, Mujium Cheon insisted he was fine, downplaying the severity of his grievous wounds. The scene abruptly shifted to the academy dormitories. Within, a palpable tension hung heavy, thick with worry. Rushing for aid, Yeoan carried the gravely injured man. As they moved, he remained supported, while Jahyun, also wounded, was helped to his feet. Ignoring his own pain, Mujium was asked about his injuries. As medical scans began, a voice inquired if he would be all right. The scan revealed a deep laceration on his skull, clearly inflicted by a sword. Observing the scene, an onlooker remarked that his wounds appeared less severe than expected. Despite his attempts to downplay it, Yeoan knew the truth. The injury's true severity became clear. Mujium was bleeding profusely, his face pale as a ghost. Reacting to the dire situation, Hyebong was instructed to summon the professor on night duty. With practiced hands, an unknown healer tightened the bandages around his torso. Standing nearby, the young man listened intently as a voice inquired, "How is he, Professor?" A look of deep concern crossed Baekji's face as he hesitated. Well. His eyes wide with pain, Mujium's thoughts drifted to the grim reality. He wouldn't be walking on his own for a while. A pained grunt escapes him. Nearby students mutter amongst themselves, worried about the upcoming examination. The sound of a smack echoes, followed by a sudden realization. Someone calls out, requesting they wait, for another injured man is present. A man suggests the infirmary, but Yeoan Cheon insists on going himself. A voice calls out for the professor. The man carrying him says he'll take him to the young lord, noting his injuries may not be as severe as student 4's, but student 80 also has a head wound. He knows, figuring one of them would know to bring him too. The professor realizes they intentionally left him, knowing they'd follow. When asked why, the professor replies there's no reason, but their group seems panicked about failing tomorrow's examination, adding he's surprised the student ended up like this. That's all he wanted to say, requesting they give student 80 to him as well. The professor dismisses them, reminding them students aren't allowed to leave the dorms at night. He continues, telling them they all need to learn how to adapt to their given circumstances. His eyes narrow, glancing away. A student frowns. Wait, what? The professor stands in the doorway, his shadow stretching long behind him. One of the students questions, especially? Another wonders if he's implying this happened to other groups too, realizing it couldn't be just an unlucky mishap before the examination. There must be some hidden intention behind this second examination. Elsewhere, a group discusses recent events, realizing their leader was the primary target. Another member chimes in. Whoever did it must have ensured they could easily beat them tomorrow. One of the students snaps his fingers. Now I get it. Another student realizes that's why they were separated during the draw. They did it on purpose, forcing them to strategize and conspire against each other. They were members of the demonic cult, after all, and they want them to act like it, forgetting rules and doing anything it takes to win. A student curses. Is it the end of the line for Group 8? A member of the group is thrown to the ground, completely done for. Are we just going to sit around and mope because our leader is out of commission? A voice retorts. Who said we were moping? Shouldn't we pick a new leader and strategize? Yet I walk in and see you all sprawled on the floor. How else am I to interpret that? Young Lord Mujium was the only one trained and practiced in commanding. What makes you all think? The young lord's the only one who can lead us? Can't you see we have young Lord Yeoan with us here? The speaker's face sparkles with excitement. The 7th, young lord? The group stands in silence, considering their options. With a raised hand, the decision was made, prompting someone to step forward and lead them. Student 38, Ichan, readily agreed, believing himself the rightful leader. Reflecting, they recalled his unwavering stance against Mujium Cheon's attempts to intimidate him. With the young Lord Mujium absent, they had no choice but to agree, prioritizing the second examination. Thus, they unanimously agreed, accepting him as their group's leader. Therefore, they all concurred, solidifying his position as their leader. A sinister smile spread across his face, a silent all right then. He had conceived this plan while undergoing their formation training. As the clock neared 4 a.m., the scene abruptly shifted. The Group 8 dorms stood silent, shrouded in the deep night. Into the Group 8 dorms, a figure stepped, breaking the silence. A soft creak echoed, disturbing the profound stillness within. A hand gripped the roof's edge, preparing for a silent descent into the unknown. A silent command was issued. Activating night vision, the world shifted, bathing everything in digital green. His eyes narrowed, swiftly adjusting to the enhanced vision. A quiet sigh escaped him. His hand reached out, poised for the jump. He wondered how many times he had infiltrated Group 7's dorm tonight. Nano assured him no one was awake. The system confirmed all 20 Group 7 dormitory members were currently deep asleep. He noted they all appeared to be finally asleep. He landed silently within the dormitory. The system scanned, comparing physique data with a masked individual, reporting no matches. Really? Oh well. He didn't hesitate, striking the sleeping student with a precise blow. Another strike landed, its force echoing in the silent room. The student began to stir, blinking in confusion. Before he could fully awaken, Yeon silenced him. The blow's force proved sufficient to render him unconscious. MMPH. The student slumped, utterly unconscious. Though the student was attuned to his senses, the darkness obscured him. Preparing his acupuncture needles, the intruder knew recognition was impossible. He pricked the student with acupuncture needles in various places. Targeting blood vessels and tendons, he ensured the student wouldn't walk for a while. Yeon knew this wasn't his attacker, yet he couldn't risk being hated. Alright, having finished with Group 7, he would now move on to the next, Group 5, led by Wonryo Cheon. The masked figure he'd glimpsed was no woman, and more crucially, Wonryo Cheon lacked Museum Cheon's martial prowess. Slipping into the Group 6 dormitory, he realized his hunch was true. The one who ambushed the antagonist must be within these walls. Confirming his suspicions, Nano reported all 16 Group 6 dormitory members were currently sound asleep, their breaths even. Remembering the numbers, he recalled Group 6 should have 20 members. Even with 3 female students housed separately, one person remained unaccounted for. Quietly, he inquired of Nano if anyone here resembled the masked assailant. Hearing the response, he realized that if they were on this building's first floor, they must have already spotted him. Considering his options, he pondered his next move. Nano's analysis returned negative, confirming no matches. This meant the missing member was likely the strongest of the group. Dismissing any lingering doubts, he assured himself there was nothing to fear. Recalling the old saying, he mused, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He needn't target their leader. A hand reaches, extending into the vast, swirling unknown. Considering the implications, one figure mused that if he now led Group 8, someone must have attacked the stealth sect's brat. Addressing the assembled group, the speaker noted this academy cohort hadn't disappointed him, then asked if everyone had drawn from the box. Grinning widely, he assured them they'd all prepared fairly for the test, eagerly anticipating some truly good matches. As the group stood together, the sentiment of fair and square hung heavy in the expectant air. Step by step, they ascended the stairs, each footfall echoing with growing anticipation. Suddenly, a figure halted, a look of profound surprise washing over their features. Turning his head, Yeon Cheon mused that the guy somehow looked familiar. Turning to face the individual, he instructed Nano to scan him. With a sharp beep, the scan commenced, data streams flowing across the screen. The system confirmed the target's height and frame were a 100% match to the masked individual. A sinister smirk spread across the masked individual's face. He had finally found his quarry. The title card displayed the series name. The episode was titled, An Eye for an Eye, a Tooth for a Tooth, 2. The second examination was about to begin, Round 1, Group 1 versus Group 3. The announcer declared the group subduing the other would win. The signal was given. The sound of the charge echoed across the training grounds. With a mighty roar, the battle began. The clash of steel and warriors' cries filled the air. As the leader of Group 1, young Master Muyin Shion of the Shadow Sect, observed the battlefield. He commanded his troops to initiate Formation 3, starting from the right flank. A warrior wondered about the strategy. Explaining the strategy, the narrator noted he was aiming for a diagonal formation. The clash of steel echoed as the two groups collided, creating a whirlwind of motion and desperation. Each warrior dashed forward, shields raised, seeking an opening in the enemy's defenses. The sounds of battle intensified, a cacophony of clanging metal and desperate cries as soldiers struggled for dominance. A swift strike found its mark, a blade piercing armor, followed by a brutal blow to the face. Gasping in pain, the soldier staggered, struggling to maintain his footing, urging himself back into the fray. The fight continued with a sweeping motion, a blur of steel and desperation. Another stab, another cry of agony, as the soldier's strength began to fail. With a final thud, he collapsed to the ground, utterly defeated. The battle's outcome now clear, a figure stood amidst the fallen, observing the scene with a calculating gaze. A voice echoed across the battlefield, demanding surrender from the remaining combatants. The defeated soldier, bloodied and broken, acknowledged his loss. An observer mused, acknowledging the defeated group hadn't been particularly weak. A member of the defeated group could only lament their pitiful loss. Meanwhile, the victors celebrated, Group 1, led by Student 1, having officially passed the second examination. The proctor's voice boomed. Next group to the drill hall. The words hung heavy, as the next group prepared for their turn. One member noted their low morale, realizing they couldn't enter battle like this. Gal Yun understood their anxiety, stemming from the sudden leader change, admitting his own unease. Clenching his fist around his sword, he knew failure meant expulsion, but it was too early. They deserved greater heights. More than anything, he was angry. Grasping his sword tightly, he refused to let the cowardly assailant win with such a pathetic tactic. A member declared, if they felt the same, they wouldn't allow their group to lose. Drawing his sword, Gal Yun declared, "I'll keep this short. Let's win." An observer remarked, surprised he could lead a group like that. Boosting morale didn't guarantee victory, he mused. Eyes narrowed. He supposed they'd find out soon enough. The call rang out. Subdue the other group to win. Begin. For the demonic way, Group 5's leader, Wonryo Cheon, sought to defeat Group 8, led by Mujium Cheon. Such individuals were unfit for the minor priesthood. Perhaps expulsion was best for their pathetic lives. With a shout, the order rang out. Forward. Nano activated augmented reality, initiating the formation tutorial. Activating augmented reality, the battle tutorial began. Utilizing the formation tutorial, Gal Yun commanded their movements, ordering them to stand by. Formation 2. Soyo Hang swung her weapon. The battle tutorial displayed a speed of 23.3 kilometers per hour, instructing a change to scale formation. Shield raised. It was just as he expected. Knowing what must be done, Wonryo Cheon declared they had no choice but to face their opponents head-on. As the ground rumbled, the enemy approached, vast in number and clear in intent. Advancing as one, enemy soldiers marched forward, their shields and weapons glinting. Observing their approach, someone questioned the ridiculous tactic of the scale formation. Watching the unfolding events, Regium Ma mused the scale formation was useless without a powerful leader, having expected too much. Enraged, Soyo Hang screamed, questioning how a lowlife dared challenge her as their weapons met with a clang. The blow sent shockwaves rippling outwards, Soyo Hang's attack continuing with unrelenting fury. Like a swarm of locusts, the enemy soldiers advanced, their numbers seemingly endless. Stunned by the force, someone cried out in disbelief as her attack landed. Digging in, he put all his strength into that shield bash. Despite the immense power, Yeoan endured the attack, realizing his internal strength might be less than Wonryo Cheon's, but his external prowess matched Sir Seatmuing, a fact he could exploit for advantage. A grin spread across his face, the young master finding the perilous situation exhilarating. Finding herself on the back foot, Wonryo Cheon realized she was being pushed back, wondering what trick her opponent employed. With a frustrated shout, the enemy soldiers advanced, their shields held firm, a relentless tide. Reacting swiftly, she ordered a retreat, commanding her forces to switch to Formation 1. Analyzing the situation, she noted the opponent's shift to their default formation, commanding her troops to adapt accordingly, calling for Formation 3. The ground rumbled as the enemy soldiers advanced, a formidable wall of shields moving in terrifying unison. A sharp voice cut through the din, Soyo Hang dismissing the strategy as already used by Group 1's leader, questioning its efficacy. A smirk played on her lips. She observed that while Yeoan possessed formidable internal power, his technique remained sloppy. Academy deputy's face twisted into a smirk, wondering if the group leader's tactic would finally succeed this time. A booming voice addressed Yeoan directly, declaring his formidable internal powers were marred by sloppy technique. With a resounding swoosh, the soldiers advanced, their shields held high. He found it hard to believe their internal powers withstood his attacks, noting the scale formation could pierce the diagonal center. Dust kicked up from the ground, the soldiers continuing their relentless advance. His eyes narrowed, a lethal vow escaping his lips. "I'll end you." The soldiers pressed forward, their movements precise and perfectly coordinated. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, realizing something was gravely amiss. Rushing wind filled the air, the soldiers shifting into a new formation. Yeoan instantly recognized the crane wing formation, barking orders to guard against attacks from both sides. A soldier shouted, "Change to Formation 2. Another soldier exclaimed, "Formation 2? He's using the arrow formation. Front line, stay alert." The soldiers were caught off guard, realizing the enemy attacked from behind. Frustration mounted as a soldier wondered what trick their opponent was attempting. The group began to shift, lifting shields to form a new defensive line. A tight circle took shape, bracing for the next attack. One soldier realized the numbers called out had been a trick. From afar, antagonist Beck watched the formation take shape. He explained other groups used the same numbering system, intending to exploit it to his advantage. A sinister smile spread across his face, declaring this was his plan. Back on the battlefield, a soldier gritted his teeth, cursing the lowlife who dared deceive them. How dare they treat her like a plaything? The great Wonryo Cheon fumed. The sounds of battle continued, each thud a testament to the soldiers' struggle. The soldiers took hit after hit, impact sounds echoing. Each blow landed with brutal force, the soldiers' defenses faltering. The clash of steel rang out, and she demanded to know who ordered them to lower their shields. Her anger rising, Wonryo Cheon could barely contain herself. Sinister laughter bubbled up, as she realized the soldiers were mocking her. The laughter stung, and clenching her fist, she felt the sting of their mockery. Her eyes burning with rage, Wonryo Cheon prepared to unleash her fury. Calling out his name, she couldn't believe what was happening. Her face contorted with fury, she screamed his name. The sounds of battle continued, the soldiers' struggle growing more desperate. With a furious cry, the air itself seemed to crack as the young master unleashed his air-sundering bending blade. The sound of steel on steel rang out, the first clash echoing through the training grounds. Each strike met another, the very air shimmering with the raw force of their blows. But in a blinding flash, the unthinkable occurred. A scream pierced the air as the blade found its mark. Crimson spray painted a gruesome picture, the air itself rippling with the devastating force of the strike. Yeon Cheon's movements were a blur, each swing carrying the full weight of his fury. His blade danced through the air, a whirlwind of death and utter destruction. The onlookers could only watch in horror, their faces etched with disbelief and stark fear. The world seemed to slow, blood splattering across Wonryo Cheon's face in a gruesome spray. Her severed arm fell to the ground, a grim testament to the young master's raw power. A gasp escaped her lips, staring in disbelief at the empty space where her limb had once been. The realization hit her like a physical blow, a primal scream of agony tearing through the air. Writhing on the ground, Wonryo Cheon screamed as someone rushed to staunch the bleeding from her severed arm. His gaze intense, Yeon Cheon noted the blade wasn't real, preventing him from completing the full fighting form. Considering the situation, he supposed these training swords truly had their limits. With a raised hand, it was declared, Group 8 wins, having officially passed the second examination. The crowd erupted, cheering for him. Stunned, a man couldn't believe he had just used the 7 links of the dancing butterfly. It wasn't due to Seepmering's teaching, but Yeon Cheon had grown immensely, in many ways, over just 21 days. He had displayed great understanding of strategies and tactics, even the boldness to sever Wonryo's arm. One man thought he should have taken him under his wing before his rival made his move, but as an academy deputy, it wouldn't be right. Another muttered, sure Yeon Cheon had mixed feelings, wondering if he'd truly defeated the musician sect's young master, and if he'd remember this day. He had, it seemed, revealed all his true talents to the academy in this single moment. The students were then told to proceed to the drill hall for the demonic way. The scene shifted, a flashback revealing the source of the students' injuries, as a masked figure moved with sinister purpose. A student cried out, the force of the blow causing a throbbing, searing pain. His attack was swift and merciless, leaving the student reeling from the unexpected assault. He gritted his teeth, remembering. It was him, the one who snuck into their room, leaving their group limping. The realization hit him like a physical blow. It was Yeon Cheon, that sick bastard. A sinister smile spread across his face. He had pulled a fast one, making them think he was a fool with no skill. The students discussed their situation, realizing everyone in Group 6, save their leader, was limping. They believed an aggressive approach would ensure an easy victory. Despite their injuries, they charged forward with grim determination. One student lamented, unable to do anything because of his injured legs. The masked figure sneered, they'd better be thanking me for this until the day they die. The students formed an arrow formation, waddling forward despite their crippling injuries. He exclaimed, what good is that formation if we're all limping? Gripping the sword tightly, he prepared to unleash a devastating strike. Descending with lethal intent, the masked figure aimed his blade at the student below. Steel met steel in a deafening clash, his sword colliding with the student's desperate defense. His eyes widening in disbelief, the student cried out, his shield shattering under the blow's immense force. With the shield now useless, the masked figure seized the opportunity, driving his sword deep into the student's body. With a sickening squelch, a blade finds its mark. Blood erupts, painting a gruesome portrait of defeat. Steel clashes against steel, a desperate defense against the onslaught. A wave of soldiers crashes forward, their battle cry a chilling symphony of war. The shield buckles, groaning under the relentless pressure. Panic sets in, as the defensive line begins to crumble. Another strike lands, silencing another life. A strangled gasp, the final breath of a fallen warrior. The defenders are forced back, yielding ground inch by bloody inch. A grim observation, as the battle's tide turns. The shield absorbs the blow, a momentary reprieve in the chaos. The sword awaits, poised to deliver the final judgment. His face smeared with blood, the warrior promises that someone is next. Standing before his men, Yeon Cheon is ready for what comes next. A sinister smile plays on his lips, knowing he's made a formidable enemy. The scene shifts to the main hall of the academy, a place of learning and discipline. Inside the academy deputy's office, officials gather to review the results of the latest examination. Reaching for the documents, an official notes they have the scores and evaluations of Group 5 students who failed. Another official remarks that many students failed, wondering if he refers to those from higher-ranking sects. He explains they are children of warrior families. While average warriors wouldn't mind, these kids from dignified sects would be upset. Flipping through the pages, the official thinks that if this weren't a group examination, they could have reached the 3rd stage. Regium Ma laments that if the rules were as they were when the academy was founded, they wouldn't face this. Seepmering responds they have no choice. Without re-evaluating positions based on scores, higher-ranking sects would complain endlessly. He continues that higher-ranking sect children learn from family teachings, but he pities lower-ranking ones, losing demonic dragon marbles and manual library access. He adds that those who pass this second examination have likely already visited the 1st floor. Meanwhile, the students are all swarming towards the manual library. Someone exclaims it's the manual library, its grandeur surpassing even the main hall. Muttering is heard, as someone notes they've already been to the 1st floor, wondering if they're headed to the 2nd. Back inside, a voice advises that until the 2nd examination, they should focus all energy on learning the dancing springs and dancing butterfly technique. He adds that this will greatly raise their chances of passing, asking if they want nothing else, not even the manual library. He confirms this, adding that thanks to him, they're already learning techniques from the 4th and 5th floors. He tells them not to be discouraged about missing the 1st floor, as nothing there compares to his current teachings. The sheer volume of knowledge within the manual library is staggering, or so Seatmering claimed. But he has Nano. He intends to scan as much of the 1st and 2nd floors as possible. A sharp exhale escaped his lips. Yeowon found himself on the manual library's 1st floor, awestruck by the sheer volume of books. He appeared to be the sole occupant of the vast chamber. With limited hours on this floor, he knew he had to move quickly. Addressing Nano, he instructed it to scan each manual as he quickly flipped through them. Scan complete, Nano's voice echoed. Initiating and completing scans, the process continued swiftly. Scan complete, Nano confirmed again. Yes, Master, scan complete, Nano affirmed. The crisp sound of a closing book echoed through the silent library. Checking the time, he inquired of Nano how much longer remained. After Nano's reply, he pressed for the total number of scan manuals. Nano reported 55 manuals scanned, encompassing various techniques, yet the young master, feeling he'd only scratched the surface, instructed it not to transfer the data just yet. Deciding to venture deeper, he pondered his next move. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed, shaking the very foundations of the library. Turning towards the sound, he spotted a guard seated near a massive headstone. The guard, a formidable warrior, seemed to be the protector of this entire floor. Approaching the headstone, Yeowon wondered at its presence in the library's heart. The guard's gaze flickered in his direction. A distinct symbol adorned the guard's uniform. He realized it was the mark of their cult's founder, the demonic lord himself. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, the unspoken question hanging heavy. Our demonic lord? Arms crossed, Baek Ji explained that the demonic lord had inscribed it onto a sapphire stone. Looking closer, the physician mused that poems seemed inscribed upon it, then paused, a sudden realization dawning. Eyes widening, Yeowon exclaimed, realizing the demonic lord himself had inscribed it with his own fingers. The stone glowed eerily as the young master recalled how their demonic lord channeled internal power into his fingers for such inscriptions. The guard observed that most students ignored the stone for manuals, but he recognized greatness, attributing it to the demonic bloodline flowing within him. The physician admitted he too might have overlooked it, deeming it a natural oversight. He explained that despite the ancestral poems, few would pause for a blue rock amidst countless martial arts manuals. For 20 years, no demonic bloodline descendant had ever given the stone a second glance. Bowing slightly, the guard apologized for the interruption, urging him to continue his work. Turning back, the young master noticed long, sharp marks on the stone's reverse side, suggesting an attempt to conceal something. His eyes flashing, he commanded Nano to analyze the mysterious marks. As the analysis completed, a holographic display flickered to life, showcasing the sapphire stone's intricate markings. Nano's voice rang out, reporting the marks were unmistakably made by a sharp sword. Regium Ma's eyes widened, the demonic lord's headstone suddenly flashing through his mind. Nano continued, explaining the marks divided into 2 distinct sets, indicating 2 different individuals were involved. Tilting his head, he realized he never would have discerned this truth through normal observation. He ordered Nano to project the blade marks in a 3-dimensional augmented reality display. A burst of static brought the augmented reality vision online, prompting him to exclaim the sword mark's power and angle were utterly distinct. Nano reiterated that discerning 2 distinct sets of marks was impossible with a mere glance. Studying the display, he realized the second set of marks appeared far messier than the first. A thought crossed his mind. Were they attempting to conceal them? Swallowing hard, he asked Nano if it could identify which marks belonged to each individual. He commanded Nano to erase the second set, displaying only the original marks, to which Nano affirmed, "Yes, Master." The digital rendering of the sword marks shimmered, their lines almost vibrating with contained energy. His eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stared at the display. These were no mere random slashes. These marks were intentional. A low rumble echoed, and a masked figure emerged, long white hair flowing around them. He realized it was a codified sword-fighting form. Examining the wall of slashes, Yeowon realized these weren't random acts. The marks were intentionally placed. Recognizing the pattern, he understood it was a codified sword form, yet couldn't decipher its specific style from the slashes alone. A sigh escaped him, realizing his martial arts knowledge still had a long way to go. Turning to Nano, he inquired if she could recreate the codified sword form from these marks, which she confirmed was possible. Before that, he needed to determine the rock's hardness, essential for measuring the strength of the object's slashes. Pondering how to test its hardness, he wondered if she expected him to break the stone. Guard Jang chimed in, assuming he'd read more manuals. Discovering the stone's backside, he remarked on its utter messiness. The guard continued, recounting rumors that this side held a sword technique's wisdom, left by their demonic lord. Shaking his head, he lamented that whoever did this had utterly ruined the stone's backside. Looking back at the stone, Yeowon wondered if these were truly just marks of simple vandalism. Considering the implications, he simply hummed. Thankfully, the guard departed, allowing him to realize he could analyze the sapphire stone's hardness by placing his entire palm upon it. He placed his hand against the stone. As his palm made contact, a grid of light spread across the surface, scanning his handprint. The system reported the hardness analysis complete, revealing the sapphire stone possessed a hardness level of 7. He mused, "This is sturdy, but how strong was the person who left these other marks on the stone?" Using his analysis of the sword marks and the stone's hardness, Yeowan recreated a visual reference of the movements that created them. The nanomachine projected a golden figure, prompting the young master to wonder its identity and why conversational functions weren't supported. The nanomachine responded, initiating the recreation of the sword marks. With a resounding thump, the golden figure began to move, recreating the sword movements. Eyes widening, Yeowan was taken aback by the display. With a swoosh, the golden figure continued its demonstration. With a final slash, the demonstration concluded. The nanomachine projected a golden figure, demonstrating sword movements with incredible precision, each slash a testament to contain power. The figure moved with otherworldly speed, leaving trails of light in its wake. Nano's voice echoed in his mind, following your learned martial arts techniques. Master, you are correct. This is one codified sword-fighting form. His eyes widened in disbelief, a silent no way escaping his lips. He recalled Sir Seatmaring's words, remembering it took him half a year to learn all of that. The golden figure radiated an incomparable power, a force that seemed unstoppable. Nano spoke again. Save this codified sword-fighting form. I'll transfer it to my brain later. He realized he could have missed this valuable knowledge due to the messy sword marks. Whoever did this acted with evil intentions. A thought crossed his mind. If he learned this sword-fighting form, should he be thanking this person? Nano continued its analysis. After analyzing the marks erased from the second object, I have discovered 45 interconnected sword-fighting forms. His expression hardened, a sense of determination settling in. He understood that 45 codified sword-fighting forms had been left on this stone over time, not to hide, but as distinct techniques. Lost in thought, Yeowan ordered the nanomachine to recreate all 45 sword forms in sequence. As a holographic figure materialized, demonstrating the first codified sword-fighting form, a wave of understanding washed over him. The nanomachine cycled through the forms, each movement a blur of green energy as the second, third, and 10th forms flashed before his eyes. The 20th and 30th forms followed swiftly, each strike precise and deadly. Absorbing the essence of each technique, he marveled at these forms. With a final flourish, the visual reference concluded, leaving him in awe of the sheer artistry. Wiping sweat from his brow, he murmured to himself, still processing the information. Turning back to the nanomachine, he requested a demonstration. The first saved codified fighting form battling the 45th. The nanomachine responded, confirming its possibility. With a surge of energy, the nanomachine initiated battle mode for the visual references. The holographic figures clashed, a whirlwind of green and gold as the first and last forms collided. The simulated battle intensified, a dazzling display of swordplay unfolding before his very eyes. The simulation ended, its results clear. The second form had proven itself superior. Stunned by the outcome, Yeowan could only stare in disbelief. He reflected, I thought the first form was perfect. Yeowan realized those marks weren't meant to erase the original form. The ancient text explained, the additional slashes proved a deep research into countering this otherworldly technique. Elsewhere, Guard Zhang approached a superior, respectfully posing a question. The diligent guard inquired if the sapphire headstone was exclusive to the first floor. A smile crept across Yeowan's face, thinking, perfect. Nano, prepare. We're ascending to the second floor. Arriving on the second floor, the vast manual library stretched out before him. He observed the ongoing work, noting the generous 3 hours allotted here, a full hour more than the first floor. He paused, his gaze sharpening. Wait, is that? As he continued exploring the second floor, it was revealed Yuchan Xion of the Saber sect was also present. Lost in thought, the young master noted other disciples were too proud to study basic techniques. Yeowan realized the man's dedication to even low-level martial arts demanded extra caution from him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the library, other students carried towering stacks of books. Discovering a new stone tablet, he decided to examine its reverse side. A smirk crossed his face, he had known it. Instructing Nano, he requested a scan of this stone, mirroring the first floor's process. The scan revealed 2 codified sword forms, one with 24 marks, the other, from a different object, with 56, leaving him utterly surprised. He mused that this stone showed even deeper research than the first floor sapphire, crucial for mastering this form. Glancing around, he realized too many people were present to investigate immediately. Instructing Nano, he commanded it to analyze the sword forms and save them for later study. Excited, he eagerly anticipated transferring this knowledge to his mind and body. Nano initiated the scanning process. The rustle of turning pages filled the air as a student flipped through a manual. A book thudded onto a table, echoing as other students continued their reading. One student wondered what in the world Yeowan was doing. Another student mused he could barely memorize the material while focused, yet the young man merely fooled around, flipping through manuals. Another student thought they lacked time to fret over such fools. With only an hour remaining, focus was paramount. The scanning process continued, accompanied by a soft, persistent whirring. The scan reached completion. The room filled with the soft rustle of flipping pages as the young master, engrossed, pored over ancient texts with focused intensity. Surrounded by fellow students, Yeoan continued his diligent study, absorbing the martial arts manuals. A flicker of determination crossed his face, absorbing the knowledge contained within the ancient texts. His focus remained unwavering, delving deeper into the intricate martial arts. A thoughtful expression settled on his face, contemplating the information he'd gathered. Having scanned 156 manuals, Nano was instructed to analyze and save them into the program data. A voice responded, "Yes, master." He believed this was enough. Only one thing remained. The dancing butterfly technique he was learning ranked among the top 10 within the demonic cult. A disembodied voice echoed, warning that a prestigious technique didn't grant license for cockiness. The voice continued, emphasizing that each form required hundreds, even thousands of repetitions to polish skills, for experience remained the most valuable asset. A seasoned warrior reflected, having fought tooth and nail against countless enemies to perfect his martial arts skills. The voice concluded, explaining the academy offered the perfect arena to battle warriors from various sects, urging one to seize the advantage and gain maximum experience. He considered using Nano's augmented reality functions. As he contemplated the possibilities, a messenger arrived, informing him someone sought his presence. The messenger quickly dismissed the matter. Turning away, Yeoan wondered if someone awaited him. Deciding it unimportant, he recalled the personal training rooms were now open post-examination, eager to retrieve the ultimate techniques data. The personal training rooms awaited. He headed towards them. Suddenly, a voice called out, claiming they'd searched everywhere for him, unable to find him in the dorms. It was Student 7. Recognizing him as Group SIX's leader from the second examination, Yeoan wondered why he sought him again. A palpable tension filled the air as something whipped through it, echoing. His voice dripping venom, Student 7 accused him of playing dumb, demanding he acknowledge the confrontation's reason, sneering he knew all along. Clenching his fist, the student accused Yeoan of crippling his group. His face obscured by a mask, the student's intentions remained hidden. Remaining calm, Yeoan stated he was busy. Sensing animosity rolling off Student 7, Yeoan guessed he sought a fight, wondering who left their group unattended. Smirking, Student 7 retorted that Yeoan had quite the mouth. Observing his opponent, Yeoan noted Student 7 wasn't easily provoked, unlike others he knew. Realizing Student 7 was not weak, Yeoan decided to take him seriously. With a shout, Student 7 initiated his attack. The air crackled with energy, a swift strike filling the training room. Sighing, Yeoan realized his peers truly cared little for him now. With a burst of speed, Student 7 closed the distance on Yeoan, ready to strike. Before he could land the decisive blow, a voice sliced through the air, demanding to know his identity. The newcomer paused, a slow smirk spreading across his lips. He introduced himself as Yu Chan of the Saber sect, finding it amusing that his two opponents were so engrossed, having both led their teams to victory in the second examination. Interrupting, he offered a casual apology, explaining he had been waiting for some time. He admitted he truly desired a moment alone with Yeoan. The interruption was met with disbelief, as a voice questioned why a young lord would bow to a mere student. Student 7 retorted that Yu Chan would have to wait, having sought him all day, warning him not to test his patience. The young master considered this, wondering what course of action to take. He revealed his long wait was to meet him, his patience visibly fraying into anger. With a burst of speed, he swung at Student 7, a crimson aura flaring around his hand. The attack landed, and Student 7 realized his opponent's hostility was escalating. The sheer force of the blow sent Student 7 reeling backward. His eyes widened, the strike's impact clearly visible. Flung through the air, he struggled to regain his footing. Crashing down, a cloud of dust erupted as he struck the ground. A sinister smile crept across his face. How was that, he mused. Watching the scene unfold, the young master mused. I can only imagine his full, unbridled strength. He continued, noting, your arms stiffened, and you lost balance with each step. A rib injury, perhaps? Clenching his jaw, the young master realized, damn him, he's unlike other students. Even uninjured, I couldn't defeat him. Another voice spoke up, requesting, just a moment. It won't take long. The first voice responded, do as you please. Yu-chan chuckled, he has quite a temper. What does he want with me? Is he trying to size me up? Taking a step forward, he mused, regardless of his intentions, I'm not skilled enough to face him in battle. But then again, he couldn't blame him, considering his history. Still, there was no need for such guardedness, the man said, introducing himself as his half-brother. The declaration landed like a physical slap. With a wide smile, he greeted him, calling him brother. Confused, he wondered what the man was talking about. Is he mocking me? He wondered, his expression hardening. No need for such coldness, the half-brother said, scratching his cheek, adding it was natural, given the other 6 sects' unkindness. So, you admit knowing all this? Yet, he expected open arms? The half-brother claimed he merely wanted a friendly first encounter, having taken quite a liking to him. Grinning, he stated they were both on the path of saber mastery, weren't they? That's your reasoning? But, of course, the half-brother continued. He was shocked learning Yeoan had severed a musician sect girl's arm, becoming a huge supporter thereafter. Visibly annoyed, Yeoan cut short the pleasantries, demanding to know precisely what the other man desired. Outside, the half-brother continued, explaining that true closeness between them would require a significant investment of time. A sinister smile played on his lips as he cut to the chase, revealing his desire for the young man to join the Saber sect. A sinister smile played across Mujium Chion's face, his eyes gleaming with unsettling intensity. His expression hardening, Yeoan stared back, unflinching. Footsteps echoed as he inquired, "Are you surprised? Not that I blame you if you are." His gaze unwavering, he questioned his sincerity. A bead of sweat trickled down his face as he explained he'd waited outside the library, asserting his seriousness and claiming not to see him as an enemy. Extending his hands, he proposed, inviting him to join the Saber sect and remain by his side. His brow furrowed, his eyes narrowed, listening to the offer. A chuckle escaped him, his jovial facade barely masking the underlying tension. His expression hardening, he considered the offer's implications. The wind rustled through the trees, his words hanging in the air. With a flick of his wrist, he confirmed his words' meaning. His arms outstretched, he declared that if he pursued the Saber, they would clash, but he stood no chance. Beaming, the masked figure continued, claiming to be a huge supporter of the young master. But the offer was met with a swift refusal. The words caught him off guard, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. His expression hardening, he declared that his opponent couldn't have him by his side, nor dare get in his way. Clenching his fist, the masked figure vowed that, if his opponent kept that promise, he would let him live. The scene shifted, revealing the aftermath of a previous battle. Bodies of fallen warriors littered the ground, a grim reminder of the stakes. A fiery aura began to emanate from him, his eyes blazing with determination. Detecting a powerful energy gathering in his opponent's right arm, and knowing he must dodge left before executing the dancing butterfly techniques, twirling butterfly form, he steeled himself, thinking, so it begins. The masked figure's hand twitched, ready to unleash his attack. The air crackled with anticipation, he stood poised, a silent threat. A mocking laugh erupted, echoing through the chamber as the powerful energy within him began to dissipate. The laughter subsided. He seemed to have no intention of attacking. A sigh escaped him, admitting his opponent's earlier defiance was, in fact, pretty suave. But the young master knew better, sensing the laughter was merely a facade. The shaking stopped, and he seemed to have regained his composure. However, a powerful energy began to gather in his right arm, a swirling vortex of blue light. The energy intensified, a palpable force building within his grasp. The blue light flared, illuminating the chamber as the energy reached a critical point. With a deafening crash, the energy exploded outward, a shockwave of pure power. Eyes widening, he recognized the energy's nature. It couldn't be Saber energy. Gathering a swirling vortex of cerulean energy around him, he demonstrated the terrifying potential of Saber energy. A sinister smile spread across the figure's face, acknowledging he had already reached his full potential. Whispers of his exploits began to circulate, linking him to the Shadow Sect's Muyin, the one who defeated the minor priesthood. Turning slightly, Yeoan wondered if this display was meant to warn him, to show him that his opponent was stronger. His hands bound, he found himself surrounded. Clenching his fist, he cursed, believing he should be on par with the rest after dealing with Mujium Chion and Wonryo. A moment passed. A voice echoed, warning Yeoan not to get too hasty. His true goal wasn't to merely catch up, but to reign over them all. Turning away, he took measured steps. Narrowing his eyes, the masked figure realized he could foresee his attack. But he dodged the planned path before the saber could even be drawn. He thought, this one looked different from the rest of these nobodies. Yeoan entered the personal training rooms. With a soft creak, the door slid shut. He wondered, so this was what the personal training rooms looked like. Looking around, he saw only a square room, about 7 feet wide. He noted the walls were quite thick, too. Yeoan thought, at least they were thick enough so no one could bother him while practicing. He imagined the most one could realistically practice here was chi adjustment. With a flash, augmented reality mode activated. The system prompted him to recreate the forms scanned from the second-floor sapphire stone, in the order they were imprinted. With a slash, the forms began to materialize. Another slash, the augmented reality took shape. Yeoan realized it was time to begin. A shiver ran down his spine. These forms were far quicker and more complicated than those from the first floor. Recreating scanned forms made by the other blade in chronological order, he wondered if anyone could actually stop this codified fighting form. The second form flashed, a blur of motion and light. The 56th form appeared, a testament to countless hours of practice. The final form materialized, a culmination of all previous techniques. Yeoan shuddered, realizing this was beyond anything he had ever seen. Watching each step, he could now see the gradual perfecting of each form. It was awkward and stiff at first, but by its 56th trial, it was so polished and perfect it was almost eerie. Nano's voice echoed in the room, instructing, have the very first form battle the other 56 forms in order. Responding to the command, the AI confirmed, yes, master. Initiating battle mode with the first form as the base fighter. The first, third, and 10th forms flickered into existence, ready for combat. The augmented reality training room shifted, preparing for the ultimate test. Having defeated the 56th form, the visual reference faded, concluding its display. Yeoan reflected, realizing this was precisely what he'd witnessed on the first floor, The ultimate technique's initial trial was consistently disrupted by a single additional form. A daring thought sparked in his mind. What if? He pondered challenging this ultimate technique using the dancing butterfly, specifically its second codified form, twirling butterfly. Even advanced trials had failed to halt the original technique's early stages. A moment of contemplation. Then, clarity. He was certain the dancing butterfly technique held the key to interrupting this formidable power. Deciding to test his theory, Yeoan prepared, lifting his sword as a surge of purple energy emanated from the blade, readying for the twirling butterfly form. With a determined gaze, he stepped forward, his footfalls echoing through the training room. Gathering momentum, the young master dashed forward, his movements blurring into an indistinct streak. His sword sliced through the air, leaving a swirling vortex of purple energy in its wake. Completing the form with precision, Yeoan executed the twirling butterfly, creating a shimmering circular arc of blue energy. As he focused, his neurons fired at an accelerated rate. The technique continued to build, causing energy to surge within his lower abdomen. Deep beneath the surface, within the personal training rooms, the air hung heavy, thick with unspoken anticipation. Though technically years in practice, based on the data sent to his brain, this was Yeoan's first attempt at the demonic lord's ultimate technique. A palpable nervousness gripped him. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, ready to unleash the ultimate sword technique. A surge of power erupted as the young master executed the first codified fighting form. But something felt wrong. He stopped, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. He decided to try again. Unleashing the form once more, a profound unease washed over him. What was happening? No, this wasn't it. Frustration etched on his face. Yeoan struggled to understand his dissatisfaction with the movements. Pushing forward, he transitioned to the 45th defensive sword technique, searching for the missing link. The air whipped around him as he practiced the ultimate sword technique. Pulling off the movements perfectly, he still felt something crucial was missing. He wondered why his attempt felt so unpolished, unlike the amazing technique in the reference video. Initiating augmented reality vision, he hoped to recreate his movements, comparing them to the sapphire stone's display. Moving through the motions, it still appeared unnatural. Even finishing, he was a beat off. Why was this happening? What was the problem? Damn it. Was it because it was just one codified fighting form? He understood his lack of chi flow, yet felt he should still master a codified form. Wait, flowing his chi. Now that he considered it, even the dancing butterfly technique required circulating internal powers through chi flow. If so, he was missing the most vital part. Discouraged, he wondered how he'd attempted this form without chi flow. The augmented reality system activated with a resounding boom. Nano's voice echoed, searching for videos within the user's visual database. The system reported matching visual data, recreating the sapphire stone's front surface into video form. As the augmented reality displayed ancient text, a great wind came forth, clouds rising high. His might now ruling the seas, he returned to his old village. The text continued, asking where he would find brave men to guard his lands four corners. There was a clue here. The system identified it as an ancient poem about the Han Dynasty's founding, written by Emperor Liu Bang after his victory over Xiongnu. Oh, perhaps the demonic lord switched some words as a code. No? Oh, okay then. Nano's voice prompted him to analyze the image for clues. Analyzing the stone face, the system revealed something unexpected. Small holes poked into the bottom of each character. Zooming in for a closer look, Yeoan was surprised to find actual holes. He wondered what this could possibly mean. The augmented reality highlighted a character with 4 holes, prompting him to consider pressure points. Now that he thought about it, a scan manual detailed pressure points, each with a number and annotation. Focusing on a body diagram, he noted the 4th pressure point was the bird tail. Strangely, chi flow should begin at the sea of chi in the lower abdomen. If that were true, there should be 7 holes here, he realized with a start. Looking at another character, he saw it had 3 strokes. 3 plus 4 made 7. More characters displayed varying numbers of holes, each corresponding to their stroke count. Turning his attention to the last character, Yeoan's eyes widened. A grin spread across his face, a soft chuckle escaping him. With a triumphant expression, he declared he'd figured out the chi flow's secret. As one older man laughed, declaring himself a genius, the other seemed less convinced. The mountain stood tall and imposing. The academy bustled with activity. Having enjoyed a hearty dinner, Yeoan planned to test his newly learned ultimate technique in the training room. He paused, sensing someone approaching. A student clasped his hands, asking permission to introduce himself. The student introduced himself as Yompa, student 200, his voice clear and steady. Inquiring about his schedule, he then asked if Yeoan would consider sparring, earning a skeptical glance from the young master. Turning away, he declared he saw no reason to spar with a stranger outside an examination, unwilling to waste his precious time. The student, realizing his presumption, admitted he had been too selfish. He then offered a small gift and 3rd examination insights if his opponent won, hoping this would entice him to spar. The training grounds lay ready, awaiting their contest. 2 figures now faced each other, poised to test their formidable skills. Still, he simply didn't understand. Sacrificing valuable information for a mere spar seemed foolish. Perhaps, he mused, it was a self-imposed test of skill for the young master. His techniques, he knew, might lack the flash of those used to sever Wonryo's arm. Yet, With a surge of inner power, Yompa declared his intent to demonstrate the surging moon sex techniques. He gestured, inviting the young master to make the first move. Yeowon answered the challenge, instantly closing the distance between them. His blade flashed, a silver streak. But Yompa, quick as thought, dodged the blow. Too slow, he thought. The two warriors clashed, their formidable skills meeting in a burst of raw energy. The devastating blow landed squarely on his face, sending a spray of blood flying. A sickening thud echoed, the sound of the impact reverberating. The world spun as he was launched through the air, a cry of pain escaping his lips. Staring down at his opponent, he reflected on the immense power he had just unleashed. Sweat beaded on Yompa's brow as he wondered if he'd used too much power, if his opponent was even still alive. Reflecting on the recent fight, Yeowon considered his past reliance on mere tricks. Now, however, he felt the immense power he truly wielded. Meanwhile, Rajiam Ma lay gasping, convinced he should have landed a dozen forms after witnessing his fight with Wonryo. He realized the young master had been hiding his true skills. Back with him, he'd been certain he possessed at least first-rate master skills. The challenger questioned why he'd sought a spar, gaining nothing regardless of victory. Chuckling, the challenger conceded he was right. He wasn't trusting of others. He continued, excusing himself, reiterating it was merely a skill test, acknowledging his opponent's strength. The young master mused that while true, he'd also tested himself, all for the third examination. Rajiam Ma stated a high chance existed for the third examination to be another group test. Yeowon wondered what their spar had to do with the third examination, given the deputy's assurance of no more group tests. The man with slicked back hair clarified this wouldn't resemble the second examination, it would test personal capability. Its goal was to identify those worthy of becoming high warriors. Only those with first-rate martial arts knowledge and 30 years internal power, first-rate masters, could become high warriors. Realistically, only 2 in 10 second examination passers possessed first-rate master skills. Lacking internal power, one's sole recourse was consuming demonic dragon marbles. Indeed, once distributed, most students would gain 30 years internal power. Yet, one fatal factor remained. Knowledge of first-rate martial arts. Yeowon mused. Assuming it wasn't about creating original forms, only one answer remained. They'd all receive a first-rate martial arts manual. He sensed more to it. If mere memorization sufficed, nearly all would pass. Rajiam Ma recalled his father's words. The manual should contain the 7 Demon Sword Technique, a high warrior exclusive art from the Sword Demon's Decimating Formation. The Sword Demon's Decimating Formation, Yeowon exclaimed. He'd heard of it. A sword formation by the Sword Demon, second only to the Demonic Lord, designed to counter 18 and 108 disciple attacks. Discussing the Decimating Formation, he explained that 12 users together formed a 12-sword formation. An ordinary first-rate technique, it could transform into a full war formation. Even with mere first-rate masters, a 12-sword formation could challenge an ascendant master. Rajiam Ma recalled his father's instruction. Everyone must form 12-man groups to learn the 7 Demon Sword Technique. The older man confirmed it formed the basic foundation of the Sword Demon's Decimating Formations. He added its difficulty meant only a first-rate master could possibly comprehend it. The young master, needing assurance of Rajiam Ma's skills, then requested his participation in the next examination. Rajiam Ma then remembered a crucial detail. For the third examination, students were supposedly required to execute everything independently. The young master asked if group leaders chose members, to which he confirmed it. He admitted this third examination felt tailored for the 6 sect's young masters, not ordinary students. Yeowon realized this examination was merely an extension of the battle for minor priesthood. He mused that ordinary students had no choice but to rely on group leaders for the third examination. Considering the man's request, he wondered if that was his true motive. The other confirmed gathering members and learning the formation was just the start, regardless of battle style. With a confident smirk, he explained each group needed a skilled leader for success, adding he had a small gift for him. Presenting himself, he declared he was the gift, but the young master would pass. Dismissing the offer, Rajiam Ma stated his certainty of being selected as a leader. He suggested the young master would fare better with a skilled member like him, not a low-end student. Considering the offer, Yeowon admitted he wasn't wrong, and he could lead, but something felt amiss. He'd have to use that method. Acknowledging the situation, he stated he was a leader who passed the second examination. Looking disheveled, he confessed he hadn't mentioned making the same offer to the Shadow and Sword Sect young masters, fearing offense. Hearing this, he asked if he'd been rejected. The other confirmed both sects had their men, then asked if he was a backup. Responding, Rajiam Ma affirmed it, adding he chose him because they both followed the Saber's path. Trying to convince him, he clarified he wasn't seeking full subordination, merely help passing the third examination, offering his full disposal. Looking desperate, he pleaded, "Will you take me in?" With a sinister grin, Yeowon remained silent. A sinister grin spread across his face. As the sound of kneeling echoed, Rajiam Ma awaited his response. The air crackled with anticipation, but the young master simply stated, "I said no." Though the system's facial analysis might not perfectly detect deceit, Yeowon knew its subtle cues proved invaluable when something felt amiss. The analysis revealed a minor shift in facial muscles, indicating a 45% probability of deception. He mused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Of course, I'm going off sheer probability here, but... Ma nodded, a knowing glint in his eye. That's right, but I also chose you because we're both on the path of the saber. The system's analysis continued, now showing a 62% probability of deception, prompting the young master to inwardly scoff. He found it hard to believe the man was on the path of the saber, yet only approached the shadow and sword sects, conveniently omitting the saber sect. He thought himself slick, didn't he? As they walked away, he wondered if he had heard him correctly. Upon hearing the details of the third examination, the subordinate burst into uproarious laughter. Wiping the corner of his eye, the young lord mused. He's an interesting kid, isn't he? Got free information, then completely ditched you. The subordinate looked concerned, but Ma continued, a grim set to his jaw. But now, all of our plans have been ruined. He reflected, I should have known a cheap trick wouldn't work on him. If he wasn't a competitor for the minor priesthood, I would have done anything to convince him to join me. A figure fell to their knees, desperately begging for another chance. The figure pleaded, please, young lord, grant me another chance. I have other plans we could use. Ma smirked, it's fine. No need for such efforts any longer. Go find a group to join before it's too late. He continued, or who knows, perhaps you could become a group leader yourself. He turned away, dismissing the figure with a wave. Cut it out. I already have enough trash to sort through to find my perfect group. Looking down at the kneeling figure, he called out, Yompa. A purple aura emanated from him as he uttered, now. The man looked up, his face contorted in fear, uttering, pardon. Ma reeled from the news, unable to believe the man was defeated with a single blow, swearing he'd witnessed his skills just 2 days prior. But Yeoan's expression remained one of confusion, unable to grasp the unfolding events. He figured he'd find out soon enough, whether it was true skill or just sheer luck. A lone door stood closed, guarding secrets within. Gal Yun sat in deep contemplation, knowing he needed to assemble a formidable team of 11. He weighed the daunting task, realizing that even with Group 8's candidates, more recruits were essential. Setting aside team selection, he resolved to prioritize completing his rigorous training first. The Nanomachine's voice echoed, asking if he had finished analyzing the martial arts manuals from the library's first 2 floors. The system confirmed. Analysis of 55 third-rate and 56 second-rate martial arts manuals was now complete. The Nanomachine then inquired if it should simulate a specific person's energy and movements to reenact a martial arts technique. Awaiting instructions, Gal Yun decided to begin with the 5-sword ritual technique, the first he'd scanned. As for the avatar, the system whirred to life, meticulously preparing the simulation. The simulation flickered, poised, and ready to begin. Suddenly, a voice boomed, deriding someone as a lowly vermin. The masked figure chuckled, a digital grid shimmering over his form, a blade of pure energy in hand. He dared his opponent to attack. Meanwhile, a small, irritated face appeared in the corner, thinking he still couldn't tolerate being called a vermin. Gazing down at the avatar, the masked figure demanded to know how he dared approach, declaring his imminent demise. With a sudden burst of speed, the masked figure dashed forward. Swinging his blade, the figure moved with blinding, lethal speed. The blade flashed, slicing through the very air itself. The blade connected, smacking directly into Chion's avatar. The avatar cried out, the blow's sheer force sending him reeling backward. The avatar had died. Recalling his neck chop's power just days ago, the man was shocked. The masked figure's voice echoed, taunting his meager skill, promising a rematch, and again, calling him vermin. The system declared Chion's avatar couldn't withstand the attack. Gal Yun realized his own awakened internal powers now dwarfed the simulated opponents. Cursing, he understood this wasn't his plan. Even a second-rate technique wouldn't change much. The stark reality of his power difference left Gal Yun speechless. The simulation whirred to life again, generating new avatars for a training exercise. The system announced the avatar model, 10 identical Chions. Nano suggested 10 might be excessive, but the young master dismissed the concern. The avatars taunted him, calling him vermin and promising regret. The system prompted, asking if he wished to readjust the avatar count. He scoffed, deciding to simply start the simulation and eliminate them all. Multiple figures charged him simultaneously, yet he stood ready for the challenge. With a furious slash, he cut through the first wave of attackers. He blocked the initial onslaught, bracing for the next wave of attacks. An attack breached his defenses, sending him reeling backward. Pausing the augmented reality, he was knocked to the ground with a heavy thud. Grimacing, he admitted, that really hurt. Crouched amidst the fading remnants of the battle simulation, Yeoan muttered, realizing how small the room truly was, a consequence of the augmented reality. Staring up at the gaping hole in the ceiling, he could only gaze in stunned silence. The damage was extensive, a spiderweb of cracks spreading across the reinforced ceiling. Turning to face the academy official, he braced himself for the inevitable lecture. The academy deputy smacked his forehead, exclaiming about the headache this mess was causing him. Apologizing profusely, he was instructed by the deputy to follow him. They walked through a massive gate, the true scale of the training grounds becoming apparent. The deputy explained the building only looked half the size of personal training rooms, yet the distance between each room here was far greater. He informed him that this would be his new practice space. A smile crept across the academy deputy's face, remarking that leaving Yeowon in those personal rooms would only result in another broken wall. Wondering about this new place, he learned it was far wider and more pleasant, typically reserved for students passing the 4th examination to Ascendant Master level. The deputy explained that though he hadn't passed that exam, his numerous accidents prompted the higher-ups to grant him early access. He seemed surprised, asking how the young master knew his skills had already reached this point. He explained that breaking the century stone of personal training rooms required the skill of an Ascendant Master. The academy deputy bowed, thanking Yeowon and assuring him no more accidents would occur, urging him to focus on his training. Turning to the training room, he noted its size was ample for augmented reality training. Asking Nano the time, he learned it was 9 p.m., realizing he still had hours left. Surprised, he asked if Nano could recreate Sir Seepming's avatar for sparring. Nano confirmed it could, based on the dancing butterfly technique demonstration he gave in the infirmary. A grin spread across his face, thinking it would be a watered-down version of Seepming. Nano stated Sir Seepming would be more helpful than 10 museums, initiating augmented reality. Asking if Yeowon wished to specify a technique, he requested the dancing butterfly. As the augmented reality simulation began, Nano created an avatar using Seepming as the model, setting the technique to dancing butterfly. He acknowledged it was just an avatar, but even then, the avatar of Seepming appeared, commenting that Museum's avatar couldn't compare to the excitement of facing him. Calling him his little pupil, it taunted him, scoffing at the idea he could defeat his own teacher. He raised his hand, telling Nano to mute Sir Seepming's voice next time. Nano confirmed it would comply. Preparing to strike, Yeowon knew he couldn't overpower him with his current skills. Even so, he resolved to launch a preemptive attack, seeking a weak spot, striking the avatar multiple times. Launching his attack, he was shocked when his codified fighting form was blocked with E. Before he could react, Seepming's avatar countered with a devastating blow. The force of the impact sent blood flying. The strike lifted Yeowon off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards. Seepming's avatar continued its assault, closing in for another strike. The masked figure moved with blinding speed, a blue aura crackling around him. His movements became a blur, each strike carrying immense, devastating power. The force of the blow sent Yeowon sliding backward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. He could hardly believe it, having thought he could withstand at least one codified fighting form. The masked figure's skill was on another level, a testament to his status as a top demonic cult martial artist. Resuming the battle, Yeowon flicked his sword, trying to regain the initiative. What now? Want to try again? Eyes narrowing, the masked figure prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Let's try this out. Gathering his strength, the young master prepared to counter. But before he could act, the masked figure dashed forward, a chilling question echoing through the air. Are you ready for me? Ha ha. The masked figure's power intensified, his aura flaring with menacing energy. Unleashing his ultimate technique, the masked figure prepared to deliver the final blow. Unleashing a flurry of blows, the masked figure's strikes landed with devastating force. Each impact resonated with raw power, the assault continuing without pause. Focusing his energy, he intensified the barrage. A final, overwhelming strike, the culmination of his relentless assault. It's working, Yeowon thought, preparing for his last form. Dashing forward with blinding speed, he closed the distance. Swinging his arm with lethal intent, the attack connected. The force of the blow sent him crashing, tumbling to the ground. Sliding across the surface, Yeowon struggled to regain his footing. Damn it, he realized, not even his ultimate technique worked against Sir Seepming's avatar. Huh. A holographic display flickered to life, showing a figure. He wondered what he was seeing, noticing wounds on Sir Seepming's avatar. The display continued to show the avatar. The display zoomed in on the avatar's face. He recalled striking the forehead with his last form, but the wounds remained shallow. His brow furrowed. He may have landed some hits on Seepming's avatar, but an overwhelming gap in their martial arts abilities made a critical blow impossible. His expression hardened. Merely learning this ultimate technique wasn't enough to take on a true martial arts master. Clenching his fist, he vowed to surpass Sir Seepming within the 4 years allotted to complete all 6 academy examinations. His eyes narrowed. He decided to start with the avatar first, though. 3 days later, the scene shifted to the Great Drill Hall. A wide shot revealed a large gathering of students. He reflected on his training, having only taken down 10 Museum avatars yesterday, realizing he still had a long way to go. Regium Ma shouted, asking if they had enjoyed their 3-day rest. The students stood ready. It was time for the demonic way. As he had announced 3 days prior, the rules for the 3rd examination were about to be laid out, along with the demonic dragon marbles distribution. For this 3rd trial, the students would be tasked with performing a sword formation, working together in groups of 12. As the students began to murmur amongst themselves, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Yompa remarked that he seemed to have been right about something. The minimum requirement to attempt this 12-person sword formation was to possess the power of a first-rate master. With a resounding thump, the manuals were placed on the table. Regium Ma explained that this first-rate martial arts technique, created by their demonic cult, was the very foundation of sword formations, containing the 7-demon sword technique. He continued, stating that consuming the demonic dragon marble today, and consistently practicing the 7-demon sword technique, would easily grant them the power of a first-rate master. Yeowon thought to himself that nothing had been too difficult so far, but Rajiam Ma announced that the third examination would happen exactly 4 weeks from today. He concluded, stating that for the examination, their group would simply need to use that sword formation to take down the martial arts professors before them. With a resounding boom, the students prepared themselves for the upcoming challenge. The announcement hung heavy in the air. Their opponents for the upcoming test would be the very martial arts professors who taught them, each an ascendant master. Muttering under his breath, Yeowon admitted he knew it all sounded too easy, wondering why they couldn't just fight each other. Confirming his fears, Yompa's words rang true. Now all that remained was to select the group leader. A sinister grin spreading across his face, Rajiam Ma declared this examinations process would differ completely from the second, leaving students to gather teams and learn the sword formation. Addressing the assembled students, Rajiam Ma explained that group leaders would be selected, and they would be dismissed once manuals and demonic dragon marbles were distributed. Confused, Yeowon wondered if the leaders would be chosen solely on their evaluations. As the instructors stood before them, Rajiam Ma gestured. "Do you see the badges our 17 martial arts professors wear?" he inquired. His eyes gleaming, he revealed, those who could steal a badge from any professor within 7 days would be named group leaders. A wave of shock washed over the crowd, one student exclaiming, "Are they trying to expel us all?" A grim realization dawned on him. Failing to take all badges meant fewer groups. With 207 students, only 17 groups of 12 could form. Students murmured, one pointing out the dual challenge, stealing badges, then fighting professors. Another cautioned against overthinking, reminding them professors would only use the 7 demon sword technique. Eyes narrowed, he grasped their hidden intent. Quickly stopping the 7 demon sword technique demanded a profound understanding of its very essence. Observing the students, he noted this wasn't difficulty for its own sake. Chuckling, he knew this was deliberate, designed to panic them. Their confusion was exactly as he'd anticipated. Thinking, he decided to provoke them just a little more. As the students stood in silence, the tension in the air became palpable. Rajiam Ma mused, certain someone would volunteer, yet he'd clearly expected too much from them. He believed this was the perfect chance to display guts and skill, garnering attention. Though, losing publicly to a professor could prove disastrous. Raising his hand, he declared, "It seems none are brave enough. I'll begin." As a hand shot up, it was Muon Cheon of the Shadow Sect, leader of Group 1. Another student raised a hand, Yeowon Cheon, Group 8's leader. Yet another hand rose, belonging to Student 18, Baek Ji, who had defeated young Master Jongseom Cheon to lead Group 12. A sinister smile spread across Rajiam Ma's face, watching the students. Anticipating the upcoming events, he couldn't wait to see how this would unfold. A sinister grin spread across one professor's face. "Two unexpected contenders are up for the challenge," he remarked. "I can't wait to see how this turns out." Nearby, a student remained silent, his expression utterly unreadable. Another student pointed, announcing, "Spot up Group 12 from Jongseom." Observing the approaching group, the student noted a powerful aura emanating from one figure. The students advanced, their footsteps echoing ominously. Watching them approach, one professor observed the presence of those overseeing Groups 1, 8, and 12. The professor from the first group scoffed, reminding them, "I told them not to feel bad for these kids." Another professor, his expression thoughtful, seemed to be deeply considering the unfolding situation. Senior martial arts professor Jin Chang-ho raised an eyebrow, a soft, "Oh," escaping him. The students continued their advance, their steps measured and deliberate. If the professor was stepping forward, there was no need for hasty action from others. Addressing the young master, he was informed that Yeowon must now proceed on his own merit, knowing no professor would show him leniency. Skiing softly, Jin Chang-ho mused that his intervention would at least stir things up, wondering why they hadn't begun with Student 1. Shouting, Yosin declared his intent to go first. He thought, surely he knows I wanted to face him. Apologizing, the professor stated that facing him would mean going all out. He believed Muon was perfect for the minor priesthood, refusing to see him shamed. Raising his hand, the professor announced he would take on Student 18. Chuckling, Jin Chang-ho realized this was the professor's way of making Yosin pay, taking on one of his own. He agreed to let him proceed. Thinking it perfect, Muon Yoseng revealed he'd planned to face Yeowon anyway, now free of that concern. The students braced for the impending fight. "Don't miss a second of this," Nano's internal voice urged. The professor roared, signaling the examination's commencement. With blinding speed, Yeowon closed the distance between them. Unleashing the infamous flowing dark cloud palm, a technique ranked among the demonic cult's top 3. This technique, alongside the striking shadow sword, was the Shadow Sect's pride, a fact the professor instantly recognized. Unfortunate, the professor thought, to resort to the 7 demon sword technique instead of my own, but I have no choice. But then, the professor's sword met an unexpected, jarring block. Sliding back, Yeowon maintained his unwavering stance. These sword forms, they looked so familiar, the professor mused. He hadn't flinched, even with his attacks blocked. Judging by the sheer power, he was clearly an ascendant master. His mastery of the forms surpassed any ordinary student, a realization dawning on the professor. Attacking with a second and third sword, the professor knew he couldn't treat him as an ordinary student. He had blocked the flowing dark cloud palm. Could this truly be merely a first-rate martial art? The professor wondered. Yet, these sword movements mirrored the ultimate counter technique, differing only in the number of codified forms, 12 for the 7-demon sword, 24 for the counter. Perhaps the sword demon left these marks, he mused, though not entirely certain. The professor unleashes a flurry of attacks, each strike crackling with blue and red energy. The force of his blows sends shockwaves rippling through the air. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. But Yeoan manages to block the onslaught, a resounding boom echoing as their techniques collide. Judging by the way he blocked his palm technique with a mere first-rate move, the professor realized Yeoan possessed far more battle experience. He was a professor for a reason, after all. If he didn't end this battle now, he'd only face a greater disadvantage as time wore on. Meanwhile, he remained calm, his stance unwavering. Changing his stance, the professor prepared his ultimate move, intending to finish the battle. If that were the case, Yeoan knew he'd have to unleash his full power. A right palm technique. He resolved to block for now. The professor unleashed his dual-handed technique, a whirlwind of blue energy erupting around him as he closed in on his target. Catching him off guard, the professor's left palm suddenly glowed with power. The air crackled with energy as the attack intensified, swirling winds threatening to overwhelm it. Recognizing the danger, Yeoan swiftly countered, his movements a blur of speed. His counter struck true, a surge of blue energy erupting as the blow landed. The force of the impact sent the professor reeling, his attack faltering. Seizing the opportunity, he drove his attack home, a final, decisive strike. The professor was sent crashing backwards, the impact echoing through the training hall. Standing over his fallen opponent, Yeoan remained calm and composed. The professor lay defeated, the fight clearly over. The surrounding students erupted in disbelief, shocked that he had actually beaten a professor. Analyzing the technique, it was revealed to be a secret art, performing both left and right hand moves simultaneously. The observer reflected on the art that earned the professor his reputation, believing him the sole master. Yet, the kid was living proof another had mastered it, a true genius. A hand pulled a badge. The students clapped, one of them wondering if they had to steal the badge. One student mused the wording fell off, questioning if only one badge was allowed per person. Yeoan and the professor faced each other, ready for the next exchange. He thought this match would decide his next move, needing to prove himself in front of everyone. The professor nodded slowly. Not bad. Facing the martial arts professor, he felt no nervousness, only a surge of fighting spirit. The professor thought he would fail the first examination, but he was far from it. However, the professor prepared to attack. He was preparing to attack with a green aura. He taunted, "Get ready to be publicly humiliated, you little brat." Yeoan braced himself, preparing to face his formidable opponent. Regium Ma's fingers flicked, declaring he would allow the young master the first strike, wondering if the legendary dancing butterfly technique would unfold. Entering the ascendant master level, Yeoan knew his internal powers paled against those who had refined their mastery within it. Sliding his foot forward, the veteran hunter believed being allowed the first strike proved the young master saw him as no threat. But before he could react, Yeoan dashed forward, unleashing a 10-star attack. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, the young master's speed proved utterly overwhelming. His eyes widening in disbelief, Regium Ma realized just how impossibly fast he truly was. The attack connected with brutal force, leaving him only able to brace for impact. Stumbling backward, the blow's sheer force sent him reeling. Each strike landed with a deafening smack, the relentless assault continuing. Sliding helplessly, Regium Ma could only grunt in pain as the blows continued to rain down upon him. Even with a 7-star defense, he was pushed back 5 steps, acknowledging the young master's external power was as formidable as his internal. Damn it, he thought. This kid won't go down without a fight. He couldn't believe he faced such humiliation before so many witnesses. Regium Ma attacked, his sword whistling through the air. The ground rumbled with the force of his attack. He continued his assault, determined to crush his opponent. He hasn't fully refined his ascendant master powers, he thought, vowing Yeoan wouldn't escape this time. Take that, he shouted, unleashing the 6th sword technique. Yeoan saw right through him, realizing that even without Nano's help, Regium Ma hadn't perfected this form. This is nothing compared to the ultimate counter technique used on the Sapphire Stone, he thought. Walking right into my attack range? Foolish, he thought. But before he could react, the young master dodged. At this rate, he realized he only needed 2 forms to win, but it was too late. The counter struck him hard. But the tables had turned. The counterattack's force sent Regium Ma staggering backward. Stunned, he couldn't believe it. How could the 7-demon sword technique be stopped by a basic dancing butterfly form? Gah! Regium Ma gritted his teeth, furious at being countered by the young master. Deciding to end this quickly, he resolved to use a 10-star attack, knocking him out and destroying his insides. Realizing the veteran hunter was taking things too far, he knew this was a lethal technique. The blow landed with sickening force, a crack echoing through the training area. But the attack came at a cost, foreign energy entering his body, damaging his internal organs. Nano. Regium Ma's attack continued to strike him repeatedly. Even as he was struck, he began regenerating. His body worked to repair the damage, the regeneration continuing. The process complete, he wondered how he had survived such an attack. The 10-star attack should have done more, Reggie thought, unable to believe the young master still stood. His face contorted in disbelief. He wondered how Yeoan hadn't fainted yet. But before he could process the situation, Yeoan swung. Realizing the danger, Reggie knew he needed his chi to defend himself and survive this fight. But it was too late. The young master's fist connected with his face. The blow's force sent him reeling, yet the attack didn't stop there. Blood splattered as he gagged, the pain unbearable. The sudden turn of events shocked the onlookers, their faces etched with disbelief. They couldn't believe it. The momentum had shifted completely. Staggering, he could only utter a single word. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His eyes wide with shock, Reggie struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Far below, the student stood in formation. A grimace twisting his features, Yompa thought. He wasn't lying about this kid. The 7 Demons sword technique, legendary in demonic cult history, comprised ordinary stances. Yet, through countless adjustments, it became incredibly difficult to counter and stop, a feat Yeoan accomplished. His face etched with regret, Reggie now regretted letting Seatmring have him. As the crowd swelled, a voice cut through the din, urging them to rush Professor Sang to the infirmary. Examining the fallen professor, Reggie noted 3 broken ribs, their jagged ends protruding visibly. He cursed inwardly, realizing he'd forgotten to inform the other professors that Student 7, Hyabong, had shattered Century Stone. Clutching the golden object, a triumphant grin spread across his face, Hyabong exclaiming, "I did it." Frustration etched his features as one professor lamented, "The students will see us as a joke, having lost twice." Reggie mused, it was natural for talent to surpass its teachers. They should celebrate this potential, yet here they were, fretting over their own reputations. Surveying the scene, he admitted his own guilt was no less than theirs. He reflected on his misjudgment, realizing his biases had clouded his perception of true talent, leading him to choose Student 18. The announcer's voice boomed, declaring the day's final match was about to be. With purpose in his stride, Student 7 descended the steps, approaching the arena. Each echoing step underscored the gravity of the impending moment. Whispers rippled through the crowd, some imploring the fighters to protect their professorial reputations. Doubts lingered, some questioned if another spectacle awaited, while others wondered if Student 7, like Hyabong, concealed his true power. Bowing respectfully, the student expressed his humility, stating he was still learning and honored to learn from Professor Ho. The professor responded, acknowledging the young man's humility, suggesting they both give their utmost. Readying himself, the student prepared for the fight. Gathering his energy, he focused his power. A jolt ran through him as he felt Professor Ho's overwhelming aura, realizing the smiling old man was merely a facade. Pushing past his fear, the student steeled himself, resolving to go all out, without regret. The veteran hunter stood his ground, a whirlwind of energy swirling around him. With a burst of speed, the professor launched a devastating kick. Eyes narrowed, the student analyzed the incoming attack. A kicking technique? A smirk played on Professor Ho's lips, already considering the student a new training addition. He mused he hadn't learned much from one form, but it would prove useful, especially against Muyin later. But before the professor could savor his advantage, Student 7 retaliated with a swift counterattack. A flurry of kicks rained down, each strike carrying immense force. The professor grunted, feeling the impact of each blow. Dodging all attacks by swiftly moving his upper body, Student 7 noticed Professor Ho's back foot was wide open. The clash between Yeoan and his opponent intensified, their forms blurring into a whirlwind of motion. Spotting a crucial opening, the antagonist declared, "Your back foot is wide open." Seizing the chance, he lunged forward with predatory speed. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, the masked figure muttering, "Oh." Closing the distance with incredible speed, his foot hurtled towards its intended target. The foot connected with a resounding, bone-jarring smack. Staggering from the blow, the opponent exclaimed, "He got a hit in." Watching the brutal exchange, another man reacted with palpable shock. Gasping in pain, the antagonist cried out, "Ack!" A sword aura. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground with a deafening thud. How did he manifest a sword aura so quickly? The masked man wondered, realizing he faced a transcendent master. It was merely a simple sword technique, he mused, noting the young master hadn't even used the 7 demon sword. What now? His injured right foot prevented any kicking techniques. He was far stronger than the previous 2 professors, the masked man realized, his foot pressing down, blood seeping. Oh, he's got quite the fighting spirit, the masked man thought, sliding forward. Dashing forward, he knew this had to end in a single, decisive move. Jumping and swirling, he prepared to deliver a final strike. What a fine warrior, the masked man mused. Swooshing through the air, the masked man prepared his final, desperate attack. Swinging his weapon, he aimed to decisively end the fight. Oh. Confident of his advantage, the masked figure smirked, believing this youth was merely an ascendant master in training. Ready to strike, he swung his weapon, leaving a shimmering afterimage in its wake. But before he could react, he realized he'd been struck, exclaiming in shock. As he was sent flying backwards, the masked figure heard a voice lament. A shame, he was doing so well. The force of the blow was a devastating smack. The impact sent him hurtling through the air, a pained cry escaping his lips. Spinning helplessly through the air, he was completely vulnerable. Crashing into the ground with a deafening thud, the masked figure lay defeated. Observing the scene, one student remarked, "He lost." Another added he barely endured a few attacks. A third noted fighting professors wasn't easy, calling students 1 and 7 monsters. Coughing blood, the masked figure admitted his defeat. Had Yeon not held back his sword aura, he would have been stabbed through the heart. Looking down at the defeated figure, a student commented he was unlucky with his opponent. The student mused, if his opponent hadn't been a transcendent master, he might have had a chance. Reflecting, the professor noted other instructors' relief at the defeat. He then advised his student to seamlessly transition from illusion to real technique, truly confusing opponents. Acknowledging the advice, the young master expressed gratitude, vowing to remember it. In the battle's aftermath, many students were injured, limping from their hard-fought struggles. Gathered together, they bore the clear marks of a hard-fought battle. Sweat beaded on his brow, his face too pale, his neck turning red. As the scan completed, student 18 was identified. An authoritative voice declared their readiness, announcing wooden swords for the third examination. Each student would receive one, to be carefully guarded against breakage. Addressing the assembled students, an instructor explained, steal a yellow badge, and you become a group leader for the demonic way. From a high vantage point, the students remained gathered. Contemplating his next move, student 18 decided he needed the demonic dragon marble first, ready for inspection after the third examination announcements, before considering other objectives. With a resounding boom, the students stood ready. Looking determined, one student prepared for the upcoming examination. Taking a deliberate step forward, the figure was asked what brought him here. The sound of movement filled the air as a group of students approached. Looking up with a slight smile, Hyobong was addressed with reverence. Earlier that night at the Group 8 dormitory, the thought had been entertained that he possessed potential. One student wondered, isn't this gamble too big? Aren't they afraid of the 6 sects? Another student countered, preferring to seize this opportunity rather than silently accept a fate as a nobody from a lower sect. Believing that by his side, he could become a beacon of hope for all of them. One student hesitated, questioning if they truly believed in Hyobong. With determined nods, they affirmed their unwavering belief. The students, Machel, Ungshin, and Demyong Ho, pledged their loyalty to Yeon Cheon, imploring him not to fail them. He reassured them, urging them to stay back, affirming all was well. Another student approached, praising his spectacular match, then introduced himself as Wang Hyul Ko. Grinning widely, a student stepped forward, eager to join his group. The question hung in the air, my group? The other students murmured amongst themselves, marveling at their lord's prowess. Another student spoke, eager to join, declaring himself a first-rate master from the Upper Demon Fist sect, promising valuable contributions. Pushing to the front, Ha Kyong, student 920 of the Dark Demon sect, pitched his worth, explaining he was a second-rate master, soon to be first-rate after consuming the demonic dragon marble. Another student, Wonal, stepped forward, determined to prove his worth. A first-rate master from the Flowing Sword sect, he vowed to be a great help to the young lord's group, promising no hindrance. Yuminja interjected, eager to showcase his skills. From the Golden Gate clan, he admitted lacking internal power but boasted great spear techniques. The young master observed the eager applicants, seeking more than mere skill. The crowd of students continued to swell, each hoping to secure a spot amidst fierce competition. His gaze hardening, Yeon Cheon declared his search for comrades who would stand by him until the bitter end. With a stern look, Yeon Cheon seemed determined, intent on gathering powerful allies. Speaking with conviction, he declared his search for comrades, those who would stand by his side until the bitter end. One man thought, having never intended to involve himself in the minor priesthood competition. Addressing the group, he stated that if they remained by his side, their sex scale meant nothing to him. With a determined expression, he declared his intent to reshape their cult's 6 foundations. Whispers spread among the group, some questioning his seriousness. Others acknowledged his minor priesthood candidacy, yet felt it was his only claim, while one thought he declared war, another lamenting the wait for a new group. Extending his hand, Yeon Cheon invited them to join his quest, forging a new foundation for their demonic warrior cult. Looking down, he stated that was all he required for them to join his ranks. One man bowed his head, apologizing to the young lord, explaining his soul need to join a group to pass the third examination, shame washing over him. The man thought, truly wanting to join, yet knowing it wasn't meant to be, offering his apology. Another man thought, this isn't good. I should have brought this up once they were in the group. The courtyard filled with students, all kneeling in unison. One of them, Wang Hyul Ko of the Upper Demon Fist sect, spoke, his voice clear and strong. Another student, Yuminja of the Lower Golden Gate sect, followed, joined by Ojong of the Singing Sword sect. One student admitted watching other young masters vying for minor priest, yet this one's aura felt distinct. He continued, stating his desire to leave the group. Another student explained that hailing from an upper sect like Demon Fist gave him the choice to join an established sect. Yet, a martial artist naturally dreams of domination, and he, moved by his aspirations, was drawn to him. With a resounding thud, he struck the ground. He declared his unwavering loyalty to Lord Yeon Cheon. Another student stated he still had much to learn, yet vowed never to bow to anyone but him. Wang Hulko asked for the honor of becoming his first sword, my lord. Another thud echoed as more students pledged allegiance. With unwavering resolve, Yuman Jia of the Golden Gate sect pledged loyalty to the young lord, followed by Ojong of the Singing Sword sect. A brief pause, and the young master considered the weight of their words. A subtle smile played on his lips, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The students bowed their heads, expressing gratitude. One student declared, "You can be our lord's first sword or whatever, but I'm his very first follower, got it?" In front of the personal training rooms, he addressed his new followers. He explained, "That's right. From now on, we'll train together mornings, perfecting your stance and forms." The students were pleased, believing they had chosen the right young lord to serve. He thought, "They will learn. I'll beat it into them if I must, just as Sir Seatmering did for me." Standing before the training grounds, Yeoan Chion instructed, "All right, each of you, take your demonic dragon marbles into a training room. We'll meet again at 10 p.m. One student expressed concern. "This might be unnecessary worry, but I think it's better if I, or any other follower, accompany you at all times." Told to steal yellow badges from professors, one student couldn't shake the feeling there was more to this mission than revealed. Thinking on it, the academy deputy mentioned whoever stole a yellow badge within 7 days became a group leader. Perhaps the goal wasn't taking them from professors, but stealing them from each other. One student spoke, noting their collective power wasn't as strong as the Shadow Sex group, making him a target. Wang Hulko was thanked, but he insisted it was his duty as a follower. Hearing this, he assured them he wouldn't be using those rooms. They ended up using those training rooms, but one student was confused, thinking they were reserved only for Ascendant Masters. With a wide grin, he simply replied, "Huh? Oh, sure." With a surge of power, he began his training. So this, he thought, is the power of mastering the Ascendant Master level. Far beyond 60 years of power, Yeoan Chion realized he could manifest a sharp weapon by channeling the image of a sword or saber, right? Thanking Nano, he acknowledged this was thanks to Nano adjusting his body to absorb maximum power. Nano confirmed it. A voice wondered, "Does humility and politeness not exist in the future?" He stated, "It does. Now then, Nano, show me the video of Baekji's fight I had you save earlier." Activating augmented reality, the screen flickered to life, playing the video. The recording showed Baekji's opponent, coughing and kneeling on the ground. He ordered, "Stop the video. Nano, get closer in on Baekji." Zooming in on the target, the screen showed a 500% close-up of Baekji's opponent, bleeding from the head. Upon his face and neck, the injuries became starkly clear. Focusing on the target, the full extent of the damage was revealed. The screen quivered, revealing his neck mottled with angry red spots. There was no doubt. This could only be. The video captured the precise moment of impact. Martial arts professor Dewey Hong watched, his expression thoughtful, acknowledging the student's abilities far exceeded expectations. Observing the display, the professor noted he had mastered the Ascendant Master level, just like himself. Only 4 hours had passed, yet the professor, initially skeptical, now saw the student exploiting every opening, moving with uncanny precision. Spinning, the professor mused he was another prodigy, like those other two, identifying him as Yuchan Xion of the Saber sect. The professor suggested they stop. Confused, the student tilted his head. "Stop here for what, professor?" Offering his badge, Dewey Hong declared he was giving it to him. The student accepted the badge, as the professor chuckled, noting, "That's one." The student grinned, wondering whose badge he would claim next. The scene shifted to the academy cafeteria. A student settled down to eat, the bench creaking beneath him. Another student approached, greeting him as Student 18. Having enjoyed his earlier match, Jiang Chion settled to eat, his chopsticks clacking against the bowl, clearly not in the mood for company. His eyes narrowed, a clear warning etched upon his face. Chopsticks clacked rhythmically against the bowl, filling the air with their insistent rhythm. Clearly irritated, he declared his meal was underway, desiring no interruption. A figure approached nonetheless, promising to get straight to the point. The man expressed admiration for the young master's Ascendant Master skills, suggesting his potential as a group leader. Ignoring the flattery, Yeo-un continued his meal, unperturbed. The offer, however, struck a nerve. He gritted his teeth, dismissing the man as a little brat. The man persisted, touting the deal's benefits, but the young master remained clearly uninterested. His expression darkened, annoyance etched deeply by the man's persistence. The man revealed this was his second offer, claiming the Shadow Sex kid was a clown wanting him as a right hand. The man grinned, demanding his sole service, while Yeo-un shuddered, contemplating these 6 sect brats. With a dismissive glare, the young master made his position clear, no interest in leading or serving. His singular focus remained on becoming stronger. Suddenly, another figure slid into view, apologizing for the interruption. The young master sighed, already annoyed. "Ugh, not again. I don't want to hear it. Go away." The figure persisted, insisting that silence now could mean certain death. Startled, Yeo-un flinched. The man stood his ground, clearly unyielding. Slamming his chopsticks down, the young master retorted, "You're not even a 6th sect kid, yet possess twice their guts and arrogance. Will this ridiculous tactic gather members?" The man raised his hands, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. Leaning forward, Yeo-un slammed his hands down, demanding if the man thought he could threaten him, then call it a misunderstanding. The man insisted that wasn't his intent, eager to get straight to the point. The man leaned in, claiming Yeon was poisoned. The young master, taken aback, questioned the absurdity. Having watched the young master's battles, the man claimed he'd noticed something amiss. Dismissing the idea, he insisted he'd watched Jongseom of the poison sect since Group 12 assignment. Even if poisoned, it shouldn't concern the man, yet he wondered why this was being revealed. A beat of silence followed. The man explained he'd discover it during his chi adjustment, noting the young master seemed fine then. He questioned if chi adjustment revealed poison, realizing his youthful martial arts ignorance, and that the man's symptoms clearly indicated mycotoxin poisoning. Thinking of a knowledgeable source, he considered Physician Beck. The physician, happy to see him, asked if he'd eaten yet. He hated interrupting his meal, but didn't wish to eat alone. He asked if the physician could diagnose this student, explaining his suspicion of poison. Physician Beck was shocked. The building's second floor housed the infirmary. Following Beck's instructions, Yeon inhaled the smoke through his mouth. The physician encouraged Yeon, urging him, just take a big, deep breath. He nodded, murmuring, yes, sir. The smoke filled his lungs, causing him to cough violently. The coughing intensified, his face contorting in a grimace of pain. Observing the reaction, Beck declared, it's definitely mycotoxins. Wait, does that mean? Yeon struggled for breath, his mind racing. Asterisk, but I was fine during my chi adjustment, and nothing I touched could poison me. I always ate alone. Asterisk. The physician explained, that's right. You've been poisoned. This poison doesn't flow through blood vessels. Mycotoxins are different, accumulating in the stomach or lungs. He wondered, asterisk the lungs? It could be slipped into food or crushed to a fine powder, poisoning someone as they inhaled it in their sleep. Asterisk. Beck continued, mycotoxins require small doses, making them hard to detect from mere inhalation during sleep. The physician then asked, is there anyone in your dorm who uses poison? Flashing back to his first day in the Group 12 dorm, he heard a voice. Get up, young lord. You're nothing but a pure kick sect member. Do you really? Someone warned Jongseom Cheon he wouldn't escape assaulting the poison sect's young master, reminding him titles meant nothing here. Strength was everything. Proving himself stronger, he declared he'd take the role as leader of Group 12. With a scoff, another student told him to enjoy his little victory, if he truly thought he was someone. Ominously, a student noted that the more time passed, the deeper it would simmer within him. Glad it was caught early, a student advised Jongseom Cheon that 7 days of antidote medicine would purge it completely. Recalling the battle, someone mentioned he got hit in the chest. Explaining the effects, it was revealed the poison sect's talons were like strong liquor, the red spots temporary, due to lung impact. Curiously, Physician Beck asked how he knew so much about all of this. Revealing a past experience, Yeon admitted he was poisoned for a bit at the time too. Apologizing for his earlier rudeness, Jongseom Cheon thanked him for saving his life. Determined, he stated he didn't want anyone to lose their lives to those heinous mycotoxins. Reacting to the statement, Physician Beck seemed surprised. A gasp escaped him. A savage energy began to emanate from deep within, a palpable rumble shaking the air around. Pulling him aside, Physician Beck suggested, how about you rest here for a bit? He continued, his tone laced with concern. If you return to your dorm, your poisoner will surely come for you again. A sinister smile spread across the young master's face as he replied, don't tell me you're planning to leave and get revenge. Physician Beck's expression shifted to surprise, as Jongseom added, leave Jongseom to me. Curing yourself is priority. Listen to Physician Beck and rest. The physician pressed, what do you plan on doing to him? A dark chuckle rumbled in his throat as he thought, this is the perfect time for us to have a little chat. His eyes narrowed, a predatory glint shining as he mused, the guy you're looking for should be in the forest across from Dorm 5. A cruel smile played on his lips as he continued, if what you're saying is true, you can look forward to having a buddy in the bed next to you. You jerk. The two men exchanged a bewildered glance, utterly perplexed by his words. What? Suddenly, a voice echoed in their minds. Hey, you little vermin. Is someone speaking to me through telepathy, jerk? A soft chuckle escaped antagonist Beck, Physician Beck insisting that Yeon would never utter such an insult. Folding his arms, the antagonist mused, caring not who triumphed between Yeon and the poison sect lunatic, only wishing they would fight to the death, meeting their end together. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, Jyeong-un Cheon held a flickering lantern. He mused this was the perfect place for poisonous herbs, having finally entered the early ascendant master stages via the demonic dragon marble. A few more days, and he'd reached the 5th stage of destructive demonic poison state, making his poison arts far deadlier. A sinister grin spread across his face, vowing to destroy his target himself before the mycotoxins could. Suddenly, he paused, wondering what the other was chuckling about nearby. Spinning around sharply, Jyeong-un Cheon demanded to know who dared intrude. Squinting in the dim light, he noted the voice wasn't a professor's, yet the speaker remained unseen. Stepping forward, Yeon confronted him, remarking on his apparent pride in the mycotoxin prank. Jyeong-un Cheon was shocked, wondering if he heard correctly. Recalling Baekji-ai's redneck spots, he realized his opponent had seen the obvious sign, questioning how he knew. A realization dawned on him, causing him to exclaim, I see. Chuckling to himself, he realized that was how his opponent knew everything, now that he considered it. The words hung, dripping with venom. But before the masked figure could savor his victory, a fist connected with brutal force, silencing his taunts. The blow's force lifted Jiang Xion off his feet, sending him spiraling backward through the air. His body crashed through a nearby lantern, shattering it amidst a shower of sparks and blood. A sinister grin stretched across the masked figure's face as he declared his sudden understanding. Chuckling darkly, he revealed his newfound comprehension of their vast knowledge. But before he could finish his vile pronouncement, Yeoan silenced him with a devastating blow to the face. The punch's force sent him reeling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Crashing through a nearby wooden structure, the masked figure was sent flying. Debris and blood rained down, marking his violent trajectory. His face contorted in pain and shock, he continued his uncontrolled descent. His fist clenched, a testament to the brutal force he had just endured. Strands of hair whipped around him as the world spun. His eyes widened in disbelief, the impact still registering. The masked figure continued to plummet, a trail of blood marking his path through the air. The force of the blow sent him spiraling backward, away from Yeoan. He could only watch as the world blurred, the wooden structure looming closer. His eyes widened, a crimson spray painting his vision. The world exploded in splinters as he crashed through the wood. Impact. His body slammed against the ground, the breath knocked from his lungs. Pain flared, a searing agony threatening to overwhelm him. A strangled scream tore from his throat, a raw expression of his torment. He coughed, blood bubbling on his lips, struggling to rise. His mind reeled, utterly bewildered by the attack's sheer force, questioning what had just happened. Still kneeling on the ground, the masked figure struggled to rise, his body screaming in protest. He thought this was only the beginning. Trying to regain control, he realized his body refused to move. His voice rang out, accusing, "You just committed the unforgivable. Want to know what?" His hand trembling, he urged himself, "Come on." Desperate, he shouted, "Move. I said move." Closing in, Yeoan prepared to strike, his fist radiating power. His knuckles clenched, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The impact echoed as the young master's fist connected with the masked figure's face. Staggering from the force, the masked figure heard a mocking voice. You shouldn't have put your guard down." His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized the gravity of his situation. Preparing for another strike, Yeoan's fist poised to deliver the final blow. Continuing his relentless assault, Yeoan's grip tightened, the bones in his opponent's hand beginning to crack. The sound of shattering bone echoed, a testament to the young master's overwhelming power. Agony contorted the masked man's face, a desperate thought crossing his mind. He had to kill him. Raising his hand for another strike, Yeoan prepared to end the fight. But before he could land the final blow, something unexpected occurred. In a last-ditch effort, the masked figure sprayed a cloud of poison. Sliding back, he tried to create distance from his attacker. The poison spread, a desperate gamble to turn the tide. The masked man continued to slide, his face contorted in pain. The poison began to take effect, melting away parts of his face. Despite excruciating pain, he focused, concentrating 7 different poisons within his chest. A sinister grin spread across his disfigured face, revealing his final, deadly weapon, acid poison, so dangerous even his sect forbade its use against members. Bloodied and enraged, the masked antagonist spat out crimson, declaring he didn't care, having put his own life in danger. Confused, Yeoan watched as the acid poison was identified on the opponent's face and chest, activating an emergency defense to neutralize it and regenerate his burned skin. The poison was neutralized. With a wisp of smoke, the opponent's skin regeneration would soon be complete. Stunned, the masked figure wondered how he had done that. He couldn't believe the poison was neutralized. His skin suddenly recovered. He wondered what this was. Not even a transcendent master could accomplish it. With a resounding thud, Yeoan stomped down. The masked antagonist wondered what he was, some kind of monster? Clenching his teeth, the opponent thought about him and his damn poison. Flinching, the masked figure heard his tormentor declare he knew his identity, a member of the poison sect. He saw no reason to keep such trash alive. The masked figure screamed, "No!" Blood splattered. The masked figure was sent reeling, a devastating blow landing with bone-shattering force. Crashing to the ground, he could only watch as the world spun. Coughing up blood, his body screamed in protest. Each ragged breath was a struggle, his vision blurring with pain. A desperate cry escaped him. "Damn you!" Another strike landed, each impact a thunderous echo in the desolate landscape. Kneeling before his tormentor, the masked figure begged, "Please spare me. I beg of you." But the onslaught continued, each blow a hammer strike against his failing defenses. Desperation clinging to his voice, he pleaded, "Please, just this once." With a final, desperate act, he reached out, grasping at anything to stop the inevitable. His face contorted in agony, he could only whisper, "Me? Spare me." Eyes burning with rage, Yeoan stood over him, his voice a chilling promise. "And you want me to spare you?" Yeoan's face contorted in rage, spitting a venomous declaration. His captor's kind had ensured his mother died in excruciating pain. Now they expected mercy? Blood streamed down his face, revealing the extent of his suffering as he gritted his teeth in defiance. His thoughts betrayed a desperate internal scream, realizing he might die here, with no hope of forgiveness. Weakly flailing, He clung to the hope that Professor's dorms were nearby, that someone might hear his desperate cries. But his voice was gone, stolen, leaving him utterly unable to call out. Towering over him, antagonist Beck mocked his futile attempts, scoffing that he'd never allow professors to hear his screams. Raising his foot, the interrogator prepared to deliver another blow. Bringing his heel down with brutal force, the interrogator stomped on Yeon's hand, a sickening crack of bone echoing. A strangled gasp escaped him, searing pain lancing through his body. Analyzing the young master's broken pronunciation, the interrogator discerned a desperate plea. Not this hand. The mangled remains of his hand lay displayed, a testament to the interrogator's cruelty. Breathing heavily, the interrogator declared he wouldn't kill him tonight, preferring not to be expelled over a lowlife. Barely able to breathe, Yeon wondered if he would be spared. But the man's eyes burned with malice, promising to make him wish for death. The man's words were cold, declaring he'd start with his bones. A single tear escaped, reflecting the sheer terror of his situation. His vision blurred, the world fading around him. His body lay broken, another muffled gasp escaping his lips. Struggling to understand, he wondered how he ended up like this, unable to remember. A name surfaced in his mind, Baek Ji. His thoughts drifted, cursing the microtoxins. 6 years earlier, at the poison sect apothecary, he wondered when he first learned of microtoxins. The young man wondered how long before the poison took effect. He was told it would take about a year, the woman replying, "Perfect." The woman mused they shouldn't sense it without internal powers. Confirming her suspicions, Lady Beck wondered what the microtoxin was intended for. A sinister grin spread across her face, contemplating the possibilities. Her expression twisted with dark satisfaction, knowing a target without internal powers wouldn't notice. Less than a year later, news of the patriarch's seventh wife, Lady Wa's, death spread throughout the cult. Lady Beck was pleased. Having hated that lowly woman, she delighted in her death. That happiness was short-lived, however, as microtoxins were revealed as the cause. The father was furious. Thankfully, the head physician defended the poison sect, noting microtoxins were widely available. The cook, found dead by suicide, left no trail to the real culprit. They only learned the cook had met a veiled woman a year prior, her identity unknown. This incident stripped his grandfather, head of the poison sect and sixth elder, of his title. The events surrounding Lady Wa's death continued, revealing the patriarch severed all ties with wives from other sects. On a staircase, Lady Beck spoke to her son. "You saw me hand over that poison, right?" She continued, her voice low and conspiratorial. "But if you tell, people will think I did it." A few years later, the protagonist's mother succumbed to stress and heartbreak, a silent figure by her deathbed. But he could not break his promise to her, a vow made long ago. He decided that day, he would rise, become patriarch, find the culprit, and avenge his mother. That lowly wench was the reason all this happened. But, "I'm sorry, mother. No amount of training could help him take down this atrocity. If you stay, you'll poison others. Since I can't kill you, I'll just destroy your." He was struck, paralyzed, unable to move. "What?" I pinched a paralysis point, yet he squirms. He must want to speak. Perhaps I'll open his verbal pressure point. Blood sprayed from his mouth as Yeon coughed, his body racked with pain. His words a garbled mess. He struggled to speak, trying to convey his mother's killer. Initiating translation, Nano revealed, "It wasn't the poison sect who killed your mother." More unintelligible sounds escaped him as he forced the words out. Barely audible, he begged, "Please spare my lower abdomen." Yeon's mind raced, knowing full well that revealing everything would expose his mother as the supplier of the microtoxins. Suspecting deception, Nano activated the face scan, worrying, he's hiding something. A slight, almost imperceptible nod was his only response. The AI reported no drastic changes to the target's facial muscles, stating a less than 5% probability of a lie. He pondered, "Lady Beck truly had nothing to do with my mother's death?" The scan intensified, Nano declaring, a change in facial muscles and pupils detected from the target. A sudden realization struck him. "I knew it," he thought, "I'm not lying." With a surge of power, Yeon unleashed a defiant shout. The force of his blow landed squarely, sending his opponent reeling. But the tide quickly turned, the enemy retaliating with a devastating counterattack. His internal powers scattering, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, physician Beck sat pensively, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he must prepare antidotes without delay. Rushing in, an academy member cried out for him, carrying the gravely injured Yeon. Witnessing the scene, a student gasped, questioning how things could have escalated so quickly. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend the situation's severity. Staring down at the fallen student, another cried out, demanding an explanation for his plight. The gravity of the situation sank in. They had brought him to the infirmary. A hand pressed down hard on the wound, desperate to stem the relentless bleeding. Seeing the extent of the damage, Baek Ji could only gasp, his lower abdomen utterly destroyed. A disembodied voice explained this destructive demonic poison state was the poison sect's pride. The voice continued, explaining that developing poison energy required a strong lower abdomen to retain power. Injury there could cause implosion, inversely poisoning the user. Though no martial artist, he knew the lower abdomen's importance. He'd expected conflict, but not this grave. Focusing his energy, Baek Ji-I attempted to heal the grievous wound. A voice noted his high resistance as a poison user, but warned he was pushing through only to die. Slapping his forehead, he realized he'd forgotten something vital. Frantically searching, he muttered, "It's got to be here somewhere." Finding it, Baek Ji-I shoved it into the injured man's mouth. "This tastes worse than death," he urged, "but swallow it to survive." A curse escaped Yeowon's lips, his frustration mounting. He couldn't let Jongseom Cheon die. Turning to Nano, he asked if it could enter Jongseom's body and heal him directly. Nano responded, its tone unwavering. "That is against my operating system's rules. I am registered to your DNA. I cannot transfer." A wave of desperation washed over him. He urged Nano to analyze the poison in the blood traces, quickly. Nano responded affirmatively, instructing him to touch the stain. He complied, asking if this was the correct action. As his fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through the blood, initiating poison analysis. The results came in. Nano reported the sample contained 7 poisons, creating a new, deadly effect. His eyes glowing, Yeowon commanded Nano to skin all medicines, finding which could counteract the poison. Augmented reality activated, displaying a grid of medicinal components: Puraria root, dried dandelions, chameleon plant, Herba cercii, goji berries, and more were scanned. Meanwhile, Baek Ji-I wiped sweat from his brow, relieved his teacher's antidote, and needles seemed to halt the poison, noting Jongseom looked better. Sniffing the air, a puzzled expression on his face, he wondered who was brewing medicine and what. As he poured a concoction, Yeowon demanded to know what the physician was doing. From above, the young master stood over a cauldron, a serious look on his face. "No time," he stated. "I had to make an antidote." The physician looked up, surprised, questioning how he'd know how to make one, calling it ridiculous. He continued grinding ingredients, explaining their antidotal properties, but warned wrong mixtures could have adverse effects. Licking his finger after tasting the mixture, he was satisfied the measurements were perfect. The physician was asked if the young master studied medicine. He explained they'd mixed ingredients well, but needed to identify the poison first. The young master, blood on his face, asked the physician to trust him this once. The physician fed the antidote to Jongseom Cheon, who gulped it down. The young master continued administering acupuncture needles, explaining that was all he could do to stop the poison spread. The physician bowed, apologizing. The young master acknowledged his success this time, but warned him to give advance notice next time. The physician questioned if he truly had to wreck his abdomen so completely. He understood survival, but this felt excessive. The young master was warned to prepare for the academy deputy's wrath and the poisoned sect head's fury. Could he handle the backlash? Expressing gratitude, Yeowon thanked the elder for his concern, stating he'd take responsibility for any repercussions. Watching him, the elder reflected he was still a kid. Despite his maturity, he couldn't hide his youth. Considering their demonic cult's nature, he was reminded that cunning, not strength, ensured survival, and he shouldn't be so stuck. With a sigh, the elder noted the late hour, telling him to return to his dorm, receiving a respectful nod. Wondering about himself, the elder was met with a simple "oh." Leaving the room, Yeowon walked out into the night. Pausing, he reflected on his chosen path. Looking up at the moon, he thought, "I just want to become stronger, and Nano makes that possible." Looking down, he knew the cult's shadows held devastating wrongdoings, wondering if he was arrogant to believe he could defeat these evil people with mere brute strength. The elder looked on. With a stern expression, the elder questioned why he ruined his lower abdomen. He couldn't contain his anger in that moment. Reflecting, he reasoned that letting him off would only lead to more students being poisoned. Hearing his name called, Yeowon turned. Elsewhere, an observer noted his judgment wasn't always best, but he was different from other young masters. Perhaps one day, before he could speak, Ha Kyong called out to him. Rushing toward him, a follower exclaimed they had agreed to meet at 10. Relieved, Ha Kyong expressed his gladness at finding him, having worried about an ambush. He reassured them, grateful for their concern, happy to be safe. Observing the scene, he realized how deeply he had inspired these men to follow him. A somber thought crossed his mind. No one would welcome him back to the Group 12 dorm. Turning to face him, Ha Kyong inquired if he had been about to speak. He simply dismissed it, telling them not to worry. Suggesting a change of pace, a follower proposed they return to their newly assigned dorms. The young master nodded, a simple, "all right." A flashback, the group sat in a circle, listening intently. One spoke, acknowledging his reasons, yet stressing the need to foster their power. Despite academy rules, he had defied the poison sect's young master. The speaker continued, reminding him the poison sect remained a core cult. He urged caution, emphasizing the need to grow stronger against potential dangers. Yeowon reflected, knowing the incident had made him and the poison sect undeniable enemies. Vigilance was now paramount. Another voice chimed in, expressing concern about how the academy deputy would handle the incident, hoping for no ill consequences. The discussion continued, with one pointing out no academy rule forbade destroying a student's lower abdomen. Another voice added that a martial artist's lower abdomen was their life. He then admitted his mistake, unable to control his anger. The scene shifted to the following day. A group walked before the third-floor academy deputy's office. Yeowon realized with a sinking feeling this was precisely his worry. Inside the office, a man worked diligently. Arriving at the deputy's office, the young master bowed respectfully, introducing himself as Student 7, Yeon. Seated at his desk, the academy deputy continued writing, his expression unreadable. The only sound was his brush scratching, the deputy remaining focused on his task. Maintaining his respectful posture, he waited patiently. The deputy's hand moved swiftly, seemingly oblivious to the young man's presence. With a final flourish, the deputy set down his brush. His voice laced with irritation, the academy deputy finally spoke, blaming him for the extensive report. The deputy continued, his tone sharp, dismissing any offense from his unacknowledged greeting. Leaning forward, the deputy's expression hardened. "Let's begin formalities," he stated, speaking as the academy deputy. The young master considered his words, wondering their true implications. His face inches from Yeon's, the deputy's voice boomed. "Student 7, Yeon. The deputy's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. The deputy's words hung heavy. He would surrender his yellow badge and endure 5 days of solitary training at the detention center. The night before, the west wing of the demonic warrior cult palace, at the manor of the poisoned sect. A voice wonders if it's his nephew, Jongseom. Someone suggests reporting this to the captain, but the man is identified as Munung Baek, second son of the chief of the poisoned sect and Jongseom Cheon's maternal uncle. The word temple is shown. The sound of a quiver is heard as someone states, "Chief, we cannot just let this go unpunished." Another suggests sending an assassin, hiring someone from the murder sect to finish the job without anyone ever finding out, but another counters, suggesting they recruit one of the martial arts professors to kill him for them. Someone says that these are all terrible ideas, suggesting they could get the chef at the academy to poison his food, making things much easier for them. A thought is heard as someone argues that they can't just let him get away with this, asking what would come of the poison sect's reputation then. Someone tells them not to be foolish, stating that they cannot just wait until this brat graduates from the academy. Someone explains that after the patriarch distanced himself from the six-core sects because of Lady Hwa's death, he has tried to find any excuse to take away their powers, adding that if they were to mess with the students of the academy, that would just be handing him another reason to do so. The chief of the poison sect, Baek, the odd poison staff, ex-elder of the demonic warrior cult, is revealed as someone shudders, asking if they are saying they must wait for the day that Brat finally leaves the academy. That would be the rational thing to do. However, the cloaked figure turns, his face obscured by shadow. Deciding on a course of action, he thinks, "I'm going to need to meet with the left-hand royal bodyguard myself." Suddenly, a tremor runs through the very air, the ground itself beginning to crack. The cracks spread, spider webbing across the floor, a silent testament to the immense power that is about to be unleashed. A wave of energy washes over him, and the figure recoils. Straining against the unseen force, he realizes, even raising my internal powers to a 10-star level can't resist against his powers. A wave of pure animosity washes over him, and he can feel it directed squarely at him. The cloaked figure's hand trembles, as he thinks, "I don't know what he's doing here at this detention center, but he's definitely a foe." Panic begins to set in, as he realizes, "I can't just sit back and do nothing. Something bad could happen to me." His body wriggles, as he realizes, he's far more powerful than I imagined. The masked figure reels back, caught off guard by the sudden surge of resistance. He realizes that the young man isn't fighting with internal power, but with raw, untamed physical strength. How could he possess such power? The masked figure's expression hardens, deciding it's time to change his approach. The protagonist continues to struggle, his resistance creating a visible force. The masked figure's grip tightens, his power intensifying. Despite the immense pressure, Yeon refuses to yield. Desperation creeping into his voice, he cries out, "Wait, Nano, no." Nano thinks to himself that they can't act hastily, as the wrong move could cause severe internal injuries, reasoning that the masked figure must have a reason for coming all the way here, so he must stay still for now. The masked figure muses, observing that Yeon seems to have some quick judgment, seeing as he isn't trying to defend against his powers right away. He continues, revealing that he was curious to see who it was that ruined his grandson like that, and that Yeon seems quite useful. Nano realizes that the masked figure is talking about Jongseom. A new voice booms, revealing the speaker to be Baek, the chief of the poison sect, who states that he is sure the masked figure knows exactly why he's here to see him. Nano wonders if Baek is here to kill him, and how he can get out of this alive, realizing that if he clenches his grip even just a bit more, he could crush his neck in two. Yeon wondered if this was his end, his vengeance still a distant, unfulfilled dream. Jongseom Cheon's grip tightened, belittling him as a mere teen, yet even facing death, he dared to show spite instead of fear, the masked man mused, preparing to teach him a harsh lesson. A blast of raw energy erupted. The sheer force sent him flying. He cried out, blood spraying from his mouth. With a swift motion, Jongseom Cheon grabbed him again. That should be enough to wipe that smirk off his face, he thought. Coughing up blood, Yeon could only manage a confused, "What?" The masked man reflected, still feeling the young master's spiteful energy emanating as strong as ever. He knew the boy held a grudge against his grandson, which was why he destroyed his lower abdomen, but he had no idea his spite ran this deep. Leaving him alive will cause trouble, Jongseom Cheon thought. Baek then asked if he intended to break cult laws and kill him. He scoffed, reasoning that if he killed him and melted the corpse with acid, no one would be the wiser. He was sure he could erase the evidence. But the moment he disappeared from the academy, the poison sect would be the first suspects. Yeon's martial arts skills and level-headed judgment were far beyond his years. Even at death's edge, he showed no fear, only spite. If he continues to grow, were we not at the academy, I would kill him instantly. You're smart, but hurting my grandson and putting a target on your back proves your sloppy planning, the masked man stated. The moment you leave this academy's safety, I'll ensure you suffer pain worse than you could ever fathom. Then I'll destroy your lower abdomen, making you beg for death. Your last moments will be hell on earth. His vicious energy was overwhelming. A whispering technique. Yeon coughed, blood splattering from his lips. It'd be rude to leave so suddenly, so I'll leave you one last gift, he said. This ensures we meet again soon. Gulp. This isn't lethal poison, but if you dare tell anyone what I just fed you, I will come and take your life, regardless of academy rules or suspicion. A sudden burst of energy erupted, shaking the very foundations of their meeting place. His voice laced with barely restrained fury, the masked figure declared he'd be waiting for their next meeting. His eyes narrowed, the promise of future conflict hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, further back in the cavern, the elder stood flanked by 2 guards, the scene heavy with unspoken tension. His tone sharp, the elder reminded him they had a deal. His expression dark, Obek's frustration was palpable. The elder countered, questioning if he could simply watch his own blood and flesh brutally assaulted, adding he couldn't stand by. A chuckle escaped him, before the elder apologized for not holding back his anger and giving the boy a little scolding. Sighing, Obek acknowledged Yeon hadn't suffered serious injuries, so he shouldn't worry, adding it was all right. Bowing his head, the elder thanked him for understanding, but asked not to be put in a tight position. The elder assured him he only let him in because he promised not to hurt him during his 4 years, vowing to take this secret to his grave. With a burst of speed, Jeong Cheon leaps away, leaving the older man behind. Having just made his deal, the masked figure gazes up at a silhouette against the moon. His gaze shifts, landing on 2 figures standing guard near a flickering fire. A grim expression settles on his face, knowing the protection here would only last for more years. After that, Yeon would be entirely on his own. Coughing violently, Yeon struggles to rise from the cave floor. A voice echoed in his mind, revealing a foreign, poison-laced object had entered his throat. Gritting his teeth, he demanded its removal. The analysis confirmed the object was scattering his energy, causing him to flinch at the revelation. Wiping blood from his mouth, he realized their intent, to weaken his powers, ensure his failure, and ultimately, to kill him. But thanks to Nano, their insidious plans would not succeed. Extracting the poison, Yeon excreted it from his body. Wisps of dark energy swirled around him, a small amount of poison, yet its stench was utterly revolting. Though the poison was gone, the foreign object remained, reacting with his blood, stimulating his lower abdomen. He wondered if it mirrored a demonic dragon marble. Feeling a surge of power, he resolved to circulate it using the dancing springs technique. If his hunch proved right, this could be a hidden blessing. Inside the cavern, silence reigned, broken only by dripping water, each drop echoing in the vast emptiness. A low whirring sound filled the air, a subtle vibration emanating from the very walls. Sitting in a meditative pose, a faint blue aura surrounding him, Yeon focused on the energy with his internal powers had surged by 90 years' worth, he realized, confirming the old man's trick was indeed a blessing. Wiping sweat from his brow, he reflected on the poison sect's bold move, realizing its potential danger without Nano's aid. Grabbing a cloth, he continued cleaning, attributing the ordeal to his own lapse in judgment. Though lucky this time, he vowed against such foolishness again. Looking at the soiled cloth, he grimaced, knowing this shirt was beyond saving. A soft whooshing sound caught his attention, prompting him to pause and look around. Turning his head, he wondered at the faint, chilly wind now coming from behind him. His eyes widened in sudden realization. Wait, what? Dust and debris fell as cracks spiderwebbed across the wall. The earlier sound, he now realized, suggested hollow walls. Reaching out, he struck the wall, the thumping sound confirming his suspicions. The wall gave way with a resounding crackle. Surprised by its easy crumbling, he noted he hadn't even hit it hard. Deciding more digging was needed, Yeon crawled through the opening. Standing up, he heard a hollow sound. He had expected a large cave, but found only a narrow passageway. Activating night vision, he whispered. Wondering if it was intentionally blocked, he surmised something important lay hidden within. Nano detected a small light within the tunnel, making him wonder if it was a gem. A whirring sound filled the air as he moved forward. Continuing deeper, he walked towards the light. Realizing it was brightening, he shielded his eyes. Instructing Nano to deactivate night vision, the green overlay faded. A blinding flash filled the passage. The sound echoed, "DADU." What on earth, he wondered. Spotting a gap in the floor, Yeon plunged through. Landing with a heavy thump, he realized such a hidden place existed. Taking a few steps, he noted it must have been concealed within the detention center. That must be the exit, he mused, judging by the blockage. This place was clearly unused. Huh? What are these marks? He murmured. Looking around, he saw multiple marks, as if a huge gravestone had been dragged. Pausing, Yeon wondered if it could be that. Nano activated augmented reality, tasking it to recreate the sapphire stone from the manual library's first floor. Activating augmented reality, The sapphire gravestone scan from the manual library's first floor was recreated. Nano was prompted to analyze the room's strange markings, comparing them to the sapphire stone's base. With a burst of speed, he moved deeper into the chamber. The augmented reality system beeped, indicating a match. Nano confirmed the recreation of the second-floor stone and its comparison with the markings. Another beep sounded, as the system pinpointed the second floor's sapphire gravestone's original location. A smirk played on his lips, realizing the significance of this discovery. He mused on why the gravestones were separated and the stone pillar's purpose. His gaze sharpened, contemplating the implications. With a resounding thud, he took another step forward. The path ahead was illuminated by glowing symbols, hinting at the power contained within. He realized this was a martial art associated with the demonic warrior cult's patriarch. It was the demonic lord's divine technique, revered as the ultimate divine technique throughout the land. But what was the demonic lord's sword art? A breathing technique, or a true sword technique? He never heard of it. Guard Zhang had claimed the patriarch's strongest art was the demonic lord's sword technique. Could this be the sapphire gravestone's ultimate technique? Instructing Nano, he asked it to compare the pillar's writing with the gravestones. Its analysis confirmed the same handwriting. How unfortunate. Rumors once claimed this side held a sword technique's wisdom, left by their demonic lord. By their demonic lord? So the final wisdom left by him was the demonic lord's sword art. These holes, shaped like a rising dragon, what could they signify? What message was conveyed? Did the number of holes matter? 1, 2, 3. There were 24 of them. Perhaps the demonic lord's sword art had 24 forms. That was his only connection. Why else leave rising dragon-shaped holes? Wait, a rising dragon. Bathed in a blinding light, the chamber revealed itself. Shielding his eyes, he wondered what this could be, exclaiming in pain as the light assaulted his senses. Antagonist unknown found it strange that secrets were hidden with light, not darkness. Musing his ancestors hadn't made their legacies easy to claim. Asking Nano to adjust the light for his vision, he prepared to scan the ancient script etched into the luminous stones. With a soft whirring, the system engaged, commencing its intricate scan. Wondering at the change, he realized the script on the light stones was now perfectly visible. His vision now adjusted, he exclaimed, a gasp escaping him. I can see. A voice confirmed his vision was now in light mode, prompting him to begin sifting through the luminous stones. The chamber hummed with raw energy, the light stones beginning to resonate in response. The system whirred once more, as he began to isolate stones bearing inscriptions of martial arts techniques. Suddenly flinching, a profound realization struck him. A strange formation flickered into existence, emblazoned with the characters, Dadan. His eyes widening, Yeoan realized the true meaning of the pillar's cryptic dots. Nano erased everything but the light stones, a voice confirming the action. Studying the pattern, he noted its similarity to an energy circulation technique, one that channeled internal powers through specific pressure points. Furthermore, this motion mirrored a form from the demonic lord's sword art, a startling realization that gave him pause. Turning to face the formation, he recognized all the forms of the demonic lord's sword art. Normally, breathing techniques required a comfortable position, like lotus or lying down. Yet, finding this strange, he decided to try it anyway. Nano, he commanded. Transfer all forms and stances from these light stones into my brain, from dragon's head to tail. As information transferred, he followed the breathing technique, circulating his energy into the designated pressure points. A powerful energy force surged rapidly through his 14 meridians, gathering and analyzing data. He executed the stance. The movements flowed from him, each repetition smoother than the last. The air itself crackled with energy, responding to his every shift and stance. A lone figure watched from afar, observing the intense training. Pushing himself harder, he felt the technique resonating within him. Energy swirled around him, a visible manifestation of his growing power. Catching his breath, he wondered how long he'd been at it. Nano informed him he'd been moving for 2 hours straight. 2 hours, he mused, surprised not to feel exhausted. Instead, he felt refreshed. Each repetition made his energy surge even faster. Nano observed that his energy circulation had indeed become faster. Considering this, he decided to see what else he could do. Standing tall, bathed in a blue aura, Yeoan prepared to push himself even further. Swirling currents of energy now surrounded him. The energy intensified, he realized, getting faster still. He mused that the dancing springs technique paled in comparison. This was a true ultimate breathing technique. He couldn't believe a sword and breathing technique were accomplished simultaneously through this method. He realized their demonic lord truly was a being of divinity. Bowing his head, he humbly offered his gratitude to their demonic lord. 4 days later, rumors spread. Yuchan Shion of the Saber sect held 4 badges, Jiangun Shion of the Sword sect had 2, and Chuk Sama of the Warrior Dance sect also possessed 2. One student remarked, with 11 group leaders, this is ridiculous. Another added that 3 students had swooped in, claiming multiple badges, leaving others helpless. From what he heard, those 3 were either proficient masters or ready to advance their powers. One student mused this could be good, allowing them to trim the fat and identify worthy teammates. Frustration hung heavy as one student cursed their situation. Another student reflected, suggesting they were simply on a different path now. One remarked that things had been strange ever since young Master Yeowon wrecked Jongseom's lower abdomen. Two students apologized, explaining they saw no future with the group and wished to continue alone. Another student scoffed. The moment the young master's punishment was decided, they left. They won't last a day in another group with their sneaky ways. The group sat among the rocks, considering their precarious situation. Trying to lighten the mood, one suggested they shouldn't be so negative. Another student chimed in. Who cares if we lost those two losers? We have Baekji now, who can easily fill their roles and more. Cutting off the unnecessary compliments, he agreed. He's right. The students expressed gratitude. If not for him, Yeowon and all of us would be in a tight spot. Without his badge from that professor, this group might not exist. He explained, I just wanted to repay student 7 for his kindness, though I'm not sure he'll accept my gesture. One student wondered, if young Master Yeowon didn't like us, why would he help? I suppose so. As the day wound down, the students were reminded it was time to practice the 7-demon sword technique before dinner. They knew they needed to practice diligently, lessening the workload on their young master. As the group walked, one student asked if Baekji wasn't eating tonight. He wondered if he should skip dinner as well. Smiling, Baekji assured them, even though this is temporary, I'm still your leader, and I need to protect you. Baekji reassures them, stating there's no need for concern. He's merely heading to the personal training rooms. Waving, he added that once finished, they would surely reconvene en route to the dorms, though he admitted he should still eat. As he walked away, the students murmured about his eating habits, noting his apparent starvation. Grinning, Hyebong declared he and the young master would go together, urging the others to dinner, but a student questioned his certainty. Watching them, he mused that the young master remained their leader, silently thanking him for the trust, despite the latter's lack of input. With a dash, Baekji and his companion sped away. As they departed, a student inquired about their meal, but another dismissed it, saying skipping one wouldn't kill them. Grumbling, he voiced concern for their temporary leader, fearing an ambush by no-good punks, knowing they must keep him safe. A grin spreading across his face, he seemed utterly unconcerned. Dismissing their worries, he chided them for skipping meals on his account, musing on their hunger if student 7 were present. Leaves drifted from the sky as the pair made their way toward the personal training rooms. Arriving before the training rooms, a heavy stillness hung in the air. In a matter-of-fact tone, Baekji announced his destination, the adamantine stone rooms, dismissing their need to follow. But Hyebong insisted, already there. Looking concerned, he inquired if something was amiss. Suddenly, students slid into position, encircling them completely. Taken by surprise, he exclaimed in utter disbelief. His companion, caught off guard, could barely react. With a unified shout, the students dashed forward, wooden swords raised high. Realizing they wielded wooden swords, having clearly waited, he was taken aback, while his companion could only utter a confused, huh? Surrounded, with no escape in sight, he faced a sea of determined faces, each student brandishing a wooden sword, ready to strike. A voice rang out, filled with anticipation and challenge, calling, Ilmyeong. The rhythmic thud of approaching footsteps echoed through the silence. Looking down, one could see Ilmyeong, being called out from the shadows. As if startled, a group of people dashed away. Fidgeting nervously, the man couldn't believe what was unfolding. One of the men remarked on his recent cheerfulness, noting how he thrived as a new group leader, having abandoned his old members. The man simply looked on. Another man stepped forward, shouting, What do you think you're doing? Ilmyeong responded, his voice sharp, Don't pretend ignorance. It's about the yellow badge. He challenged them. Do you truly believe I'll blindly surrender it? He reached out, attempting to grab something. The antagonist warned him, You're bound to get hurt if you don't comply. Chuckling darkly, the antagonist added, Actually, I take that back. Even if he surrendered it, they wouldn't let him leave without a beating. Especially since they were mere lackeys for that damned student 7. But that wasn't enough to face a mob of 30 students, each possessing first-rate master's internal powers. Yet, Ilmyeong himself was a formidable presence. An ally interjected, Wait, what? What about you? We can't all escape. Ilmyeong retorted, Don't be foolish. Losing this badge means our group's end. Student 7's efforts, wasted upon leaving detention. But he couldn't possibly take a badge from a senior professor. He observed them, suspecting a trick through their distant whispering. An ally cried out, What are you saying? We must escape together. Hiya. A sudden huh was followed by a sharp smack. Ilmyeong spoke, I'm sorry if abandoning you as a leader hurt your feelings, but... The air crackled as onlookers watched the chaos, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. One exclaimed, I won't tolerate this despicable behavior. His face contorted in rage, a fighter gritted his teeth, preparing to strike. A swift kick sent a combatant flying back, eliciting a pained cry. Ready to join the fray, two figures charged forward, their faces set with grim determination. In a whirlwind of motion, a fighter spun rapidly, creating a vortex of raw force. The two charging figures closed in, their intentions clear as they prepared to engage. A devastating blow landed, sending another fighter crashing down in a spray of blood. Observing with a calculating gaze, an onlooker remarked, His kicking energy isn't fully realized. He's in the early ascendant master level, like me. With a resounding thud, a powerful kick connected, sending shockwaves through the arena. Realizing the danger, one figure shouted, Turn. Let's run, as they fled the scene. The sound of impact echoed, sending another fighter sprawling to the ground. Spotting an opportunity, an observer exclaimed, "Whoa, get the baldy with the badge," and dashed into the fray. A voice, thick with annoyance, bellowed, "To the hells with you. Who dares call me baldy?" Still yelling, the pursuer demanded they cease their flight, adding, "Stop right there, you baldy." From above, the relentless chase continued, a group of figures sprinting across the rooftops. Cursing under his breath, Neutral Ho realized his agility technique remained too slow to escape his pursuers. Sliding to a halt, the gray-haired figure shouted, demanding the badge be immediately passed to them. Desperate, a hand reached out, grasping for salvation. A voice cried out, "Here." Grabbing Hyebong, the gray-haired figure urged him to keep running, no matter the cost. Looking up, he realized that capture meant certain death. Determined, he knew he must reach the cafeteria, informing Wang Hyul, even if it drained his last internal power. Landing with a heavy thump, he continued his desperate escape. Sliding once more, he gritted his teeth in grim resolve. Hyebong turned, his face contorted in frustration, muttering under his breath. Knowing he had to escape, he sprinted across the courtyard. Meanwhile, inside a building, several people ate, oblivious to the escalating danger. Bursting into the room, drenched in sweat, he was asked about his state and missing cap. He explained they needed to reach the training rooms immediately, having been ambushed. Determined, Hyebong insisted they leave at once, explaining Baekji and Ojong were already fighting. He shouted, "Let's go." He slid, moving with urgent speed. His face etched with worry. He realized this was his exact fear come true. He jumped from the rooftop. Seeing a group of people, Hyebong was shocked. Running towards Baekji, he called out his name. Standing over a fallen figure, the man demanded to know what was happening. The fallen figure was revealed as Ojong, clearly knocked unconscious. Someone gritted their teeth, clearly angered by the sudden turn of events. Observing the scene, a figure realized this man appeared to be their ambusher. Dashing forward, Hyebong thought, "Wait a minute, is that?" Surrounded by others, someone reacted in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my." A sinister smile spread across the ambusher's face, remarking, "Looks like we have unwanted guests." Yeowan watched the unfolding chaos, a sinister smile playing on his lips, noting the arrival of some decidedly unwanted guests. Across the way, Baekji stepped forward, demanding to know who exactly was the unwanted one here. A voice scoffed, accusing him of nerve, considering he'd planned this entire ambush. Feeling a hand pat his shoulder, he turned, confusion clouding his features. Meanwhile, Yeowan continued to watch with detached amusement. Turning back to the accuser, Baekji reminded him of his debt, urging him to consider his options, now that his badge was lost. The man glared, but he simply told him to think it over. Surrounded by his men, he assured the man he had plenty of time left. Suddenly, a body hit the ground with a sickening thud. The fallen man insisted he was fine, but more importantly, their yellow badge was lost. Clenching his fist, he remembered Ojong's desperate struggle to protect their badge. Overcome with frustration, he let out a bitter curse. Surveying the scene, Baekji demanded to know what had happened. Before he could get an answer, a voice shouted for someone to stop. After Hyebong passed the badge to Ojong, he ran with all his might, attempting to escape the other students. Unfortunately for him, Hyebong tripped. Seizing the opportunity, the masked figure stomped down upon him. The blow sent a shockwave through the air, causing him to cry out in pain. After Hyebong passed the badge, Ojong ran with all his might, yet was ultimately caught by the 20-student stampede. With a swift motion, the masked figure spun. Ilmyeong, only a nascent ascendant master, knew Hyebong alone wouldn't stand a chance, yelling as he attacked. The masked figure's attack landed, leaving him injured. The clash ended abruptly, leaving Hyebong defeated on the ground, bloodied and bruised. But as Ilmyeong prepared to deliver the final blow, a voice cut through the air, interrupting his assault. Suddenly, Student 5 appeared, launching a swift kick that sent Ilmyeong flying. With a sudden burst of speed, he had arrived. A confident smirk played on his lips, admitting he'd had his eye on this one for a while. The newcomer offered a proposition, suggesting they leave Hyebong to him. With a defiant glare, Ilmyeong questioned his interference in others' business. Before he could finish, Student 5 unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving his opponents reeling. His words dripped with arrogance, dismissing his opponents as mere sandbags waiting to be cleared. A wave of frustration washing over him, Ilmyeong cursed under his breath. Seeing the tide turn, someone shouted for everyone to retreat. As the dust settled, Yuchan Cheon acknowledged a debt, stating he owed one. The woman observed the scene, noting their team had lost its badge. Continuing her thought, she suggested they consider joining her as a subordinate, for acquiring another badge would prove no easy feat. Gazing down at the defeated students, Jyeong-un Cheon recalled his own rejection of a similar offer. Frustrated, Yuchan Cheon slammed his fist into the ground, realizing the grand tournament for the minor priesthood had left them utterly devoid of options. Jyeong-un Cheon then suggested rounding up other students, intending to give them a taste of their own bitter medicine. Yuchan Cheon considered the implications, knowing that recruiting selfish members would directly defy Lord Yeowan's sacred will. Sighing, Jyeong-un Cheon appeared to be utterly bereft of further ideas. Turning to him, the young master asked what he suggested they do next. He stated they had one option left, but if it involved Professor Ho's badge, He was certain they could foresee the outcome. Stepping forward, the young master reminded him he should know better, having faced the professor himself, whom even other candidates avoided. Looking up, he insisted they must still maintain faith in Lord Yeowon. He appeared to be lost in profound thought. As the group considered their options, one wondered if blind faith in the Lord was truly their sole recourse. Then, with sudden purpose, one began to walk away. Offering his assistance, Jiang Uncheon was met with an immediate flinch. Unable to contain himself, Wang Huel declared his unwavering faith in Lord Yeowon, claiming it surpassed all others. However, another student argued it was wrong to simply wait, relying solely on him. As his followers, wasn't it their duty to strive for their utmost? If truly out of options, they should recruit students willing to serve the Lord until his return. A silence fell. Wondering if he'd gone too far, Hyebong questioned if he'd angered him. With needles still protruding from his head, the student was met with laughter. Agreeing wholeheartedly, Jiang Uncheon stated they shouldn't solely rely on Lord Yeowon to extricate them. Inspired by the words, the student was told he was undoubtedly the Lord's greatest follower. One of the group remarked that, sometimes, the others were capable of smart observations. Someone shouted, urging them to move, for there was no time left for delay. Time passed, and the next morning dawned, around 8 o'clock. The world lay shrouded in a thick, clinging mist. Martial arts professor Im Pyong dashed forward, wondering how student 7 had endured his detention ordeal. The group continued their determined advance. An announcement declared today the day Yeowon Cheon would be released, opening the door for the demonic way. He was informed his punishment had finally concluded. He remained in deep meditation. Im Pyong appeared genuinely surprised. Student 7 emerged, remarking on the overwhelming brightness. Someone observed that, physique aside, he didn't appear to have spent 5 days in a dark cave. Jiang Uncheon appeared even more refreshed than before, yet the mystery of his vanished shirt remained. An overwhelming stench filled the air, causing the men to recoil sharply. Tossing the ruined shirt aside, one man demanded to know the source of the foul odor and what he'd done. Beck, the man with the cloth-wrapped head, observed that this was truly out of the ordinary. Turning, he led the way, his cloth-wrapped head bobbing slightly as they departed. The shirtless man remained utterly silent. He assured them it was fine, urging them to head back to their post. A silent thought crossed his mind, relieved they hadn't noticed the hole he'd cleverly concealed with rocks. One of the men inquired, how many yellow badges remain now? He mused, observing the man's lingering hope, there's only one left. He suggested they could guess who remained, and the shirtless man nodded in agreement. He reminded him that this wasn't his only option, surely he knew that. Student 7 declared his intent, meaning he could now pursue the other students. Turning to face him, Im Pyong questioned if that was acceptable, receiving an affirmative nod. The student clarified, specifying he meant Professor Ho. Hearing this, he was taken aback, exclaiming in utter surprise. As green flames engulfed him, Im Pyong urged Student 7 to at least wash up before departing. Driven by a fierce resolve to meet Professor Ho, Yeowon declared his intent to go. Hearing this audacious claim, Jiang Uncheon recoiled in shock. Yuchan Cheon scoffed, wondering if the young man was joking. The elder urged him not to be reckless, to choose goals within his capabilities, adding he needed extreme caution. The young man remained stubbornly silent. Pleading, Chuk-sama begged him to grant her a chance. A voice muttered, questioning if the brat learned nothing from 5 days' confinement, still insisting on such recklessness. Jiang Uncheon scoffed, doubting Professor Ho would permit such audacity. Yet, seeing Yeowon's resolve, he conceded there was no choice. The young woman advised him to avoid injury, if at all possible. She warned that otherwise, he might face a dead end. The young master steeled himself. With a determined nod, Chuk-sama thanked him. A student scoffed, you're asking me to follow Student 7? The other student retorted, don't be ridiculous. You have nothing worthwhile. Out of my way. Rejected, the student stood alone, dejected. He thought, that's the 4th rejection. With a heavy heart, the student continued his search, muttering, the search continues, I guess. He walked among a murmuring crowd of students. His foot stepped forward, continuing his solitary path. Suddenly, he halted, wondering, what's going on? Looking up, his eyes widened in shock at an unexpected sight. Standing tall, a declaration rang out. Yeowon had challenged someone of great importance. Other students muttered in disbelief, shocked by Student 7's audacity. From atop the steps, Professor Ho was revealed, his expression unreadable, but the young master stood firm. A smirk played on the professor's lips. The very boy I've wanted to spar with, come to find me. With a respectful bow, the professor acknowledged the challenge. Extending a hand, he asked, wooden sword or fists? Fists, came the confident reply. The professor nodded. All right then, let's begin. Taking a step forward, Yeowon prepared himself. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, but Professor Ho remained composed. Raising his hands, the professor prepared to fight. The air crackled with anticipation. The fight was about to begin. Other students watched, some overwhelmed by the professor's aura, others believing Student 7's luck had run out. Yeowon knew he'd lost much during his 5 days of punishment. He realized he needed to turn things around to earn the other students' support. Professor Ho flicked his fingers, offering his challenger the first strike. The young master knew this was the only way. In the demonic cult, power was everything. He needed to prove his skills, hoping to learn much. The two locked eyes, each sizing up their opponent. Huffing, Yeowon prepared to strike. With a burst of speed, he initiated his saber technique. The professor was shocked, exclaiming, "He's so fast." The attack, however, continued with blinding speed. He thought, "I can see through every form of his saber technique." Swinging his saber, the attack continued. Student 7 unleashed a flurry of blows, striking the professor with a saber technique. Staggered by the sudden assault, the professor could only wonder what was happening. Relentless strikes rained down, each blow landing with a resounding smack. Finally regaining his composure, Professor Ho intercepted the attacks, metal clashing echoing through the hall. He countered the fifth sword technique with each form, realizing this couldn't be mere possession. Eyes narrowed in concentration, Student 7 remained focused, determined to maintain the relentless pressure. Observing the fierce exchange, Professor Ho realized the student could perform such advanced sword techniques. The air crackled with raw energy, the fight intensifying with every passing moment. The attack's speed surged, making it nearly impossible to follow either combatant's movements. The 7 demon sword codified fighting forms were now fully synchronized, demonstrating the student's profound mastery. Onlookers gasped, noting he performed the first to fourth sword forms simultaneously, completely switching them. This, they realized, was the 7 demon sword technique's true power in a transcendent master's hands. The Demon Lord's sword art unleashed, a testament to the student's burgeoning skill and raw power. The onlookers could only watch in stunned silence, as the furious battle unfolded before their eyes. His relentless strikes continued to rain down, each blow carrying the immense weight of his honed skill. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds, a resounding testament to the fight's brutal intensity. The professor realized he was being pushed back, a single thought echoing, "Wait." Knowing he had no other choice, the master realized he needed to release his defensive energy. The professor grunted, struggling to withstand the relentless onslaught. The attack's force sent him flying backward, crashing violently through the air. The crowd watched in disbelief, as the professor was sent reeling. His eyes narrowed, preparing for his next decisive move. Gathering his energy, the student prepared to strike again. He mused, "It went exactly like the simulation video. The 7 demon sword technique truly mirrors that ultimate counter." The air crackled with energy as the student prepared another devastating blow, causing the professor to flinch. The professor, though on the back foot, was far from defeated. He admitted he'd had to crank his internal powers to a 10-star level just to counter the sword energy. He reflected that with real swords, he'd be chopped liver. Yet he wasn't going easy on the kid either. He acknowledged, "This is quite the interesting match, Yeowon." The professor's power surged, cracking the very ground beneath him. Yeowon's eyes widened, realizing the professor had just expelled his sword energy. A golden aura flared around Professor Ho, as he prepared to unleash his full power. He knew transcendent masters could expel foreign energy, yet he remained impressed. Even his demonic lord's sword art's first strike wasn't enough to end this battle. The air crackled with energy, as the professor's eyes narrowed. A sinister grin spread across his face, thinking, "Time for some real fun." Professor Ho flinched, focusing all his energy. With a sudden burst of speed, he launched a devastating attack against Yeowon. After a fierce battle, the dust settled, revealing the clash's outcome. He looked on, clearly surprised, wondering what happened as he realized the energy had been pulled back inside him. A grin spread across his face, acknowledging the decisive result. Professor Ho admitted, "That was truly something else, Yeowon. I'm pleasantly surprised. You're a prime example of constant improvement." The professor reached into his robes, prompting other students to mutter, wondering what this meant for the future. He pulled out a token, presenting it to the victor. Professor Ho stated, "I accept defeat for today's match, Yeowon." The professor continued, "There's no doubt you're qualified to be a group leader." Yeowon looked on, seemingly surprised by the professor's words. He responded, "Thank you, Professor." One student exclaimed, "No way, he really did it." The other students cheered, celebrating Yeowon's hard-won victory. A knowing smile played on Baekji's lips, acknowledging the unseen event, certain of its inevitable outcome. His words echoed the sentiment, confirming he had truly done it. A triumphant shout rang out, celebrating the hard-won victory. Tears streaming down his face, a figure dashed forward, utterly overcome with emotion. A cry of Hyebong pierced the air, revealing the figure to be Hyebong himself. His return met with disbelief and overwhelming joy. Patting the boy's shoulder, Yeowon dismissed the praise, remaining humble in his accomplishment. A knowing glance passed over Baekji's face, observing the reunion with a hint of satisfaction. Surrounded by his companions, Jeong Eun-cheon and Yuchan Cheon, he wondered what the boy wanted from him. A heavy thud echoed, suggesting something momentous was about to unfold. His eyes widening in surprise, Yeowon seemed taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Chapter 20, Payback Time, Part 1. The other students looked on, wondering what was truly happening. He asked, "What are you doing?" Fidgeting, Baekji then thanked him for everything. He continued, "You saved my life." The students whispered, realizing the poison sect had used their venom on student 18. His voice cracking with emotion, he continued, "After witnessing your suffering at the detention center, Baekji was truly moved." Yeowon wondered, why is he talking like this? The students whispered, speculating that Student 7 had done all of that for Student 18's sake. They wondered, why did they do that to him? Baekji declared, I, Student 18, Baekji, vow my loyalty to you, Lord Yeoan Shion. The students whispered, questioning if he had orchestrated this act, and if the young master had protected one of his own followers. He was told he did a good job, though his acting was also deemed completely terrible. Hearing this, one of the men declared he would never listen to their ideas again. Amidst the chatter, someone asked if they were truly sure about this. Another voice responded, asking what made them think he was embarrassed, adding he had earned it through his own right. It was said that Yeoan was quite the amazing young man. Someone couldn't believe he had mastered such a sword technique. Someone wondered if Sir Seetmuing had taught him that one too, another replying it was likely, considering he was a Genesis master. Hearing this, someone replied, is that so? It was then said he had made a name through blade techniques, so why teach his pupil a sword technique? Turning to Jiangan Shion, he told him to go ahead, as he needed some fresh air. As he walked away, someone called out to him, addressing him as Sir. A red-haired man appeared, stating his presence. The red-haired man ordered him to stop, adding that without distant whispering, he wouldn't have controlled himself back there. Crossing his arms, he remarked that anyone would have done the same against such a sword technique. Reflecting on battles past, he recalled fighting hundreds against both righteous and evil factions. The attendant, addressing Galyan, observed that as the patriarch's personal bodyguard, he surely knew this better than anyone. Considering the technique, Galyan noted that the sword art Jiangan Shion employed, if his eyes hadn't deceived him, bore an unsettling resemblance. He mused, it was even more violent than their patriarch's own demonic lord's sword art. The deputy reflected that the demonic lord's ultimate sword art, passed only to cult patriarchs, was wielded by the finest warrior prodigy of his era, who ruled as the greatest master through that art alone. Yet, he admitted, this was far more powerful. Galyan wondered how he could have mastered a technique surpassing the demonic lord's sword art, the very art defining their patriarch. He questioned, how? He pondered if it came from the sapphire gravestone, said to hold the demonic lord's final wisdom. Even he had studied it, finding nothing decipherable. Turning to his attendant, Galyan stated, let's keep this matter under wraps for the time being. The attendant acknowledged, understanding their shared intent, and vowed to comply. The decision was made, the best course of action now set. Gathered before the imposing structure, a group awaited their leader's next command. With unwavering conviction, a woman declared, Lord Jiangan Shion. A figure stood tall, awaiting pledges of allegiance. Kneeling before him, a follower admitted he was moved by his sacrifice for another. Hearing Jiangan Shion recruited all talents, Sangwaho pledged his life, vowing dedication if accepted. A blush crept across his face, awaiting the response. Others chimed in, eager to join the ranks. Another man, kneeling with clasped hands, admitted his martial arts skills might be lacking, but offered unwavering loyalty. Skill can be trained, Jiangan Shion replied, thankful for their willingness, welcoming them into his group. A wave of relief washed over him, accepted into the fold. Prostrating himself before Jiangan Shion, Guk Jin, eldest son of the Jin family, vowed eternal loyalty, thanking him for the opportunity. As the group stood, one remarked someone was overdoing it, sensing another Hyabong type among them. Another member chimed in, noting they were still short 3. With Jiangan Shion's yellow badge, this recruitment drive would surely fill the remaining slots soon. Turning his head, Jiangan Shion asked where his other followers were. Another member remained silent, seemingly unsure how to respond. With urgency, someone suggested they move somewhere quiet first. Gathered, the group contemplated their next move. Looking concerned, Jiangan Shion noted Ungshin and Dimiang had left. Addressing Jiangan Shion, Machel and Yumin were thanked for their recruitment efforts. One replied it was nothing, the other expressed relief at his safe return. Looking around, he remarked, I don't see Ojong anywhere. Where is he? Visibly flinching, Guk Jin seemed uneasy. The scene shifted, someone demanding to know what happened to him, as a glimpse of the infirmary appeared. A sinister smile spread across Ilmyong's face, revealing his involvement. It seemed he was still as vicious as ever, but Jiangan Shion was showing growth. Galyan realized Jiangan Shion was no longer his old reckless self. The Academy's intent, forcing them to fight for yellow badges, meant he couldn't blame his opponent for the cheap ambush. Yet, his opponent's followers showed no intention of forgiving the young master. With a low whir, the group moved, their echoing steps fading into the distance. A hand clenched, a silent vow of retribution forming. Perhaps, he mused, he hadn't changed all that much after all. From above, the training grounds appeared serene, yet beneath their tranquil surface, insidious schemes were already brewing. A subordinate reported their success, having provoked Ilmyong into stealing Baekji's yellow badge, just as requested. The subordinate paused, struggling to recall the full name, believing it was Pyong who had been injured. Correcting himself, he clarified that Pyong Hakwu now lay in the infirmary, suffering serious internal injuries. The young lord assured him he would uphold his end of the bargain. Flinching slightly, the young master held up a yellow badge, a hint of reservation in his voice. The subordinate looked up, confusion clouding his features. What do you mean? The long-haired man observed. I don't see Baekji anywhere. Clenching his fist, the subordinate demanded. Then what do you want us to do? Looking down at the badge, Yeoan Shion explained his belief that Baekji would require a taste of true despair to join his side. He mused inwardly, this jerk. True pleasure only comes after true pain. Now that I think about it. His subordinate inquired, leader, do you? Now that Zhang is out of commission, what do you say? His subordinates, flanking him, addressed him as young lord, awaiting his next command. Offering a second chance, he asked their meaning. Crossing his arms, Yeoan Shion instructed them to deal with Baekji, or rather, to eliminate his entire group and seize their yellow badge. Smacking his subordinate, he warned against repeating past mistakes, to which the man promised not to disappoint. Explaining his plan, the young lord stated that seizing the badge would allow them to form a group under his leadership. Clenching his fist, the subordinate realized he wanted them to become his minions as well. A battle cry rang out. Leading the charge, a student yelled. Addressing the leader of Group 6, he confirmed his identity as Student 18, Ilmyong. With a practiced flourish, Student 200, Yompa, paused his training. His expression hardened, clearly annoyed by the sudden interruption. The student, undeterred, reminded him of the men who aided him against Baekji yesterday. Turning his gaze to the approaching student, the martial artist cut to the chase, demanding his purpose. Ilmyong explained his need for a yellow badge to pass the third examination, yet Yompa remained unmoved. A smirk played on his lips as Ilmyong revealed his target, Yeoan Shion's group's yellow badge. The name struck a nerve, causing the student to flinch. He knew he had his attention now. Yompa's expression shifted, a sinister smile spreading as he wondered who would serve a leader whose group disbanded twice. Ilmyong explained that such an outcome would ensure Yeoan Shion's failure in the third examination, leading to his expulsion. A deal was struck, the martial artist agreeing to the collaboration. He guaranteed no regrets, prompting the martial artist to press for the strike's timing. The man's eyes narrowed, a cold calculation in their depths as he declared, a sinister smirk playing on his lips, right now. Yompa's expression hardened. I like how you think. High above, the forest canopy seemed peaceful, unaware of the impending violence below. Below, a group made their way through the trees, oblivious to the danger closing in. A voice, laced with malice, rang out. You little rats. A deafening rumble echoed through the forest, a legion of soldiers descending upon the unsuspecting group. The ambush was swift and brutal, one of the group already sent sprawling. The ambushers' leader pointed a finger, a cruel smile on his face. You're good at hiding your ratty selves in these mountains. A heavy foot descended, crushing the earth, as a voice declared, perfect. I was about to look for you anyway. A figure emerged from the chaos, surrounded by a whirlwind of energy, a sinister grin spreading. Looks like you've saved me the trip. One ambushed fighter, clearly outmatched, shouted. What are you smiling about? Don't you see what's happening? You're a dimwit. Facing the approaching force, one man declared his opponent's ignorance, prompting the retort. What did you say? Drawing his sword, the man charged forward, ready to strike. His face contorted in anger, he prepared to unleash his attack. But the tables quickly turned, sending the man and his comrades flying through the air. The man lay defeated on the ground, uttering in disbelief, what on earth? Standing over his fallen opponents, the victor declared he would ask his question one last time. Gazing down at the defeated group, he pondered who the true fool might be. Abruptly, the scene shifted, revealing these events had transpired 4 hours prior. This tense conversation unfolded in the desolate field behind the adamantine stone training rooms. One of the men, Pyong Hak, was questioned, Are you certain you wish to proceed alone? He responded, explaining he had no choice, ordered to go alone, yet a bad feeling lingered. A yellow badge, he added, allowed them to form their own group. The other man countered that one badge wouldn't suffice for 20, risking internal strife. Still, inaction was impossible. The young strategist conceded his point. He then outlined his strategy. They would survive this academy, even by employing underhanded tactics. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his features, finding the idea of using their former leader as a bargaining chip unsettling. Hardening his resolve, he dismissed their worries, declaring what was done was done. As their future leader, he vowed to secure their place. Suddenly, a swift, ominous whoosh sliced through the still air. Yeoan materialized, a sinister smile gracing his lips, demanding to know their purpose and what had so unnerved them. With a sudden burst of speed, he and his followers dashed forward. A foot slammed down, the very earth trembling beneath the devastating force of the blow. One of Pyong Hak's group members looked up in disbelief, realizing he had been a pawn in a deal. Another member shouted, questioning if this was their retribution for yesterday's events. The attacker sneered, asking if they truly expected to escape after their cheap ambush. Baekji hadn't been enough. Now they targeted him. One group member muttered, warning that Yeoan, a vicious beast, would utterly destroy them if provoked. Upsetting him was unthinkable, given how many students he'd already hospitalized. He called his companions boneheads. He sighed, observing that they seemed the true boneheads, completely outnumbered by his own forces. Someone dares utter such words while I stand here, the man scoffed, his expression twisting in disbelief. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous, predatory glint flickering within their depths. Dodging the incoming strike with practiced ease, Yeoan prepared to unleash his formidable power. He inwardly commanded himself, control your power. Focusing his energy, he delivered a devastating blow. The impact's force sent blood flying, leaving his opponent reeling. The unfortunate soul hurtled through the air, a ragdoll at the mercy of his power. The remaining fighters could only watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. The body slammed into the ground with a sickening thud, leaving a cloud of dust. One onlooker shouted in disbelief, calling out Pyong-hak's name. Looking down at his hand, Yeowon seemed almost surprised by the force he unleashed. He muttered to himself, a soft exclamation of surprise. Pyong-hak's ally stared at him, all shocked by what had just happened. Desperate for answers, a hand clamped down, seizing him roughly. His captor demanded the yellow badge, accusing him of taking it after breaking Ojong's fingers. The response came. It was with student 108, Ilmyong. Confirmation arrived, exactly as they had suspected. Frustration mounted, and a sharp smack echoed. Pyong-hak cried out, accusing his captor of going soft on them. He then questioned the deal, asking about being used. The truth surfaced. It was young master Yuchan Xion of the Saber sect. The pieces fell into place. He had wanted them in a tight spot, stealing their yellow badge. Hearing Yuchan Xion's name, disbelief washed over him. The explanation continued. It was all part of his scheme, promising a yellow badge in return. An apology was offered, but Baek Ji turned away, disgusted, calling them all scum. As the student was beaten, his attacker sneered, calling him pathetic and promising he'd end up like Ojong. The beating continued, the student unable to defend himself. Nearby, another student flinched as someone demanded they wait, questioning what was happening. Shouting, he asked if they truly thought beating the weak was something to be proud of. Patting the student's shoulder, Hyebong told him to trust him, assuring him this one kid was enough to bait them all out for a beating. Another student pointed out they were promised 2 yellow badges. Turning to him, Hyebong asked if he truly trusted a deal made with Yuchan, questioning his meaning. The student replied that he had promised, that he would. The first student then asked what was happening. Flinching, the student realized they'd only get 1 badge, grumbling he thought they were in this together. Another student reminded them they were promised a group spot, even without the ambush, yet now they fought amongst themselves, realizing their exploitation. A figure observed, asking if they truly believed young master Yuchan Xion didn't foresee this outcome, giving only 1 badge, knowing 20 of them were promised more. Muttering amongst themselves, the students began to grasp the grim truth, realizing their manipulator desired nothing more than their infighting. The realization hit hard, one student cursing aloud, wondering if they had truly fallen for such a vile scheme all along. Growing impatient, one student demanded, "Are we just going to stand here grumbling?" Clenching his fists, another student declared, "If we're truly angry, then it's time for revenge." A stern voice boomed out, issuing an official warning. "Drop your wooden swords." The student who spoke earlier stood ready, his expression hardening. Splintering wood echoed as the students began dropping their practice weapons. Discarded swords littered the training ground, a testament to the students' shifting resolve. Pyong-hak appeared, his long, dark green hair framing an expression of curiosity and suspicion, wondering what new tomfoolery this was. Beck laughed, asking if they truly believed they could keep using that yellow badge as collateral. The word collateral hung in the air as he continued, questioning if they truly took them for fools. The green-haired student glanced aside, observing, "It seems someone has gotten into someone else's heads." One student scoffed, clearly unimpressed by the accusations, believing someone had gotten into their head. His teeth clenched, another retorted, "How dare someone like you call me weak?" His eyes narrowed, the student continued, reminding Beck that he had only run away like a disgusting little rat. Another student laughed, adding, "He talks a big game, but don't let me see him run away like a rat then." The first student's expression hardened, making it clear they had no intention of letting him go this time. Yeon wondered how it all came to this, questioning if he needed to find a way out and run. He realized, abandoning his group here meant failing the 3rd examination. Damn it, he thought. If I fail, I can kiss my chance to serve young master Yuchan Xion goodbye. Yeon knew he needed to find a way to defuse this situation and escape. Another student told him, "Young master Yuchan Xion himself promised to take us all as followers. Don't you believe him?" One student asked if that meant he was giving them 2 yellow badges. Yuchan Xion looked surprised, wondering what was happening. "If he takes all 19 as followers, we'll need 2 badges, one student remarked. Realizing the gravity, Yuchan Xion cursed, understanding their betrayal. If he couldn't talk his way out, he would have completely failed. He couldn't strike his own deal, the young master thought, considering his options. He decided to propose they would receive 2 badges. "I'll make a proposal that isn't a lie," he mused, "but it's their decision to reject it or not." Hearing this, another student admitted he liked the sound of that, but wondered if they could take this on. Suddenly, an unseen force attacked, and a student cried out, demanding to know what was happening. As the attack landed, the student could only exclaim in shock. The blow's force sent the student reeling, a shockwave erupting around them. Recovering quickly, the student yelled in anger, swinging their weapon. But with blinding speed, the attacker snatched the weapon from their grasp. The weapon was pulled away, leaving the student defenseless. Stunned by the sudden disarming, Yeo Yuan's eyes widened, a single, bewildered "what?" escaping his lips. The attacker boasted of imbuing the wooden sword with 7-star energy. Resounding with impact, the sword connected. The blow's immense force sent him sliding backward, crashing hard to the ground. A pained gasp, an MMPPH, escaped his lips. A new figure emerged, proclaiming himself the next challenger. The air crackled with steel and magic as Yeowon met the incoming attack head-on, a surge of energy rippling outwards from his formidable defense. Forced back by the impact, the opponent slid across the ground, a cloud of dust billowing in his wake. Losing all momentum, he crashed to an abrupt halt. His eyes narrowed, the opponent charged forward, declaring himself Yeowon's true adversary. Crouching low, he cursed the cheap sneak attack, realizing his weapon had broken again. Knowing victory was impossible, he huffed, yet retreat was not an option. With a renewed surge of adrenaline, the opponent and his allies dashed forward. Swinging his weapon with desperate force, he shouted for his comrades to clear his path. Blocking incoming attacks, he knew he couldn't face Yeowon's monstrous group, needing to break through Group 12 and escape. Letting out a shout, he prepared to counterattack. Frustration boiling over, he demanded to know what his allies were doing. With a furious yell, the opponent charged forward, determined to overwhelm his enemy. Before he could land a blow, a counterattack sent him reeling. The assault continued, each strike landing with brutal precision. Clenching his fists, the opponent declared it was time for his allies to join the fray. Grinning with anticipation, he relished the thought of his first real battle. With a battle cry, the opponent's men surged forward, ready to overwhelm their target. They launched their attack, each strike aimed with deadly intent. Their efforts met fierce resistance, each blow countered with equal force. Undeterred, the opponent's men continued their assault, pushing forward with unwavering determination. Their attacks were relentless, but met with a swift, brutal response. As chaos unfolded, Yeowon stepped forward, his expression grim, wondering what was happening. Knowing they were beaten, one man lamented their futile resistance, fearing worse consequences. Accepting defeat, their swords clattered to the ground. Bowing low, the men surrendered, acknowledging Yeowon Cheon's victory. Staring down at the defeated men, Yeowon wondered at their intentions. Pleading for mercy, the opponent claimed their status as minor priesthood candidates warranted clemency. A sinister smirk spread across his face, thinking no anger would make him punish one who knelt. Closing the distance in a flash, Yeowon grabbed the man's head. With a grunt, he pulled the man's head down. His eyes burning with rage, Yeowon retorted that if he wished no fight, he shouldn't have used such tactics. Struggling, the opponent cried out, questioning his actions and repeating his surrender. His eyes glowing with murderous intent, Yeowon silenced him, commanding him to be quiet. Slamming him into the ground, the impact's sound echoed through the forest. Continuing his brutal assault, Yeowon slammed his opponent's head into the ground with unrelenting force. The sheer force of the impact sent shockwaves through the earth, a testament to each blow's power. Each strike left a deeper impression, the ground itself cracking under the relentless pounding. Even through the pain, the opponent's mind raced, a desperate thought surfacing: one must pay the price for meddling. The world spun, each impact a fresh wave of agony as he realized this was only the beginning. The sound of each impact echoed through the training grounds, a grim reminder of defiance's consequences. Gasping for air, the opponent could only manage a strangled, pained ache. His face contorted in pain and defiance, he shouted, "Young Master Yuchan Cheon won't let you escape this." Despite the beating, a flicker of realization crossed his mind. Yuchan would surely come for him now. The thought sank in, a chilling understanding dawning. Young Master Yuchan Cheon commanded the Academy's strongest following. He could only pray Yeowon felt some fear. Through a bloodied eye, Yeowon stared back, a silent acknowledgement. With a final, crushing blow, the opponent could only utter a defeated, "Crap." Forgetting this was Jongseom Cheon's wrecker, Yeowon slammed his head into the ground with a sickening crash. The beating continued, the opponent managing only a muffled cry. His arm fell to the ground, completely limp. Looking down at the defeated man, Yeowon wondered if that was all it took to knock him out. Elsewhere, a group of men moved with purpose, their eyes scanning, searching for a specific target. An injured man lay surrounded, his captors shuddering with an unseen dread. One of them whispered, "Where is Ilmyeong?" A finger pointed, "He's over there." The opponent realized his resistance had led to his verbal and paralysis points being pricked, rendering him still. He cursed, wishing his ribs weren't broken. A man asked if his verbal pressure points should be released, but Yeowon dismissed it, having no desire to hear his words. Suddenly, he seized the man's wrist. Lifting it, he left the opponent utterly confused. The captive shivered, wondering what fresh torment awaited him. Continuing his assault, Yeowon seized the opponent's hand, a cruel glint in his eyes. A sickening crack echoed through the air, as he snapped a finger with brutal efficiency. His face contorted in agony, the opponent screamed, a torrent of pain washing over him. Hearing the sickening crack, the opponent's allies gasped in horror, their faces masks of shock. Yeowon scoffed, "Quiet. All I did was break a finger. Don't be such a wuss." His eyes blazing with fury, the opponent spat, "He's sick." Writhing in agony, the man could only think of Ojong's suffering. One of the allies whispered, "No, he went through far worse. He was completely beaten before this happened." Trembling with rage, the opponent snarled, "Damn him. This bastard. I'll kill you." Blood dripping from his mouth, he vowed, "I'll end your life with my own 2 hands. I will." A sinister grin spreading across his face, Yeowon retorted, I'll kill yo. Before the words could leave his lips, he silenced him with a swift, brutal strike. Blood splattered the air as an order rang out. For each member of Ilmyong's group, someone would pay the price. Her eyes burning with rage, a female voice demanded one leg, and all fingers of their enemies be broken. The unknown antagonist ordered his subordinates to break one leg, and all fingers of each of Ilmyong's group. Panic seized them. Had they only heeded Yompa's earlier warnings, their fate might have been different. Yes, my lord, a subordinate affirmed. A muffled groan escaped, signaling the brutal assault's commencement. Writhing in agony, the victim's body contorted on the ground. His eyes burned with pain, narrowing his world to a single point. A subordinate watched, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. The attack intensified, a whirlwind of violence unleashed. Staring up in horror, the man's eyes widened. Rushing forward, a figure cried out, "My lord!" Consumed by rage and agony, a primal roar tore through the air, his face contorted in a grimace, the previous battle's intensity still etched in his expression. Eyes narrowed, he prepared for what was to come. The air crackled, a palpable tension hanging heavy. A voice echoed through the trees, declaring, "My lord!" From above, the scene unfolded. A group of figures gathered, practicing their swordsmanship in formation. Swords flashed, yet something was clearly amiss. Yeowan Cheon observed the practice, a frown creasing his brow, sensing something was off. One trainee voiced the issue, noting that as first-rate masters, they should have easily mastered the technique. Grasping the manual, he admitted they couldn't achieve the special synergy this formation promised. Sword in hand, he suggested a break, needing to review the manual further. "Hey, Junpo." Turning to a spectator, he inquired about their technique, asking if they performed the sword formation correctly. Scratching his neck, Yeowan appeared unsure. A student smiled, reassuring him to speak honestly. Flipping through the pages, the student reviewed the manual. He admitted they only performed the forms simultaneously, having never seen the formation executed properly, thus deeming it ordinary. Suddenly, a voice called out, alerting them to a new presence. The group turned, seeing a figure approach. The figure carried someone on his back. Someone shouted, demanding their identity and ordering them to stop. The bandaged figure on the carrier's back spoke, revealing himself as Impyong. Yompo approached, carrying the injured man, prompting a query about his face. The battered man appeared in rough shape. He grimaced, seeing the injured man's state. The sounds of battle echoed, revealing the brutal clash's aftermath. Surveying the scene, one man identified the fallen, Wang Hyul-ko and Baek Ji-ai. Another man observed the fallen, realizing they were all followers of Yeowan Cheon. The man questioned the heavily injured figure's identity, realizing it was the young master. He wondered what could have left him in such a state. One man reflected, acknowledging their demise without Impyong's intervention. He seemed to have mastered the demonic blood reversal art. This art amplifies strength by reversing blood flow, yet overuse damages pressure points, leading to a berserk state. The demonic cult itself deemed it forbidden. Looking down at the injured figure, someone remarked on such a foolish last resort. His outburst likely made him attack friend and foe indiscriminately. One man congratulated the others, praising their good work. The man admitted he hadn't expected much, yet acknowledged their excellent work, ordering the injured one sent to the infirmary. With a swift motion, the unknown figure dispatched the remaining enemies. The scene concluded, revealing the battle's aftermath. A twisted grin stretched across his face as he mocked his fallen opponent, relishing the pain. "Ha, I bet that hurt real bad." With a swift motion, Yeowan delivered a brutal kick, declaring, "Destroy your lower abdomen." Observing, an onlooker commented on the brutality. He noted the opponent was already beaten, yet the young master still sliced tendons, ensuring his foes were utterly incapacitated. With a sudden surge of power, Yeowan lifted himself, ready for the next assault. But before he could react, a blow landed squarely on his face, sending blood flying. Staggering from the impact, he turned, his expression a mix of shock and fury, demanding to know what was happening. Recovering quickly, he retaliated with a furious attack of his own. The force of his blow proved devastating. Unleashing another kick, Yeowan sent his opponent crashing to the ground. Arriving on the scene, Yompa demanded to know the hell what was going on. With a powerful swing, another attack was launched. The punch connected, sending shockwaves through the air. With a resounding crash, a new group slid into the fray, their weapons ready. Gathering power, one of the fighters prepared to unleash a devastating blow. His eyes widening, he couldn't believe what he was seeing, wondering how such a feat was possible. Recovering quickly, the others began to rise, one of them urging the rest to get up, implying all was not lost. His face contorted in rage, he shouted, accusing them of a deceitful ruse. Meanwhile, the scene shifted, revealing the presence of Crimson Windblade sects Jiron O and Fist sects Jinyu. Flinching, he realized they had brought all of Group 12, wondering if they too had fallen. With a determined step, one of the fighters advanced. His voice filled with fury, he accused Yompa of treacherous betrayal against young Master Yuchan. Suddenly, a hand grabbed something, a sly grin spreading across his face as he mused on their lack of faith. With a soft thud, something fell to the ground, prompting him to muse that his efforts had been unnecessary. Ready for what came next, the group stepped forward, prepared for the battle's next phase. His eyes widened, sweat beading on his brow, Utter disbelief etched across his face as he recognized the figure before him. A familiar name echoed through the air, Yeowon. A grim determination hardened Yeowon's face, preparing him for the coming assault. Before he could react, the masked figure was upon him, striking with a devastating palm. The masked figure's subordinate cried out, a panicked "My lord," escaping his lips. The masked figure's eyes glowed with menacing red light, continuing his relentless assault. The blow's force sent him spinning backwards, leaving him unable to defend himself. Sliding across the ground, he struggled to regain his footing. Before the masked figure could capitalize, Yeowon retaliated with a strike of his own. The masked figure was sent hurtling backwards, the blow's force staggering him. Crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, the assailant was momentarily stunned. Skidding backwards, he struggled to maintain his balance. Visibly shaken, the assailant exclaimed, "How has his strength increased so drastically?" As the assailant looked up in disbelief, Yeowon was already upon him, launching another attack. With grim determination, the young lord stared down his opponent. The blow's force sent the assailant hurtling through the air. His face contorted in pain. He was completely helpless. The momentum carried the assailant further away. Crashing through the trees, he plummeted towards the ground. The impact was brutal, slamming him into the earth. Not giving him a moment to recover, Yeowon leaped after him. A strangled cry escaped the assailant's lips. Closing the distance, he prepared to strike. Blurring into motion, he moved with incredible speed. The final blow landed with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the area. As the dust settled, it revealed the devastating aftermath of the battle. Looking down, Yeowon mused that the demonic blood reversal art should have made his foe tougher. The others assured him he was fine, though one couldn't believe he'd mastered a forbidden art, certain he'd be expelled. They then asked about the others. Jiang and Cheon replied that they had taken care of them. He continued, stating all that remained was to send them to the infirmary, having avenged Ojong and uncovered the true mastermind. Now it was time to. But someone interjected, telling Hyebong to wait and calm down. They'd need comparable manpower, plus at least 2 more men at the Ascendant Master level minimum, wondering if Wang Hyo would help. Another member recalled that fighting side by side, they could take down an early Ascendant Master. Someone then offered, if you need more men, we'd be willing to help. Gal Yun thanked them, but noted that even with their group's help, it would still be risky. Yuchan supposed they were right, suggesting they take these guys to the infirmary first, then brainstorm. He then declared, everyone get ready. We're attacking them now. Someone asked if he had a plan in mind. A confident smirk played on Yeowon's lips, a silent promise of what was to come. But before he could react, a shout of disbelief pierced the air. Deactivating his voice modulation, he admitted he hadn't been using his real voice. The realization dawning on Yuchan, he roared in frustration at the perceived trickery. With a desperate cry, he lunged forward. But it was too late. Yeowon effortlessly sidestepped the attack. His movements a blur, he unleashed a flurry of sword blows, each strike carrying the weight of his skill. There was no way he could win, Yuchan thought, struggling to keep up with the onslaught. With lightning speed, Yeowon snatched something from Yuchan. His face contorted in rage, Yuchan cursed his opponent. Gathering his energy, Yeowon unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent him reeling, leaving Yuchan stunned and defeated. Dodging the incoming strike with practiced ease, he avoided the blow. But the attack found its mark, and Jinyu coughed up blood. He hadn't fallen with one strike, suggesting he was in the early stages of Ascendant Master level. Sliding across the ground, Yeowon avoided another attack. His voice rang out, everyone, get on the ground. The crowd reacted instantly, hitting the dirt. The onlookers watched, shocked, realizing saber energy was about to be unleashed. Gathering saber energy, Yeowon prepared to swing. The attack connected with the ground, sending shockwaves through the area. The crowd watched in disbelief, realizing the power he now held. The dust settled, leaving a scene of devastation. A voice called out, Yuchan Cheon. Having unleashed a devastating blow, Yeowon stood tall, his sword crackling with energy. A sinister smile spread across Jinyu's face. He admitted hoping to settle the score for that ambush. Sent flying through the air, the wounded man heard his opponent's taunt. So he's finally awake. Took him long enough. His face contorted with rage. Jinyu thought he'd rather not use an ambush as an excuse for losing. He recalled meeting him, a mere brat, in front of the training rooms. Wiping blood from his mouth, he realized he'd grown at an unbelievable rate, lamenting he should have severed an arm when he had the chance. Landing heavily, he vowed to take one of his arms before he grew even stronger. Watching the fight unfold, an onlooker remarked he'd never seen the young lord so serious. Another wondered if he acknowledged Yeowon as a worthy opponent. Another spectator exclaimed that if Jinyu lost here, his chance at the minor priesthood would be over. Ready for the next exchange, Yeowon stood his ground, his blade gleaming. Focusing his energy, he prepared to strike. With blinding speed, Jinyu unleashed the second codified fighting form of Illusory Demon Saber technique, Illusory Saber Strike. Yeowon, with a surge of raw power, unleashed the second codified fighting form of the Illusory Demon Saber technique, a complex and deadly attack. The Saber Sex technique, rivaling even the Dancing Butterfly, found Jinyu poised for a fierce battle. Knowing his opponent's strength demanded his all, he was struck in the face, the attack's force leaving him bewildered. What was he attempting? Steel clashed, ringing out as the veteran hunter continued his relentless assault. Swinging his blade with blinding speed, the attack proved too swift for a mere sword block. The blow's force sent him reeling, leaving him to wonder how he hadn't seen it coming. Another deafening clang echoed through the arena, Yeowan's attack shattering his opponent's defenses. The final strike connected with devastating force, sending Jinyu flying backwards. From the sidelines, the crowd erupted in cheers. A cry of admiration rang out, as onlookers expressed their awe. He mused, surprised by the strange angle of attack, a movement that should have taxed his opponent's arm. Clearly, his right arm was refined for this. A grin spread across his face, realizing such skill could match a high-ranking professor, especially with his internal strength advantage. Despite blood trickling down his face, Jinyu smirked, claiming his attack had aimed to sever an arm. He scoffed, urging his opponent to abandon awkward, unfamiliar sword techniques and employ his renowned dancing butterfly technique instead. Hearing this, Yeowan inquired if he truly believed the technique would go unrecognized. He wondered, did his opponent recognize the ultimate counter technique from the Sapphire Gravestone? Jinyu retorted, asserting his opponent's emulation of the professor's seven-demon sword technique was futile against him. Extending his hand, he issued a stern warning. He declared 5 forms would be granted, insisting on that awkward technique meant bidding his right arm farewell within those 5 codified forms. With a smirk, Yeowan accepted the bet. Jinyu replied, confirming his opponent's confidence in defeating his awkward technique within 5 forms, believing the bet favored him, correct? Remaining calm, he urged his opponent to state his conditions. With a sinister grin, he proposed a high-stakes gamble, fighting with all their yellow badges on the line. His challenge echoed through the training ground. Laughing maniacally, Jinyu mocked him, claiming he never ceased to surprise. His face still bearing encounter marks, he admitted feeling more to lose, possessing for badges. Wielding his blade, he declared that if victorious, he would claim Baekji, his loyal follower, only then accepting the bet. His expression hardening, he realized Jinyu's relentless attempts to recruit him would never cease. The blade hummed with power, leaving him to wonder if this gamble would succeed. His eyes widening, Yeowan appeared to consider the offer. A flicker of something unreadable crossed Jinyu's face, awaiting the response. Clenching his fist, Baekji hoped he could trust his ally. Nodding slowly, he appeared to reach a decision. A sinister smile spread across his face, declaring his interest. Offering the first strike, Jinyu, confident in his skills, wondered if his opponent grew cocky. Responding to the offer, Yeowan sharply commanded his opponent to cease talking and engage in combat. With a sudden burst of speed, the fierce battle instantly erupted. Closing the distance, he dashed toward Jinyu, a vibrant blue aura surrounding him. Bringing his sword up, he slashed at his opponent with incredible speed. The blade connected, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. Bloodied but grinning, the antagonist declared Yeowan's stubbornness would cost him everything, boasting of his mastery over the seven-demon sword technique to challenge professors. Unfazed by the taunt, he knew the technique intimately, including its flaws, preparing to unleash the 4th codified form, Illusory Saber Pier. Continuing his assault, he unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes. Barely managing to react, Jinyu slid back, desperately blocking the attack. Struggling to keep up, he was shocked by the technique's incredible speed and power. The swords clashed violently, their sound echoing through the training ground. The Illusory Demon Saber technique took hold, surrounding him with a vortex of swirling, spectral blades, leaving him bewildered. Desperate to defend, he struggled against the relentless assault, realizing the technique's increasing difficulty to block. His eyes widened in panic, the realization dawning on Jinyu. He was losing, a desperate denial escaping him. Unrelenting, he leaped forward, sliding across the ground to maintain his fierce attack. Preparing the final strike, he unleashed the 5th codified form of the Illusory Demon Saber technique. Reacting on instinct, his opponent attempted to dash away from the overwhelming power. But it was no use. The technique's force was too much, leaving him bewildered by the attacker's speed. The impact exploded, sending powerful shockwaves through the battlefield. Staggering, Jinyu could only utter a desperate, guttural cry of denial. The whirlwind of blades closed in, dragging the struggling man further into the technique's deadly embrace. With blinding speed, Yeowan unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes. And finally, a single, decisive stab pierced through his foe. His blade a blur of motion, the young master unleashed a flurry of slashes, each strike aimed with deadly precision. Each strike landing with brutal force, the onslaught left Jinyu reeling, a pained cry escaping his lips. The final blow descended, the blade piercing through the antagonist with a sickening thud. His eyes wide with disbelief, the pain registered on his opponent's face as the attack's reality sank in. Staggering back, he clutched at the wound, the crimson stain spreading rapidly. Mention of the blade's sex candidate for minor priesthood, Yuchan Xion, triggered a memory. Unlike his flippant demeanor, the prodigy was an incredibly talented individual, refining his martial arts techniques tirelessly. He had already reached the level of Ascendant Master by the time he entered the academy. His consistent efforts brought him to the peak of that level, shocking the rest of the students. All of his followers were sure he would be a shoo-in for the minor priesthood. Blood splattered across the wounded man's face as he reeled, his eyes wide with disbelief and pain. A guttural scream tore from his throat, the agony almost unbearable. Standing over the fallen Jinyu, Yeowon's hand crackled with blue energy, a silent testament to the power he now wielded. His gaze fixed on the scene before him. Jinyu's expression was a mix of shock and fury. Kneeling on the ground, clutching his wound, he couldn't believe what was happening. Watching their lord's defeat unfold, the surrounding disciples stood in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how their leader had fallen so easily. Channeling his energy, he pushed his hand forward, intensifying the attack. Coughing up blood, Jinyu's body convulsed in pain, his strength rapidly fading. The disciples cried out, their voices filled with anguish and desperation as they witnessed their lord's suffering. Preparing to deliver the final blow, Yeowon stood over Jinyu, his eyes cold and resolute. As the dust settled, it revealed Yeowon, bloodied yet standing, a stark testament to his brutal victory. Jinyu's voice sliced through the silence, a chilling threat hanging in the air as he warned against another step, ordering everyone to stay back. Standing over his defeated foe, he demanded Yuchan hand them over, asserting that the vanquished had lost the best. Kneeling in defeat, he could only wonder how his opponent had managed such a feat. A flicker of surprise crossed the victor's face, something unexpected having caught him off guard. Towering over the kneeling Yuchan, Yeowon ensured his words had been heard. A cold smile played on his lips, acknowledging the thought. Confidence radiating from him, he stood tall. Bloodied and battered, Yuchan could only muster a shocked expression. Jinyu's sinister grin widened, believing his opponent had a long way to go before threatening his life. The scene focused on the kneeling figure, defeated and bleeding. Having dedicated his life to this minor power, Yuchan's hand trembled, his ambition utterly shattered. Standing over him, covered in blood, Yeowon remained a stark reminder of failure's price. Witnessing the scene, the Academy members could only whisper his title in disbelief. His name barely escaping his lips, Yuchan could only quiver in defeat. Staggering, he couldn't believe this was the end. His body gave out, and he fell. The sound of his body hitting the ground echoed, a final testament to his defeat, as others called out to their young lord. Clenching his fist, Jinyu vowed to make him pay for this humiliation. Slamming his hand down, his anger boiled over. His eyes narrowed, Yeowon stared down at his defeated foe. Just as the young lord had said, he couldn't believe this was the end. A swift strike landed with devastating force, blue energy crackling around the impact. Witnessing the brutal attack, the onlookers could only stare in stunned silence. The force of the blow sent him reeling, blood erupting from his mouth as he gagged for air. His body slammed into the ground, each cough a painful reminder of the damage sustained. Spitting blood, Jinyu's face contorted in a mask of fury. Gasping for breath, he struggled to comprehend the sudden turn of events, demanding the meaning of this betrayal. A sinister smile crept across Yeowon's face, his eyes glinting with cold satisfaction as he clarified the terms of their agreement. His face twisted in pain, Jinyu could only flinch, staring up at his attacker. Looking down at the fallen Yuchan, he mused on a valuable lesson learned from him. He continued, realizing unfinished business should never remain so, condemning Jinyu for taking advantage of the defeated and downtrodden. Another strike landed with brutal force, blue energy exploding on impact. The final blow sent Jinyu spiraling, blood painting the air as he crashed back to earth. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, Jinyu landing hard, the impact echoing through the training grounds. Antagonist Jinyu's face contorted in pain, struggling to breathe as blood pooled around him. Clenching his fist, Yeowon wondered aloud if they truly believed harassment was acceptable, only to deem him the villain when consequences arrived. He demanded logic. Turning his back on the defeated foe, he ordered his men to capture the remaining enemies and break every one of their limbs. His subordinates responded in unison, their voices affirming unwavering loyalty. The sound of another brutal impact rang out, sending yet another figure flying. Screams of the injured filled the air, as the remaining enemies were dealt with swiftly. The sickening sound of bone breaking echoed, a leg crushed beneath a brutal blow. The victim cried out, lamenting the agonizing loss of their leg. One of his subordinates approached, offering a pouch to Yeowon. Accepting the offering, he examined its contents. A sinister smile spread across his face, remarking there was no point in hoarding them, as he'd have nowhere to use them. The battle concluded, leaving a lone student to mutter, "Wow." Turning from the brutal scene, it became clear, survival of the fittest was the only rule here. Kindness a luxury no one could afford. Another student realized they had made enemies with the Saber sect. Their only path to survival now lay in helping Yeowon rise. The defeated students knelt before him. One student, bewildered, asked, "What are you all doing?" They continued to prostrate themselves, begging to be taken in. Looking down at the kneeling figures, they vowed their loyalty to the young lord. The students pleaded, "Please take us in." A sinister grin spread across his face. Watching from the sidelines, Impyong remarked that everything went exactly as planned, another student agreeing he was far smarter than he let on. Elsewhere, the view panned up, revealing the academy's imposing structure. Inside, guards stood watch outside the second-floor infirmary. A wide smile stretched across the academy deputy's face. He seemed genuinely pleased. The infirmary was a scene of chaos, injured students littering the floor, groaning in pain. One professor couldn't help but smile, his colleague questioning if he truly smiled at injured kids. He really is something else, huh? The other professor remarked. It felt like just yesterday he brought that internally injured kid here. The professor gestured towards the injured students, wondering who would have guessed that kid would become such a monster. The professor, tending to an injured student, snapped. Enough chit-chat. Come and hold this one down. Someone spat, a clear sign of defiance or disgust. A close-up revealed a person vowing to serve until the bitter end. In the Academy Deputy office, the Academy Deputy contemplated something, a deep hum escaping his lips. Lying on the floor, an injured man was in dire straits. A close-up of his face revealed the extent of his injuries, blood splattered across it. A hand patted the injured man's chest, a gesture of comfort or reassurance. Enveloped by a shimmering blue energy, the injured man's body began to mend, a soft, ethereal whirring filling the air. The painful symphony of cracking bones echoed, accompanying the rapid, agonizing healing process. Wisps of energy danced around him, knitting flesh and sinew back together. A jolt of searing pain shot through him, a stark reminder of the damage sustained. With a sharp gasp, consciousness returned, snapping him back to a harsh reality. He heard a voice observing his return to wakefulness. Flinching, the injured man addressed the speaker. Sir. Turning, Jinyu's gaze hardened. Clutching his head, the wounded man struggled to recall the events, certain he had been battling Yeoan. A thump echoed as he leaned forward, declaring he would be asking the questions. The injured man responded, confused. Pardon. A low rumble vibrated through the air as he demanded. Now tell me. His face inches away, the antagonist pressed. How do you know the demonic blood reversal art? His eyes widening in shock, the injured man could only stammer in disbelief. Clenching his fist, Ui-sama demanded. Now tell me. His opponent, bloodied and bruised, struggled to speak, asking how he knew the demonic blood reversal art. The injured man's face, a mess of cuts and bruises, barely allowed him to utter a sound. He tried to deny any knowledge, claiming ignorance of the matter. The auburn-haired man remained unmoved, his expression hardening further. Preparing a technique, Ui-sama's hand began to glow with vibrant blue energy. Unleashing the energy, he sent a wave of power surging towards his opponent. The injured man, caught off guard, exclaimed, Sir, why are you doing this? The auburn-haired man prepared another attack, his eyes narrowed. He unleashed another burst of energy, the force of which cracked the very air around them. The injured man's eyes widened in terror, realizing the gravity of his situation. The force of the attack sent him flying backwards, screaming in agony. Guards stood silently, their presence a heavy weight in the air. A muffled scream echoed, the sound of someone pushed to their breaking point. The voice, barely a whisper, stated, Student 108, no one can hear your screams now. Ilmyong-ha, of the mid-ranked Million Sword sect, sat at a desk, his expression unreadable, as the interrogator stated, Officially, you are not affiliated. A finger tapped on a scroll, emphasizing the weight of the information within. That is the extent of the personal information you submitted. The unseen victim quivered, blood and sweat mixing as he struggled for composure, his silence speaking volumes. A foot stepped forward, its sound echoing in the tense atmosphere, a silent accusation hanging in the air. The interrogator continued, his words laced with suspicion, but judging by how you've mastered the demonic blood reversal art, lost for decades, at the young age of 17. Taking another step, the interrogator closed the distance, his intent becoming clearer with each movement. A sinister smile spread across Ilmyong-ha's face, a subtle shift in power dynamics, as the interrogator assumed he cared little for his sect's ruin. The masked figure's attack began, a surge of power aimed directly at him. Blue energy crackled around him, the force of the blow threatening to shatter his very bones. A hand clamped down on his throat, cutting off his air supply. The masked figure sneered. You underestimated my information access as the left-hand royal bodyguard. Did you think I wouldn't know? His face contorted in pain. Ilmyong could only choke as the masked figure continued. And that it's one of the two shadow sword sects? Clenching his teeth, he cursed his predicament. The grip tightened, a sickening crunch echoing in the chamber. Blood gushed from his mouth, a horrifying gulping sound filling the air. The masked figure's expression was one of pure contempt, unable to believe what was happening. Slamming him to the ground, the masked figure roared, Damn you, Ilmyong. His face twisted in disbelief, the masked figure muttered, Crap, I didn't expect this. Not only had he bitten off and swallowed his own tongue, but he'd also sent his internal powers flowing in reverse, destabilizing his energy. His vision blurring. He thought these sect members would do anything to avoid capture. Blood dripping down his face, he cursed his fate. His hand fell to the ground with a thud, Ilmyong-ha reflecting on his bitter end as a slave to this wretched sect. Lying on the ground, his life ebbed away. As darkness closed in, he thought what a despicable, bitter end this was. Elsewhere, around 6 p.m. at the academy cafeteria, a buzz of excitement filled the air. Whispers spread through the crowd, announcing that young Lord Yeoan had arrived. The crowd surged forward, each person desperate for a moment of his time, shouting his name. Hands reached out, grabbing and squeezing, as one voice cried out to watch their hands. The crowd continued to shout, pushing and shoving, demanding others get in line. An attendant stepped forward, silencing the crowd with a wave of his hand, telling them to show manners and quiet down before seeking an audience with their young lord. The students, though still eager, began to organize themselves, realizing they had no choice but to get in line if they wanted to speak with young Lord Yeowon. One student complimented Hyebong on a job well done. More importantly, he couldn't believe the rumors had spread so quickly. It was true. Young Lord Yeowon defeated senior martial arts Professor Ho and Yuchan Xion. Thanking his lord, Hyebong noted that he now stood out as a top contender for the minor priesthood, alongside Nguyen Xion of the Shadow Sect. Gazing upon the assembled crowd, Yeowon felt no surprise at having captured the academy's full attention. Student 71, Seepjong Bom of the Night Saber sect, stepped forward, declaring his desire to serve him, despite his mid-ranking sect origins. Student 22, Jinho Gong of the Striking Palm sect, chimed in, having heard of many openings, pleading to be accepted into his burgeoning group. Student 907, Mudo Lee, added, noting the 6 yellow badges he possessed, and requested acceptance as a group member. Under the looming night sky, the crowd of hopeful applicants continued their anxious murmuring. Addressing the throng, Yeowon thanked all who had gathered, yet revealed a crucial truth he needed to impart. The crowd continued to murmur, eagerly anticipating his next words. Revealing his true intentions, he declared he sought not mere members for an exam, but devoted followers to forge a new age for their demonic warrior cult by his side. Addressing the students, he made it clear, if they wouldn't join his cause, he would politely decline their application. Watching him, a student remarked that their young lord had truly matured. The young lord's words echoed, declaring his intent to change the cult's 6 foundations, stirring the students into a buzz of reaction. Before, he'd have shown hostility towards the 6 sects. Now, he championed fundamental cult change, placing it at the forefront. The student continued, explaining this approach made him less intimidating, revealing his earnest ambition for the minor priesthood to others. Others, however, remained unsure, muttering he lacked sufficient support against the 6 sects, wondering how many would truly remain. One student bowed, admitting he couldn't commit to such a path. Another apologized, explaining his sect's direct service to the musician sect made such commitment impossible for him. Another student announced his departure, apologizing to the young lord, understanding their feelings, yet regretting the outcome. As students began to depart, the night sky loomed silently above. Despite the departures, Yeowon simply grinned. Gazing at the remaining students, he noted how many still stood. One student admitted his martial arts were lacking, yet, inspired by the young lord's words, he vowed to join his journey. The students pleaded, "Please, accept us." Bowing deeply, the students showed their eagerness to join. The students called out, "Young Lord, Yeowon Xion." One student questioned, "Huh?" The students stood, awaiting a response. Another student wondered, "Wait, is that?" One student exclaimed, "It's Gyumun." Another urgently warned, "My lord, you must avoid Gyumun at all costs." The student questioned, "And why is that?" He was revealed as the grandson of Yunmun, the demonic warrior cult's 9th elder. The student was identified as Student 408, from the demonic Dragon Palm sect. At the very pinnacle of power, the formidable patriarch of the demonic cult stands. Directly beneath him, a formidable council of 12 elders awaits. Save for those from the 6 main sects, these elders ascended solely through their formidable abilities. From the demonic Dragon Palm sect, Yunmun became an elder, his rise fueled by contributions in the cult's last war. Possessing exceptional skill, he fostered his sect to rival the main 6, making its descendants vital recruits for minor priesthood candidates. Elsewhere, a solitary figure limps, struggling with each painful step. A student wonders aloud, "Why is he limping so badly?" Another student replies, "Is he ill? You have 6 yellow badges, right?" A voice declares, "One of those badges belongs to me." As a demonic Dragon Palm descendant, he constantly received recruitment offers from the main sects, politely declining each. He had always refused, but when Yuchan Xion asked a 3rd time, things changed. He was pressed one last time to join. Bowing his head, the injured man apologized to young Master Yuchan Xion, affirming his neutrality. He only wished to focus on academy training, but ultimately, despite his resolve, he was defeated. His assailant stole his yellow badge, breaking his left leg and right arm. Leaving, Yuchan Xion threatened him, join his group, or fail the 3rd examination. The young master's actions were utterly despicable. His plan was to join any group, then seek revenge once recovered. Yuchan Xion's recruitment wasn't about talent, it was a power obsession. With his arm and leg broken, no one would accept him. "But he's a skilled fighter, isn't he?" someone questioned. "Surely, someone will take him in." Yuchan had made a sneaky deal. A group leader agreed to take him, but retracted her offer within an hour. Hearing this, he felt glad their lord had cut off that persistent jerk's arm. He'd planned revenge on Yuchan after recovery, regardless of the exam. But hearing young Master Yeowon cut off his arm left him unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment. With a heavy thud, the injured man fell to his knees, insisting his words were truth. He declared Yeowon now responsible, demanding to be taken in. Looking down, he acknowledged the man's plight, yet questioned his conclusion that he must be taken in. The injured man remained kneeling, the crushing weight of his predicament evident. He continued to plead, begging not to be rejected for his broken limbs, insisting he offered more. Looking up, he wondered if the man truly wished to join his journey, or merely sought a temporary group. His expression hardening, he reminded Gyu that even within the demonic academy, neutrality was paramount. But should he find someone worthy of his service, he must observe them carefully before committing. The injured man looked up, asking if that was so, as he slowly lifted himself. The injured man's face hardened with determination, insisting, "That is the case, no." Fidgeting nervously, he waited, but Gyu-mun leaned in, addressing Yeoan as his lord, pointing out the man's tight spot, suggesting reconsideration. Gyu-mun's face filled with concern, insisting he'd regret not taking in a talent like Mun-gyu. The injured man continued his plea, reminding him others would kill for his strength, enough to lead a group. Yet, Yeoan remained impassive, his thoughts questioning why he should accept this individual based solely on misfortune, having turned away so many others before. He couldn't simply abandon his principles, not merely because this student possessed exceptional martial talent. Desperate, the injured man attempted to bargain, first pleading for 4 days, then 2, but he remained unyielding, flatly refusing. Finally, he questioned the man's extreme efforts to join his group. Activating nanofacial analysis mode, he prepared to scan the injured man. A holographic interface flickered into existence, scanning the injured man's face, as Yeoan mused, merely wishing to observe the true nature of this person. But the system returned an error, beeping insistently. The system reported its inability to activate facial analysis mode. Frustrated, he wondered aloud, why not? The interface explained, the target's facial muscles, covered in artificial skin, prevented analysis completion. The system further noted the skin on his neck differed from behind his ears, prompting him to suspect a human skin mask. Why hide his face? He wondered, analyzing the injured man's body parts not covered by artificial skin. But why? He mused, as the target's age was estimated between 15 and 17 years old. The target's gender was female, leading him to conclude she was concealing her true identity. He paused, waiting. She seemed to study his neck and ears, wondering if he'd caught on. No, impossible, she thought. Not even Sir Lee noticed. Young Master Yeoan couldn't have. Ha ha ha, she mused, realizing she'd already decided to become one of his followers, requiring no further thought. Please take me in, she vowed, offering her life to him. Could what he was about to say be discussed later, in a private place? All right then. That's right, Yumin Jia, a man affirmed. It's a pleasure to meet him. I've heard much. I am Wang Hyul-ko. Another introduced himself as Beck, while the injured woman revealed her name, Hyabong. Chatter filled the air as the group moved. With their numbers growing, he realized the necessity of reorganizing them into smaller groups. Now boasting 26 new followers, bringing his total to 53, he divided them evenly into 6 groups, distributing yellow badges. 5 leaders were chosen based on loyalty and martial prowess. A new face appeared, a man with slicked back hair and a confident smirk. Baek Ji, one of the newly appointed group leaders, was shown in close-up, his expression serious. Another group leader, Yumin Jia, was introduced, offering a friendly smile. Gal Yun, former leader of a 12-member group, steeled himself, muttering, I must do my best. Thus, Yeoan became the leader of the Academy's largest army of followers. Around 8 p.m., the scene shifted to a serene landscape bathed in full moonlight. Behind the adamantine stone training room, 2 figures stood in the distance. Jinyu spoke, revealing a shocking truth, his twin brother's face. He continued, explaining that the shock of this news caused his mother's death during the birth of his younger twin. His brother, Yu's, birth was difficult, leaving him with a disability. Shocked, their grandfather concealed this fact from the outside world. At least they possessed innate martial talent. But wouldn't this truth eventually surface? Why conceal it? The 6 main sects coveted a demonic dragon palm descendant as a follower, regularly sending matchmakers to secure him for their families. Jinyu reflected on the dire consequences had the 6 main sects learned of the incident before her academy entry. From what she knew, the demonic dragon palm sect had always been led by men. Had Gyu-mun been married off by matchmakers under such circumstances, the situation would have escalated into an even more dire predicament. She would have been forced into the academy, allowing the 6 main sects to exploit her disability, ensuring her swift and brutal elimination. Without a direct descendant, the demonic dragon palm sect would be absorbed by one of the 6 main sects, granting them immense power. This realization drove her to enter the academy, feigning masculinity, having convinced her sect that excelling here would protect them from any reprisal. Yet, with no one aware of her and her brother's true genders, she pondered why she used her own name instead of his. This deception, appearing solely her own design, would shield her sect and brother from repercussions if her secret ever unraveled. The young man had been utterly oblivious to Jinyu's struggles, to her childhood devoid of parental presence. Turning abruptly, he faced the unseen speaker. Of course, he replied, a sudden thought striking him. Does this mean you've been altering your voice too? She cleared her throat. Of course, she affirmed, explaining that even a minor slip-up would expose her true identity. The young man realized that when Jinyu had lowered her voice, she sounded like a prepubescent boy. Now, speaking naturally, her true feminine tone was unmistakable. She explained she was now using her natural voice, adding that maintaining a lower tone had caused her considerable throat pain. Suddenly, she realized she had almost forgotten something, noting the lateness of the hour. Lifting a small jar, she prepared to reapply her disguise. She mused that neglecting to reapply the adhesive nightly meant her disguise could betray her at any moment. Fidgeting with the disguise, Jinyu wondered why it refused to come off. Lifting the disguise's edge, she continued to peel it away. The headband came away with it, revealing her true appearance. She reflected on the difficulty of reapplying the disguise alone, hindered by her broken arm. A slight smile touched her lips as she looked down. Looking up, Jinyu appeared surprised. A sudden thump echoed, followed by the young man's voice. "It's a good thing I'm here." Reflecting on his broken arm, he considered the sheer difficulty of reapplying the treatment himself. Under the moonlight, the woman smiled, noting his presence was a fortunate turn of events. His eyes widened slightly, a faint blush rising on his cheeks as he pondered her meaning. She then instructed him to open his hands. A strange substance was applied to his hands, prompting him to question what was happening. Grinning, she asked if he understood why this would be difficult for her to do alone. His face flushed even more, a thump echoing in his chest as the full realization dawned. Scratching his cheek, he admitted he'd never seen anyone so pretty. She thanked him, joking her secret had paid off. He reflected on his still incomplete recovery, noting the arduous nature of his training. She confirmed he was heading to the adamant stone training rooms. She asked for his dormitory room again, clarifying it was building 4, room 7, then wondered aloud why she was asking. Now a member of her group, she declared she'd move her things into his room, promising to see him later. Looking up, he appeared surprised by something unseen. He wondered what was building. Suddenly, a series of brutal impacts rained down. The force of the blows sent student 321, Pyong 1 Han of the demonic bones sects, reeling, each strike landing with a sickening thud. A desperate cry escaped him, followed by another devastating impact. A sickening crack echoed, his arm breaking under the assault. He pressed a hand to his injured shoulder, quivering in agony. A deep scratch tore across his flesh, blood welling up instantly. Stumbling backwards, he lost his footing completely. His body slammed against the ground, another thud echoing through the trees. Gasping for air, student 3, Mujiam Chion of the stealth sect, struggled to his feet, his face contorted in pain. Crying out in pain, he was sent sprawling by the unexpected blow. It seemed that during the 10 days he was laid up in the infirmary, the other students had grown considerably stronger. Of course, the narrator mused, he now possessed over 60 years' worth of internal power, thanks to consuming a demonic dragon marble. Yet, his desperation had only awakened him to the early stages of Transcendent Master. Having acquired the yellow badge, Jahayan declared there was only one explanation for all of this, his companion agreeing. To take down that monster of a fighter, he needed to foster his powers, easily dispatching trash like this kid. A burning resolve hardened his gaze, vowing to catch up to Yeoan. Meanwhile, back at Dormitory 4, the night sky stretched out above the training grounds. Inside room 7, belonging to his group, the young master was found relaxing. Elsewhere, a group of students looked exhausted, one of them admitting he was utterly spent. The situation was far from ideal, as the student grimly realized. One student was sure she wouldn't be found out, thanks to her human skin mask, but the problem was, as Yuchan Xion slipped and fell, the other student realized he had known it all along. With a sigh, realizing he couldn't salvage his dignity, Yeoan headed to wash up. Other students, also preparing for the day, called out to him. One student inquired, wondering if he was truly all right with it all. He shrugged, claiming he was accustomed to such indignities, though a sudden flush warmed his skin. Unable to meet their gaze, he mused on implementing a strict no-nudity rule in the dorms. The next morning, 7 days into the third examination, Yeoan and his followers reported their yellow badges at the main hall, officially recognizing them as group leaders for the third examination. Now, 15 of the 206 students remained ungrouped, with 21 days to find a new affiliation. At an empty field behind the dorms, at the mountain's foot, the students trained. Now a group leader, one student declared he would teach his members the 7 demon sword technique. Another countered, suggesting he was already busy, and they should focus on teaching their own groups. Thinking to himself, he noted their feigned concern, a thinly veiled attempt to. The students then debated the 7 demon sword technique, questioning its mastery timeline. Overhearing their squabble, Yeoan agreed with Wang Hyul, believing they should continue their own training methods. Giving his consent, he instructed them to proceed as they wished. As students competed for spots, he observed their burgeoning rivalry. Some worried about stolen techniques, while another felt friendly competition was beneficial. Yumin Jia informed him of the need for more recruits, a sentiment echoed by another student. Apologizing, a student asked to leave members with him until their ranks filled. He reassured them, watching them depart to recruit. Examining the group compositions, he realized Baekji also needed more recruits. Hating outside help, he was certain he'd manage. Observing the assembled students, he considered their situation. Contemplating the task, he prepared to lead. Thinking to himself, he resolved to care for every single member. Finally given the chance to learn martial arts, Yeoan couldn't help but smile. Ready to begin, he gripped his sword, declaring his intent to start. Addressing the group, he promised a slow demonstration, ensuring they could follow every movement. With a soft whoosh, he began the demonstration. The students watched, utterly captivated, with bated breath. The sword sang, cutting through the air, leaving trails of blue energy in its wake. One student watched, amazed, exclaiming it was precisely like the manual's illustrations. The sword continued its dance, each swing precise and powerful. The technique flowed seamlessly, a whirlwind of motion and energy. The students were astonished. One wondered how this was possible. He'd been imprisoned for 5 of 7 days, yet his form was perfect. Even a quick learner couldn't master a new technique with such finesse. The demonstration continued, each movement more impressive than the last. With a final flourish, the technique concluded, leaving a swirling cloud of dust in its wake. The students watched intently, addressing the young master with profound respect. A warm smile touched his lips as he offered to personally refine each of their forms, instructing them to perform the 7 demon sword technique. A student gasped, a sound of pure astonishment escaping him. Another student, disbelief etched on his face, questioned the offer, his mind reeling at the thought of such personal instruction. One student, eager, inquired who should begin, while another silently celebrated the golden opportunity before them all. Turning to them, Yeowan clarified, stating his intent for them all to perform the technique simultaneously for efficiency. One female student understood, realizing a one-by-one demonstration would indeed stretch into eternity. The unexpected instruction left the students bewildered, their gazes meeting in shared confusion. A collective cry of utter disbelief erupted from them. Nevertheless, the students began to perform the 7 demon sword technique, all at once. The young master commanded everyone to demonstrate the 7 demon sword technique for his inspection. Fidgeting nervously, the students slowly began to assume their stances. Watching them, Yeowan considered keeping a watchful eye, ready to offer assistance. One student suggested they simply attempt the technique to begin. The young master then commanded them to perform the first form. Activating his nanomachine, he initiated augmented reality. A system message appeared, announcing tutorial mode would analyze all 17 forms. It would alert him to any flaws, activating multi-tutorial mode for all targets. The augmented reality interface displayed the students' forms, meticulously analyzing their movements. The system was now fully calibrated for the 7 demon sword technique. It announced the commencement of the first codified fighting form, the first sword. As the first sword began, a student's foot slipped. Watching his students practice, Yeowan noted that despite their collective appearance, many forms were unstable. Activating his nanomachine, he meticulously analyzed their movements. The augmented reality overlaid, revealing subtle flaws in their technique. Deciding to use the distant whispering technique, he planned to correct them by number, preserving their training flow. Observing a student's first sword, he noted insufficient arm strength. A weak start, he mused, would compromise subsequent forms, demanding caution. Addressing student 95, Yeowan pointed out her lost balance during the form. "Why yes," she stammered in reply. Turning to another, he noted their sword tip dropping during the form. "Yes, my lord," student 23 affirmed. Continuing, he explained the third form required hip rotation, not wrist strength, for the right foot step. Hearing the correction, the student thanked him, shocked he'd perfectly identified every flaw. He realized he'd needed to watch Hyobon closely, yet the master had seen all his flaws. He wondered how he observed everyone. He continued, explaining knee stretching during steps could strain their bodies. "Noted. Thank you," a student replied. This, he mused, was beyond mere sharp eyes. Instructing further, Yeowan bade them repeat the first form, slower, applying his tips. "Yes, my lord," a student affirmed. A student cried out, practicing the sword technique with all their might. Each swing was a testament to their unwavering dedication. The wind howled, responding to the student's powerful movements. His gaze sharpened, analyzing every detail of their evolving form. He saw their potential, yet also the immense work remaining. Their forms had improved exponentially, he mused, but something else was at play. He wondered if they were foolish enough to repeat old mistakes. Perfecting the 7 demon sword technique forms took longer than anticipated for everyone. Thankfully, Ojong possessed innate talent, mastering the technique within 5 days. Later, a large group of disciples gathered. One of them admitted defeat, accepting the outcome. Even Gal Yun took 9 days, he stated, questioning how the rival taught his members in 7. "It was easy," the other replied. The man with slicked back hair sneered, declaring he'd simply beat the knowledge into them until they learned. Hearing this, the other man merely nodded, a quiet, "Oh, okay," escaping his lips. In those 10 days, not only was the 7 demon sword technique mastered, but Baek Ji, Manhwa, and Yumin also filled their groups, with some members showing leadership talent. The man with long brown hair declared stagnant water rots, refusing to see their cult waste energy on the 6th sect's power struggle. As a Cheon descendant, he believed Yeowan could bring change. Sangwa's friend, believing in survival of the fittest, declared, "Prove your skills to me, and you will have my eternal loyalty." Introducing student 52, Sojong Woo, from the demonic heat sect. Ultimately, he merely employed the dancing butterfly technique, defeating her within 3 forms. Just like that, 2 early ascendant masters joined him as followers. Within those 10 days, Wang Huel and Sanghua trained diligently, also reaching the early stages of Ascendant Master. "Congratulations to you both for reaching the Ascendant Master state." "Thank you, my lord. I still have a long way to go," another added. One follower questioned his first sword. The other vowed, "I will train to ensure I am not a burden." A group chimed in, one suggesting, "The title of first sword suits Baek Ji or Gyu better." Another agreed, "Considering their prowess, those two are more fit." Another follower interjected, Wang Huel is just as fit. You're trying to cause a rift. The discussion intensified. If he wants a title, he can be second or third sword, one exclaimed. Another scoffed, second or third. Are you kidding? A third wisely added, I shouldn't butt in. A follower contemplated, realizing, with so many followers, this was inevitable, but not so soon. My lord, you should use this to establish a strict hierarchy. Another follower emphasized, loyalty is important, but in this cult, status grants power. The follower continued, she's right. A clear hierarchy is vital. But with the third examination nearing, injuries from fighting would be a huge loss. What to do? The followers' chatter continued, discussing the upcoming examination's implications and potential for conflict. Observing from a distance, Yeoan thought, I understand. I'll use this to establish a hierarchy. He addressed the crowd, announcing, I will select 6 of the most skilled individuals, all of equal status. The crowd listened intently as he continued. They will be the 6 leaders. No, my 6 swords. A follower raised a hand, questioning. A reason for choosing 6 swords? The group considered graduating, knowing they would face the 6 sects. Clenching his fist, Yeoan realized he needed 6 swords on the front lines. The others watched, curious about his plans. He wondered if this was the way to break the 6 sects chokehold, planning a yearly competition to select his 6 swords. He continued, emphasizing that becoming a sword now didn't guarantee the position. Even at the cult's peak, this rule would remain. Raising his hand, Yeoan declared, with the third examination nearing, he'd simplify selection. Anyone not an early ascendant master must step back. The group wondered if anyone opposed these 6 becoming the swords, but all remained silent. Someone began, the first sword will be, before another voice interrupted, claiming they had something to say. With a smile, a woman agreed with his decision. Since they were choosing, one believed rank should be skill decided. Yeoan agreed, stating that's what they'd do. Recalling his earlier warning against injury, he instructed them to hold back internal powers to 3 stars. One forfeited, disappointing another hoping to spar. A deep, resonant laugh echoed, the unknown man agreeing with the decision. Looking up at something unseen, Gal Yun and antagonist Beck stood side by side. Meanwhile, the unknown man and another warrior stood locked in a silent battle of wills, their glares intense. Flexing his muscles, the muscular man declared the competition officially open. He wondered if such a display was truly necessary. Jin Yu extended his hand, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he declared, let's get this competition started. Watching him, one of the women scoffed, dismissing him as a mere beefhead. With a burst of speed, he launched himself at the 2 women, intent on eliminating them first. He let out a maniacal laugh, taunting them to come at him. Suddenly, the woman with black hair was struck by a barrage of projectiles. From the sidelines, Take Jiam Chai of the Westgate sect introduced himself, admitting he might not match Gyumun's skill, yet hoping for a great match. Jin Yu turned his attention to another challenger, Baek Ji of the Pure Kick sect, offering him the first move. Clenching his fist, he hoped his opponent wouldn't regret that choice. More projectiles rained down, further assaulting the woman with black hair. With a powerful dash, he closed the distance. A final, devastating blow landed. Continuing his assault, Jin Yu unleashed a relentless barrage of blows against his opponent. The attack's force sent the woman with the bun flying backwards, as his onslaught continued to batter the other fighter. Closing the distance, he delivered a devastating kick. The impact sent Baek Ji hurtling through the air, crashing down hard. Scrambling to regain his footing, he slid backwards, muttering in frustration. His eyes narrowed, and he realized he'd been pushed back to his own line. Determined to turn the tide, he launched a furious counterattack, declaring his opponent would be the one going down first. Landing blow after blow, he berated the little brat for daring to challenge him, sneering he was too big for his own good. Seizing the opportunity, Baek Ji executed a swift trip. Seeing his chance, he thought his opponent's attacks should fizzle out soon, declaring the fight done for now. With a final swing, he prepared to deliver the finishing blow, as his opponent cursed under his breath. The final strike landed with a resounding thud, leaving Jin Yu reeling. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling outwards, and he reeled from the impact. Clutching his shoulder, he couldn't believe it. Did you just pop my shoulder? He cried, humiliated by his loss to the other fighter. Watching the fight, the woman with tied-back hair sighed, telling him to pipe down. Meanwhile, Baek Ji was eager to continue the fight, wanting to play too. Closing the distance with blinding speed, he landed another strike. Pressing his advantage, he told his opponent not to be so stingy and to get back in the action. Following up with a brutal kick, Baek Ji continued his relentless assault. The force of the kick sent him staggering, barely able to defend himself. Smirking, he acknowledged his opponent's punches were tough. Grinning, he retorted his kicks were nothing compared to the other's punches. The 2 fighters collided, each blow carrying immense power. Preparing for another strike, he declared the first sword position was his. The onslaught continued, he unleashed a furious barrage, each strike carrying the weight of his overwhelming power. His voice dripping with disdain, Baek Ji asked who said he was going to let his opponent have that position. Bringing his sword down with brutal force, his attack connected, sending a shockwave through the arena. Barely dodging the blow, one observer breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how close that was. A devastating punch landed squarely, the force of the impact echoing through the air. Not letting up for a moment, He followed up with a brutal kick, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. Observing the brutal display, one onlooker remarked that Jinyu had dug his own grave, adding they now had their fourth sword. Another observer noted it was just them three left, suggesting they should finish this up. Grinning with savage glee, he taunted his opponent, telling him to come at him. As leaves rustled in the wind, the scene was set for the final act. Defeated and broken, another competitor gave up. Continuing his relentless assault, he battered Jinyu. As one observer admitted, they had no idea those two were such beasts. That first sword position was his, but Jinyu's height and long limbs made this a difficult match for Baekji. But with a whirring strike, he countered. Realizing the tables had turned, he could only think, see crap. Striking from below, Baekji landed a devastating blow. With a desperate jump and a yell, Jinyu was sent flying. The sheer force of the impact sent him hurtling backwards. Sliding across the ground, he struggled to regain his footing. Huffing, he conceded defeat, admitting his loss. As the fight concluded, the other competitors watched on. The new hierarchy was revealed. First sword, Baekji. Second sword, Wang Hyul Ko. Third sword, Sanghua Ho. Fourth sword, Take Jiam Chai. Fifth sword, Sojong Wu. Sixth sword, Guman. They were slowly establishing a clear hierarchy to face the six sects, yet much building remained. It was the day of the third examination, around 8 in the morning. Reading over the document, Baekji wondered if this had truly been approved. A deep voice rumbled, inquiring if everything was all right. The masked figure explained the decision was made 2 days prior by leaders, with the Patriarch's final approval given yesterday. Due to various issues and to prevent leaks, all academy examinations, except the first, were decided by the deputy and professors after students entered. These were then reported, approved by cult elders, and finally by the Patriarch. Yet, never in history had a change been requested on the very day of an examination. Slamming his hand on the table, the masked figure found it ridiculous that the change request cited the examination as too complacent. He wondered how the Patriarch approved this, given his recent policies suppressing the six sects. Turning away, Baekji admitted something about this didn't sit right with him. The masked figure remained silent as he turned to face him. A hand slipped inside a sleeve, concealing something. Startled, Baekji looked up as the masked figure stood before him. Looking back at the document, he flipped through the pages, lost in thought. A rustling sound filled the air as he examined the document in his hands. Suddenly, the document burst into flame. A voice from the shadows declared its intent to follow orders. Narrowing his eyes, Baekji suspected the six sects were using this third examination as part of a scheme. He concluded that whatever their scheme, it would ultimately lead to their downfall. Around 10 in the morning, the great drill hall stood ready, awaiting its purpose. Students began to arrive, their faces etched with anticipation for the examination. Despite a bumpy road, the students, confident in their mastery of the sword demon's decimating formations, felt a strange unease. Over 15 minutes had passed, and the professors, who usually waited for them, were conspicuously absent. Scanning the hall, Yeowon suddenly spotted something amiss. The unsettling sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed, leaving students to wonder what was happening. Yeowon and the others moved forward, a chilling thought forming. Were they now prisoners? Ahead, a large group of students already stood before the great drill hall, prepared for the demonic way. A professor spoke, notifying them of a last-minute change before the test could begin. Students muttered, questioning the change and the unfamiliar people the professors had brought. The sharp clang of metal echoed, as swords were dropped onto the ground. Shocked, the students stared at real swords, having expected to use wooden ones for the examination. The professor explained their original task, defeating instructors using the sword demon's decimating formations. This new change, he assured them, wouldn't alter the core examination. They would still face an opponent with the same formations. Ahead, prisoners from both the righteous and evil factions stood, their white robes stained with the crimson promise of what was to come. Addressing the assembled students, the professor made it clear, this would be their first taste of real combat. His expression hardening, the professor warned them, stating that unnecessary sympathy would lead them to their graves. The gravity of the situation sank in, a palpable tension gripping the students. One student admitted Guk wasn't alone. Everyone else felt a profound unease too. The professor announced they would begin with student 700, Chuck Sama's group. The sound of pressure points being released echoed, freeing the prisoners from their binds. One of the prisoners pulled free, his face a mask of grim determination. The professor extended his hand, his expression unforgiving, a silent command. The students looked on, confusion clouding their faces, wondering what was next. A student drew his sword, his face a mixture of fear and resolve. Huffing, the professor thought, I only volunteered because I was promised freedom if I could defeat a sword formation. But these are mere children. Drawing his sword, the professor yelled, commence third formation. Moving with surprising speed, the students launched their coordinated attack. His eyes widening in disbelief, the professor thought, crap, these kids are serious. A faint smile touched Chuck Sama's lips, realizing the manual's potential for misinterpretation, leading students to believe a unified attack meant merely using the same form. The students' swords clashed against the professors, their coordinated assault relentless. The students' blades found their mark, leaving bloody slashes across the professor's body. His face contorted in pain, The professor struggled to maintain composure. My entire body has been frozen for so long that I can't perform my fighting forms. The students shifted their formation, preparing for another attack. Commenced second formation. Spotting an opening, one of the students dashed forward with incredible speed. Sword raised high. The student prepared to strike a decisive blow. His face a mask of pain, the professor gritted his teeth. Crap. The fight concluded, leaving the victor motionless. Stab after brutal stab, the professor lay defeated, bloodied by the coordinated assault. A final, lingering glance confirmed the battle's grim conclusion. His quivering eye reflected the utter defeat he had suffered. With a final thud, he collapsed, a broken heap on the ground. Having just taken a life, Chuck-sama could barely process what had transpired. Yet, the crowd roared, celebrating their hard-won victory. Despite the cheering, she found no solace in taking a life, feeling no better for it. As congratulations poured in, she flinched, still reeling from the brutal violence. What was happening? She wondered if this was the third examination they spoke of. Next, Mujeom Cheon's group faced a skilled martial artist from the evil faction. Striking first, before their defense could form, the martial artist altered his stance, severing a student's arm. Exploiting their hesitation, the evil faction's martial artist disrupted their sword formation. Preventing any counterattack, he halted them with his stealth technique. Ultimately, 5 students continued, performing the first formation, leading the martial artist to his fate. Huffing with exertion, the martial artist lost half his followers, including Jahyun, his most trustworthy man. The third group faced a skilled martial artist. Fighting with all his strength, he injured many, allowing only 3 members to pass. However, the only group with all members passing was that led by Muyeon Cheon of the Shadow Sect. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened, so he must be their true target. Unable to wait 4 years, 2 minor priesthood candidates lost arms. One's lower abdomen was destroyed. They would kill him now, but their patriarch's tight grip prevented breaking academy rules. He wasn't sure, but things wouldn't go as expected, hence their sneaky format change. Now, it was student 7, Yeon Cheon's group's turn. The demonic ways challenge now awaited them. 2 figures observed a prisoner, one muttering, "They're done for." Still restrained, the prisoner emanated palpable hostility. As other students turned, he found the situation increasingly strange. Unlike the others, he seemed to be searching for someone. But why? Now, Professor Ho was even warning him through distant whispers. What was truly happening here? A group of figures, aligned with the demonic way, gathered. One lifted a weapon, taking an initial stance, yet remained motionless. Was he trying to intimidate them? Turning, a low rumble echoed. A sinister grin spread across his face, the figure declaring, "I found my target." A resounding thud echoed, as the order rang out. These individuals, comprised solely of ascendant masters, belonged to the Patriarch's Royal Bodyguard Division. Bowing deeply, the masked figure confirmed the grim decree. All prisoners who had employed the demonic blood reversal art would be bound and led away. With a soft thump, a student greeted Seepmuing, who, acknowledging the youth, remarked on his noticeable improvement since their last encounter. He continued, chiding the student for neglecting the dancing butterfly technique he had personally imparted. A grin spread across his face, as he inquired where the student had acquired such an unfamiliar sword technique. The red-haired man warned them to remain silent about the sword technique, emphasizing the need to keep its existence a secret. A stern expression crossed his face, as he listened with unwavering intensity. Seepmuing then declared the third examination unfinished, ordering everyone present to immediately vacate the premises. Receiving a pat on the shoulder, the student offered his thanks to him. With a quick jump, the student prepared to make his departure. Soaring through the air, he mused that he truly wouldn't see his mentor again for another 4 long years. Departing, he vowed to have secured the minor priesthood by their next meeting, a promise made to his esteemed sir. Standing before the gates, a figure surveyed the scene. With a heavy step, he moved forward. Pausing, he glanced back. Considering the situation, he wondered what the Patriarch truly had planned. Witnessing the bloody aftermath, he lamented not getting a clearer view while in hiding. His eyes narrowed, observing the carnage. Muttering to himself, he wondered if the red-haired man's knowledge implied a setup orchestrated by their Patriarch. Taking another step, he resolved to uncover the truth in due time, musing that if the Patriarch harbored hidden intentions for Yeon, it would ignite a revolution within their demonic cult. A sinister smile spread across his face, as he decided he had other pressing business to attend to. With a resounding thud, he ordered his men to proceed directly to the manor of the sword sect. Responding in unison, his subordinates affirmed his command. Professor Ho ensured his well-being, with Matchel confirming he had suffered no major injury. Jinyu realized their audacity, attacking him publicly and intentionally creating a scene before the Patriarch's right-hand man. The Patriarch wondered if he was merely a pawn in some grand scheme, having predicted such an event would unfold. Even in her final moments, his mother never doubted his love, despite him watching her succumb to mycotoxin poisoning. Perhaps he never truly loved her. He thought that if they were truly using his mother and him as pawns to suppress the 6 main sects, they would undoubtedly regret it. Oh, Beck pondered to himself. A woman gazed out the window. Soyu Hang, head of the musician sect, 5th elder of the demonic warrior cult, and the individual whose personal spite caused many casualties during the first examination, was placed under house arrest for a year. He, the head of the poison sect, received a 2-year arrest for unauthorized academy entry and poisoning him. Then there was the Great Warrior Sword Sect. They, one of the 2 shadow sword sects and secret branches of the sword sect, also managed demonic cult prisoners. Their link to the forbidden demonic blood reversal art would surely strip them of standing. He mused that despite using a child from their own sect, they had been apprehended far too easily. He understood the sects feared his growing power and potential victory for the minor priesthood, yet this entire commotion felt excessive, even for them. The incident with Lady Wa replayed in his mind, a chilling premonition that history might repeat itself. The proctor announced that Yeoan Shion's group had successfully passed the Sword Demon's Decimating Formations examination. From this point on, the remaining students would face professors, not mere prisoners, in their trials. A student remarked on the fortune that 4 of 7 groups remained loyal to their lord. Yet, contrary to Hyebong's guess, these groups faced harsher judgment. Continuing, the proctor explained that professors, knowing the 7 demon sword technique and decimating formations intimately, had shown no leniency whatsoever. For the demonic way, a student cried, receiving their official medal. The student clutched it, exclaiming it was the official medal of a high warrior, long awaited. Another student lovingly caressed their weapon, murmuring, "My adorable little baby. Mommy missed you so much." One of them scoffed, "That's hardly what I call a baby." Another student drew their sword, shouting excitedly. Considering Sir Seatmering's words, he realized that to unleash the dancing butterfly's true power, he needed his sect's special weapon, the Mad Blade. Addressing the students, the professor admitted he'd initially seen them as inexperienced brats. Yet, they'd proven their worth. He then announced the next examination. Continuing, the professor explained they could take the examination at their leisure, provided it was within their 4 years at the academy. Hearing this, a student muttered, wondering if the 4th examination truly allowed 4 years to pass. Another student responded, "It must be incredibly difficult." The professor countered, calling the 4th examination the academy's simplest, allowing any weapon or martial art. No rules, no restrictions. Simply defeat the professors before you, and you pass. Students muttered, one noting the high bar, recalling their leader's yellow badge for merely disrupting a professor. Another scoffed, "Do they think anyone can become an ascendant master?" A third urged them to stop grumbling, citing the 4-year allowance. At the very least, he mused, they must achieve the ascendant master stage. Another student observed that without awakened energy, ascendant master status was impossible. This 4th examination, he concluded, was clearly designed to trim the fat. The professor sternly reminded them of his initial warning. Failing an examination, even once, constituted grounds for immediate expulsion. Concluding, the professor urged them to remember his words, wishing them luck for the 4th examination before dismissing them for the demonic way. As students dispersed, a regretful voice echoed, apologizing for not being able to protect them until the very end. Expressing gratitude, the students acknowledged his crucial help, promising to wait for him beyond the academy walls and cheering for his victory in the grand tournament. A hint of melancholy in his voice, Yeoan lamented their budding closeness. "What a shame," he sighed. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the air, calling, "Student 7. Turning his gaze, he acknowledged the professor. With a measured pace, he walked away. In hushed tones, a student whispered, recalling the professor's broken ribs from their lord, hospitalizing him for 22 days. His companion quickly silenced him. Approaching him, a student cautiously asked, "Is something the matter, professor?" With a dismissive sneer, the professor retorted, questioning a mere student's authority. Yeoan simply replied, "All right, professor." Addressing the group, the professor instructed the others to proceed to the dorms. A flicker of concern crossed his face. He wondered if the academy deputy summoned him for earlier events, acknowledging an address with, "Yes, my lord." Alone with his thoughts, he continued his walk down the long corridor. As approaching footsteps echoed, Yeoan paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The steps grew louder, closer. A voice sliced through the stillness, its words promising dark amusement. Realization struck Yeoan, understanding the academy deputy had not been the one summoning him. A sinister grin, revealing malicious intent, spread across the approaching figure's face. With a swift, deadly motion, the figure brought his sword arcing down towards him. The figure sneered, a cruel laugh escaping him. "You arrogant, little brat." Drawing his sword, the figure's voice boomed, challenging him to the 4th examination, here and now. Beck drew his sword, issuing a direct challenge for the 4th examination, here and now. A sinister grin spread across his face, revealing he'd awaited this moment since the 3rd examination. But before he could even blink, a flurry of blows rained down on him, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Looking down, Yeoan noted his opponent was merely a brat in the early Ascendant Master stage, having lost dignity and been bedridden for 20 days. The challenger declared he would beat his opponent mute, then claimed the challenge had been his own. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward. Yet the assault continued, another blow landing squarely. His eyes widened in disbelief, a sound of splintering wood echoing as he cried, "What?" Yeoan's red eyes glowed, blocking the attack, realizing this was officially his 4th examination. Gasping for air, he could only utter, "How?" Channeling a 10-star force, the masked figure pushed his saber forward, determined to break through. But with a resounding clang, The attack met an unyielding defense. Sliding forward, the masked figure pressed his attack. He recalled being merely in the early stages of Ascendant Master then. Remaining calm, Yeoan remained unfazed. A sneer crossed the masked figure's face. "You arrogant little brat." Preparing another strike, he gathered his strength. Dashing forward, the masked figure unleashed a marvelous slash. Employing an agile saber technique, he aimed to overwhelm his opponent. The agile saber slash continued, a whirlwind of motion and intent. Transitioning into a twirling butterfly technique, the masked figure hoped to break through. His eyes widened in disbelief. Did Yeoan just block my attack? It even had saber energy. Wait. The masked figure continued his assault, saber energy crackling around the blade as he brought it down in a wide arc. Mastering the Ascendant Master stage himself, he leaped into the air, knowing no old attack would work. His eyes glowing with power, he prepared to strike. Unleashing the sixth codified fighting dancing butterfly technique, the saber flashed. The light form flight of the butterfly followed, each strike aimed with deadly precision. Each attack was delivered with incredible speed, meant to overwhelm his opponent. His eyes burned with intensity, pouring more power into each strike. Frustration building, he shouted, demanding an end to this stalemate. But before the saber could land, Yeoan intercepted, blocking the attack with ease. The masked figure's eyes widened, shocked his attacks were being so easily deflected. Defeated, he pleaded, "You've already won. Let's stop this." A dark chuckle escaped him, as he declared he wouldn't let his opponent pass so easily. With a sigh, the young master acknowledged his opponent, readying himself for whatever came next. The unknown figure declared he'd use a secret technique to rip him apart. But as the unknown figure lunged forward, sword in hand, he suddenly slipped. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yeoan struck the unknown figure midair. The devastating force of the blow sent him spinning, completely off balance. The world turned upside down as he slammed violently into the ground. Gasping for air, he could barely comprehend what had just transpired. The young master stood over him, remarking that if he intended to lie, he should have concealed the energy gathering in his fists. With heavy steps, Yeoan approached the defeated figure. The unknown figure realized his powers alone were insufficient to contend with the young master. Crawling backward in desperation, he begged for forgiveness, promising he wasn't lying this time. He accepted defeat, offering to inform the academy deputy that Yeoan could pass. But it was too late for apologies, as the young master finished him off. His face contorted in a silent scream. Yeoan's rage simmered just beneath the surface. An hour passed, the heavy weight of the recent events settling over the academy. A collective groan escaped the gathered men, the news of the fallen student spreading like wildfire. The man with fiery red hair clicked his tongue, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. The sound of defeat echoed through the training grounds, a stark reminder of failure's steep price. Shaking their heads, the men acknowledged the fallen student had dug his own grave. He couldn't believe Munyo tried to get revenge on a mere student, the red-haired man mused, finding it simply wasn't right. He didn't need to hear Munyo's side. Looking on, Yeoan had done a good job holding back his powers. The red-haired man continued to ponder. He understood Munyo attacked with evil intent, but if Yeoan had gone all out, the professors might have viewed him poorly. Instead, he merely broke ribs, ensuring his true power remained unnoticed. He'd become adept at assessing situations, thinking more strategically now. Hearing the news, the red-haired man acknowledged that he had passed, deeming it merely a matter of time. With a decisive clack, he closed the drawer. Receiving confirmation, the subordinate affirmed the red-haired man's statement. Reaching out, a token was handed to Yeoan. Examining the item, he saw the letters RIP etched into its surface. With a wide smile, Professor Ho congratulated him. Acknowledging the achievement, the professor noted that in just 2 months, he had built his reputation to match his peers. The text confirmed, Captain Yeoan Cheon. A slight smile graced his face, as he seemed pleased with the recognition. Congratulating him on passing the 4th examination, the professor presented the demonic dragon marble as a prize. Professor Ho explained he would also receive 2 more benefits from passing the 4th examination. Surprised, Yeoan asked if he would truly get his own room, to which the professor responded he must have truly wanted it. Continuing, the professor instructed him to head to the forge at the academy's north around 10 a.m., prompting him to inquire about it. The professor explained that for passing the 4th examination, the academy forged a weapon of his choosing, adding this appeared to be the perk he needed most. Thinking to himself, Yeoan acknowledged it was perfect. He was getting uncomfortable rooming with Yu and needed his own special weapon, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The academy deputy began, preparing to explain the rules of the 5th examination. He continued, detailing the 5th examination, to navigate the perilous sealed demonic chamber. His chest rising with emphasis, he added that only those who had completely mastered the Transcendent Master stage could attempt it. A murmur rippled through the crowd, one voice scoffing at the notion of someone so recently out of the infirmary returning. Beck explained the 5th examination required navigating the sealed demonic chamber, adding that to even attempt it, one must have completely mastered the Transcendent Master stage. He elaborated, mastering that stage would place them among the demonic cult's top 100 martial artists, with 3 steps yet to climb. He continued, noting that across all academy cohorts, Only a handful of times had more than 10 students pass the 5th examination. Offering advice, he urged the unseen listener not to rush this crucial step. Wishing them luck, Beck warned that impatience with their awakenings would only make mastery harder to achieve. A voice, belonging to Yeowon, expressed gratitude. He promised not to disappoint. Now, he could finally examine the sapphire stones on the 3rd and 4th floors. Arriving, he was met by a figure asking for his name badge. With a sharp click, the silver medal landed on the table, its red tassel swaying gently. The man at the desk was jolted, barely believing only an hour had passed since the 3rd examination. Whispers spread among students, noting the professor-grade silver medal, wondering if Yeowon had truly passed the 4th examination already. The man with the head wrap was impressed. Even the quickest student before took 5 months to pass the 4th examination. He bowed slightly, apologizing to Captain Cheon, who remained unfazed by the commotion. With a polite tone, Yeowon asked to browse the 3rd floor, receiving immediate affirmation. Holding the lantern aloft, he noted 4 hours was twice the time given for the 2nd floor. Turning his head, he seemed surprised by something. Elsewhere, 2 students observed everyone busy memorizing manuals. Deciding to leave them, another student closed his book. Making his way through the stacks, Yeowon spotted his destination. Looking up, he realized this complex structure was far more intricate than those on the 1st and 2nd floors. Deciding to analyze it later, he instructed Nano to record the stone's sword marks for future study. Hearing the announcement, someone groaned, eager to leave. Having scanned 179 first-rate martial arts manuals from the 3rd floor, Yeowon now stood on the library's 4th floor. Coming across something, he wondered what it was. Observing a cleanly cut stone corner, he deduced it must have been shaped by a sword-fighting form. Looking around, he wondered why these floor stones were so damaged. Noticing deeper, rougher sword marks, he realized the strength used was double that of previous stones, demanding more investigation. Thinking to check it via augmented reality, Yeowon decided he still had time in the personal training rooms. Instructing Nano to scan them, he noted each higher floor grew smaller, holding fewer manuals. Reasoning these manuals covered extremely high-level martial arts, he understood their scarcity, including the Flowing Cloud Sword, Great Pure Energy Art, Plum Blossom Sword, and 5 Fists of Lunacy techniques. Half were Ascendant Master-level arts from elite cult sects, the other half from righteous and evil factions. Knowing these would be useful against such opponents, and with 6 hours, he decided to begin with the cult's techniques. In total, 245 manuals were scanned, 112 from the demonic warrior cult, 83 from the righteous faction, and 50 from the evil faction. A lot of scanning, but Yeowon had acquired all the necessary information. Reflecting on his journey, he realized there was no reason to hoard these Ascendant Master-level techniques for himself. Instead, his followers from smaller sects should learn them. Suddenly, a voice broke his reverie. Captain Cheon, it's midnight. He hadn't noticed the hour, offering a quick apology. Hearing this, the man dismissed him, implying his training would resume in the personal rooms tomorrow. As he walked away, a voice announced his presence on the 4th floor, congratulating him on passing the 4th examination. Bowing their heads, his subordinates offered their congratulations. Perhaps young Lord Yeowon Cheon truly was destined for that minor priesthood. With a soft thump, he mused this would be their last night in these dorms. His subordinates questioned his meaning. He explained that passing the 4th examination granted a personal dorm room, which he would occupy starting tomorrow. As the others celebrated, Yeowon felt a pang of surprise. Passing the 4th examination meant he would finally get his own dorm room. The next day dawned, casting a serene light over the academy grounds, revealing the sprawling complex nestled amidst the mountains, a testament to generations of martial arts mastery. Arriving at the northern forge of the academy, Yeowon Cheon paused, taking in the familiar sights and sounds. A special weapon, he mused, a faint smile playing on his lips. You must be Captain Cheon, a voice called, the student who set the record for the 4th examination. Turning towards the voice, Yeowon met an unexpected sight. The man stared back, seemingly surprised by his appearance. The man's gaze lingered, muttering almost to himself. He has no hair. His eyes narrowed, observing the complete absence of eyebrows and body hair. Examining his bandaged hands, the man explained it all burned off from constant work before the forge's fire. Laughing heartily, he shrugged it off as part of the job. Yeowon flinched slightly at the sudden outburst. Extending a hand, the bald man introduced himself as Seonung Oh, descendant of Yezio, pleased to meet him. With a respectful bow, he awaited a response. The Grand Historian's records came to mind, detailing a legendary sword-making master from the spring and autumn period. At least half of the swords he crafted are now revered as top grade, including the Great Destroyer, Bravery, Purity, and Dragon Gulf. The craftsman laughed, admitting his own skills weren't as refined as his ancestors. The craftsman noted Captain Cheon still carried the blood of an excellent artisan, promising his best when forging his weapon. The older man smiled, observing the young master used both a sword and saber. Seonung-oh asked if forging both was possible, but the answer was a polite apology. He could only forge one. The question hung in the air, as Yeowon considered which weapon he should pick. He recalled using the demonic lord's sword art against the prisoner, who wielded the demonic blood reversal art. The demonic lord's sword art, a modified fighting form. He remembered the small scratches on his sword, realizing the second form would have shattered it completely. Xianeng stated his expertise lay in swords, asking to see the young man's techniques before beginning the forging process. The older man explained he needed to observe the techniques to forge a sword perfectly suited to him, determining its size, hardness, and shape. He seemed to have made up his mind, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Ah, I see." With a practiced motion, the sword slipped free from its sheath. The blade sang, brought to bear with a deadly, resonant hum. Arms crossed, Xianeng observed the display, acknowledging the formidable fighting spirit of the wielder. The sword danced, leaving luminous trails in its wake, each slash precise and lethally swift. His eyes widened, the intricate technique having captured his undivided attention. The demonstration concluded with a final flourish, the air still humming with the lingering echoes of steel. A flicker of doubt crossed his face, wondering if the display had truly concluded, if it was enough. He seemed lost in thought, a low, resonant hum emanating from the ground beneath him. A thoughtful hum escaped him, his expression remaining utterly unreadable. A troubled look crossed young Lord Yeoan's face, prompting him to ask what was amiss. His expression turned serious, a heavy silence falling between them as he prepared to speak. The man's expression was grim, admitting that forging the sword might prove impossible. Dun, the master smith, doubted the sword's forging was even possible. Hearing this, Yeoan Xion's brow furrowed, prompting him to question the smith's meaning. Before answering, the blacksmith requested a moment to examine the blade. Taking the sword, he pondered its impossible nature. Dun's expression shifted to profound shock, his gaze fixed on the blade. With a resounding crack, the sword shattered under the hammer's brutal force. Not merely the struck point, but the entire blade disintegrated into countless fragments. Stunned, Yeoan Xion confessed he hadn't used that technique on a person, assuming the sword would endure. Dun explained that no ordinary blade could withstand his formidable sword techniques. Frustrated, he asked if the sword couldn't simply be made sturdier, but the smith clarified it wasn't that simple. The blacksmith explained that for the sword to endure his techniques, it required forging from frost iron. Frost iron, imbued with the North Sea's cold energy, was far sturdier than common iron, yet incredibly rare, reserved only for warden-ranked individuals. Hearing this, Yeoan Xion grasped the dire implications. The blacksmith apologized, explaining that while his techniques fueled his passion, he remained unable to help. He suggested forging a saber instead, requesting to see his saber techniques, to which Yeoan Xion readily agreed. Thankfully, after witnessing his dancing butterfly technique, Donghun was confident he could forge a suitable saber, instructing him to return in 2 weeks. Leaving the blacksmith, Yeoan Xion made his way to the training rooms. He noted many other students had already achieved Ascendant Master status. This meant he needed to reach Transcendent Master level, refusing to be outdone. He pondered, one at a time, or both simultaneously? Thinking to himself, he fidgeted nervously. Tossing the pills into his mouth, he decided there was no time for hesitation. The demonic dragon marbles pulsed with dark energy, causing Yeoan Xion to grit his teeth, fighting the initial wave of agony. Each breath became a struggle, his throat constricting as he forced himself onward. Focusing his mind, he informed Nano of his intent to adjust his chi using the demonic lord's sword art, hoping to absorb the marble's energy. The energy surged through him, reacting with his meridians and amplifying incredibly, consuming vast substance to aid the flow within his body. He steeled himself, knowing the pain would be excruciating. The power intensified, threatening to tear him apart from within. A sharp pain erupted in his back, his great vertebra rupturing under the immense strain. His body fought back, splitting cells to rapidly regenerate the injured area. He gasped, realizing that without Nano's aid, his blood vessels would have been shredded, leaving him a rotting corpse. Doubts crept in, wondering if the dancing springs technique might have been a better choice than the demonic lord's sword art. Losing focus for even a split second meant fainting. He had to endure the agony. Having swallowed 2 demonic dragon marbles simultaneously, Yeoan Xion's meridian channels were bound to surge with wild energy. For hours later, the scene bore testament to his arduous struggle. Breathing heavily, he struggled to recover, his body aching. His hands pressed against the blood-soaked floor, a grim reminder of his ordeal. He realized he could have died, vowing never to exceed the suggested dosage again. Clutching his stomach, he calculated Nano's aid should have granted him 40 years of internal power. Shock rippled through him. He'd gained at least 60 years of internal power. His internal energy began to swirl, yet that was not all. The flow of his internal powers had smoothed, the repetitive rupturing and regeneration making his pressure points sturdier. With this power, he could now unleash double strength in his techniques. Focusing his energy, he prepared to test his newfound strength. A surge of power erupted, and he marveled at his sword energy's length and thickness. It might surpass Professor Ho's sword energy, yet he still lacked the awakenings of a transcendent master. This internal power provided the foundation, making it time to learn the demonic lord's sword art's second half. Nano extracted the internal power and chi circulation techniques from the sapphire stone, transferring them to his brain. A moment passed. He pondered how many attempts the counter technique needed to disrupt the demonic lord's sword art's third form, realizing it took 93 tries. 93 tries. He gasped. No wonder the stone bore so many more sword marks. The third form of the demonic lord's sword art was far stronger, prompting him to ask Nano to transfer it. Nano replied he'd reached his limit, but could still transfer it if he accepted his current height. Nano warned of strain, allowing only one attempt. He wondered if it was true. The second form's immense power fueled his curiosity. Determined to master the third form, Yeoan Xion knew he had to try it. Focusing his energy, he slid forward. Unleashing the technique, a shockwave of power erupted. But something went wrong, his body clenching in pain as internal damage began. The failed technique's force sent him sliding backward, a grunt escaping his lips. His legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. A system message appeared. Overexertion had ruptured his muscles, commencing emergency regeneration. Gritting his teeth, he acknowledged the difficulty without proper transfer. Blood trickled down his face, a testament to his body's immense strain. The Dun's image appeared, reminding him that even a haphazard demonstration of the form left marks. No wonder it took 93 tries. He wondered, how powerful was the third form of this counter technique to disrupt such a force? Determined, he resolved to try it again once his muscles recovered. As his body healed, he practiced the form, the air around him crackling with energy. The air shimmered as he continued, each slash a testament to his unwavering resolve. Swirling currents of energy surrounded him, the technique demanding his every ounce of focus. The strain began to show, his breath coming in ragged gasps, sweat mixing with blood on his face. The technique's incredible power echoed in his mind, a testament to its might. Though his body felt no strain, the sword form's complexity was immense. He doubted any average swordsman could ever master such a technique. Grimacing, he wondered what the fourth codified fighting form would demand, given the effort required for the third. He commanded Nano to transfer the codified fighting forms from the fourth floor sapphire stone, receiving a simple, will do. Pushing through the pain, Yeoan Xion continued his practice, a faint purple aura now emanating from his form. The aura intensified, his movements blurring with speed and precision. Standing tall, the aura faded, leaving him exhausted yet resolute. Unable to discern the end goal, he commanded Nano to create an augmented video of the two codified fighting forms clashing. With a whirring sound, Nano recreated an augmented reality video, allowing him to visualize the technique. Unleashing the fourth codified fighting form, a golden aura flared around the unseen combatant. Responding in kind, a counter technique erupted in vibrant green. The two blades met with explosive force, their clash ringing out. Energy scattered, a blinding display of power. Locked in a stalemate, the swords ground against each other, the very air cracking under the strain. But the exchange took its toll, blood trickling down his face as he struggled to comprehend. How could this be? Staggering back, the counter technique proved insufficient, failing to disrupt the demonic lord's sword art. The scene shifted to a softly lit lantern, casting a warm glow upon the ancient stone wall. With a resounding swoosh, a powerful sword technique unleashed, its might evident in the golden trails it left behind. The blade swung with incredible force, leaving streaks of vibrant green energy in its wake. A deafening clang echoed as the sword connected, shattering the sapphire stone into countless pieces. The aftermath was a spectacle of destruction, fragments of the once solid stone scattered amidst lingering energy. Yeoan observed the scene, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, muttering that the outcome felt strange. A disembodied voice analyzed the technique, noting the demonic lord's final sword art disrupted the counter, preventing its full potential. It then revealed approximately 130 attempts had marked the stones. In the final attempt, the 24th form cleanly cut off the stone's corner, prompting a soft exclamation from the young lord. The voice explained that cutting sapphire required more than imbued energy. It demanded a high concentration focused into a single point. The voice continued, certain the demonic lord's final sword art blocked the counter, requiring immense energy. Perhaps the sapphire's corner was cut from frustration, unable to counter with ordinary techniques. The scene shifted to a flashback, revealing a white-haired man and a brown-haired man who once challenged a figure of absolute authority with these very sword marks. He, enraged by his inability to achieve victory as desired, displayed amazing dedication. Yeoan exhaled softly, acknowledging he still didn't fully understand these sword techniques, leaving him no choice but to improve his martial arts comprehension. Sitting alone, covered in cuts and bruises, he realized a limit existed to what he could achieve by merely strengthening his body and transferring information. Left with no other option, he resigned himself to his fate. The words, Nanomachine, appeared on the screen. The chapter began, titled Isolation Training 1. Elsewhere, within the bustling academy cafeteria, a man laughed heartily, stacking plates precariously high. The others commented on the joy of eating together, finding everyone merry, and deeming it a great idea. One of them mused that dining together would be ideal. The Dun wondered why everyone had come. A purple-haired woman imagined everyone too busy with training, adding that eating together was even more crucial. One man agreed, stating personal training was important, but followers should first build camaraderie. The purple-haired woman stated they needed to grow together, while another privately resolved to become strong alone. To accomplish his task, Yeoan's first stop was the academy supply room. The clerk wondered. Martial arts manuals, he thought. Enough for 60 volumes. The clerk mused, wondering if he'd memorized so much. 2 weeks later, Two subordinates discussed their lord's recent announcement. One asked if the other knew, but he replied they must trust and follow, as another added the young lord had been acting strangely. Hearing this, Yeowan was surprised. Wiping ink from his face, he heard a voice ask, "What is all of this?" Turning, he simply stated he'd been writing. The subordinates suspected a connection, one exclaiming, "My lord." Looking down at the massive stack of books, he wondered, "What's all of this?" A subordinate confirmed their presence, inquiring, "Yes, my lord. Is everyone here?" Heobong gathered everyone, stating the meeting's purpose was to discuss what the future held for them all. Revealing his plans, the young lord announced that starting tomorrow, he would be going into isolation training. The announcement was met with shock, his subordinates voicing their collective surprise. Their concern was evident, wondering what this meant for their own training. One of them asked, inquiring how long he intended to remain in isolation. If being honest, Yeowan admitted he hadn't decided exactly how long he'd be doing so. One of the men hoped he would achieve what he wished for. Judging by his resolute gaze, they realized isolation training awaited them too, once they passed the fourth examination, as it wasn't solely his burden. His expression remained firm, unwavering in his momentous decision. But before that, he had two crucial orders for all of them. The first order brought surprise, learning everyone must pass the fourth examination before he emerged from solitary training. Accepting his decision, they acknowledged his orders with solemn nod. One subordinate remarked, "Sojong, there's no need to be so loud." Another replied, "You're making ordinary martial artists feel dejected. While a good goal, it will be a significant challenge for them." The sheer volume of manuals was staggering, a testament to the knowledge Yeowan was about to impart. A subordinate realized, so this is why he was covered in ink. One of them thought, writing all these by hand must have been difficult. He should have asked for help. Another mused, "Wait, is the young lord sharing all the knowledge he learned on the fourth floor? He's surely written these ascendant master-level martial arts manuals for his lower-skilled followers." One subordinate flinched, exclaiming, "Yes, my lord." The others were shocked, wondering what the young lord had bestowed upon them. The manuals were labeled with advanced techniques: the illusion sword, falling sword, and iron-cutting kick. Whispers spread, the illusion sword technique. From a high-ranking sect? The falling sword from Manhwa? The iron-cutting kick from the evil faction? These are all ascendant master-level techniques. One subordinate bowed deeply, vowing to fulfill both of Yeowan's demanding orders. Another, moved by the gesture, sniffed, thinking, "He's even considering us students from smaller sections. I must dedicate my life to serving him." Until this point, his followers hadn't known the other 99 handwritten manuals contained entirely different martial arts techniques. Heobong, Guk Jin, Machel, Dongchen, and Hari all received completely different ascendant master-level manuals, causing their confusion. Some had even seen Yeowan browsing the second and third floors. The young lord was infamous as the library's nuisance, but did this mean he wasn't carelessly flipping through those manuals? One man stammered, completely taken aback, "And my lord, are you saying you memorized all those manuals?" A smirk played across his face as he confirmed, "Why yeah, I guess so." The man was speechless, truly amazed by his lord. The manual library's time limit likely existed to prevent one person from learning too many martial arts techniques. The martial arts techniques the young lord gave those 5 were all from the 6 main sections. Learning them would allow for thorough analysis. One man thought, realizing he had been completely wrong about the young lord. He was envisioning a far grander picture than any of them had imagined. The men muttered, wondering how anyone memorized all those manuals, yet living proof stood before them. All right, just take your books already." Next, Han Xianji stepped forward, replying, "Yes, my lord." The men thanked their lord, vowing to master these techniques, and promising not to disappoint him, dedicating their lives to meet his expectations. Yet, a single problem weighed on Yeowan's mind. Knowing some practiced their own breathing techniques, he realized those from lesser sects and smaller families, like Guk Jin, needed them most. Turning to him, a student's voice rose in awe, "My lord, is this a breathing technique?" Another student chimed in, turning with a knowing grin, "The universal origin art? Oh, I have that one too." A group of students discussed the technique, their voices rising in curiosity. "The universal origin art? What sect is this from? I've never heard of it." Studying the manual, the student pondered, realizing, how can such a breathing technique exist? It moves energy through pressure points I'd never considered, yet it promises incredible effectiveness. Turning back to Yeowan, the student's voice trembled with urgency, "And my lord, where did you find a breathing technique like T?" The student was abruptly cut off, a muffled sound escaping. Dedun stood, utterly shocked. Another student quickly bowed, stammering, "And my apologies, my lord. I didn't mean to overstep." The student repeated, his voice laced with disbelief, "The universal origin art?" Yeowan offered a knowing smile. "It's a secret breathing technique, hidden on the library's 4th floor." He mused inwardly, they don't need to know everything." 2 days prior, Yeowan had nearly completed copying the ancient manuals. Wondering which breathing techniques would best foster his comrades' internal powers, he asked Nano if any breakthroughs had occurred in analyzing the concept. Nano explained that while breathing energy analysis continued, he could categorize techniques effectively amplifying the energy within one's lower abdomen. Hearing this, he asked Nano to select one. noting the demonic lord's sword art breathing technique appeared most potent. Deciding against that particular technique, he moved on. Next, sample 37 appeared, a technique he couldn't recall ever seeing before. Nano explained it was a technique he created, based on analyzing origin of internal power and first to fourth floor manuals, leaving him surprised. He wondered when Nano had created this. Nano explained its creation 40 hours prior, after analyzing fourth floor manuals, causing him to gasp, realizing it was made only 2 days ago. He asked if Nano had analyzed the demonic lord's sword art breathing technique, but Nano explained its combination of physical and breathing energy meant the analysis was not yet complete. Understanding, he requested to see this novel sample breathing technique. A strange, mechanical whirring sound filled the air. Hyabong murmured, a disbelieving no way escaping his lips. The young master realized the internal power circulating through him felt incredibly stable, promising perfect synergy with any martial art. He wondered, what name suited this technique? Nano, 37 art, perhaps? He pondered, the universal origin art? A smile spread across his face, realizing it was a secret breathing technique hidden on the library's 4th floor. One student remarked on the library's hidden treasures, speculating it was a lost breathing technique from a high-ranking, long-extinct sect. Another student then shifted focus, ensuring everyone had their manuals. Memorize and destroy them all by tomorrow, he commanded. The following day dawned. The scene shifted to the Isolation Training Center, northwest of the academy. Hyabong reflected, hoping his 6 swords would aid their comrades lagging in martial arts during his isolation training. One student assured him, we'll manage. Focus on your training, my lord. Teaching is training. I'll do my best. Bolstered by their well wishes, he steeled himself for the trials ahead. Hearing their encouraging words, he acknowledged their support with a nod. As the heavy door creaked open, the path to his training awaited. Stepping inside, he noted the isolation training room's vastness, finding it larger than the adamantine stone room. Before him sat a large pot, labeled Dadun, filled with grain balls. Observing the generous supply, he thought it would last years, a testament to the promise delivered. Knowing he needed to reach transcendent master level, he admitted being utterly lost on how to achieve it. With a determined thump, Nano began transferring 245 ascendant master-level martial arts techniques, complete with avatars, from the 4th floor to his brain. Reaching into the pot, he grabbed a handful of grain balls. Munching the grain balls, he reflected that while the demonic lord's sword art was potent, learning diverse techniques broadened his horizons. Planning his training, he decided to divide each day into 3 distinct parts. Mornings for codified forms, afternoons for augmented reality sparring, and nights for circulating internal powers via breathing techniques. Being afternoon, he decided it was time to spar. He commanded Nano to activate augmented reality, setting Yuchan Xion as the avatar. Activating augmented reality, the system began creating a simulation avatar, designating Yuchan Xion as the model. Initially, the system would create only one Yuchan copy, but as he progressed, it would increase enemies and difficulty. At this point, no one, not even Yeoan himself, could have imagined his isolation training would last so long. 1 week into his isolation, Muyan Xion, Shadow Sect's young master, defeated a professor, passing the 4th examination. That day, students saw Gyu elated, finally securing her own room. Jiangun Xion of the Sword Sect was the 4th to pass. His goal was to pass quickly, but his meticulous training to ensure victory resulted in taking longer than expected. 2 months after the young master entered isolation training. As Muyan Xion and Jiangun Xion began their isolation, Gyu felt compelled to isolate herself too. Around that time, Baekji, the protagonist's first sword, passed the 4th examination, delighting his followers. But she delayed, teaching lesser sect followers. For months after his isolation began, his training continued. Mujiam Xion, Stealth Sect's young master, also passed the 4th examination, immediately entering isolation training. Then 2 more of the protagonist's 6 swords passed, Wang Hyul Ko, the 2nd, and Sojong Wu, the 5th. 5 students then failed the 4th examination, after which no one challenged the professors for a good while. In the 5th month, the remaining swords, Sanghua Ho and Take Jiam Chai, passed the 4th examination. In the 6th month, Yumin Jia, Ojong, Yuhuan Im, and Jinho Gong, all hailing from lesser sects, achieved the early stages of Ascendant Master, a remarkable feat. For months later, he and his comrades successfully passed the 4th examination, yet their triumph was overshadowed by the failure of 15 other students. Exactly 1 year later, Yeoan's followers convened another fierce competition, aiming to determine the next 6 swords. The final results declared Gyu Mun the 1st sword, Baekji the 2nd, Wang Hyul Ko the 3rd, Sojong Wu the 4th, Sanghua Ho the 5th, and Take Jiam Chai the 6th. With the new 6 swords decided and over 30% of their comrades reaching Ascendant Master, the 3 warriors entered isolation training, their minds at peace. Meanwhile, 2 years after their leader began his own isolation, his rigorous training continued unabated. The majority of academy students had taken the 4th examination, with 71 of 120 passing, resulting in the remaining students' expulsion. Over those 2 years, nearly 80% of the successful 4th examination students entered isolation, causing the 6 swords competition to be skipped. Consequently, the academy fell into an unprecedented quiet. Apart from him, The 70 students who had entered isolation training completed their rigorous regimens and emerged. Yet, even after 2 years and 4 months, fewer than 40% of them had attained the Transcendent Master level. Nguyen Xion, the Shadow Sect's young master, became the first to conquer the 5th examination, the sealed demonic chamber. Following him, Jiangun Xion of the Sword Sect, Chuk Sama of the Warrior Dance Sect, Gyumun of the Demonic Dragon Palm, Wang Hyul-ko of the Demon Fist, and Baek Ji-ai of the Pure Kick Sect also passed, bringing the total to 6. Beyond these 6, 7 other challengers attempted the demonic chamber, yet none succeeded. In the 3rd year, the 6th swords competition resumed. Having honed their skills in isolation, all of his followers now fiercely competed. The stakes were raised, and the competition grew exceptionally fierce. 3 students perished, making the others wary, yet the new 6 swords emerged, Wang Hyul-ko as 1st, Gyumun 2nd, Baek Ji-ai 3rd, Sanghua Ho 4th, Sojong Woo 5th, and Yumin Jia 6th. Another month drifted by. Heavy boots crunched rhythmically through the freshly fallen snow. Exhaling a cloud of breath into the frigid air, a voice observed, "Not everyone has arrived." The young master and Hyabong, it seemed, returned to the isolation training rooms, sparking worry they'd fallen for a trick. "He's an incredibly skilled fighter. There's no need for concern," one insisted, shaking his. Baek Ji-ai sighed, admitting his worry. "The minor priesthood competition is fierce. Did Jiangun Xion make you another offer in the cafeteria?" "Do you truly believe I'd join that prick?" he retorted, incredulity lacing his voice. Yeoan clarified, "It's not distrust, but his tricks are unpredictable. Wang Hyul is right. He's a snake like Yu-chan, always hiding heinous schemes." Considering the gravity, he suggested they retrieve them. From above, the isolation training center loomed, silent and expectant, awaiting its next trial. A furious voice bellowed, "What do you think you're doing, showing up here armed?" His face contorted with rage, the man snarled, "Why else do you always move in a group?" 2 figures stood over a fallen body, the air thick with unspoken, heavy tension. Turning his back, Dedun declared, "I couldn't care less about you. Get lost." A sinister smile played on his lips as he pressed, "Let me ask again. Why not consider my offer, Gyumun?" Elsewhere, a woman's sharp voice cut through the air. "He refused your offer multiple times." His expression hardening, he declared, "I already serve a young lord." A low chuckle escaped him. I should have figured. Gaining a useful minion, I believe, requires some hard work." With a swift motion, he drew his sword, the steel glinting in the light. With a sinister smile, Yeoan proposed a duel, suggesting that if they emerged victorious, he would grant them their freedom. His hand tightened around his weapon's hilt, adding that should he prevail, they would become his sworn followers. His face contorting with displeasure, Beck exclaimed the terms were utterly unfair. Weimyong Li found the demand excessive, even for a candidate of the minor priesthood. His patience wearing thin, Yeo unclenched his fist. He scoffed at their complaints, dismissing them and their concerns. With a sudden burst of speed, he swung his sword. A sharp cry escaped him as he was struck. A surge of power emanated from him, his hand glowing with a vibrant blue aura. Both Beck and Weimyong Li flinched, feeling the raw effects of his power. Panic set in as he realized he could not move. They both looked on in shock, completely immobilized. The guards were caught completely off guard, as an unseen force suddenly slammed into them. The impact sent them flying, their bodies hitting the ground, echoing through the courtyard. A grunt of pain escaped one of them, as the invisible wave continued to batter them. One guard, struggling to regain his footing, couldn't believe his eyes. "You fools, what do you think you're doing?" The force proved relentless, sending another guard sprawling. A voice called out, filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. "Oh!" Stepping forward, the figure's presence commanded attention, a subtle shift in the atmosphere accompanying his movement. His eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, as a voice, filled with reverence, whispered, "My lord." The unseen power continued to buffet the remaining guards, leaving trails in the snow as they were hurled backward. The guards, battered and bruised, struggled to comprehend the overwhelming force. How could this be? They wondered. Wall-piercing telekinesis. Moving solid objects solely through internal power, that means, The guard could hardly believe it, questioning how anyone surpassed Transcendent Master to reach Genesis level. It had taken him 2 years just to reach Transcendent Master. He refused to believe it, convinced it was a trick. Even if he was a Genesis Master, he couldn't back down now, not with everyone watching. Feeling the pressure, the guard turned to his comrades, demanding action and ordering them to take him down. Responding to the order, the other guards dashed forward, one exclaiming at the cowardice of a group ambush. As the guards closed in, one called him an arrogant brat, sneering he was a commoner from a lowly sect, daring to impede them. Swords drawn, the guards launched their attack. But before their blades could find purchase, Yeoan intercepted, meeting their assault head-on with a clang of steel and a burst of blue energy. Despite the initial clash, the guards pressed their advantage, continuing their relentless assault. Reacting instantly, he unleashed a counterslash, the force of his strike cutting through the air. The sound of steel on steel rang out, as the guards desperately tried to maintain their formation. Recognizing the technique, one guard wondered if it was the sword sect's imperial sword technique. He knew he couldn't let his guard down, needing to imbue his palms with energy against another true Transcendent Master. With a final cry, the guards surged forward, determined to end the fight. With a subtle gesture, the guards found themselves weightless, lifted into the air by an unseen force. A whirlwind of motion, the young lord prepared to strike, the air crackling with raw energy. His attack landed with a resounding smack, the force sending shockwaves through their bodies. The impact echoed through the courtyard, blasting them away like ragdolls. A desperate cry escaping a guard's lips, he was sent hurtling backwards. Crashing into the hard stone, the remaining guards were sent sprawling. Writhing in agony, they struggled to regain footing, their bodies screaming in protest. Staring in disbelief, the other guards could only utter, "Whoa, no way." Sweat beaded on Pyo Jiang's brow. Gritting his teeth, he realized, "We're out of our league." Fidgeting nervously, a woman observed the scene, thinking this was already a losing battle. Clutching her hands, she thought none could face this monster. A guard called out, "Young Lord Cheon, we admit defeat. Let's end this." His face unreadable, Yeon remained silent. A guard demanded, "Must you drive us into a corner?" Another warned that fighting to the death would endanger the young lord. Drawing his sword, the guard prepared to strike. But before he could move, Yeon unleashed a devastating attack. The blast shattered the ice around them, sending debris flying everywhere. The remaining guards looked on in horror, realizing the sheer power at play. With a cold glance, Yeon declared, "The rest of you are next." One guard attempted a desperate swing, hoping to catch him off guard. The sword blurred, a desperate attempt to break through. Watching, a guard wondered how he wielded such power with a frail frame. But before the blade found its mark, Yeon intercepted with a palm strike. The blow sent the guards reeling, their defenses shattered. A guard cried out, his energy fading as the technique took its toll. The air crackled as the opponent began his assault, a vortex of power forming around him. The swirling mass intensified, focusing its might on his opponent. A sneer twisted the enemy's face as he declared the fight over. His eyes blazing with fury, he vowed to end it all. But with a piercing gaze, Yeon prepared to strike back. Blurring into motion, he closed the distance with impossible speed. Descending like a storm, he brought his blade crashing down. Staggering back, the enemy couldn't believe it, questioning his impossible heights. Looking down at his fallen foe, he prepared to deliver the final blow. The sword flashed, a silver streak of death. The blade found its mark, piercing through flesh and bone. As blood splattered across the ground, the enemy fell, defeated. The young lord stood amidst the carnage, the air thick with blood's metallic tang, the recent battle painting him in crimson hues. A flash of steel, dripping crimson, the blade descended with lethal intent, seeking its mark. Standing over his fallen opponent, Yeon raised his sword, poised to deliver the final, merciless strike. His face, a mask of grim determination, betrayed a flicker of fear in his eyes. His vision blurring with pain, he stared up at his relentless attacker. A desperate cry escaped him as, in a single, brutal stroke, his arm was severed. His severed limb fell to the ground, the shock of the injury registering on his face. Staggering backward, he could only stammer, "W8." But before he could form a coherent thought, Yeon closed the distance, a devastating punch landing squarely on his jaw. The force of the blow sent him reeling, followed by the final strike, a blade through the heart. His eyes wide with terror, he could only plead, Please." But it was too late for mercy. As he prepared to deliver the final blow, standing over the corpse, he declared, "It's too late for begging." Hearing his name called out, Hyebong was asked if he was all right. Responding to the inquiry, he tossed a group of men into the air, questioning their actions. Turning his attention elsewhere, he spoke with another. As the two conversed, another wondered who he was talking to. Hearing the question, a man looked on in surprise. The man's companion seemed to share his shock, as the two looked on in disbelief. With a resounding thud, someone landed nearby. Kneeling before him, Wang Hyul-ko, the first sword, welcomed his lord back. Others looked on, equally stunned by his return. Another voice called out, Gyu-mun, the second sword, gasping, also welcomed him back. With a gentle pat, he was greeted by his loyal subordinate. A question hung in the air, "Baekji?" Sweat beaded on his brow, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and apprehension. A voice echoed, acknowledging that even as a true transcendent master, the young lord's energy was almost too much to handle. The figure stood tall, radiating power, evoking the same feeling he got when the academy deputy stood before him. A thud echoed as the man knelt, announcing himself as Baekji, the third sword, welcoming his lord back. A subordinate was taken aback, remarking he'd never seen him use such proper etiquette, remembering how he used to refuse honorifics. Another voice rang out, identifying himself as Sang-Hwa-ho, the fourth sword, also welcoming his lord back. A third voice joined the chorus, Yumin-ja, the fifth sword, adding his welcome to the returning lord. A sinister grin spread across his face as the scene unfolded. The crowd erupted in cheers, proclaiming their young lord had finally returned. A man looked on, a hint of suspicion in his eyes, wondering what was going on. Staring at the scene of carnage, he wondered who that was, questioning if it was the young master of the sword sect. Lying defeated, covered in blood, Jiang Cheon was barely recognizable. Witnessing the aftermath, a man wondered if this meant he'd reached the level of Genesis Master. Elsewhere, he smirked. With his arms crossed, he seemed unbothered. Hearing the news, a man muttered about Yeon's return, as word spread throughout the academy about his isolation training and the annihilation of the sword. It was said he took out 5 of the 6 candidates for the minor priesthood, leading students to wonder if someone not of the main sex would obtain it for the first time. All of this put a lot of pressure onto the shadow sex Muyin Xion and his men. But he didn't care much about this at all, focusing only on honing his own martial arts prowess. In the academy deputy office, Wei Myong Li was surprised to hear someone thought he'd reached the level of Genesis. His subordinate replied, it wasn't that he thought he'd reached that level, he knew he had. The subordinate continued, explaining that upon releasing him from isolation, he'd witnessed him use wall-piercing telekinesis with his own eyes. Since the man had been in isolation training longer than expected, it was assumed he would emerge as merely an ultimate transcendent master. Throughout the Demonic Academy's history, no student had reached Genesis master level prior to passing the 6th examination. The news hit him like a physical blow, the implications of such a feat resonating deeply. His subordinate asked, "Sir, is something the matter?" A sharp knock echoed through the room, abruptly interrupting their conversation. Wei Myong Li granted permission, his voice calm. "Come in." Had he not just received that report, he admitted, he would have mistaken the newcomer for an elder. This, then, was the overwhelming energy he'd sensed. Turning to face the newcomer, he realized, "You've grown so much I barely recognized you." A hand patted the figure's shoulder, revealing a familiar face. The man was identified as none other than Captain Yeoan Xion. The scene shifted to a serene, snow-covered landscape, a small building nestled among the silent trees. This building was, in fact, the infamous sealed demonic chamber. Only 4 hours had passed since his isolated training, yet he was already undertaking the 5th examination. Wei Myong Li observed, noting the young master must be in quite the hurry to advance. With a confident smile, Yeoan Xion believed it best to face this challenge immediately. He was truly amazed, recalling his own 3 years of arduous training to become an ultimate transcendent master. An attendant gestured, indicating the path ahead. The wind here was even colder than the winter gales outside. The cave was far larger than he'd imagined. To pass the 5th examination, he simply needed to traverse the sealed demonic chamber. This test demanded he navigate various traps, guided only by his energy. Upon entry, they would await him at the eastern exit for 2 hours. Pondering, Yeoan Xion realized this was the trap activation mechanism. If he failed to pass within the allotted time, they would assume the worst and deactivate all traps. It was precisely as they had instructed. Now, begin the 5th examination. With a sudden whoosh, the entrance opened. The sealed demonic chamber, the very place where a demonic specter lay sealed. A low whirring sound began to fill the chamber. The sound intensified, growing into a forceful whoosh. Another rush of air followed, revealing a faint, ominous symbol in the depths. The symbol pulsed, the whooshing growing louder. The air vibrated, the whooshing now almost deafening. The chamber's very structure groaned, the whooshing reaching a fever pitch. The stone itself began to crack, the whooshing now a piercing shriek. Reality itself seemed to buckle, the air shimmering with unseen energy. A surge of crimson energy erupted, illuminating the chamber in a hellish glow. A guttural growl echoed, raw and untamed. With a soft hum, the nanomachines activated night vision mode. Night vision engaged, revealing the daunting, seemingly endless drop below. A strange scent assailed him, not oil, but something far more metallic, like blood. The air hung thick with a cacophony of odors, making it impossible to discern their source. Was this the tunnel? Aware of the impending traps, he felt confident. Seeing clearly, he resolved to use his agility to pass swiftly. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward into the darkness. Reacting to the sudden appearance of traps, he gritted his teeth, pushing onward. Above him, the traps activated, swinging down menacingly from the ceiling. He continued to dodge, expertly weaving through the deadly, descending obstacles. Another trap swung, threatening to crush him beneath its weight. Barely avoiding the blow, he heard the trap crack violently against the stone wall. Continuing through the dark tunnel, he knew that without high martial arts skill, anyone would be ensnared. Deciding to change his approach, he concluded it was better to abandon agility and simply walk. A sudden creak echoed through the tunnel, a stark reminder of the dangers lurking within. Reacting instantly, he gasped, narrowly avoiding another hidden trap. A heavy thud reverberated, signaling the activation of yet another hidden mechanism. The tiles underfoot seemed to shift, revealing the intricate network of traps beneath the surface. Confident in his enhanced vision, he knew these traps stood no chance against him. About 30 minutes later, the tunnel opened, revealing multiple paths ahead. The air rushed past him as he surveyed the branching tunnels. He noted that without the wind's flow, one could easily lose their way here. Suddenly stopping, he paused, a striking thought seizing him. A realization dawned. He had seen this precise layout somewhere before. This place, he recalled, had been built 3.5 years ago. Within the detention center's secret chamber, the sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed. Kneeling before the pillar, he humbly offered gratitude to their demonic lord. Lying prone, he considered himself incredibly fortunate to have stumbled upon this place. He mused that if the poison staff knew, they'd surely combust from sheer rage. Rising to his feet, Yeoan vowed to prevent anyone else from ever stumbling upon this rare art. Suddenly, the entire chamber began to violently shake. Looking around, He wondered what was happening as the shaking intensified. Above him, a section of the ceiling collapsed with a deafening crash. More debris began to fall, its sound echoing ominously through the chamber. The room rumbled, and the lights flickered ominously. Stumbling, he wondered what was happening as he lost his footing. The chamber continued to crumble, large chunks of debris falling around him. Dust filled the air as he struggled to keep his balance. Spotting something unusual, he wondered what these 24 orbs could be. Looking closer, he pondered its true nature. Examining a large, glowing orb, he realized it contained the demonic lord's sword art forms, wondering if a hidden mechanism triggered this. Turning the orb over, he wondered what the bumpy lines on its back signified. Connecting the lines on all the glowing orbs, a map formed, appearing to be some sort of treasure map. He wasn't sure what it mapped until Nano chimed in, confirming understanding and scanning it as the ground cracked. The map aligned with the cave's layout, revealing it as a treasure map of the sealed demonic chamber. The map showed their location by coordinates, prompting his surprised realization that Nano possessed such capabilities. He knew backtracking was necessary, but felt he had time, reasoning their demonic lord wouldn't hide coordinates without purpose. He had to see what lay there. With a low growl, something stirred nearby. A low growl echoed through the chamber, causing him to pause. The voice from earlier remarked on the terrifying nature of the sealed demonic chamber. The other voice responded, noting it wasn't merely darkness, but the cries of something trapped within. Heightening his senses, Yeoan could detect no presence, yet the path ahead struck him as undeniably strange. He noted that despite not being the exit, this path held far more traps than before. He paused, confusion clouding his thoughts. The treasure map, he realized, led here, yet the way was completely blocked. Approaching the obstruction, he leaned in for a closer look. A heavy sound echoed, revealing itself to him as a formidable seal. Examining the seal, he recognized the script, wondering if their demonic lord had penned it. That familiar, unsettling growl echoed through the chamber once more. He couldn't place the source, but a palpable demonic presence hung heavy, making him wonder if this was the sealed demonic chamber. Knowing one wrong move could unleash something uncontrollable, he proceeded with extreme caution. Why mark this spot? He had no time to dwell on the treasure map's mystery now. If this was left by their demonic lord, it could not possibly be harmless. Deciding to act, he prepared to break through the wall first. With a focused yell, he initiated his strike. Unleashing the fifth codified form of the dancing butterfly technique, the dancing link slash struck the wall. The wall shattered with a resounding crash, sending debris flying. Stunned by the sight, he could only utter a sound of utter confusion. Before him stood a wall of solid stone, leaving him to wonder its true nature. The wall's hardness matched sapphire, yet it was more, actual sapphire, merely disguised by an exterior material. The sound of steel scraping against leather echoed as he drew his sword, the blade gleaming in the dim chamber light. Lifting the weapon high, he recalled the technique's requirements. Not mere understanding, but the level of Genesis master. A swirling aura of power emanated from him, the air crackling. This form was so potent, he'd only expected to use it against a truly dangerous foe. With a surge of power, he unleashed the technique, the air trembling with its force, musing he never expected to use it here. The blade became a blur, carving a vortex of pure energy into the space before him. Focus etched on his face, he poured every ounce of his being into the strike. The technique was revealed, the fourth god sword art. A testament to the demonic lord's power, the fourth god sword art stood ready to strike. The energy swirled, gathering into a concentrated point of destruction. The technique found its mark, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. With fierce determination, he drew his blade, preparing to unleash a devastating technique. The air crackled with energy, the fourth codified fighting of the demonic lord's sword art beginning to take form. Blades of pure energy swirled around him, each humming with destructive potential. The swirling blades converged, focusing their power into a single, unstoppable point. A deafening clang rang out as the impact struck. The blow's force exploded outward, obliterating everything in its path. Standing amidst the wreckage, he surveyed the devastation he had wrought. Descending from the epicenter, he took a closer look at the aftermath. A grimace crossed his face, the stench proving all too familiar. A bad feeling began to creep in, suggesting a grave mistake. Then, a sickening crack. Sir Xianung had poured his skill into crafting it, yet it was now unusable. Ordinary iron couldn't withstand the demonic lord's sword art. A warning flashed, detecting an erratic surge of plasma energy ahead. A sprite in the atmosphere, heading directly towards him. A deafening boom echoed. Before he could react, the energy slammed into him. The blast force resulted in a cataclysmic crash. Staggering, he could barely register what had just happened. He realized he couldn't even block that attack. The impact sent him sliding backward, a trail of dust marking his forced retreat. He quickly turned, ready to face whatever came next. A menacing hiss filled the air, the sound of something ancient and powerful. He could only wonder what monstrous thing now approached. The cavern rumbled as the battle continued. An Amugi serpent, he realized. These serpents, it was said, were once holy creatures, known for white or blue scales, dwelling in the depths of lakes. The monstrous serpent shrieked, its red eyes burning with rage. But this one was no holy creature, merely a vicious monster. The serpent's attack sent him crashing through the cavern walls. The cave continued to crumble as he was thrown back again. Realizing the danger, Yeoan leaped toward the serpent. At this rate, the entire cave would soon collapse. He knew he could deal with it by luring it back in. Preparing his next move, the young master faced the monstrous Emugi. The creature continued its relentless pursuit, its massive form slithering through the collapsing cave. Luring the beast further into his trap, Yeoan thinks, "There we go." Knowing the time to strike is now, he dives headfirst into the pool of viscous black liquid. Moving with purpose, the young master navigates the strange substance. Each step sends ripples through the dark pool, the liquid splashing around him. Suddenly realizing the danger, he turns sharply. The black liquid swirls around him, and he wonders, what the hell is this black liquid? Covering his nose, the stench in here is so bad that it's making his head throb. The Emugi unleashes a deafening roar, closing in on him. Pushing forward, Yeoan continues to move through the hindering liquid. The Emugi lunges forward, its massive jaws snapping shut. Cursing his predicament, he realizes, damn it, this liquid is so sticky that I can't perform my agility technique. Despite being submerged in the black liquid, Yeoan unleashes a furious barrage of attacks against the Emugi, each strike echoing with a resounding clang. The relentless assault continues, the sounds of metal on metal filling the cavern. But then, he pauses, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he wonders just what the creature is made of. With a deafening boom, the Emugi retaliates, unleashing a devastating blast of energy. The force of the attack sends him flying backwards, plummeting into the black water with a resounding splash. He can't believe it, his attacks, imbued with the demonic lord's sword art, couldn't even leave a scratch. Does that mean its body is even harder than sapphire? Eyes widening, he can only manage a confused huh? The Emugi remains motionless, and he realizes the black water isn't moving either. Thinking quickly, he notes that with a monster of that size entering the cave, the black water should have risen, but the water levels remain unchanged. Deciding to take action, he commands his nanomachines to activate augmented reality. Acknowledging the command, the system activates augmented reality, detecting erratic dark plasma energy throughout the stone chamber. The Emugi's form is now outlined with glowing blue energy, the system identifying it as plasma energy. The augmented reality display confirms what he already suspected. This creature is an aggregation of ionized electrons, fueled by an unnaturally high energy in the atmosphere. It's a phenomenon science can't explain, but one that's considered spiritual in nature. So this is a spiritual phenomenon. A warning flashes across the screen, a sprite in the atmosphere is headed his way, and fast. The Emugi crashes down, the impact shaking the very ground. He knew it. Even though the gargantuan head crashed into the water, there were no splashes. Instead, a rumble came from the ground. The analysis completes, revealing 24 shards of iron floating in the air, each emitting powerful plasma energy. What? Shards of iron? Nano, pinpoint, and light up these iron shards you're talking about. Understood. He jumps. He roars, ready to strike. The shards of iron are in the exact same directions that you perform the basic form of the demonic lords. Sword art in. Rower. With the Emugi before him, Yeoan unleashes the demonic lord's sword art, slashing at the monstrous entity with incredible speed and precision. For 3 long years, Beck had honed the basic form of the demonic lord's sword art, channeling his energy through his breathing technique countless times. Now, he could seamlessly weave both disciplines together. With a guttural shout, he brought his sword down upon the Emugi, the blade crackling with fierce blue energy. The attack connected, a blinding flash of light erupting as the combined energies of the sword art and his inner power slammed into the Emugi. With a shout, Yeoan unleashed a storm of blue energy, its blades slicing through the air with deadly precision. From the depths, a dark, menacing form began to rise, a crimson aura swirling around it like a shroud. The air crackled with raw power, the red energy intensifying as the creature prepared to meet the attack head-on. Spinning with incredible speed, he created a vortex of razor-sharp energy, each blade humming with destructive force. The energy blades collided with an unseen barrier, the sound of metal against metal echoing through the cavern. A golden aura flared to life, deflecting the barrage with ease as it stood defiant against the assault. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards, a deafening boom shaking the very foundations of the cavern. Undaunted, he continued to spin, maintaining the relentless assault of energy blades, pushing the creature to its limit. A voice broke the silence, the speaker exclaiming with relief that it had worked. Turning away, the man took a step, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, a testament to the battle's ferocity. A close-up revealed a single eye, its red iris glowing with an unholy light, hinting at the beast's true nature. A realization dawned as the dark form coalesced into a nightmarish configuration of red, spiky shapes, offering a terrifying glimpse into its true form. Was this the true form of the Emugi serpent? A deep rumbling began to emanate from the depths. A sharp clang echoed through the chamber. The sound of metal whirring filled the air as a weapon was drawn. Eyes widened in shock. The blade, inscribed with ancient characters, declared itself the sword of the demonic lord. A voice echoed, questioning why this treasure, the symbol of their demonic lord, lay here. The sound of metal scraping against stone grew louder. With a final whoosh, the blade was free. A gasp escaped him, a bewildered question forming on his lips. Something unexpected was happening, Yeoan wondering what was truly going on. A strange wisp of energy swirled around him, causing the world to begin to fade. Engulfing him completely, darkness descended. A suffocating void enveloped him, where he couldn't even hear his own voice, just pitch blackness. His very senses seemed stripped away, as if he had lost all 5 of them. Falling deeper into the abyss, he found himself strangely unafraid. If anything, a strange sense of peace settled over him. It was a comforting embrace in the heart of nothingness, an incredibly soothing sensation. But the tranquility was shattered by a sudden jolt, a sharp, undeniable no. A stark line divided the darkness, as a new reality began to form. Disoriented and confused, he wondered where he was. Breaking the surface with a splash, he found himself immersed in water. He had almost let himself be swallowed by the darkness, nearly losing himself completely. A voice rang out, "Nana!" The very ground began to tremble, signaling the approach of something massive. Then, with a mighty splash, a colossal serpent burst forth from the churning water. Yeoan's eyes widened, realizing another colossal creature lurked within. Lunging forward with incredible speed, the serpent unleashed a deafening roar. A guttural, earth-shattering roar ripped the air. Its horns elongated, its massive body swelling to an even greater size. Was it shedding its skin, transforming into a full-fledged dragon? Crashing down, the transformed creature made its terrifying presence known. Flinching, Yeoan braced himself for the inevitable impact. As the creature crashed down, the impact's force sent shockwaves rippling outwards. Looking closer, the Amugi's scales became starkly visible. Suddenly, with a sickening crack, something severed one of the creature's horns. A deafening roar echoed across the landscape, as the creature thrashed violently in the water. The white scales of the colossal serpent were visibly turning black. Landing gracefully, Yeoan surveyed the chaotic scene. From a low angle, the severed horn lay visible, as did the figure who dared strike the Amugi. Drawing his sword, he prepared for another strike. Surrounded by swirling dark energy, he stood ready. A sword energy manifestation, Beck observed, his voice a low murmur. A realization dawned on him. That black sword. Enraged, the Amugi unleashed another earth-shattering roar. The battle raged on, Yeoan continuing his relentless assault against the creature, each strike carrying immense power. His attacks tore through the air, leaving trails of destruction as he relentlessly slashed at the monstrous foe. Each blow landed with brutal force, blood splattering as the creature reeled from the onslaught. Watching the fight unfold, Beck murmured, "That's the third codified fighting form of the demonic lord's sword art." His fist clenched, acknowledging this rendition was far more refined than his own. Undeterred, Yeoan pressed his advantage, pursuing the Amugi into the water. His blade found its mark once more, stabbing deep into the creature's flesh, dark energy swirling around the wound. A sinister smile spread across Beck's face, realizing the creature's energy was being absorbed. This wasn't meant for him. Turning away, he cast a final glance at the ongoing battle. His eyes gleamed with unknown intent as the fight continued without him. His eyes widened in shock, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A sinister smile played on his lips, though the situation was anything but amusing. His gaze sharpened, reflecting the turmoil within. A sharp gasp tore from him, the agony in his voice unmistakable. Blood splattered across his face, his body reeling violently from the brutal impact. Coughing violently, he fought to regain his composure, his breath ragged. Retching, he expelled the foul substance, a concerned voice calling out, "Are you all right?" The taste was revolting, as he realized he'd swallowed mouthfuls of the black liquid without even noticing. He wondered how long he'd been in the cave, recalling his full consciousness when grabbing the sword, only to suddenly faint. It had been less than an hour, bringing him relief that it was only a brief moment. He questioned, a voice explained. In that brief moment, his brain's nerve cells were 100% stimulated, the absorbed dark plasma energy integrating with his internal power. It all made sense, he realized, having felt an evil demonic presence within him. But how was his internal energy so easily tainted? A dark, pulsating energy seemed to writhe within him. Thinking back, it must have been the black sword he'd grabbed earlier. Looking at his hands, he wondered what was happening to him. The dark energy continued to spread, making him question its purpose on his arms. Beyond, lay the exit of the sealed demonic chamber. Outside, in the snowy landscape, 3 figures stood near a desolate building. One figure mused, finding it strange that the Genesis Master hadn't cleared it in under an hour. Another replied, noting almost 2 hours had passed, wondering if something had happened inside. A stone monument read, "Since the Sword Lord founded the academy, this place served as the 5th examination's location. Only the worthy could enter this cave." One man pondered, "Does that mean Yeoan Chion is unworthy?" Emerging from the sealed demonic chamber, the group stepped out into the open air. As the heavy door creaked open, one of the men exclaimed in surprise. It was Captain Chion. There stood Captain Chion, his sword still dripping with fresh blood. A strange, metallic odor filled the air, prompting one man to question the awful stench. Another man congratulated him, to which he stuttered a quiet thank you. Wrinkling his nose, he quickly covered his face, repulsed. Inspecting the bloodied blade, He wondered what strange substance this was. Captain Shion realized it resembled an underdeveloped deer's antler. After a long day, he sighed, relaxing into the warm bath water. Sniffing himself, he believed the vile stench was finally gone, having bathed for nearly an hour. The water swirled around him, its heat easing the aches from his bones as he soaked. Nearby, a discarded wooden bucket lay on its side, forgotten. Lost in thought, Captain Shion seemed troubled by something unseen. Suddenly, a dark figure unleashed a devastating sword technique, the air screaming as the blade cut through it. Each strike, a furious dance of death, echoed with the brutal sound of tearing flesh. The slashes multiplied, forming a cage of crimson energy, each impact resonating with brutal force. Explosions of power erupted, the force of the blows shaking the very ground. It was already amazing that this black sword could handle the demonic lord's sword art. But beyond that, it manifested sword energy strong enough to cut sapphire like soft tofu, a testament to its terrifying power. The dark energy swirled around him, a chaotic dance of power and pain. A heavy exhale escaped him, the effort of maintaining control evident in every strained muscle. Gritting his teeth, he knew, I've used both internal power and sheer force. These things won't budge. A realization dawned. I knew it. These things only react to demonic energy infused with my own internal power. Sweat poured from his brow, making him realize, my body feels so hot. I'm sweating far more. He realized the viscous liquid absorbed into his body had circulated through his meridian channels, expelling even the smallest remaining toxins. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. What? As a Genesis master, I cleansed my body of all toxins. It should have been fully purified. He mused, could this liquid truly cleanse the body of all toxins, no matter how small or untraceable? Looking at the dark liquid pooling around him, he wondered, isn't this black liquid supposed to be the blood of the Emugi serpent? Kneeling, he decided, I should take some. This could greatly help my followers. A sudden tremor shook the ground, making him gasp. Huh? The cave rumbled around him. An earthquake? The ground began to shake violently, sending debris raining down as the cave threatened to collapse. Barely dodging a falling rock, he wondered what was happening. More debris crashed down, forcing him to move once more. Yeowan managed to scoop enough liquid for his followers, though it was a shame it couldn't strengthen the entire demonic. Looking around, he saw the widespread destruction. Spotting something nearby, he wondered what it could be. Thankfully, he scooped it up, recognizing the horn the hooded man severed from the Emugi serpent in his hallucination, though its purpose remained unclear. Perhaps boiling and eating it would raise his internal powers, he mused, preparing to analyze the strange horn. Upon analysis, the horn proved comprised of unknown materials, resisting further study. Its hardness, just below diamond, made Yeowan wonder if it surpassed sapphire. Deciding to test it, he would use his sword energy. With a whir, he prepared to imbue the horn with his energy. A swoosh of energy flowed forth. The sound of ringing metal echoed. Yeowan's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Not only was it still perfect, but a strong force resisted his sword energy. This could withstand the demonic lord's sword art and dancing butterfly technique, he realized, deciding to forge it into a sword or saber. The horn was incredibly tough, he mused. Certain blacksmith descendant of the legendary Yezio, could work with it. At approximately 4 p.m., the scene shifted to the Academy Deputy Office. Only 4 hours had passed. How had his energy grown so strong? What phenomenon was this? He sensed the young master's great control over his energy, yet simultaneously, a strangely demonic presence emanated from him. Perhaps Professor Ho was right, he mused, recalling the myth of the worthy one encountering the sealed chamber's hidden demon. First the sword technique, now radiating demonic energy, Weimyong Li thought, realizing he might actually be. Deputy Li cleared his throat, drawing the young man's attention. Acknowledging the correction, Weimyong Li apologized, congratulating Captain Shion on passing the 5th examination and becoming Warden Shion. Expressing gratitude, Yeowan thanked him for the gift, a testament to his growth as a martial arts master of their cult. As the warden took the offered dagger, Weimyong Li watched him closely. The older man explained the dark iron dagger was a gift bestowed upon all cult wardens. Examining the blade, Yeowan felt sword energy radiating from its engraving, noting it was crafted not by an artisan, but a true swordmaster. Weimyong Li explained it was an honor gift for wardens, as the warden clicked the dagger into its sheath. He internally scoffed, wishing to discard the trash, but new patience was required under watchful eyes. With a thoughtful expression, Weimyong Li prepared to speak. Looking up, Yeowan inquired about the 6th examination. His gaze intense, Weimyong Li stared at the young man. The deputy's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss. Focusing his senses, Weimyong Li realized what he felt, a demonic presence. His gaze intense, the young man's eyes reflected a deep resolve. Across the room, Weimyong Li acknowledged his potential, stating he was more than qualified for the 6th examination. A palpable gravity settled, as the stark requirements for the 6th examination were laid bare, a Genesis master's power, at the very least. The ancient text emphasized this rare opportunity, revealing him as the first in 70 years to qualify, and demanding he challenge one of the cult's 12 greatest martial arts elders. A beat of profound silence punctuated the moment, the immense weight of the challenge settling heavily upon him. Wei Li leaned forward, his gaze sharp, inquiring if a specific elder was already chosen for the challenge. The manual library stood tall, a silent testament to the ancient knowledge it guarded within. His mind raced, weighing the implications, yet he knew his destined fight against the six sects began the moment he left the academy. Realizing the gravity, he saw this as a prime opportunity, a chance to eliminate one of their head leaders early. Weighing gains and losses, he decided the surest path to defeating the six sects lay in mastering the demonic lord's sword art's final codified form. Meanwhile, Wei Li sat at his desk, his thoughts drifting far away. A faint smile touched his lips. He's truly matured, the master mused. Recalling the Lady Yunhua incident, he'd been certain the young master would choose the poison sect's chief. Turning from the window, Wei Li wondered if the young master would be granted time to consider his final answer. He'd been offered a public challenge against his vengeance target, yet still paused to consider, weighing his options. Still, the poison sect's chief was too dangerous for a mere vendetta, and his 4 years of academy protection were nearing their end. Knowing the six sects would come for him, their talons sharpened, he foresaw a vicious bloodbath engulfing the cult. How would Yeoan deal with this? Wei Li mused, a deep concern etched on his face. Meanwhile, on the manual library's 5th floor, Yeoan moved silently through the towering stacks. Scanning the shelves, he noted only 20 manuals remained within this section. Thanks to a benefactor, he was already mastering techniques hidden on both the 4th and 5th floors. A sinister grin spread across his face, a soft, almost imperceptible hiccup escaping his lips. Recalling Sir Seatmering's words, he confirmed the manual was, indeed, located on the 5th floor. At long last, the pivotal moment he had so patiently awaited had finally arrived. He commanded Nano, scan the poem on the front, analyze the chi circulation technique within. With a determined stride, he approached the ancient manual. A sudden realization struck him, revealing it as the demonic lord's sword art's final form. But then, a disconcerting thought abruptly bubbled to the surface of his mind. There were no sword marks. Staring at the wall, Yeoan couldn't believe what lay before his eyes. Looking closer, he found no discernible sword marks upon its surface. He pondered the void, questioning if the ultimate counter technique was lost, or if the demonic lord had left no sword marks, no other traces at all. With a soft whirring, he activated his augmented reality display. Zooming in, he found himself utterly bewildered by the sight. He questioned if this hole was a codified form of the demonic lord's sword art, wondering how such a technique could be performed. A sudden thought struck him. Was there a similar mark on the other side? He realized, obscured by the poem, the hole pierced clean through the wall. How was this possible? It seemed little power was used. Perhaps the sheer energy focused into the form burst forth before its full execution. He concluded that with more energy, the stone would have utterly shattered. Considering the intact stone wall, devoid of counter-technique signs, he realized the demonic lord's sword art wasn't undiscovered. The ancient text continued, revealing the demonic lord's awakening to the sword's secrets in his final years. It wasn't about dissecting the sword, but uniting with it as one, encompassing the very intent behind its art. The sword's intent, he understood, was the unwavering will of its wielder. To have everything unite as one, a profound realization. Wisps of raw energy began to swirl around him, hinting at immense power. Meditating deeply, he seemed to absorb the ancient knowledge. A surge of power emanated from him, the energy swirling violently. The very air crackled as the energy intensified around him. The energy continued to build, creating a palpable tension in the chamber. Suddenly swinging into view, Warden Xion called out, asking if Yeoan was all right. His eyes widened, a silent alarm spreading across his face. He glanced at the other observer, a hushed tone barely audible as he wondered what transpired within. The other man's expression was grim, identifying it as the safeguard formation. Taking a cautious step, the observer initiated the process. The other man murmured, realizing this was the unification of 5 energies, a sight he never thought he'd witness. Bathed in a rainbow of light, Yeoan stood at the very center of it all. The vibrant energies swirled around him. A sudden twitch, then a sharp crack, something profound was happening to him. He was utterly overwhelmed by the surging power. Warden Xion's eyes narrowed, something new catching his attention. A surge of energy coursed through him, cracks appearing on his very skin. The warden shivered, feeling the immense power emanating from the young master. A voice declared he was undergoing physical restoration. Swirling currents of raw energy completely enveloped Yeoan. As the energy intensifies, books begin to tumble from their shelves. The books cascade around him, a testament to the sheer, uncontrolled force at play. His body begins to fall, a wisp of smoke trailing behind him as he collapses. Warden Xion observes, noting that just moments ago, Yeoan radiated immense power, but now he feels nothing. A nearby man comments that not even the deputy could detect the warden's energy. His eyes snap open, a blink of renewed power. The observers offer their congratulations, the unification now complete. A sudden realization washes over him. Could this be? He can feel it, a surge of power coursing through him as he attempts to lift his hand. The unification is complete. He has achieved the level of ultimate Genesis Master. This marks his first awakening without direct brain transfer. Warden Shion speaks. It seems the three of you used the safeguard formation while I was concentrating. Thank you. Looking around, Yeoan wonders what's going on. A whirring sound fills the air, manuals now scattered across the floor. Warden Shion apologizes. The entire library is a mess because of me. It's fine, the other man replies. Raising his voice, the warden warns them. Be careful with those manuals, you hear me? As the others are distracted, Yeoan realizes this is his chance. Do you know how precious these manuals are? He thinks, it would be best to get rid of any chance of anyone else learning the demonic lord's sword art, however slim. The warden is thanked. Oh, thank you. The first manuals Yeoan scanned detailed the 6 sects martial arts, the sword sect's sword art of lunacy, the stealth sect's fist of stealth, the shadow sect's flowing dark cloud palm, the musician sect's sound wave strike, the poison sect's demonic palm of the poison toad, and the saber sect's illusory demon saber technique. Considering the crimson fire sword art and other techniques available, he realizes these may not be the most powerful, but are highly ranked within the cult. Turning the page, he finds another manual, Step of the Wind God, wondering if it's an agility technique rather than combat art. Perfect, he thinks, lacking great agility techniques, yet wondering who donated this movement art to the library. At his mental command, Nano begins scanning. Later that evening, at Yeoan's private dormitory, a plan is set to unfold. His subordinates congratulate him, addressing him as my lord. One of them asks, I'm sure you did, right? Another subordinate tries to downplay the situation, saying, come on, let's not talk about this. There's no way monsters exist. She admits she never thought she'd see the other scared. One of the subordinates cries out, Ack. Yeoan thinks he shouldn't tell them he saw something similar, avoiding unnecessary fuss, while Weimyong Li finds Sanghua cute. Addressing the group, he announces, this is the reason I wanted everyone to gather today. As the barrel opens, a putrid odor fills the air. One subordinate exclaims, Black, what is this disgusting odor? Another asks, my lord, what on earth is? The young master explains he came across the liquid after a wrong turn in the sealed demonic chamber. Inside the sealed demonic chamber, one subordinate looks on with a disgusted expression. The subordinate wonders, why would he bring this? With a wide smile, Yeoan reveals he wants them all to drink it. A chorus of bewildered exclamations erupted from the subordinates. Weimyong Li continued, explaining he'd accidentally consumed it, finding his meridian channels cleansed of toxins, his energy now flowing with newfound vigor. Deeming it a shame to keep such a boon, he brought more within his sheath. One subordinate exclaimed, recognizing their lord's generosity, how could we possibly hesitate? Another subordinate declared, stepping forward, then I shall be the first to drink. He shouted for others to move, proclaiming the foul odor would not deter him. The subordinate, offering a quick thanks to his lord, gulped down the liquid. A cry of apparent agony ripped from his throat. The volunteer, holding the foul-smelling liquid high, threw his head back, chugging it down, shaking the container for every last drop. A wide grin spread across his face, yet it felt too soon to judge its efficacy. He mused, wondering if it wasn't half bad. His expression swiftly shifted, the nascent smile now strained, almost pained. Then, a guttural scream, raw and agonizing, ripped from his throat. The man collapsed, writhing on the ground as violent convulsions racked his body. One onlooker shivered, questioning if this agonizing transformation was truly beneficial. Moments later, another man stood tall, feeling the profound effects. Well, just as you said, my lord. I feel refreshed, my energy flowing faster. Arms crossed, Weimyong Li simply stated, I told you so. Aside from Sanghua, who refused until the end, and Gyu, concerned for her mask, everyone else drank the liquid, watching its effects unfold before their eyes. Amidst the falling snow, the Academy's northern forge stood silent, its heavy doors sealed. The only sound breaking the stillness was the rhythmic clang of hammer on steel. Echoing through the forge, the metallic symphony reverberated across the vast, snowy courtyard. With each powerful swing, the blacksmith shaped the molten metal with practiced, almost effortless ease. Resting on the anvil, a curious piece of bone awaited its turn, gleaming faintly. Yeoan Shion, his expression unreadable, lifted a heavy, unworked piece of metal from the rack. From across the forge, Weimyong Li, the blacksmith, inquired, where on earth did you find this? Li continued, praising the material's quality, promising to craft the greatest weapon ever seen. Would you like a saber? Turning back to the warden, the blacksmith added, also, you'll be provided with frost iron as well, Warden Shion. He then offered, would you like a sword from that? Turning away, Shion mused, I thought I was only allowed one weapon. Weimyong Li replied, explaining that unlike captains, wardens could request weapons anytime. While Academy frost iron was limited, personal materials posed no issue. Smiling slightly, Shion thought, Astra's perfect. I need to hide this black sword, to decipher its demonic lord's sword engraving. A substitute sword will serve best, asterisk. Given the material's high quality, crafting each weapon would require approximately 1 month's time. Hearing this, the gray-haired man inquired if Warden Shion was truly content with the wait. Without a word, he turned and walked away, leaving the blacksmith behind. A sinister smile played on the red-haired man's lips, watching him depart. The warden's expression hardened, a silent storm brewing behind his calculating eyes. Tapping a finger on the document, he mused that this was beyond bold, it was plain reckless. This was Jin Won-mu, chief of the Shadow Sect and first elder of the demonic warrior cult. Having long achieved ultimate Genesis master status, his strength rivaled Regium Ma, the patriarch's head royal bodyguard. As the cult's second or third strongest, he seemed intent on eliminating the 6 sect heads. Reflecting on the situation, he acknowledged the young man's growing wisdom, yet noted his persistent recklessness. Deciding, he would send an official request to the Shadow Sect. Things had been smooth, but fate intervened. 10 days after Yeoan submitted his request for the 6th examination. For the first time in a decade, an envoy from Murim visited the demonic warrior cult palace in the 10,000 Great Mountains. This incident alone caused a huge stir within the cult. Yet, Yeoan, isolated in the academy, remained oblivious. Arriving at the palace, Warden Cheon was formally greeted. Hearing of its urgency, he inquired about the matter. Turning to Cheon, the greeter asked if something was amiss. Cheon realized he would need to change his opponent for the 6th examination. Confused, he wondered why, and if the first elder had changed his mind. Cheon replied, assuring him, that's not it. Elsewhere, Yeoan was seen falling, plummeting through an unseen void. He considered the implications of the information just received, knowing it must be kept secret. Weimyong Li, sitting opposite, explained the matter's importance to the demonic cult, limiting details to only the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th elders present. The young master realized the high-ranking elders were not at their posts. He grunted, wondering if this meant he couldn't face any of the 6 sect leaders. Elsewhere, Weimyong Li revealed a recent change in the elders' positions. Heabong was shocked to learn Chief Beck of the Poison Sect had been demoted to 12th elder. A smirk played on his lips, a cunning plan forming in his mind. His eyes glowed red, deciding he'd settle for the next best thing. The implications of his decision hung heavy, a silent promise of what was to come. The next day dawned, casting a cold, unforgiving light upon the demonic warrior cult palace. The imposing structure stood as a silent witness to the unfolding events within its ancient walls. Inside the Poison Sect chief's office, several grim-faced men gathered around a heavy, polished table. How unfortunate, an elder lamented, believing the Shadow Sect should have handled the eyesore. Yeoan Cheon, they mused, was like a glass of alcohol spiked with poison. Over 3 years, the Shadow Sect had grown stronger than the Poison and Sword sects, expecting to eliminate Yeoan in battle. Their patriarch would also seek to weaken the Shadow Sect. All 6 sects awaited the battle, but the Murim envoy's arrival changed everything. Chief, you must reject this, one urged. You've just returned from imprisonment. Their patriarch watches your every move. Another elder nodded, stating simply, I agree. More pressure could shatter the balance of all 6 sects, yet rejecting would admit their weakness. My nephew has been bettered in this entire time, their sect's reputation plummeting. How can they expect us to remain idle, given such circumstances? I concur, he's not yet 20, already a Genesis master. Our relationship with him is hostile at best, compelling us to eliminate him before he grows too powerful. This holds true for all 6 sects. He may become the greatest martial artist, yet he commands no forces to support his rise. He is not the true threat. It is their patriarch we should fear. Enough. A heavy hand slammed down upon the table, silencing the room. A simmering rage boiled beneath the surface, a potent desire to crush a certain eyesore. But the elder knew they had too much to lose by eliminating him now. He would be rejecting this dangerous request. His grandson lay bedridden, seemingly unaware of the dark machinations swirling around him. Soft footsteps approached the chamber. The grandson remained still, his eyes barely fluttering open. The elder reached out, placing a sorrowful hand on his grandson's forehead, feeling helpless as a grandfather. The grandson weakly called out to his grandfather. Turning to the messenger, the elder was informed of an arriving guest. The messenger continued, questioning if they should dismiss Lady Mu of the Shadow Sect, who waited before the apothecary. The elder sighed, deciding, all right, I'll be right out. The door creaked open, revealing a figure draped in dark robes and a crimson veil. A sharp flinch contorted the man's face, his eyes wide with shock. The veiled figure stood silently, an air of profound mystery surrounding her. A flashback showed a woman handing something to another, their expressions remaining unreadable. The veiled figure remained still, an ominous presence filling the room. A close-up revealed the man's bloodshot eye, reflecting a terrifying realization. It was her, the very woman who acquired the microtoxins from his mother. The next day, a letter arrived at the Academy Deputy Office, accepting the 6th examination challenge. Weimyong Li sighed, knowing he should have expected this outcome. On the morning of the 6th examination, a figure slipped through the curtains, addressing someone as Master. The figure watched as a man worked with focused intensity on something. Was he crafting the sheath? An hour later, the man finished his work with a satisfied grin. There we go. Arms crossed, he asked if the other man was finished. The blacksmith flinched, startled, snapping back. Don't scare me like that. Examining the sword's hilt, Yeoan remarked on the amazing feel of its grip. Holding the blade aloft, he admired the weapon. A voice explained that the requested name was engraved, declaring, the White Dragon Blade, a perfect name for this saber. The voice continued, instructing him to point his saber upward as the blade turned. The blade sliced through a piece of fabric, demonstrating its incredible sharpness. The voice emphasized its sharpness, having sliced the fabric with barely any movement. Turning to the blacksmith, he asked if it was to his liking. Master O exclaimed, "I had no idea I'd create such a fine weapon. You're the best." Master O was told he was too kind. A close-up of the blade revealed the inscription of its name. Holding the sword once more, Yeoan thought he could perform the dancing butterfly technique with more power than Sir Seatmering and his mad blade. A close-up of his waist showed the sword now securely fastened. The sixth examination commenced at 10 o'clock that morning, a day of high anticipation. Overlooking the scene, the great drill hall bustled with fervent activity, a hum of anticipation filling the air. A murmur rippled through the crowd, many whispering of the challenger's beastly prowess in the sixth examination. Others marveled at his Genesis master level, achieved during his academy days, yet questioned if he could truly face an elder. The crowd wondered aloud who he had chosen as his opponent, dismissing the idea of anyone from the six sects as sheer folly. They were certain he had chosen the 12th elder, Ui-sama. Looking up, someone exclaimed, "It's the deputy. But who stands beside him?" A collective gasp rippled through the crowd, realizing it was the formidable 9th elder. The descendant of the warrior dance sect, Chuk-sama, had arrived, her presence undeniable. The imposing figure loomed, his presence commanding immediate attention. The crowd gasped, realizing the challenger was a poison user. Had he truly chosen the chief of the poison sect? Whispers claimed those defeated by his venom were utterly disintegrated. With a sudden burst of speed, the challenger moved, ready for the air crackled with anticipation, the impending battle hanging heavy in the atmosphere. Before the clash, an announcement rang out, thanking Ui-sama, the 12th elder, for accepting Warden Shion's challenge. Another voice boomed, declaring the 9th elder, chief of the warrior dance sect, as the official witness to this sixth examination. The 12th elder nodded, acknowledging the announcement with a slight inclination. The witness mused, sensing Yeoan's lingering bitterness from 2 years' imprisonment after the detention center incident. With a flick of his wrist, the 12th elder initiated the first strike. The force of the blow sent him reeling backward, a cloud of dust erupting around the challenger. Eyes narrowed, he prepared to retaliate, his resolve hardening. Ui-sama shouted, his voice echoing, "Begin." Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Yeoan launched a swift counterattack. The strike landed with devastating force, sending the 9th elder flying. A burst of purple energy erupted as the attack landed, a brutal stab aimed directly at the 12th elder. Onlookers were stunned, one exclaiming, "The chief is immediately jumping him. What a cheap trick." Another cried out in disbelief, "My lord." The force of the blow sent him reeling, wisps of energy swirling around the elder. It was a swift clone technique, a maneuver executed with blinding speed. The red-haired man was jolted, realizing, no way, that's the head royal bodyguard's movement technique from the 5th floor of the library. The technique was executed with a swoosh, a testament to the attack's speed and precision. The energy swirled, a vortex of unleashed power. The force of the impact was visible, the energy tearing through the very air. Sent sliding backward, the 9th elder struggled to regain his footing. Yeoan's eyes narrowed, a whip-like motion poised to strike again. The red-haired man observed, "He's doing a good job imitating that swift clone technique." Continuing his relentless assault, Yeoan closes in on Ui-sama with blinding speed. Unleashing a burst of raw power, he fires a concentrated blast of energy. It's a staff blast, aimed directly at his opponent. His eyes widen, a flicker of disbelief crossing Ui-sama's face as the attack hurtles toward him. The blast connects, sending a shockwave through the battlefield. The force of the impact sends him reeling, the 9th elder struggling to maintain his footing. Standing over his downed opponent, Yeoan prepares to press his advantage. But with a desperate lunge, Ui-sama attempts to seize his legs, hoping to disrupt his momentum. Is he trying to stop me from moving by going for my legs? A surge of determination hardens his features, refusing to yield. Reacting instantly, Yeoan shifts into a new fighting form. Initiating the dancing butterfly technique, he unleashes a whirlwind of spinning strikes. The destructive demonic form continues to swirl, a vortex of power unleashed. The force of the attack is so intense that Ui-sama's ears feel like they're about to explode. The swirling energy intensifies, a testament to the young master's growing power. Sliding across the ground, Yeoan maintains his stance, ready for the next exchange. The 9th elder can only think, what on earth? His eyes narrow, focusing on the weapon in the young master's hand. He notes, it's so thin, yet my dark iron staff couldn't break it. If anything, it left a dent in my staff. Ui-sama realizes, that's not all. The 9th elder reflects, despite him being a Genesis master, I figured he would lack real combat experience, but he fights like a seasoned martial artist. He continues, and more than anything, is he truly merely just an early Genesis master? I've been using a 10-star energy this entire time. Ui-sama grits his teeth, thinking, but the power in his saber is holding up just fine against me. I can tell he's not using his full potential against me. I've never met someone whose martial arts prowess has grown at such an alarming rate. He's truly a monster. The scene shifts to 6 days before the 6th examination. Lady Mu is being questioned about her decision to accept a request from the academy, the speaker implying that it's beyond her control. He states, he understands that she is the patriarch's wife, but that doesn't give her the authority to give him orders. The woman in red flinches, as the man reveals he knows the whereabouts of the divine physician. He continues, stating that the divine physician can heal any ailment that isn't death, and that he's sure they can heal her grandson as well. The man scoffs, saying that even he knows that no one knows the whereabouts of the divine physician. He explains that long ago, his grandfather received a tile from the divine physician. He says that as long as you take this tile to a certain location, you can meet with the physician. The woman in red smiles sinisterly, adding that if this grows into a bigger problem, the shadow sect will assist him. The man explains that the individual who will attain the minor priesthood has already been decided. Lady Mu realizes this is why she was chosen over the other elders. He continues, stating that aside from the third elder and above, there's no other elder who could take on someone with his level of skill. Elder Beck concluded one wrong move could pit the 6 sects against their greatest enemy. Thus, the challenger must perish here, the old man resolved, purple energy swirling around him. Facing the swirling power, Yeowan Shion prepared himself, his grip tightening on his sword. Watching, one man wondered what Elder Beck intended, while another questioned if he truly meant to kill the challenger. His face contorted in rage, another man shouted Yeowan's name. The old man's eyes narrowed, reaching the 7th stage of destruction. Unleashing his power, the old man entered a demonic poison state. Witnessing the transformation, the onlookers could only contemplate surrender. With a hiss, the old man stepped forward. The purple energy intensified as the old man prepared to strike. Ready to meet the attack, Yeowan Shion stood firm, his sword poised. With a press, he stepped forward, closing the distance. His eyes blazing with determination, Yeowan Shion slashed out with his sword. A jolt of power surged through the old man, his eyes widening with newfound strength. Gathering a swirling vortex of energy, he unleashed his attack. Witnessing the display, Yeowan Shion's eyes widened as someone shouted his name. The old man believed this poison would disintegrate even his opponent's bones. He declared Yeowan Shion, the little brat, had brought this upon himself. The old man's attack slashed forward, leaving his opponent momentarily stunned. Continuing his assault, the old man swung with devastating force. The clash of power rang out, a deafening clang echoing through the area. The air crackled with raw energy. Dashing forward, the old man prepared to swing again. Clenching his fist, Yeowan Shion declared it was now his turn. The old man focused, his ancient form gathering a formidable power for an impending attack. But before he could unleash it, Yeowan closed the distance with blinding, impossible speed. A chilling declaration escaped his lips, preparing to strike. The sudden shift in momentum caught the old man completely off guard, utter disbelief washing over his face. His defenses began to fail, his face visibly melting under the attack's corrosive force. The impact sent shockwaves through the area, a devastating blow landing squarely on the old man. Pressing his advantage, Yeowan brought his foot down with crushing, undeniable force. A primal scream of agony erupted, the old man overwhelmed by the sheer, devastating power. The old man's face contorted, revealing the horrific damage inflicted. Elsewhere, the battle raged on, another fighter struggling to see through the swirling smoke. The relentless attack continued, surrounding figures watching in stunned silence, unsure of the unfolding horror. One subordinate cried out, uttering a desperate plea to his lord. The poison took its toll, the old man's face melting under the assault's sheer power. A woman turned, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief, wondering why Yeowan would defy the poison sect. The attack's force was immense, a wave of raw energy washing over the battlefield. The assault remained relentless, focused entirely on the old man. Each blow landed with a sickening thud, the sound echoing through the courtyard. The barrage continued, each strike proving more devastating than the last. The surrounding figures could only watch in horror, realizing it was over. One man muttered, thinking the old man had bitten off more than he could chew. His eyes widened in disbelief, the grim reality of the situation sinking in. As dust settled, the defeated figure was revealed, not Yeowan, but the chief of the poison sect. A foot descended, crushing the last vestiges of the chief's power. The impact sent dust billowing, a final, desperate act of defiance. His expression unreadable, he stood tall, his sword held loosely in his hand. The remnants of the chief's poison magic swirled around him, a testament to the power he once wielded. His eyes wide with disbelief, the chief of the poison sect couldn't comprehend. How could anyone endure Elderbeck's poison? He recalled the poison he wielded during the Murim Alliance War, a weapon potent enough for genocide. Even Genesis Master Myong Ok of the Wutong sect, a legend, was completely disintegrated by this very poison. The chief's face contorted in rage. Even seeing it, he couldn't believe it. A cough escaped him, collapsing to the ground. Gasping for air, he struggled to understand his defeat. Even with defensive energy, his breastbone was broken. Not only was his internal strength formidable, but his physical power defied imagination. Not to mention that impossible ability to regenerate. His eyes wide with disbelief, the chief of the poison sect struggled to comprehend. Who was this person, and how was he even human? Gasping for air, the chief realized his opponent was finally getting up. Surrounded by a swirling vortex of blue energy, he unleashed the secret art of the dancing butterfly in full bloom. The technique erupted outwards, revealing a reflective force that sent the chief's own poison hurtling back towards him. His face contorted in rage, the chief cursed, lamenting the loss of his staff. Clenching his teeth, the chief had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. A dark purple aura enveloped him, as the chief prepared for one final, desperate attack. His eyes glowing with an eerie light, Yeowan sensed the immense power gathering within his opponent. Extracting the invasive poisons from his body, he focused on regenerating his wounded areas. His eyes burning crimson, the chief unleashed a deafening roar. His face a mask of fury, the chief's final attack was about to be unleashed. And with a resounding boom, the clash reached its cataclysmic conclusion. Gathering the poison around him, the chief of the poison sect prepared for his next move. With a burst of energy, he unleashed the poison. But before the poison could spread, Yeowan was already on the attack. His blade flashed, aiming to stop the chief's advance. Witnessing the chief's raw power, Yeowan couldn't help but wonder what was truly unfolding. The chief of the poison sect stood at the heart of a swirling vortex, drawing forth even greater power. The red-haired man grasped the gravity of it, realizing the chief had embraced a poisonous form, now unstoppable. This, the eighth and final stage of the destructive demonic poison state, transformed one's very body into poison. His transformation continued, the chief's body becoming a living vessel of pure, virulent poison. The chief mused, never imagining he would need to unleash the eighth level of this destructive state. The transformation neared completion, his form growing increasingly monstrous with each passing moment. His face contorted, the chief of the poison sect had fully embraced the eighth level's power. The chief of the poison sect scoffed, daring his opponent to stop him with that beloved weapon. Looking grim, he knew the white dragon blade would now prove useless. With a deliberate step, the chief advanced, a sinister purple aura swirling around his form. Then, with a resounding crack, something shattered. Gathering his resolve, Yeowan unleashed a torrent of brilliant blue energy. The force of the blast erupted outwards. The blue energy continued its explosive expansion. Amidst the chaos, a cry erupted, someone blinded by the sudden attack. Elsewhere, a subordinate gritted his teeth, calling out to his lord in desperation. A sinister chuckle echoed as the chief questioned if he intended to play these tricks until the bitter end. His power intensified, purple energy swirling with even greater ferocity. Caught in the maelstrom, Yeowan was engulfed by a malevolent surge of red energy. Caught off guard, he was sent reeling from the sudden, powerful assault. Recognizing the familiar energy, the chief of the poison sect realized it was the same power he'd sensed earlier. Unleashing a torrent of crimson energy, his counterattack swirled violently around the young master. Certain of his advantage, he knew he must strike first, refusing to underestimate the danger. Channeling his power, the chief of the poison sect roared, promising death to his opponent. The crimson energy exploded, sending a barrage of slashes tearing through the air. Each strike found its mark, further assaulting Yeowan with relentless, brutal force. Caught in the onslaught, a gasp escaped him. The attack intensified, engulfing everything in a swirling vortex of destruction. The full force of the chief's power slammed into him, threatening to overwhelm him completely. Struggling to maintain his footing, he braced himself for the devastating impact. Stunned by the power, the chief of the poison sect could barely believe his eyes. The chief of the poison sect, unwilling to let his advantage slip, began channeling potent energy, a visible whirlwind gathering in his hand. Unleashing the built-up force, he sent a blinding flash of crimson energy hurtling toward his opponent. The air crackled as the attack manifested, taking the form of razor-sharp energy slashes, each promising deadly precision. The slashes converged, striking with a resounding boom that echoed through the training grounds. The force of the impact erupted in a blinding explosion, engulfing everything in a vortex of raw power. But before the dust could settle, a swift countermove, a desperate grab, cut through the chaos. A flicker of disbelief crossed the chief's face, his eyes widening in stunned surprise. More slashes appeared, but they were too late. The attack continued, but it was futile. The red energy slashes continued to appear, but all were for naught. The chief's face contorted in pain and shock, blood splattering as the unexpected counter threw him off balance. With a decisive snatch, Yeowan seized the chief's wrist, halting the onslaught. The force of the blow erupted, sending a shockwave of blood and debris in all directions. Amidst the crimson spray, a figure stood silhouetted against the carnage. The blade, now slick with blood, crackled with residual energy. The attack landed with brutal force, engulfing its target in a cloud of gore. The ground itself was stained, a testament to the sheer violence of the exchange. From a distance, a voice whispered in disbelief, "Whoa." Nearby, a group of onlookers struggled to comprehend the scene, their vision obscured by the settling dust. The air crackled, the dust beginning to swirl with renewed vigor. Then, a single, heavy step echoed, shattering the sudden silence. One onlooker turned to his companion, wondering aloud who dared walk through such a storm. With a heavy thud, the dust parted, revealing a lone, imposing figure. His sword dripping with blood, Yeowan stood amidst the utter devastation. As the dust finally settled, the gruesome aftermath was revealed. Elder Beck lay defeated, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. Among the crowd, shock registered on their faces, the grim reality of what they'd witnessed beginning to sink in. A wave of disbelief washed over the spectators, their expressions a mixture of horror and stunned, utter silence. From the stands, The weight of the moment was palpable, the implications of this victory hanging heavy in the air. A dark pool of blood spread across the arena floor, a grim testament to the battle just concluded. Tears streamed down her face, the gravity of the situation hitting her with full, crushing force. Stuttering in disbelief, one onlooker could only manage to whisper, "My lord." Murmurs began to spread, the crowd struggling to comprehend that Yeoan had killed the chief of the poison sect. The shock was evident, as one voice whispered, "I can't believe this." The victory's implications were not lost on the crowd. Realizing he had killed Elder Beck in his poisonous form, a feat few would dare. The impossible had happened. A former ordinary boy, knowing nothing of martial arts, had achieved the unthinkable. Over 4 short years, he had become one of the top martial artists within this cult. The battle's intensity still fresh, his teeth ground together, a silent testament to the fury burning within. His gaze hardened. He stood tall, a quiver a stark reminder of battles yet to come. Powerless rage, his fist clenched, knuckles white with the effort to contain the storm inside. The sudden address made them turn, the words, "Young Lord Nguyen Cheon," hanging heavy in the air. The man's voice rumbled, revealing that he was indeed a descendant of the Cheon bloodline, a lineage steeped in power and destiny. The justification echoed, Yeoan's actions deemed righteous in the face of the fallen foe. Despite the victory, he knew he still had a long way to go, the path ahead fraught with challenges. Reflecting on the battle, he realized the dancing butterfly technique was useless against the poisonous form, a stark reminder to grow stronger. His eyes burned with resolve. This was just the beginning of his vengeance for his mother, a promise etched in blood. With a sharp tug, the sheet was pulled back, revealing a lifeless body beneath. A sudden gust of wind swept through the courtyard, as a lone figure approached the steps. Warden Cheon's voice boomed across the courtyard, congratulating the figure on passing the 6th examination. The wind whipped around him, as he stood tall, a formidable sword strapped to his back. The assembled crowd erupted, cheering wildly for their lord. Bowing in unison, they offered their heartfelt congratulations. One man jested, asking if they should now address him as elder. Warden Cheon laughed, wiping his face, and conceded, "I guess so." A son bowed respectfully to his father, inquiring about his well-being. Machak inquired, "Have you decided which minor priesthood candidate you'll be serving?" He replied, wishing to speak before his father departed. Though inclined to serve as 6th sect candidate, his heart urged him towards young Master Yeoan Cheon. Machak smiled, observing the young man truly was his son. The young man's eyes widened, a question escaping his lips. Across from him, another figure stated with conviction, respecting his decision and seeing the merit in serving young Master Yeoan Cheon. The young man's surprise intensified, his face contorting in disbelief. An hour passed, and Wei Myong Lee strode forward, his voice echoing through the hall, instructing the professors to wait outside. The sound of footsteps filled the air as the professors complied. Inside the room, a figure paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he glanced back at the departing group. With a whoosh, Wei Myong Lee and the other professor continued their journey, leaving the room behind. A sudden, heavy thud reverberated, signaling an abrupt impact. The scene cut to a close-up, revealing a figure kneeling on the floor. Having witnessed his many trials during training, Wei Myong Lee offered sincere congratulations to the young master for passing the 6th examination. The suddenness of the gesture left him reeling, uttering a single, bewildered word. Still processing the situation, Yeoan Cheon admitted he didn't understand what was happening. Now that the young master had completed all academy examinations, Wei Myong Lee showed him proper respect as a Cheon bloodline member, bowing deeply. He asked for permission to apologize, explaining that academy rules had constrained him until now. Still struggling to grasp the situation, the young master was determined to get straight to the point, demanding an explanation. Uncertain about the young master, Wei Myong Lee had observed him from the sidelines, wondering if he had attained their demonic lord's wisdom. The question hung in the air, as Yeoan Cheon bowed his head slightly, unsure what to make of it. Understanding the difficulty in earning his trust, Wei Myong Lee slid something across the table. Introducing himself fully as the Patriarch's left-hand royal bodyguard, he vowed his support for the young master during the grand tournament for the minor priesthood. As proof of this vow, he offered his royal bodyguard house medallion. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Yeoan Cheon admitted his confusion, asking the bodyguard to accept the medallion. Apologizing, Wei Myong Lee admitted he struggled to earn the young master's trust, serving as left-hand royal bodyguard, a position so close to their patriarch. Observing the young master, he noted his increased caution, truly becoming fit for the role. Wei Myong Lee assured the young master he was absolutely correct, confirming his service to their patriarch as the left-hand royal bodyguard. However, he continued, one thing held priority over these rules, prompting the young master to wonder what it could be. Laying back, he explained that his royal bodyguard house only acknowledged true successors who had received the demonic lord's teachings as the next patriarch. He continued, stating what he was about to reveal was a secret known only by a select few, urging him to keep it to himself. The left-hand royal bodyguard revealed the sword art currently passed down to patriarchs was not the demonic lord's true technique. Startled by this revelation, Yeoan Cheon was left utterly speechless. Confused, the young master asked what he meant. Wei Myong Lee explained the demonic lord's true sword art, meant for each patriarch, had been lost 500 years ago. He continued, clarifying the royal bodyguard houses were divided into three: head, left-hand, and right-hand bodyguard houses. He concluded, stating these three houses had served all patriarchs, from the cult's founder, the demonic lord, to their current leader, Yu Zhongqian. The demonic cult's history unfolded, revealing they originally lacked the current system of multiple descendants from the six sect's mothers. Instead, the patriarch's wife became the divine maiden, a woman chosen by the grand battle altar's holy fire. This ensured no imbalance of power among the sects. It was said their demonic cult's roots stemmed from a Zoroastrian church in Xinjiang. Thus, a patriarch must embark on a pilgrimage to Xinjiang's mountain of heaven within 10 years of their appointment. The red-haired man continued, explaining the divine maiden's child would become the minor priest, and that patriarch Mu Weiqian left for his pilgrimage in his 5th year. And on that pilgrimage, nearly everyone who embarked on the journey returned dead, including the right-hand royal bodyguard. The man with red hair then spoke of the berserk saber god. Startled by the revelation, the young master was taken aback. He murmured, having heard of him before. The young master questioned, the berserk saber god? The red-haired man explained the sword demon was known as their cult's greatest swordsman. But one man he could not defeat was the berserk saber god. The demonic lord's sword art, meant for the next generation, had ceased to exist due to unknown circumstances. The year his daughter turned 8, Mu Weiqian departed. Without a true successor to his bloodline, and with the previous patriarch's unfortunate passing due to illness, the cult faced its darkest hour. To recover from these tragic times, the first elder, the sword demon, took charge as vice-patriarch. His talents beyond martial arts quickly brought the cult back to its feet. Once normalcy returned, his first priority was restoring the demonic lord's lost sword art. However, with no knowledge of its breathing or circulation techniques, restoration seemed impossible. That's when he went to the detention center, marking the first time someone not of the Qion bloodline had entered. All previous patriarchs had entered the detention center, yet none awakened to the demonic lord's wisdom. The sword demon, too, faced the same challenge as he managed to recreate the codified fighting forms from the sapphire stone's sword marks. But without actual breathing and energy control techniques, he couldn't fully perform them, suggesting no one had ever discovered this secret. He remained in the detention center for 3 whole years. Using the sapphire stone's sword marks as a foundation, he realized he had created a new demonic lord sword art. The elders agreed it was as distinguished as the original, deciding it would be passed down to the patriarch's daughter. He then moved the sapphire stones from the detention center into the manual library. Warden Qion spoke, recalling he'd seen them, but the haphazard sword marks on the stones' backs were made by the sword demon. The young master pondered the sword marks etched into the stones, questioning their purpose. Had they been left for a specific reason, or had someone truly vandalized their demonic lord's sacred wisdom? The warden explained that the sword demon had already copied the demonic lord's sword marks, organizing the codified fighting forms into a personal manual. He continued, suggesting the stone's defacement might have been an unavoidable step in that very process. The scene abruptly shifted to a gruesome sight. A lone corpse lay amidst scattered leaves and fresh blood. This victim, the narration revealed, had been murdered exactly 2 years later by the berserk saber god at Mount Song in Hunan. Time marched on, and another 2 years swiftly passed. Another corpse appeared, his body found 10 days later, suggesting the purgatory entrapment technique. This was because Gong, a divine Shaolin monk and one of the era's top 5 martial artists, had been involved. Yeoan, listening intently, furrowed his brow. What does that mean, he wondered aloud. The warden confirmed his suspicion. The berserk saber god specifically targeted the land's top 5 martial artists. Having slain 3, his reputation had soared to incredible, terrifying heights. The narration continued, depicting a figure in dark clothing. The berserk saber god reappeared in Jiangsu, slaying Zhongjiam Yuk, the king of deadly steel fists. Only sword master Myong Chong of Wutong and the sword demon remained among the top 5, as the saber god was now widely accepted as the land's greatest martial artist. The sword demon, a prodigy, saw marks on the victims' bodies revealing the berserk saber god's unimaginable skill. Realizing his current techniques were insufficient, he knew he couldn't win. To stand against the berserk saber god, he understood he needed far more powerful techniques, ones capable of scarring the very sapphire stones. The elders, unwilling to lose him, granted the sword demon permission to train upon their demonic lord's sacred stone. Thus, the ultimate counter technique existed. Yet, the question lingered. Why was the sword demon making such an enormous sacrifice? Was this ultimate counter merely simple sword forms? For years later, the berserk saber god would appear at the demonic cult on the 10,000 Great Mountains. Before that ultimate confrontation, he had first defeated the sword master of Wutong. Indeed, the sword demon was his final, destined opponent. Yet, the sword demon made an enormous sacrifice, losing his right arm, a priceless treasure to any martial artist. After that brutal battle, the berserk saber god vanished from Murim forever, leaving countless rumors in his wake. Some whispered he had expended all his energy and passed away, disappearing after claiming his title as the land's greatest saberman. Following this incident, the entire cult transformed. Having lost his right arm and expended all his raw energy, he stepped down as vice-patriarch. Then, Mu Weiqian, the late patriarch's daughter, was appointed patriarch at the tender age of 16. As the cult's first female patriarch, she faced chiefs who pressured her to alter the divine maiden selection tradition. Despite her limited power, this led to the current sect system. Patriarch Manhwa Cheon eventually had 5 husbands during her reign. It's said 2 of the late Sword Demon's pupils founded the Shadow and Sword sects, while her other 3 husbands, the first, second, and third elders, established the Saber, Poison, and Musician sects. The Sword Demon also founded the Demonic Academy, intending to teach and foster new generations. Ultimately, he established the Demonic Academy, dedicated to fostering all future generations. The man then asked, "Does Warden Cheon understand why I'm explaining all of this?" Assuming the man implied more than mere founding, the young master replied. "Precisely," he affirmed. "This academy has 2 core objectives. 1, he continued, is to find a successor to inherit our demonic lord's profound teachings. Yet, he explained, he believed a descendant of the Cheon bloodline would one day awaken to their demonic lord's wisdom and secrets." The young master realized. He founded the academy here to preserve the detention center and the sealed demonic chamber. 500 years have passed, the man stated, but the Sword Demon's wishes never came true. That was, he continued, until Warden Cheon appeared. I've seen the demonic lord's sword art countless times in battle. Did he truly believe I wouldn't notice him performing those very same techniques? 3 years prior, a vivid memory flickers to life. A brutal display of power, the demonic lord's sword art carved through the air. Each strike a testament to lethal skill, the sword art continued its deadly dance. Suddenly, something caught Wei Li's attention, a flicker of recognition. Could it be, he wondered, a more refined, more potent version of the demonic lord's sword art? At the time, he couldn't be certain if it was the final piece of wisdom left by their demonic lord. It was merely a single, codified fighting form, and their patriarch might have taught it, so he decided to observe longer. The demonic lord's sword art, a truly brutal display of raw force. The first form, a deadly, precise strike. It was at that moment, Yeoan knew. However, by their patriarch's side, Wei Li had seen the demonic lord's sword art countless times. Did he truly believe he wouldn't notice him performing the same techniques? A soft groan escaped him, as he lay prone, recovering from whatever ordeal he'd just endured. Looking down at the fallen figure, a question hung in the air. Had he truly acquired the demonic lord's wisdom? Nodding subtly, Yeoan acknowledged the gravity of the situation, realizing he had no other choice. Observing the scene with concern and anticipation, Wei Li couldn't help but voice his surprise. The sound of someone kneeling echoed, as he pressed the issue, demanding an answer from Warden Cheon. Bowing deeply, the left-hand royal bodyguard formally greeted the one he believed to be the demonic lord's true successor. Standing tall, he was approached with a question. Pressing further, the man inquired about the academy's founding, recalling its 2 objectives. Turning his gaze downward, Wei Li prepared to reveal the second objective. From above, the academy's true scale became clear, its buildings sprawling across the landscape. The guards acknowledged an arrival. Turning to face the approaching figure, one guard inquired about his visit's purpose. Hearing the response, the guard seemed surprised. Wei Li descended purposefully into the underground vault, followed by Yeoan. Looking down into the vault, he was taken aback by what he saw. As he approached, the guards greeted him formally. Hearing they were entering the underground vault, the guards were shocked. The guard wondered, did this mean the young man next to him passed the 6th examination? The guard thought. He looks like a wealthy young master, yet he beat an elder? I never thought I'd open this vault in my career. Turning the keys in unison, the vault doors began to grind open. As the doors slid apart, Wei Li declared, I'll do the count. With a loud creak, the final lock disengaged. The heavy doors rumbled, revealing the darkness within. A gust of cold air rushed out, carrying with it an unsettling chill. Sniffing the air, Yeoan noted a strange, unsettling scent carried by the cold, unlike any animal hide he knew. Stepping inside, Wei Li raised his lantern, illuminating the vast, shadowed vault. Looking around, the veteran hunter realized this was indeed their second objective. The lantern light flickered, casting long, dancing shadows across the ancient stone floor. His eyes narrowing, he paused, sensing something profoundly amiss in the air. The light revealed a gruesome sight, a severed arm, its skin eerily embalmed. Examining the arm closely, he realized these were no ordinary saber slashes. Feeling a sharp energy emanating from the fight ahead, he blinked, sensing the battle's raw intensity. A blade flashed, raised high, poised to strike. 2 figures stood ready, the air between them thick with coiled tension. Then, a codified fighting form was unleashed. The dancing butterfly technique took form, a mesmerizing whirlwind of lethal motion. Slashes tore through the air, a deadly, intricate dance of steel. Each strike carried an immense, devastating power. The clash of steel echoed violently through the vault. The sounds of battle continued to ring out, relentless. Stunned by what Yeoan witnessed, he could only wonder. How could this be? Wei Li explained he'd never known such a saber technique existed, admitting even his dancing butterfly could not block more than 2 forms. Only otherworldly arts, he mused, could possibly counter such a technique, or even the demonic lord's own sword art. Standing before a chest of manuals, he confirmed the severed arm belonged to the sword demon, and the human skins to soldiers and the royal bodyguard who served the patriarch 5 centuries ago. Opening the chest, he revealed its contents, the very manuals left behind by the legendary sword demon. A gasp of pure surprise escaped him. The manuals bore titles like The Contemporary Demon Sword, 24 Demon Swords, and analysis of the Berserk Saber God's techniques. Wei-myung Lee explained this academy wasn't merely for finding a demonic lord successor, but also for someone to inherit the sword demon's profound wisdom. Yeoan nodded, confirming his understanding. To elaborate, he continued, their true goal was to foster warriors capable of countering the Berserk Saber God's techniques. The sword demon left these words before his passing, but he questioned their meaning. He explained the sword demon's battle with the Berserk Saber God ended in a draw, yet the Saber God mysteriously vanished during the conflict. Suddenly, a figure with glowing red eyes appeared, heralded by a chilling whooshing sound. A clash of titans ensued, a maelstrom of blood and gleaming steel. Each strike was a cataclysmic, earth-shattering event. The very earth trembled, a testament to their unimaginable power. Then, a desperate vow echoed, I will be back. Silence descended, a grim, chilling promise hanging heavy in the air. After their fierce battle, the sword demon waited 4 days. Yet, the Berserk Sword God never returned, leaving the epic clash a declared draw. The Berserk Saber God was never seen again, not even in the 15 years before the sword demons passed. 5 centuries passed. Wei-myung Lee, being honest, doubted a descendant of the Berserk Saber God existed. Yet, the message asked him to counter those techniques and avenge the sword demon. With no time limit in the vault, the message provided him a key. He could open doors from within, but needed it to re-enter. His steps echoed, leading him deeper into the vault's depths. An actual manual from the sword demon. Wei-myung Lee deemed it perfect, prompting Nano to scan. As Nano prepared to scan, Wei-myung Lee noted the demon sword's superiority over 6 sect techniques, yet it lacked the demonic lord's refinement. The manual detailed a technique for his followers, alongside an analysis of the Berserk Saber God's methods, attempting to find weaknesses, though yielding little. Something caught his eye, prompting him to wonder what it could be. Flipping the page, Wei-myung Lee discovered a new sword art, based on awakenings from the ultimate counter technique. This, it seemed, was the ultimate sword technique the sword demon created to confront the Berserk Saber God. However, Wei-myung Lee reluctantly concluded that had the sword demon fought to the bitter end, defeat would have been his. The Berserk Saber God's technique, as Wei-myung Lee envisioned it, was so powerful it rivaled the demonic lord's 4th codified sword form. Needing to see for himself, Wei-myung Lee activated augmented reality. Nano confirmed its possibility. Wei-myung Lee instructed Nano to simulate that technique battling the demonic lord's 4th codified sword form, activating the simulation. The simulation began, the 2 figures clashing in a burst of blue energy. Clashing blades filled the air, putting both techniques to the ultimate test. After a final, powerful strike, one figure slid back, the simulation reaching its climax. As the simulation continued, the surprising results left Wei-myung Lee hardly believing what he saw. While the demonic lord's sword art offered precision, the Berserk Saber God's technique boasted raw power. If the severed arm's slashes were the Saber God's final form, it was inferior to the demonic lord's art. But a secret form could truly counter it. The question hung, did they want him to counter the saber technique? No. A smirk played on Wei-myung Lee's lips. A saber technique rivaling the demonic lord's sword art presented an opportunity of a lifetime. A week had passed since Yeoan successfully completed the 6th examination. 3 years and 7 months had elapsed since this cohort entered the academy, leaving only 64 students from nearly 1,000. Yet, the grand tournament for the minor priesthood unfolded unlike any in the academy's history. However, Yuchan Shion of the Saber sect, a leading contender, had already been eliminated. Following this, Jiangun Shion of the Sword sect, another top contender, lost an arm, forcing his academy departure. Ultimately, 5 of the 6 candidates failed to complete their academy tenure, leaving only Yeoan Shion and Muyin Shion. With 5 months remaining, the final battle for the minor priesthood between them had commenced. The academy's northwestern field lay quiet. One man fretted, young Master Muyin Shion isn't here, nor has he given orders. Can we truly discuss eliminating Yeoan Shion ourselves? Acknowledging their orders, another explained he was refining his martial arts prowess. Jinyun of the Shadow sect countered, warning that leaving Yeoan Shion unchecked meant losing their chance to strike. Shin Guk of the Smoke Shadow sect chimed in, suggesting they recruit the 10 unaligned individuals. Another agreed, emphasizing the need to recruit more students, especially Chuk Sama of the Warrior Dance sect and Yahuan. He continued, noting their fathers were 9th Elder Ui Sama and 11th Elder Ui Huan, the phantom of 1,000 faces. Jinyun questioned their desire to recruit Yahuan. Another man explained Yeoan had locked himself in the training room, creating a golden opportunity. He continued, planning to cut off his resources, then eliminate him. One man, pointing out 2 candidates' lost limbs messing with his followers, asked what was wrong. The man explained they'd used the classic tactic of pitting enemies against each other, avoiding direct confrontation with that monster. Another man then asked, who do they expect to face him? A man smirked, revealing 4 individuals who hated him to their very cores. He stood, arms crossed, a picture of grim determination. The next day, at 4 p.m., training resumed. Inside the adamantine stone training rooms, the air crackled with anticipation. Echoing sounds of training formed a symphony of dedication. Blue energy swirled around him, pushing his limits further. Bursting with speed, he moved to the room's center. Nano exclaimed, "We did it!" They had successfully recreated the Berserk Saber God's first codified fighting form. Yeoan learned 6 forms from Nano's extractions of the Berserk Saber God's techniques and saber marks. Unable to complete them without proper chi circulation, he persevered. During 3 years and 3 months of isolation, Nano analyzed countless martial arts forms. Through this, Nano created countless chi circulation simulations, unlocking the true power of codified forms. He formulated a version as stable, if not more so, than the original. He mused that the sword demon, if alive, would be shocked by a technique replicated solely from saber marks. Analysis for the second codified fighting form's chi circulation technique began. The demonic academy cafeteria stood ready to serve its students. A sniffle escaped Yeoan Shion, wondering if spicy food was on the menu tonight. He craved it. A cook ladles a steaming portion of red broth, its aroma alone enough to make his stomach rumble. Carrying the tray, he makes his way to a nearby table. A concerned voice drifted over, inquiring about his well-being. Assuring the cook of his health, he explained the warmth came from standing before the boiling pot all day. Taking the offered tray, he moved away from the serving area. From the deepening shadows, a pair of eyes watched him intently. His gaze fixed on the retreating figure, the hidden observer remained unseen. Setting the tray down, he prepared to eat. Arms crossed, he stared down at the spicy meal before him. Considering the situation, the observer wondered if he had found out. The young master chewed thoughtfully on a stick of something, his expression unreadable. A sharp sound rang out, as if something nearby had shattered. Turning away from the sound, Yeoan Shion walked with purpose. A sinister smirk spread across a student's face, a silent triumph in his eyes. The scene shifted to the adamantine stone training room, where several figures stood around a brazier. One of the men wondered if their lord would skip dinner again tonight. Another replied, questioning if he didn't at least eat every other day. One of the guards remarked he hadn't seen him yesterday, suggesting he might be there now. Sighing, Yeoan Shion lamented that if only Sanghua and Baekji came out earlier, they could share a meal with their lord. One man observed Gyu seemed to like their lord as much as Hyabong, sometimes hinting at a romantic nature. A woman stood in front of the brazier, warming her hands. Despite his martial arts strength, he was said to possess a petite, womanly build. Why was he imagining Gyu as a girl? He mentally chastised himself. From above, a group made their way across the snowy grounds. One man remarked he could at least show respect for those waiting by coming out on time. He was earlier than yesterday, wasn't he? Regardless, it was time to eat. A group of men, carrying torches, made their way forward. One of the men smirked, his eyes narrowed. 2 figures walked through the snowy forest, their destination unknown. From above, the group continued their trek. He thought to himself that all familiar faces were here. While the stealth and shadow sect were absent, descendants of the sword sect, Pyojiang, musician sect, Yujikang, and saber sect, Yonggangbu, stood ready. Pointing a finger, Chialga Bek accused Yeoan Shion of destroying brother Jongxiam's abdomen and killing his grandfather. His voice dripping with disdain, he sneered at his opponent, questioning if such low birth deserved the minor priesthood, demanding he learn his place. As the scene shifted, he drew a blade, the movement fluid and practiced. Meanwhile, 2 figures stood with their backs turned, their unease palpable, fidgeting nervously in the tense silence. Turning back to his adversary, Chialga smirked, declaring that their combined efforts would prove futile, and sensing a hidden ploy. A flashback revealed his elaborate scheme. He had earlier poisoned their food with chi-splitting venom and his own essence, a testament to his meticulous planning. Shifting to a cook, he explained that even the most vigilant would never suspect their daily provider of such a treacherous act. Focusing on a pot of soup, he revealed that even the ladle used to serve it had been subtly laced with venom. Continuing his chilling explanation, Chialga stated that while external defensive energy could repel toxins, it was powerless against ingested poison. As the poison's effects began to manifest, he explained that his chi-splitting venom would suppress their internal energy for roughly 6 hours. With a sinister tone, he detailed how the venom, imbued with destructive demonic essence, would melt him from within, ensuring an agonizing demise. Back in the present, he noted Yeoan's confidence, predicting his swift arrival in the infirmary alongside his incapacitated followers. Concluding his threat, Chialga scoffed, doubting his opponent would even survive to reach the infirmary. Scanning the scene before him, he wondered if unseen eyes were tracking his movements. Whoever stalked him, he mused, could be allied with the shadow sect. Spotting distant figures, Yeoan Shion realized that if Muyan Shion was involved, the situation was dire. With a sudden swoosh, a blade sliced through the crisp air. Readying himself, he knew there was no time for delay. This encounter must end swiftly. Charging forward with a guttural scream, the attacker lunged. As their blade inched closer, the attacker roared a vow of vengeance for his sister's lost arm. With a resounding clang, the blades met in a shower of sparks. Eyes wide with unbridled rage, the red-haired assailant pressed their relentless attack. But before a blow could land, Yeoan Shion struck, leaving the assailant bleeding on the ground. With a look of grim satisfaction, he prepared to deliver the final, decisive blow. As the dust settled, he uttered a quiet, I told you. A flash of steel, the air itself crackling with raw, untamed power. The blade found its mark, blood blossoming crimson against the pristine snow. A strangled cry echoed, a chilling testament to utter defeat. The body fell, a crimson stain spreading rapidly across the frozen ground. An advanced chi surged, raw power radiating from the victorious blade. Watching the display, Neutral Ho couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be possible, after he'd seen him drink that soup? Lifting the fallen foe, Yeowan questioned if this was their concern. A fist clenched in silent fury. From his clenched hand, a dark, viscous liquid dripped. Suddenly, a searing pain ripped through him, causing him to cry out. A sinister hiss echoed, dark energy emanating from the unseen. A cruel smile spread across the antagonist Unknown's face, wondering if such a petty trick would work. Stirring the soup, Yeowan ordered Nano to analyze its contents. Taking a bite, the system detected a harmful poison designed to disperse energy within the body. He flinched, but it was precisely as he expected. Knowing revealing his knowledge would only drive the culprit deeper, Yeowan maintained his composure. He mentally asked if Nano could stop the poison spread, gathering it in one place. Nano confirmed it was possible, and Yeowan ordered the system to contain the poison until commanded otherwise. The antagonist Unknown was shocked he could drink chi-splitting poison, then gather and expel it at once. Suddenly, a warning cry rang out, urging everyone to watch their backs. The attack came in a furious burst, a desperate attempt to turn the tide. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, the force slammed into its target. A strangled cry escaped Chialga, reeling from the devastating blow. The impact sent someone crashing to the ground, its force echoing through the clear. Reflecting on his injuries, Chialga lamented he might end up in the infirmary again. As battle sounds faded, two figures approached, their footsteps crunching on the snow-covered ground. One of the men cried out in disbelief, his body lifted into the air. A desperate plea rang out, but it was too late. The remaining figure could only utter a stunned denial, realizing his comrade was dead. A new presence made itself known, antagonist Dun, a figure with long purple hair, promising to take care of the rest. The air crackled with anticipation, the purple-haired figure standing poised, an ominous presence descending upon the battlefield. A wave of dread washed over Chialga, his face paling, witnessing the newcomer's overwhelming power. A grim realization settled in. They weren't leaving here alive. Desperation creeping into his voice, Chialga cried out, questioning their disregard for the Sixth Sect's wrath. A sinister smile spread across antagonist Dun's face. Fear was clearly the last thing on his mind. With a casual flick, one of Chialga men was sent flying, crashing amidst a spray of blood. The purple-haired figure moved with blinding speed, a whirlwind of blue energy cutting through the air. Another of Chialga men fell, the blow's force leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. The assault continued relentlessly, each strike carrying the weight of overwhelming power. Chialga forces were decimated, their bodies riddled with wounds, as antagonist Dun carved a path. Utter disbelief crossed Chialga face, witnessing the sheer devastation wrought by antagonist Dun. Antagonist Dun's eyes glowed with eerie intensity, a chilling declaration echoing. If they were truly afraid, none of this would have begun. He wasn't around the training rooms. With purpose, Weimyong Li and the others headed towards the dorms. Their pace quickening, they moved with haste. Shouting, they called out to young Master Cheon. Catching his breath, Yeowan assured them he was all right. Concerned, Weimyong Li asked if Nguyen Cheon's followers ambushed. Surprised, Weimyong Li wondered how he knew. Arms crossed, Chialga remarked that Yeowan's strength mattered little, protected by the academy walls. A sinister smile spread across the antagonist's face, suggesting they shouldn't condemn themselves by trusting such a foolish notion. Scoffing, Yeowan dismissed their words as nothing more than empty bluster. One of the men scoffed, questioning their audacity. Warden Guk added, warning them to keep his lord's name out of their mouths, for he was now an elder. The antagonist scoffed, his face twisting with disdain, questioning if his opponent would remain so cocky, reminding him he was a weakling from a low-ranked sect. If he's so weak, the man retorted, surely they'd welcome a small battle, prompting an angry outburst from an onlooker. Placing a hand on his comrade's shoulder, Warden Guk urged him to calm, reminding them they weren't there to fight. Weimyong Li declared their readiness to sacrifice their lives for him at any given moment. A sly smile played on the antagonist's lips as Yeowan Cheon's name was spoken, musing that Elder Cheon had luck finding good followers. Seeing such loyalty, he expressed a desire to pursue and recruit them, suggesting they consider his good deal. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, wondering why they had departed so abruptly. Weimyong Li offered an explanation, suggesting their departure stemmed from the antagonist's hostility. Yeowan reflected, 4 of the 6 sect's descendants had conspired to kill him, yet only the Shadow sect approached his followers with a proposal. He considered the proposal, perhaps not a recruitment attempt, but a ploy to buy time, seemingly pitting their enemies against each other. The group stood together, a question hanging in the air, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. Within the adamantine stone training rooms, a voice echoed, noting it went just as he'd predicted, brother. Huffing with barely contained rage, Beck declared that whether Yeowan lived or died, they had nothing to lose. Elsewhere, sweat glistened on a toned torso, revealing Muyin Xion, a candidate for the Shadow Sect's minor priesthood. Muyin Xion reflected, marveling at his endurance against a true poison master's venom. Back with Beck, he surmised that if Yeoan survived, his vicious demeanor meant he wouldn't let them go, bringing the wrath of 4 other sects upon him. He continued, asserting that even if the young master survived, they could save face by denouncing the poison sect's underhanded tactics. Beck admitted that relying on external forces, unable to defeat him and his followers directly, truly wounded his pride. The sound of impacts echoed as Muyin Xion continued his rigorous training. He thought, swearing the room in use sign had been posted, wondering who could possibly be inside. Sweat dripping down his face, Yeoan ordered Jinyun to open the door. The door creaked open, revealing him standing before her. Elsewhere, a group stood ready, led by the formidable Dadan. Stuttering, Jinyun asked what brought Professor Ho to them. Startled by the sudden intrusion, the group turned, a whip held taut in one man's hand, facing their unexpected guests. Stepping forward, the bearded man declared their orders. Bring both of you to the Academy Deputy's office. The threat hung heavy as the speaker's blade glinted. He continued, I'd rather not use force, so quietly come with us. A stern-faced man, his voice ringing with authority, declared orders to bring both individuals to the Academy Deputy's office. Drawing his sword, he suggested they come quietly, not wishing to resort to force. Footsteps echoed through the silent, shadowed forest. Approaching the scene, the group carried a lantern, its light piercing the dark woods. One man paused, his nostrils flaring. Was it blood he smelled? His eyes widened, causing him to flinch at the horrifying sight before him. Staring at the scene, he whispered, What happened? Why are these people dead? A man with a stern expression observed the grim tableau. Bowing respectfully, Warden Jiangan Xion and Captain Jinwon Mu greeted someone. Addressing the pair, their superior stated he would get straight to the point. His face contorted with rage, he demanded to know if they were responsible for this. Accusations flew as he furiously demanded to know why Yujik had died, and not. He explained that he and Jinyun were under official orders in the training rooms, having no idea what transpired. No one informed them, making these accusations deeply confusing. Turning, the group began to move towards another, equally grim location. His eyes widened, a chilling realization dawning on his face. The captain took a step, his expression hardening into a grim mask. As they approached, the scene revealed a somber group of figures gathered around a lifeless body. The sickening thud of a body hitting the ground echoed, the corpse lying in a pool of blood. A sword, cruelly impaling the body, confirmed the grim reality. Someone noted the presence of the musician sect's secret demonic sound sword, wondering its purpose. This scene, they realized, was staged to suggest Pyo and Yujik died fighting. A cold dread settled as he realized something had gone terribly wrong. The grim discovery unfolded. 2 figures knelt before a superior, a palpable tension hanging in the air as they reacted to something unseen. A closer look revealed the horror. Bloody bruises marred the victim's back, telltale signs of the Shadow Sect's deadly flowing dark cloud palm technique. The implications sank in, causing one man to cover his mouth in disbelief. Marked from that technique, now my brother and I will be pinned as the killers. A storm brewing within him, his expression hardened, a silent, grim vow forming in his mind. Whispers of treachery filled the air. Sir, don't react. It's a trap. A trap? The library's 5th floor holds a manual for the flowing dark cloud palm. His gaze sharpened, a plan forming. I'll deal with this, he declared. So don't overreact and stay quiet. The pieces fell into place. Yeoan Xion, your scheme was clever, but using the flowing dark cloud palm was your fatal mistake. Confirmation echoed. Brother is right. He definitely learned the flowing dark cloud palm, having passed the 5th examination. The grim task continued, revealing yet another, the last, lifeless body. Then, a sudden, chilling realization struck him. A shared moment of dread, a gasp escaping one man, as the situation's weight pressed down on them. The truth hit hard. What on earth? He gasped, shuddering. The scene was brutal, a body sprawled amidst the unforgiving snow and jagged rock. 2 figures stood over the corpse, their faces obscured, the silence heavy with unspoken, chilling dread. A closer look revealed the gruesome truth, the wounds unmistakably inflicted by the flowing dark cloud palm. But that wasn't all. The victim also suffered from the destructive demonic shadow sword. This was the work of. The realization hit hard, a wave of profound disbelief washing over him. Among the 6 sects, the Shadow Sect ranked highest, towering above them all. Jinwon Mu, first elder-in-chief of the Shadow Sect, held the 2nd spot of greatest martial artist within the cult, his dual-wielding techniques unmatched. Even within the Shadow Sect, he and Muyin Xion were the only known individuals to have mastered this technique. He displayed this during the 3rd examination, attempting to seize one of the coveted yellow badges. Yeoan, he gasped. He had only briefly seen that technique 3 whole years ago, and he was still able to recreate it? Not even. A voice murmured, wondering if their grandfather could have pulled something like this off. The man exclaimed, this has to be a trap. He explained Jiangan Xion had been training with him just now. How could he have killed these men? The man simply stared, asking, what? He questioned what the man meant, adding that it sounded like he knew why everyone was gathered here. A voice whispered, we're screwed. To clear our names, we must reveal our involvement. if brother is expelled because of this. Jiang Uncheon realized this left Yeoan to claim the minor priesthood, vowing his brother would not be expelled, no matter the cost. Jinwon Mu declared their excuses, lacking evidence, only deepened suspicion. He commanded the professors to seize them, prompting a desperate cry for delay from one of the accused. He stammered, accusing Yeoan Cheon of orchestrating the entire treacherous scheme. Panic rippled through the onlookers. He silently cursed, having urged the other to remain silent. Now, they had no alternative. The man confessed Chialga Beck of the poison sect had proposed secretly poisoning Yeoan, then ambushing him. Claiming they'd refused such a deceitful tactic, he insisted that was all they knew, denying further involvement. The accused man roared, asserting Yeoan had every motive to kill these men, demanding an investigation into other students too. The air thickened with suspicion, one man voicing discontent, feeling it unjust they alone were treated as suspects. The captain retorted, questioning if they took him for a fool, reminding them corpses held no secrets, hinting at deeper knowledge. Another voice interjected, asking if the professors had been the ones to discover the bodies. The captain revealed Elder Cheon had arrived with his captains and wardens, reporting the incident directly to him. Tension escalated as the group grasped the implications, one exclaiming in disbelief that Yeoan could be the culprit, questioning his motives. The chilling question hung heavy. Why would he be responsible? A heavy footstep echoed, then Yeoan Cheon's name was called aloud. He stood tall, a figure of quiet intensity amidst the storm of accusations. Greetings were exchanged, yet the air remained charged with suspicion and unspoken questions. Warden Cheon interjected, admonishing the captain for his rudeness. The air crackled with unspoken tension, the men fidgeting, the accusations weighed heavy on their shoulders. The captain's face contorted with rage, his eyes burning with fury. With a subtle gesture, he manipulated the air around him. Approaching, the elder was greeted with due respect. A smile played on the elder's lips as Captain Jinwon Mu recalled their earlier conversation, repeating his understanding of the trap and his alleged role. Under the pale moonlight, the elder requested a closer look at the bodies, which was granted. Examining the fallen, the captain began his analysis. Captain Yujikang's arm severed by Captain Yonggangbu's saber, then poisoned by Captain Chialga Beck. The bodies lay still, bearing marks of their violent ends. Yet, something felt profoundly wrong. Continuing his assessment, Captain Jinwon Mu explained Captain Yonggangbu's death resulted from the Shadow Sect's flowing dark cloud palm, his head ultimately crushed. He continued, adding that Captain Beck died from internal injuries and blood loss, attacked by the Shadow Sect's right sword left palm. A question hung as Yeoan asked the captain if it wasn't strange. If he killed them, as alleged, he'd need mastery of diverse martial arts. But there was a catch. A chilling realization dawned on him. Based on the professor's deductions, this was a bloodbath from 5 men fighting each other. The realization hit Captain Jinwon Mu hard. Now he understood his unease. At first, he'd thought the young master was merely eliminating him, the final obstacle to the minor priesthood. Now, they would be forced to discern their brother's killers from the wounds upon their bodies. It dawned on the captain. This was Yeoan Cheon's true goal all along. His true aim was to pit the 5 sects against one another. In the depths of their ambition, a singular, driving purpose lay coiled, waiting to strike. With chilling resolve, Chialga Beck prepared to set his insidious plans in motion. His singular goal, to ignite a devastating war between the 5 sects. His face contorted in rage, Yeoan became the very target of their calculated fury. A sinister grin spread across his face, watching the intricate plan unfold. With cold authority, Chialga Beck ordered his men to take 2 individuals to the detention center. Inside the Academy Deputy Office, he listened intently as the grim details of the situation were revealed. The report continued, stating Nguyen Cheon and Jinyan Mu would be held until the Patriarch and Elders returned. With a subtle gesture, the gravity of the situation hung heavy in the tense air. Yeoan was curious, eager to know the full extent of this eerily devised scheme, where truth eluded the bodies. He realized it wasn't an ordinary form, but the Shadow Sect's secret technique, the left sword, right palm. Regardless, this incident was bound to cause a deep rift between the 5 sects. He had truly matured, and soon, they would witness the dawn of a true patriarch, as the sword demon had long wished. From the west of the demonic cult city walls, a desperate cry rang out, Chialgu. A man cried out, lamenting his child, vowing they could no longer sit idly by. Munsu Beck, minor chief of the poison sect, shouted, I wanted to mourn father first, but they've crossed the line. Chayu Beck, outer disciple of the poison sect, nodded, agreeing. Minor chief, you are completely right. Clenching his fist, another man declared, we cannot let the Shadow Sect toy with us any longer. Looking at the body, everyone knew their chief refused the 6th examination after Lady Mu's visit. Yet, she still dared show her face at his funeral. She had looked down on the entire poison sect. Only with her head would father and Chialga's spirits finally find their rest. Even in mourning, the minor chief apologized for seizing the opportunity that had presented itself. Another poison sect member agreed, explaining that with the Shadow Sect's chief and half their manpower away, they stood a chance. A third member chimed in, certain the Shadow Sect would be too busy mourning their nephew to notice. The minor chief declared they would proceed with Chialgu's funeral first. He continued, instructing them to secretly gather their men around the cult by 2 a.m. tomorrow. The next day, at 4 a.m., the scene shifted to the Shadow Sect's manor. Two figures, clad in white robes and masks, stood before the manor, one nodding in agreement. With a silent command, they moved. Dashing forward, the masked figures quickly approached the manor. Taking a decisive step, they entered the Shadow Sect's territory. Their footfalls echoed, moving deeper into the manor grounds. One figure noted something felt off. They'd come deep into the manor, yet not a single soul was present. The masked figure paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could this be it? Suddenly, a collective gasp erupted from the group. Realizing they had been had, a voice shrieked, its warning echoing. It's a trap. A hail of arrows descended, each one glowing with a menacing purple aura, imbued with internal energy. Avoid them at all costs. Crying out, the figures dodged the incoming, deadly projectiles. The sound of impact echoed, confirming the trap had been sprung. Finding themselves surrounded, the masked figures saw the Shadow Sect manor looming, their escape now utterly cut off. One figure spat, cursing the damn Shadow Sect bastards. Clenching his fist, he wondered if they'd anticipated their ambush. Another figure turned, his voice resolute. We're here, with nowhere to run. We fight to our deaths. With a unified battle cry, the masked figures charged, swords drawn, ready to face their grim fate. The clash of steel rang out, signaling the battle's brutal beginning. The chief of the poison sect found himself surrounded, a grim realization dawning. Even a cornered rat, he mused, would bite. Chialgabek surveyed the scene, a dismissive smirk playing on his lips, noting their struggle. With a sudden burst of speed, one masked figure launched forward. An unseen force slammed into him, sending the poison sect's leader crying out in pain. The blow sent him reeling, a deafening boom echoing through the courtyard. No matter their effort, they remained mere rats to the Shadow Sect. A masked figure became a whirlwind of steel, carving through the poison sect's ranks. Another masked figure, a blur of motion, closed in. Steel clashed as Chialgabek barely parried the incoming strike. The chief of the Shadow Sect sneered, his voice dripping disdain. So, you're the minor chief of the poison sect? Pathetic. With blinding speed, a masked figure lunged, weapon poised to strike. The battle's tide had turned, the Shadow Sect now in control, their masked figures standing triumphant over fallen foes. One called out, addressing the other as brother. Everything had panned out exactly as expected, a voice declared, laced with boredom. They truly believed their chief's absence would grant them the upper hand. With a swirl of blue energy, Lady Mu launched her attack, crying, You wench! The masked figure descended, uttering a single, deadly word. Die. Spinning with incredible speed, the figure became a whirlwind of destruction. The masked figure's attack intensified, a swirling vortex of power aimed directly at Chialgabek. Chayu was all he could manage as the attack landed, leaving him wounded and bleeding. The masked figure grabbed him, declaring, You're the only one left now. Forcing him down, the figure commanded, Get on your knees. He grunted, realizing, I had no idea the Shadow Sect was full of such monsters. Lady Mu scoffed, recalling her opponent's earlier words. You wench, I thought you were merely our patriarch's concubine, but you've hidden your true strength. A sinister smile spread across her face as she replied, I merely wasn't showing it. As the masked figure prepared another strike, Chialgabek spat, You dare to joke with me? A crimson slash tore through the air, the aftermath of a decisive blow. Lady Mu's voice dripped with disdain, challenging the very idea that she could ever be taken lightly. One of her subordinates reported the manor cleared, every unwanted element purged from its grounds. Acknowledging the report, another subordinate voiced concern over the poison sect's audacity and the saber sect's reliability. She dismissed their worries, assuring them that without her direct orders, none would dare to move. A subordinate acknowledged her words, understanding the gravity of the situation. Another subordinate spoke, suggesting they leave the defeated foe, Nguyen, to reflect upon his actions. Lady Mu retorted, a sharp glint in her eye. I know my child better than anyone. Reflecting on the situation, she observed he had overestimated himself, caught by his own enemy, needing to recover. She continued, revealing her initial intent to teach him the patriarch's burden, now seeing this as a perfect opportunity. An elderly subordinate asked if she was all right, but she brushed off the concern, vowing he would pay the price for tricking her. Her gaze hardening, she declared he had become far too dangerous to simply sit back and watch. Knowing he wasn't strong enough for Nguyen, the man had to act himself. For days had passed since the Force Sect descendants' deaths. Nguyen's vowed supporters for the minor priesthood had now withdrawn from his group. His remaining followers were helpless, the academy now completely under Yeoan's control. Nguyen's external situation looked bleak. 7 students had left him, and 5 high-ranking sect students now vowed support for Yeoan. But he valued loyalty above all, remaining unconvinced by their sudden pledges. He accepted none as his followers. Fortunately, Chuck of the Warrior Dance sect and Sahyum Lee of the Sea Saber sect overheard her exclaiming their luck. Yeoan accepted only those who had pledged loyalty before the Force Sect descendants incident. One follower pleaded, My lord, rejecting Nguyen Xion's followers is fair, but you must accept the other 5. Another follower added, I understand your feelings, my lord. But to ascend to minor priesthood, You need 12 high-ranking sect chiefs for induction. Understanding their unease, he knew they had stood by, yet believed the 5 remaining could fulfill the minimum. Agreeing with Take Jiam, Chuck Sama stated that ensuring his ascension to minor priesthood was paramount, requesting their acceptance. But Yeowon declared he would find another way, prompting confused responses. Only 2 days after the academy deputy revealed his need for 12 chiefs, Chuck Sama questioned if another way truly existed. A determined look crossing his face, Yeowon announced he would be leaving the academy today. The announcement echoed through the hall. Yeowon would be leaving the academy, effective today. A sinister aura now surrounded him, a dark smile spreading across his face. The gathered students could only exclaim in shock, uttering a resounding "what?" He continued, revealing 2 crucial reasons for his early departure from the academy. First, to recruit followers. Second, their patriarch and 8 elders were currently away at Murim. A woman wondered if this meant the 5 chiefs of the main sects were also absent. Warden Gook assured her there was no need to worry, stating their lord would not be leaving the academy alone. Another student added that he would be leaving with their young lord, as well. The student was quickly shut down, told it was not him. Baekji then announced that he, too, would be departing. Yeowon laughed, acknowledging his skills still had a long way to go, but promising to care for their lord. He apologized for the sudden announcement, before another student exclaimed their desire to join them. Understanding their fierce loyalty, he suggested they refine their martial arts prowess before leaving, if they truly wished to aid him. His expression firm, he looked on. The students whispered amongst themselves, noting their long path ahead before truly aiding their lord. Another student added that even now, he still cared for them, resolving they must become stronger. Turning to face him, the students knelt before Yeowon. One of them promised, with an outburst of emotion, to take good care of their young lord. He reassured them, urging them not to worry about him, but to focus on training. Another student looked on, confused. One student insisted he must always be by his lord's side, begging not to be stopped from following him. Another student, shaking, recalled their warnings, saying he was fine, but to remain silent until they actually left. Shouting, a student questioned how their lord could do this to them. Another student shouted, asking if he wanted them to stay, yet let Hyebon go, questioning if he truly desired their strength. Instructing his men, he told them to handle things on their own. Later that night, the scene shifted. The manor of the Flying Phantom sect loomed, its imposing structure a testament to its power. A guard noticed someone approaching, his expression one of surprise. Footsteps echoed as the figure advanced. The figure continued forward, his purpose unknown. Each step deliberate, he moved with a quiet confidence. The guard demanded to know his identity, questioning his business at the manor. Holding up a token, Yeowon requested the guard relay a message to the 11th elder, Ui Huan, stating the 12th elder wished an audience. Recognizing the item, the guard was taken aback. Having arrived at his destination, the guards greeted the 12th elder. One of the guards whispered, observing the eerie silence, feeling the place crawl with ghosts. His companion nodded in grim agreement. He reflected on the eerie atmosphere, a stark contrast to his childhood memories here with his grandfather, wondering if their lord could persuade him. As the doors slid open, a guard announced, "The elder has arrived." A figure emerged, introducing herself as Yeon Nu, director of the Flying Phantom sect, offering a polite greeting. One of the guards wondered, observing her bright white makeup and crimson lipstick, whether she was a man or a woman. Another guard mentioned hearing that the 12th elder had paid a visit. The guard reached out, inquiring if the visitor was indeed who he expected. The scene widened, revealing the full scope of the interaction. Bowing slightly, Yeowon Cheon introduced himself. Yeon Nu explained their master requested he be brought to the guest house for refreshments, inviting him inside. With a pause, she gestured for him to enter. Having arrived at the Flying Phantom sect's manor, he was reminded the master wished to meet him alone. With a slight smile, she hoped he understood their master was very shy with new faces. A voice from the background questioned how they could be sure their lord was safe. The speaker emphasized, especially with them trying to separate everyone at this moment. Yeon Nu thought, handsome and loyal, my goodness. She then stated their chief was a well-mannered individual, never disrespecting a cult elder. The background speaker, taken aback, scoffed, from their chief? Just one. Raising his hand, Yeowon stated he would be the one to accompany their lord. Considering this, she then agreed, stating, we should go. A group of masked figures stood guard, awaiting their arrival. Stepping inside, he thought, the outside was creepy. The group proceeded, their footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. Venturing deeper, the inside proved even more eerie. A voice announced, your guests have been brought before you. Taken aback by the sight, Yeowon's eyes widened. A flinch betrayed his surprise, taking in the scene. Before them stood several figures, all bearing the same face. The unsettling uniformity was impossible to ignore, as the figures stood in eerie silence. The figures remained still, their expressions unreadable. The voice echoed, stating that all 7 men had identical faces. A voice recalled hearing Ui Huan, the phantom of the 1,000 faces, mastered skin masks, but never imagined such realism. The young master observed they all looked like the exact same person. However, one of the figures stepped forward, welcoming them, and identifying himself as the chief of the Flying Phantom sect. Yeon Nu exclaimed, that's uncle. He looked completely different from her memories, she thought. recalling his mischievous side, but wondering the meaning of all this. Gathered around the table, one figure spoke, introducing himself as Yeon Cheon, the new 12th elder. Aware of their presence, he invited them to chat and have some refreshments. Another figure responded, identifying himself as Gyu-mun of the demonic dragon palm sect, adding it was good to see Ye-yun Nu's uncle after so long. A moment of silence passed. Ui Hwan acknowledged him, remarking it had been quite a while. He recalled seeing the young woman with her brother Yun before the academy, noting her good care. The man then asked if he remembered. Gyu-mun nodded, thinking Yeon was the only one aware of his skin mask. Ui Hwan asked if he knew why he sought an audience with Elder Hwan. The other man thought he was getting right to the point. He then asked if it was for his jade medallion. The man confirmed his knowledge. Ui Hwan stated he won the grand tournament for the minor priesthood, assuming that was why he came straight from the academy. Ascension to the minor priesthood had two paths. One, induction by 12 chiefs of high-ranking sects. The other path required 3 of the 12 elders to acknowledge you. Jade medallions served as elder identification, offering one signified acknowledgement to the minor priesthood and a pledge of loyalty. The words were perfect, he thought, realizing he wouldn't be addressed as a fellow elder from this point forward. Requesting a private meeting, the minor priesthood candidate stated he wished to speak with him as just that, a candidate. Having treated him as such from the start, Ui Hwan asked him to repeat what he said. Knowing he was already aware, he explained the jade medallion signified loyalty, allowing them to test him for worthiness. He'd intended a pleasant chat, but Gyu-mun's directness meant he would also get straight to the point. He intended to test him on 2 things. The first test, his observation skill. He asked if he could discern the true sect chief among them. That would be far too difficult, Gyu-mun thought. These skin masks were perfectly crafted, their details exact, from wrinkles to beard shapes. These were his uncle's finest masks, and the men were clearly trained for years, mimicking his actions, demeanor, and radiating the same energy. Even with the keenest senses, discerning the real one from the fakes would prove difficult. He had found him. The man in the traditional hat looked up, surprise flickering across his face. What? He asked. Hearing something, a figure sharply turned their head. Following the sound, another figure turned, a question forming in their mind. A woman's expression shifted, a flinch of discomfort quickly replaced by an unsettling grin. Wait a minute, she muttered. Her eyes gleaming with manic energy, she challenged. Are you trying to say it's me? A sinister grin spread across Chiolga Beck's face, clearly enjoying the unfolding drama. He then challenged. Are you trying to say it's me? A man with long black hair spoke. My lord, didn't Elder Hwan ask who it was among these men? Another man replied. He only asked me to find out which one was truly him, not that it was one of these 7. With a sly smile, Chiolga Beck warned, I hope you're not getting hasty and wasting this opportunity. Forgive my rudeness. Suddenly, with a burst of speed, Chiolga Beck launched a surprise attack, questioning, pardon. Caught off guard, Yeon cried out in pain. The attack echoed, a deafening clang reverberating through the air. With a menacing glint, Chiolga Beck prepared to strike again with his sword. He muttered, my goodness, this can't be good. His red eyes gleaming, Chiolga Beck demanded, how did you know? Memories resurfaced, triggered by a distant, almost imperceptible whispering. Gyu-mun, patting his shoulder, announced himself, pleased to see his uncle after so long. The elder remained silent, a question hanging in the air. He chuckled, remarking on the time past, and Gyu-mun's apparent well-being since entering the academy. The pause made him wonder if he'd remembered something. A glance confirmed it was indeed Elder Ui Hwan. He realized Ui Hwan was the only one who knew he wore a skin mask. Considering the distant whispering, he knew the real one spoke without vocal cords. He needed a topic the fake couldn't answer quickly. He wondered if Ui Hwan knew why he desired this audience. Knowing distant whispering was in play, he realized they knew. He questioned if they could use it without vocal cord vibration, reflecting on his tournament win as the sole reason for leaving the academy. Nano confirmed a sound similar to Gyu-mun's distant whispering was detectable. With cold certainty, he declared he wouldn't address him as a fellow elder from this point forward. Requesting a private meeting, Ui Hwan stated it would be as a minor priesthood candidate, adjusting his senses, detecting a different sound frequency. Continuing, Ui Hwan added he'd been treating him as a candidate from the very start. With a slight pause, Yeon asked, pardon? Ui Hwan responded, you know the jade medallion signifies loyalty, allowing us to test your worthiness. A realization dawned on Ui Hwan, exclaiming, I can't believe you can eavesdrop on distant whispering and pinpoint the sender. Yeon replied, no need to reveal that. Ever since Gyu greeted you, you've been pausing between answers. A woman with blonde hair stated, because of that, I figured someone was sending messages to the fake one via distant whispering. The woman continued, out of the 7 men, none vibrated their vocal cords, leaving him as the only one who could send distant whispers here. The woman smiled, I let Gyu in to confuse you, but it seems I'm caught in my own trap. Impressive. With a sly grin, Ui Hwan supposed, I should formally reintroduce myself. Ui Hwan, chief of the Flying Phantom sect, and Yeon Cheon. Having witnessed his skills in the first test, Ui Hwan smirked, declaring they could move straight to the second. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating blow, sending a shockwave rippling through the courtyard. That was an overwhelming attack, Yeon mused, sliding back to regain his footing. Gathering power, He prepared to retaliate. With a surge of golden energy, he unleashed the slash of the phantoms, a flurry of strikes aimed at his opponent. But the chief of the Flying Phantom sect was ready, meeting the attack head-on with his blade. Each strike met a resounding clang, the sound echoing through the training grounds. With a final, powerful strike, Yui Huan broke through his defenses. The force of the blow sent him hurtling backwards, crashing through the nearby structure. From the sidelines, a subordinate cried out in alarm, "My lord!" Amidst the rubble, he lay defeated. The floorboards cracked under the weight of the victor's foot, a stark reminder of the battle's conclusion. Tilting his head slightly, the victor chuckled, admitting he hadn't meant to destroy the guest house over their little brawl. Catching his breath, Yeowan reflected on the technique, recognizing the codified fighting form, the slash of the phantom shadow from the library's 5th floor. Taking a step forward, he recalled the old geezer, who, despite needing a cane, remained a formidable force. A smirk played on the blond man's lips as he admitted he'd never fought the old master, but deemed Yeowan a suitable substitute, having defeated him. He bowed, presenting a sheathed sword. The sword slipped into his waiting hand, a thought of how perfect crossing his mind. With a swoosh, the sword was drawn. He explained his special technique was also a saber form, the saber of the Flying Phantom. His grip tightened on the hilt, ready to strike. Another swoosh, as the blade sang through the air. The sword, now fully drawn, was poised for battle. Blade in hand, a sinister smile crept across Beck's face, declaring this would be a spectacular fight, urging his opponent to unleash his worst, just as he had with the old master. With a burst of speed, Yeowan closed the distance, ready to engage. Steel met steel, the clash echoing through the courtyard as their blades locked. But his strength was undeniable, forcing him back with a resounding clang. Watching the exchange, Wei Myong Li remained stoic. Frustration etched on his face, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, demanding he stop, but it was too late. A flurry of blows rained down, each strike landing with devastating force. The hooded figures crumpled, collapsing onto the steps. Concerned, the man with the top not questioned their abrupt entry, yet was reassured their lord's safety came first. Projectiles slammed into the environment, sending debris flying. As the fight continued, Wei Myong Li observed, remarking on his opponent's strength, finding it hard to believe he was this powerful at just 20 years old. The blades clashed, but it wasn't enough for him to have taken down Beck. A sinister smile spread across Beck's face, asking if he truly believed this was enough to claim his jade medallion. Yeowan's eyes narrowed, acknowledging the intricate butterfly technique. "All right then," he murmured, a challenge in his tone. The ensuing clash sent sparks flying, prompting him to test its true limits. Skidding to a halt, he braced himself for the next decisive move. Launching forward with renewed vigor, he swiftly closed the distance. The man with blonde hair watched, bewildered, wondering what initial form his opponent was taking, a technique he'd never witnessed. Unable to fully control his strength, he resolved to block the incoming assault with all his might, questioning its very nature. The attack's sheer force shattered the ground, sending jagged debris scattering in every direction. Moving with incredible, blurring speed, he relentlessly continued his devastating assault. The momentum built relentlessly, propelling him ever forward. He wondered if this was the saber technique that severed Beck's head, and if so, the technique, known as the ascension of a flying, blade-wielding phantom, continued to unfold as the two warriors clashed, their swords meeting with a resounding boom. The impact's sheer force sent powerful shockwaves rippling through the very air itself. Each strike produced a deafening clang, echoing ominously across the ravaged battlefield. The battle raged, a symphony of clashing steel and unbridled fury. But with a final, decisive blow, Yeowan's blade found its lethal mark. Blood splattered, the opponent's eyes widening in disbelief and searing pain. The slash left a crimson streak, vivid across the air. The sword moved, a blinding blur of lethal motion. The technique, now unleashed in its full, terrifying glory, proved devastating. A desperate cry escaped him, wincing as he realized the dire, inescapable situation he now faced. The final strike landed, unleashing an earth-shattering, cataclysmic force. Glancing to the side, he took in his surroundings, his gaze sharp and calculating. Taking measured steps, he wondered if their lord might be nearby, sensing a presence. Moving with purpose, he continued forward, his resolve unwavering. With a sudden jump, he kicked out, striking with precision. Sliding forward, he prepared a devastating slash technique, ready to strike. Cracking his knuckles, Gung-Oh demanded to know who dared intrude upon his domain. Hearing the challenge, Baek Ji called out, his voice ringing clear. Moving quickly, the group approached, their footsteps barely audible. Drawing his sword, he remarked that this was just as he expected. Swords drawn, the group stood ready, their stances firm. They all looked the same, their skin masks chillingly uniform. These people truly sick. Shouting, Baek Ji accused them of having the gall to intrude with not just one, but 4 people. Demanding to know, he questioned which sects taught them such poor manners. Presenting a badge, Wang Heul-ko declared himself of the Demon Fist sect. Hearing this, Gung-Oh's group confirmed he was the son of Chief Wang Hein-ko. He retorted that they were of a high-ranking sect, yet intruded on another's manor in the dead of night. Baek Ji then asked if their fathers taught them to be so rude. Wang Hulko apologized for the intrusion, explaining their young lord entered moments ago, and they feared for his safety. Confirming, he added that Yeoan Shion was their young lord and 12th elder of their cult. Realizing it was Yeoan Shion their chief had been having an audience with earlier. Ready to fight, the Demon Fist sect members stood their ground, resolute. Demanding to know how they could stand by while their lord was in danger, Wang Hulko insisted they be let in to investigate. Wang Hulko's group stood firm, but one of Baekji's men shrugged, explaining they served a leader too, unable to interfere with their chief's affairs. Clenching his fist, he stated they had no choice but to proceed. He told them they had no time to lose, hoping they understood, adding they were young with lives ahead, offering one more chance. Raising his hand, he warned that if they backed down, he would request their chief ensure young Lord Yeoan Shion's safety. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force was unleashed upon them. A dark figure, eyes glowing with eerie light, unleashed a devastating attack. The blow's force sent a visible shudder through the ranks, Baekji and his men reeling from the unseen power. The ground itself shattered, the attack obliterating everything in its path. A deafening crash echoed, signaling the sheer magnitude of the impact. The attack's force swept away the leader and his subordinates, leaving destruction in its wake. The attack continued, its power seemingly limitless, growing in intensity. From the shadows, a pair of eyes peeked out, their gaze intense and focused. Wang Hulko could only gasp, completely bewildered by the unfolding chaos. The blow's force was palpable, a tangible wave of power. A cataclysmic shockwave ripped through the earth, tearing it asunder. The air itself seemed to vibrate with raw, untamed power. Baekji's men were sent flying, screaming, "Oh, chief!" Wang Hulko's men shouted, "Let's follow him." The wind howled, a testament to the sheer, destructive force unleashed. Panting, a figure struggled to maintain footing against the relentless gale. His eyes wide with disbelief, Baekji cursed under his breath, utterly stunned. A dark figure emerged, wreathed in a terrifying, palpable aura. The figure's presence was overwhelming, a silent declaration. He truly was a monster. Overcome by the attacker's might, he was forced to kneel, utterly defeated. Presenting a small, ornate box, the figure offered it as a token of loyalty. As the figure stepped forward, Baekji watched with a stern, unreadable expression. A nearby observer realized the person they thought was the director was actually the chief. A sinister chuckle escaped him as he continued to watch the tense exchange. The man smiled, thanking the cloaked figure and assuring him their lord was well. A low grunt escaped him, his gaze remaining fixed in observation. The scene shifted, flashing back to a clandestine meeting, figures gathered around a table. Bowing, the descendant of the stealth sect was thanked for waiting. The young lord noted the figure's skin mask, asking, "Will you truly not reveal your face?" He responded with a soft thump, stating, "Ascend to Patriarch, and then you shall see my face." He acknowledged this, adding, "I met Yahuan before departing the academy." He explained his attempts to persuade him, but the other man refused to follow without his chief's direct orders. He continued, noting the skin mask and the peculiar way the other man referred to his father as chief, instead of simply father. The chief stated, revealing her inability to bear children. The two men present seemed shocked, one exclaiming, "Pardon me?" She continued, explaining the Flying Phantom sect's silent phantom technique, which, possessing great energy, required castration at a young age for full mastery. They shuddered, clearly disturbed by this shocking revelation. She explained the need to continue their lineage through adopted children, clarifying her relationship with Yahuan as master and pupil, not parent and child, to which he simply replied, "I see." Her eyes narrowing, the chief suggested they all forget everything heard in this room tonight. A dark aura surrounded her as she asked for their understanding, prompting the two men to nod, one gulping nervously. Her expression softened as she assured one man it was fine, promising her own silence. She then turned to Yeoan, asking when he intended to reveal his true self. He flailed in shock, exclaiming with utter surprise. Clearly agitated, the young lord fidgeted, thinking he'd mention it to the demonic dragon palm sect upon his grandfather's return. With a sigh of relief, he heard her chuckle. All right then. A grin spread across his face, a silent promise of what was to come. Under the dim moonlight, the formidable demonic cult city walls stood tall. Apologizing for their limited hospitality, the chief offered Yeoan a stay at their guest house, if he wished. Realizing her hospitality, knowing he lacked lodging, he bowed, thanking her for the generous offer. Asking if he could bring another, he was met with her reply, "Of course. Do you intend to bring him?" She offered to send men, but the young man declined, preferring to go himself, yet thanked her for the gesture. In the demonic cult city's south corner, the night sky was illuminated by a full moon. Approaching his destination, Yeoan's home stood quietly in the night. Walking along the familiar path, he made his way towards his home. Arriving, he noted its pristine state. Nothing here had changed in the least. He recalled guard Zhang, who woke early for training, then swept the yard, a truly diligent worker. And now, he thought, he could finally reunite with him. He wondered how he would react to seeing him grow. Approaching the entrance, he took a step closer to the door. So this was his lord's home, the guard mused. Pausing just outside the entrance, he hesitated for a moment. Entering the home, he thought he couldn't feel him. Then he felt it. Guard Zhang's presence. Yeoan felt nothing, a chilling void where warmth should be. Something felt profoundly wrong. Jiang's familiar presence was absent. Turning sharply, he strode out of the room. Entering the chamber, he noted the guard's belongings untouched, indicating he wouldn't have left midnight. Touching the brazier, he felt no warmth, the room clearly abandoned for days. Approaching, a guard reported they had checked the premises, finding nothing amiss. Clenching his fist, Yeowan wondered if Jiang had left, perhaps for his home sect, but knew the guard was an orphan. He instructed his men to restart the search, meticulously combing every corner, then turned to walk away. Surveying the courtyard, he noted its pristine cleanliness, a detail suspicious without the guard's presence. Pondering, he realized that even faint traces of a struggle would offer a clue. Clenching his fist again, Yeowan realized if Jiang was kidnapped, the culprits were incredibly thorough. Activating his nanomachines, Yeowan knew his eyes alone wouldn't suffice, ordering a full scan for intruders or signs of struggle. Continuing his search for the guard, Yeowan activated his nanomachines, the courtyard shimmering with augmented reality. The scan completed, augmented reality engaged, softly beeping as it highlighted points of interest. Taking a few steps, his eyes meticulously scanned the courtyard. Examining a nearby pillar, he discerned faint, almost imperceptible marks. Squinting, he realized they were faint sword marks. Studying them closer, he concluded they were sword energy marks, not physical blades. Without a codified form, it wasn't enough to deduce anything. Elsewhere, Warden Gook watched him, a flicker of concern crossing his face. The nanomachines whirred as Yeowan continued his grim investigation. The warden mused. Never before had he seen his lord so emotionally restrained, like a volcano poised to erupt. He continued, understanding that Jiang had been like a father to his lord. Considering the sword mark, it significantly narrowed their investigative possibilities. Continuing his thought, Yeowan noted the Shadow Sect's ongoing conflict, making their involvement unlikely. He added that the culprits were crafty, meticulously using the situation as a diversion. Warden Gook suggested investigating suspicious sects, with elders absent. Infiltration would be simpler. Yeowan replied it wouldn't be easy. Even without chiefs, the 6 main sects retained immense power. He continued, noting that even if they breached the manors, defended by hordes of masters, searching them would be nearly impossible. Warden Gook then proposed, so, how about this? Elsewhere, the ragged sound of heavy breathing echoed through dark halls. Focusing on bound hands, blood dripped steadily from the restraints. A prisoner hung suspended by chains, covered in blood and sweat, gasping for air. As food cooked, a booming voice demanded, Jiang, who said you could sleep? Screams continued echoing through the prison, Jiang's torment showing no signs of stopping. The branding iron hissed, another wave of agony washing over him. The torturer loomed, his face grim, awaiting answers from the prison. Hanging from chains, the prisoner was informed he would find no rest. Observing the scene, Lady Mu found his stubbornness quite amusing. She continued to watch, as the torturer pressed, wondering if his patriarch had taught the brat martial arts. The prisoner gritted his teeth, refusing to answer. She scoffed, remarking he still wished to keep quiet, even in his last moments, then ordered the torture to continue. Approaching, one of her subordinates addressed her. He reported that the target had departed. The subordinate explained, Yeowan Xion had left the academy. The news hit her hard, her eyes widening in shock. With a satisfied smile, she noted his departure was perfectly timed, musing he seemed to have used up all his luck. Her gaze sharpened, wondering where he could be now. A nearby attendant whispered in her ear, prompting her simple reply. Well, a smirk played on her lips, her plans continuing to unfold. Meanwhile, the wounded man struggled to regain consciousness, his thoughts on his young master. His face contorted in pain, he pleaded for him to be careful. Elsewhere, at the Swift Gale's Inn, a voice wondered if their plan would truly work. Wang Hyul-ko admitted he wasn't sure, but if all went as predicted, they would meet. He continued, explaining that in a place with many eyes, their enemies couldn't pull sly tricks. He instructed them, if they could hear his voice, they should stay still and listen. His voice hardened, warning that if they turned, or gave the slightest sign to comrades, he promised they wouldn't like what came next. As he ate, a disembodied voice warned him he was watched. Any attempt to locate the speaker would result in death. Chewing thoughtfully, he reflected these threats were far more serious than anything at the academy. The thought of one of his men kidnapped and endangered filled him with anger. Meanwhile, someone scanned for abnormal sound frequencies, readjusting their hearing to other ranges. The voice continued, ordering him to the Poison Sect Manor by 1 a.m. Clenching his jaw, he was warned bringing his saber would result in someone's arm being severed. The unseen speaker reiterated he must come alone, or else. He was warned that within a 300-step radius, he was dead, and the same for failing to show up. They were sure he knew what happened if he followed, for they had found him. Rising from his seat, Yeowan knew he needed to act before he could no longer sense him. Slamming his hand down, he shattered the table. The other patrons were startled as he made his move. Glancing back, he left the inn. As the words echoed, one of the men demanded to know who he thought he was, daring to glare at their lord. Without a word, Yeowan exploded into motion, becoming a mere blur of impossible speed. Swords flashed around him, yet he moved too swiftly, effortlessly dodging the initial onslaught. A blue aura flared around him, deflecting the incoming blades with impossible, almost casual precision. One of the attackers stumbled back, clearly outmatched by the sheer force. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, he reached out with blinding, terrifying speed. His hand clamped down, seizing one of the men by the throat. The man struggled, but Yeowan's grip remained unyielding, demanding to know his sect affiliation. Dark energy swirled around him, a silent, chilling suggestion for the man to speak the truth. His eyes burned with an intensity, revealing a power even he didn't yet comprehend. The young master, Yeowan, proposed they reveal the truth. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint sparking within their depths. He continued, his voice a low rumble, unsure of his own capabilities in this moment. Sweat beaded on the brow of the questioned man, his face contorted in raw fear. His robes drooped, his shoulders slumping in utter, crushing defeat. The man collapsed to his knees, desperately begging for mercy. Yeowan raised an eyebrow, wondering if they were truly responsible. One of the men replied, denying it, but suggested too many eyes watched, urging them outside. Another man exclaimed, having suspected him, yet. One man claimed they were only told to stare, then asked the young master about the requester's appearance. The men quivered, claiming ignorance, their faces hidden beneath straw hats. Observing the men, their badges glinting, Yeowan sensed no deceit, judging them ordinary martial artists by their identification. Turning to leave, he assured them no harm, earning their immediate gratitude. He gestured, informing them they would remain here for 2 days. The men were struck, collapsing to the ground. With a dull thud, one of them hit the ground. An order was given, tie them up and lock them in storage. He realized he must await everyone's return for clues. Wang Huel, spying on the musician sect, returned first, reporting nothing unusual. He stated, "No, my lord, I did not." The young master mused, "It must be the shadow or sword sect." He'd need Baek Ji and Chuck to return before drawing conclusions. An aide approached, remarking on their prolonged absence. Glancing at his lord, the aide confessed a growing unease. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could it be? The air hung heavy with unspoken dread, something clearly amiss. Against the setting sun, a lone figure stood guard. In a room draped in red, Lady Mu sipped her tea, her expression unreadable. Guards moved with purpose, their steps echoing through the halls. Bodies hit the floor, a brutal reminder of the conflict's grim cost. Warden Gook stated matter-of-factly, "We found them at the Sword Sect Manor, just as you predicted." Lying in his own blood, the fallen warrior's final thought was of his opponent's strength. The elder reflected, the youth, barely 20, had already reached the transcendent master stage. Turning away, Warden Gook admitted, "It's embarrassing, but we needed the outer disciples' help to subdue them." Lady Mu responded, "It's fine, as long as your duties are fulfilled." She pictured his puzzled face, wondering which sect took his guard. Warden Gook thought, "I've served her for 20 years, yet she still terrifies me." She realized, hearing he was exposed, that he'd set a trap for her. If she hadn't become the patriarch's wife. She mused, she could have been the Shadow Sect's next chief. The aide inquired, "Which sect do these 2 young men belong to?" He replied, "This one is Baek Ji of the Pure Kick sect." The Pure Kick sect? A high-ranking sect indeed. The aide continued, "And the other? We need instructions for him." He responded, "He claims the Warrior Dance sect. Sama's son." The aide thought, Warrior Dance sect support too? That brat attracts power. He's truly dangerous. Lady Mu thought, with the patriarch absent. Now is the time to kill that vile kid. He'll be too powerful otherwise. I will end your life, so come. The scene shifted, deep within the serpent's maw. Text appeared. West corner, demonic cult city walls, near the poisoned sect manor. 2 figures glanced around cautiously. Footsteps echoed as they moved forward. With each step, the impending conflict's weight grew heavier. His gaze fixed on the horizon, he continued his advance. A storm brewed behind his eyes, knowing what awaited him. Silent and swift, the masked figures prepare. A single nod, a silent promise of what's to come. The imposing gate looms, a barrier between worlds. Standing in formation, they await their prey. A sinister smile playing on her lips, Lady Mu welcomed the approaching storm, acknowledging his arrival. He knew this was their trap, yet he did not falter. Scanning quickly with his senses, he detected at least 200 presences. Such thorough preparations indicated their intent to end things here. Drawing closer, his overwhelming energy intensified. Whirling winds surrounding him, Yeowan arrived at his destination. A sinister smile still playing on her lips, Lady Mu welcomed him, beckoning him closer. Standing face to face, the air crackled with unspoken tension. A memory surfaced, a time before his mother's passing, when she visited their home with other ladies. The memory continued, revealing a promise made, a vow not to foster internal energy before entering the academy, as it belonged to the Shadow Sect's lady. Reflecting on the past, Lady Mu observed how time had flown, noting his growth, so much like his mother. Her expression hardening, she scoffed, believing he'd fallen into an obvious trap, swept up by emotion, proving he wasn't meant for greatness. Her gaze piercing him, she demanded to know the whereabouts of Guard Zhang and her followers. A sinister chuckle escaping her, she dismissed him as foolish, questioning if he truly believed she'd release her hostages so easily after such effort. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of defiance in them, yet he remained silent. A palpable tension filled the air as the moment stretched on. Lady Mu's gaze intensified, warning him not to look at her so arrogantly, then suggesting they seal his internal energy before proceeding. The old man reached out, his hand outstretched towards Yeoan. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she heard the old man's voice. Unleashing a torrent of energy, the old man attempted to overwhelm him. But before the attack could land, he intercepted, seizing the old man's wrist in a vice-like grip. With a sickening crack, Yeoan broke the old man's wrist, silencing his scream of agony. Her expression hardening, Lady Mu wondered if he truly didn't care that Guard Zhang was about to die. A sudden jolt made her turn her attention elsewhere. Tossing it casually, a box was delivered to her. Landing with a thunk, the box sat on the table before her. Curiosity piqued, Lady Mu wondered what it could be, before being told to open it and see. Reaching out, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The box clicked open, and a look of shock spread across her face. The box sat open, revealing its gruesome contents, a single, bloodied eyeball. Her face obscured by a red veil, Lady Mu stared down at the object, horror flickering across her features as she wondered its meaning. Elsewhere, a sinister grin spread across a man's face, his expression one of cruel satisfaction, thinking, wrong. His eyes glinting with dark intent, he mused on what she should truly be asking. Whose eye is this? A voice echoes, questioning what should truly be asked. A smirk played on Beck's lips, wondering just who that eye belonged to. A figure with striking blue eyes whispered a single, urgent word. Wait. The question hung in the air. Could this truly be Muyin's eye? Opening the box with a click, he dismissed the contents, declaring it impossible. Beck scoffed, remarking that if they truly snuck into the academy, the deputy wouldn't have let them off. Did they think they could fool him? A sinister grin spread across his face, revealing a glimpse of his true, dark intentions. For hours prior, at the academy's detention center, a different scene unfolded. Something caught Wei Li's attention, causing him to flinch in surprise. His eyes narrowed, demanding to know their purpose here. A heavy thud echoed as he was forced to his knees. Ordered to kneel, a muffled grunt escaped him. The looming figure stood over him, his expression unreadable. Wei Li wondered what he was doing here, realizing even unsealed, his energy couldn't withstand this power. He was informed Guard Zhang had gone missing, a quiver of suppressed emotion running through him. The man's eyes widened, questioning the words. The figure explained that his kidnappers demanded he run unarmed into their trap to save Guard Zhang. He wondered what he could do, realizing his mother had planned this entire ordeal. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of energy emanated from Yeoan. Wei Li questioned his actions, his expression a mix of surprise and anger. He flinched, taking a step forward. Sliding forward, he admitted his initial plan was to save Guard Zhang, but discovering the true culprit changed his mind. So tell me, a chilling voice echoed through the cavern. Yeoan's question hung, a veiled thread. How precious are you to the Shadow Sect, or even your own mother? A voice quivered, pleading for him to calm down. If you mess with me, I guarantee things will only worsen for Guard Zhang. Something was amiss. Wei Li's face contorted in a silent scream. A sickening thunk echoed, the sound of a heavy blow landing. A strangled cry escaped, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. A voice gasped, accusing him of being absolutely sick. His face splattered with crimson. Yeoan's eyes gleamed with cold satisfaction. He was right. Muttering to himself, he acknowledged this wouldn't be enough. Wei Li's voice, strained and desperate, questioned his plans. A close-up of his eye revealed a chilling resolve, promising more violence to come. A pained cry echoed. Something clattered to the floor. Gazing at the object, Lady Mu reflected. I gave this to Muyin. Is that eye truly his? She recalled their arrangement's terms. Free my followers and Guard Zhang. She thought, I must pretend to cooperate with this exchange and reclaim Muyin. She stated, if I free those three, you know what I expect in return. Yeoan replied with a sly smile, of course. The lady commanded, free those three and bring them here at once. An aide responded, and Yeoan walked away. She demanded, now, show me your seriousness. Where's my son? Since you came alone, I'll send one of my men. She revealed, my followers hold Muyin and Jinyunmu hostage in the Academy's detention center. Beck mused, he fell for that quickly. I thought him cunning, but he's just a dimwit. Extending his hand, Yeoan instructed, show this badge to my followers, they'll bring them out. Holding up the badge, he clarified his intent. No release until all hostages were swapped. Dare not try any tricks. Turning to someone behind him, the young master stated he'd leave this to him. Lady Mu vowed to bring back the children once she'd killed every one of his followers. No matter the strength of this brat's followers, another voice asserted, their demise should prove no challenge, unless one possessed the power of an elder. Clenching her fist, Lady Mu vowed that once the children returned safely, she would ensure his miserable demise. A lone figure moved swiftly through the shroud of night. Muttering to himself, the masked figure scoffed at the Academy's lax security, lamenting the missed chance to eliminate the little brat when they had it. Continuing their trek, the group pressed forward along the snow-covered path. With a sudden burst of speed, the lead figure descended the slope. Instructing his followers, he ordered them to hide in the mountains, planning to ambush Yeoan's people once Muyin and Jinyun were safely secured. Responding affirmatively, the group continued their swift descent. Coming to a halt, the lead figure announced they had found their objective. Taking another step, he approached their intended destination. Sensing something amiss, the figure suddenly flinched. A blade rang out, as a voice demanded to know their identity. Standing his ground, a man questioned their presence on academy grounds. Surrounded by what appeared to be professors, the group was ordered to drop their weapons and surrender. Turning his head, the masked figure wondered if the brat had lied to them. His voice laced with fury, the old man barked out orders, desperate to escape this place. Flinching, he knew they must return to the manor and secure the hostages once more. The scene was a massacre, bodies littering the snowy ground. A close-up revealed the gruesome fate of one fallen, his lifeless eyes staring into the abyss. With a powerful leap, the old man escaped, leaving a crater in his wake. A gruesome slash marked the ground, a testament to the attack's brutal efficiency. The crimson stain served as a stark reminder of the lives lost. Elsewhere, Lady Mu calmly sipped from a cup, its clinking sound echoing in the room. A sinister smile played on his lips, asking if she was growing antsy. He continued, reminding her of her hopes to kill his followers and save her children, but with an hour past, her nervousness must be growing. Her eyes widening in realization, she understood that she had been tricked. Her expression hardening, she ordered an immediate retreat to the Shadow Sect, declaring an enemy was among them. The night air rushed past, cloaks billowing as figures moved with unnatural speed. A deafening boom echoed, the impact's force sending tremors through the very ground. A chilling wisp of vapor rose, revealing the grim reality of the recent conflict. His voice laced with disbelief, the scarred man with fiery red hair struggled to comprehend, recognizing Wei Myong Li, the left-hand royal bodyguard. Each heavy step echoed, the bloodied ground bearing witness to the brutal struggle. A heavy thump echoed through the room, followed by a chilling accusation. You were the one who killed my mother. Standing over the fallen figure, Yeoan Xion gazed down at the bloody scene. He looked down, his voice cold. Yet you dare beg me for mercy? The figure on the ground looked up, a choked, W-twa, escaping his lips. Blood-soaked robes told a grim story, a testament to the brutal attack he had endured. The body fell, landing with a soft pat on the cold stone floor. Staring down at the scene, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief. What's this? A bloodied letter lay nearby, addressed to Zhongxiam Qion of the Poison Sect, from Yeoan Qion, promising a revelation. 10 hours earlier, within the Poison Sect manor, Zhongxiam Qion's room was disturbed by a soft knock, a voice whispering, Young master, it is I. He murmured, finally stirring awake. The young lord wondered if the Shadow Sect had made their move. An inner disciple reported that men watching the Shadow Sect had seen one of Yeoan Qion's followers take. Zhongxiam Qion was surprised. The Shadow Sect dared to interfere with someone he cared for? He realized this was his perfect opportunity. The Poison Sect had lost 80% of its manpower, and he was certain the Shadow Sect would eliminate the rest, leaving no loose ends. Before that, he needed Yeoan Qion and that wench to clash, ensuring at least one of them would die. The inner disciple responded, agreeing with his master's plan. A cruel grin spread across Zhongxiam Qion's face. He realized the letter had revealed to Yeoan Qion who kidnapped his followers, and the truth of that vile wench's death, a secret even their patriarch ignored. He mused, that child should be bedridden, yet he still managed to outwit him. Jinwon Mu admitted his heinous act, cradling his victim's head. I did do it. His words echoed with malice. I made sure your filthy wench of a mother died. And what? His face contorted with rage, he continued. You'll take your anger out on this sect's children and kill me too. Facing his attacker, Jinwon Mu taunted, I dare you to lay a hand on me. His arrogance palpable, he scoffed. My brother is the first elder. He won't let that slide. Touch me, and I'll rip your followers to shred. Before he could finish his threat, a swift strike cut across his face. The pain was immediate, a guttural scream escaping his lips. The agony intensified, his scream echoing through the rain-soaked courtyard. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the ground before a horrified crowd. Clutching at his eyes, he cried out in desperation, My eyes! My eyes! His vision fading, he collapsed, face covered in blood, his body's quivering signaling the end. His vision fading, Jinwon Mu could only spit a curse, lamenting he deserved no sunrise. The final slash landed, sealing his fate. His face a canvas of crimson, the light left his eyes. With a final, rattling breath, he collapsed. His body lay still, surrounded by the grim evidence of his brutal, violent end. One of his allies, face contorted with rage, snarled, demanding if they truly feared no consequences. Another voice boasted this was but a fraction of their sect's power, warning that the first elder's wrath would grant no forgiveness. The first man scoffed, asking what their elder would say, hearing of this. Meanwhile, Yeoan Qion prepared to strike, a vibrant blue aura enveloping his form. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a door opening echoed through the chamber, followed immediately by the chilling sound of it slamming shut. The bodies of the fallen lay scattered, a grim testament to the battle just concluded. In the brutal aftermath, a body lay bloodied and broken amidst the carnage. Standing over the scene, Yeoan Qion spoke with cold, unwavering resolve. A quiver lay visible nearby, hinting at the weapons used in the deadly assault. Elsewhere, 3 figures reacted with sudden shock and growing alarm. Turning his back on the carnage, he vowed to eliminate them all. The order was given, his subordinates acknowledging it with grim determination. In a sudden flurry of motion, the attack began. A cry of pain erupted as the first strike landed. The onslaught continued, a whirlwind of slashes and spraying blood. Another scream tore through the air, another victim falling. The deadly blade, dripping with crimson, flashed into view. The aftermath of the slaughter revealed a scene of pure carnage. Continuing his relentless assault, Yeon Cheon's blade descended with deadly precision. The force of the blow sent blood spraying, a testament to the sheer power behind each strike. A woman watched the carnage unfold, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The aftermath was utter devastation, bodies strewn across the courtyard, a grim reminder of the young man's efficiency. Desperate cries filled the air as remaining survivors attempted to flee, their hopes of escape dwindling. One man steeled himself, clinging to the desperate hope of surviving this onslaught. A desperate plea for help rang out, swallowed by the sounds of chaos and death. The blade continued its deadly dance, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Another victim fell, life draining from his eyes as he succumbed to his wounds. Cornered and terrified, a man braced for the inevitable, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A final, desperate cry of denial, a futile attempt to ward off the approaching darkness. As the world faded to black, the last victim could only utter a strangled gasp of disbelief. The slaughter's aftermath was a gruesome tableau, the speaker's anguished cry echoing across the blood-soaked courtyard, lamenting his men's loss. A heavy foot descended, its stomp punctuating the silence that followed the screams. The pressure mounted, his voice barely a whisper as he realized his end was near. A desperate plea to flee rang out, the speaker's voice raw with terror, cursing Yeon Cheon. His final thoughts were a desperate denial, a frantic refusal to accept the inevitable, encroaching end. A final, desperate plea for mercy escaped him, swallowed by the sudden, chilling silence. The blade dripped crimson, a silent, gruesome testament to the carnage. Turning from the massacre, a figure stood silhouetted against the courtyard, the sword's echo lingering. The courtyard had become a graveyard, bodies of the fallen littering the blood-soaked ground. The final blow landed, sealing the last victim's fate with brutal finality. Emerging from the carnage, the auburn-haired man declared his grim task complete. Turning to face the auburn-haired man, an inner disciple acknowledged him as young lord. Ordering his men to scour the poison sect's apothecary for toxins, Yeon Cheon instructed them to use those poisons on the shadow sect's bodies. Hearing the order, one of the men remarked it was an excellent idea. The scene shifted to the aftermath, a lone foot stepping near a fallen body. The attack's force sent another body flying through the air. A close-up revealed a bloodied face, contorted in raw agony. Everywhere, blood splatters painted a gruesome, horrifying picture. The next day, word spread. The poison sect, weakened by their brawl with the shadow sect, had been completely wiped out, stirring the demonic cult. However, the news concerning the shadow sect proved even more shocking. One man gasped, shocked that a main sect was eliminated overnight. Another remarked on the poison sect's ferocity, noting over 200 shadow sect men melted by their poisons at the manor. The conversation continued, one man speculating chaos would erupt when the shadow sect chief returned. Another wondered what he could do, the poison sect already wiped out. He'd heard the shadow sect's body. Before he could finish, another voice interjected, revealing Yeon Cheon was also discovered. Someone expressed surprise, believing Yeon Cheon was in the academy. The final speaker revealed the shadow sect ambushed the academy's detention center to help Yeon Cheon and the first elder's child escape, questioning their infiltration. Within the Flying Phantom sect, whispers circulated, members acknowledging the shadow sect's high status, yet questioning their audacity to break the cult's laws. In the Flying Phantom sect's chief office, an order confirmed rumors had been spread, focusing public attention on the shadow sect. The speaker acknowledged they had intended to manipulate the story, but this was an impressive call. Someone expressed impatience to see the shadow sect chief's face upon his return. The scene shifted to the guest house's exterior. Whispers suggested their lord must be exhausted from the previous night, having waited out there, never seen in such pain. Lord Jeongan Cheon was mentioned. A door creaked open. Wiping sweat from his brow, he exclaimed his exhaustion. Physician Beck inquired, "Is guard Jang okay?" The man winced, his hand rising to his cheek, a fresh scratch marring it. He now understood why Sir Lee ensured his extra care. His expression remained unreadable, stoic. This patient must be truly special to Elder Cheon, making him appear so upset. A subordinate approached, looking grave. He regretfully delivered the news. All his teeth were pulled, meaning a lifetime of soft foods like porridge. The news brought a small measure of relief, realizing he was still alive. He had finally stabilized, a truly determined man. Several subordinates offered their congratulations, expressing profound relief. One of the men spoke, congratulating the young lord, confessing he had seen the worry etched on his face all night. The first subordinate then apologized, explaining the patient still required rest, urging them to leave and seek another place. Another voice chimed in, inquiring if he, too, desired some much-needed rest. The first subordinate added that guard Jang would continue his treatment, needing rest, and they could cease their worrying. Another man agreed, admitting he hadn't slept a wink. Turning from his men, he paused, his gaze distant, clearly lost in thought. His expression hardened, a grim resolve settling as he declared he would have no time for rest. Wei Myong Lee and Warden Guk stood among their peers, gathered together. Bloody and bruised, Yeoan declared he wouldn't have time for such things. According to Elder Huan, the warden relayed news of their patriarch's imminent return. Hearing this, both men reacted with a jolt of surprise. Looking aside, he mused that with the patriarch and 6 chiefs absent, he had easily defeated Lady Mu. Knowing they would try to control him upon return, he realized he must prepare for anything. Warden Guk explained that only 4 elders, including their lord, were present. He had secured the 11th elder's jade medallion, leaving 2 more. Turning away, he declared that once Chuck's wounds were treated, they would seek the 9th elder. Smiling, Wei Myong Lee remarked, "Looks like we have a plan," to which the other man confirmed. Looking ahead, he declared their destination, the demonic reaching sword sect. With a resounding clash, a sword was drawn, signaling readiness for the coming battle. Mu Hua Yun, chief of the demonic reaching sword sect, also served as the 10th elder. Among the 12 elders, she and 4th elder Soyo, Ahang were the only women. Though an official sect, the demonic reaching sword sect held only her as a martial artist. Even the patriarch avoided 2. 11th elder Ui Huan of the Flying Phantom sect, and Mu Hua Yun of the demonic reaching sword sect. The 10th elder was peculiar. Unless ordered by the patriarch or for an elders meeting, she never left her manor nor allowed guests. Yet, into her manor, for reasons unknown to all others. It was rumored Mu Hua Yun met with the chiefs of the Sword and Shadow sects every few years. The chiefs of the Sword and Shadow sect? The 10th elder remained peculiar. She never left her manor or allowed guests, unless for an elders meeting or patriarch's orders. Indeed, their meetings occurred on a secluded mountaintop. Attempts to spy failed. All 3 elders were too skilled for anyone to approach. Though suspicious, the patriarch ceased spying 7 years ago, as she always retreated to her manor afterward. Mu Hua Yun's low elder rank stemmed from her lack of allied forces or special achievements. Wei Myong Lee considered the request, but his martial prowess proved insufficient. He was reminded of her superior strength. It was suggested he might have better luck with another elder as a witness. The group had arrived at the demonic reaching sword sect. Approaching the gate, they prepared to announce their presence. A knock echoed, inquiring if anyone was inside. The door creaked open, revealing a figure within. A voice greeted them. "Oh, hello. How may I help you?" The group responded. "This is the 12th elder, Yeoan Chion. He requests an audience with the 10th elder." One aide exclaimed, "Oh, the 12th elder." The aide thought, *, he looks barely 20. Can this young boy truly be an elder? *. The jade medallion was presented, confirming their request. Bowing low, the subordinate promised to relay the message immediately. The towering doors of the demonic reaching sword sect stood as a silent, imposing testament to the formidable power held within. Peeking through the slightly ajar doors, a man murmured to himself, his voice barely a whisper. Bowing deeply, he profusely apologized, explaining his chief had forbidden meetings without the patriarch's express consent. The young elder considered the situation, finding her stubbornness increasingly frustrating. He mused, perhaps he could ignite her spirit as a true martial artist. A sudden gust of wind rushed past, the elder moving with incredible, blurring speed. Swords clashed in a furious whirlwind, figures engaging in a deadly, desperate dance. Witnessing the sudden chaos, 2 figures cried out in startled alarm. A wisp of raw energy drifted through the air, the distant battle unfolding. Yeoan Chion sighed, concluding this was a truly lost cause. Still kneeling, the subordinate asked if he could relay one last message to Elder Yun, receiving a simple, affirmative response. Considering the question, he wondered, would he walk the same path as the Shadow and Sword sects? A messenger bowed deeply, relaying the message and patiently awaiting a response. The man with the goatee questioned the purpose of asking about the 10th Elder's jade medallion, wondering why Captain Chion would bring it up. Turning his head slightly, he wondered if she would be a mere bystander or an enemy. The man with the goatee observed he seemed to have no intention of receiving her jade medallion. Then, a surge of energy filled the air, as he hoped she would choose to remain a mere bystander, though. A group of figures rushed towards a building, their expressions a mix of shock and urgent concern. A sinister grin spread across Yeoan Chion's face. The door creaked open, and the messenger uttered a soft, hesitant Sitting calmly, the man with the goatee clasped his hands together. From an aerial perspective, the group of figures could be seen running across the courtyard. Having brought their guests, the guards were told to leave. Turning to face them, the 10th elder stood ready. The guards whispered, questioning why she was holding a sword. With each deliberate step, she closed the distance. Bowing respectfully, Yeoan Chion greeted her. Her rage boiling over, the 10th elder unleashed her fury. Pointing a finger, she declared she cared nothing for his lineage or status, and he should expect no respect from her. Observing her, he noted her volatile temper. With a swift, enraged motion, the 10th elder swung her sword. Her face contorted with rage, she accused him of daring to compare her sect with traitors, questioning his meaning of walking the same path. With a sudden burst of speed, she dashed forward. A warning cry rang out, as the 10th elder slashed fiercely at Yeoan Chion. Unleashing a flurry of strikes, her sword cut through the air with blinding speed, each slash carrying the force of a raging storm. 10th Elder's eyes widened in disbelief, recognizing the familiar sword form, a technique unique to her sect. Before she could fully process the impossible, the attack was met with an equal, if not greater, force. Her eyes narrowed, unable to comprehend how he knew this technique. The clash of steel echoed, as her attack was not only stopped, but turned against her. Stunned, she could only utter, "Wait, what?" The counterattack exploded, sending shockwaves through the air. The 10th Elder was sent hurtling backward, the ground beneath her feet cracking under the immense pressure. Gasping for breath, she demanded, "Who are you? How did you stop my sword form?" Meeting her gaze with unwavering intensity, Yeon stood his ground. He retorted, "I could ask you the same thing." Her face contorted with rage, she shouted, "Don't question me. This technique is unique to our sect." As the dust settled, an onlooker wondered if the sword technique hailed from the demonic reaching sword sect. The man with dark purple hair looked up, thinking he'd never heard of the sword demon having a pupil. A gasp escaped one of the men, exclaiming, "What technique would bring up the sword demon?" His eyes narrowed, realizing it was the evolved demon sword. Another man chimed in, stating it rivaled the demonic lord's sword art. Wei Myong-li looked up, thinking the technique was lost 500 years ago, and urged them to hold on. Yeon stood tall, as one of the men wondered how their lord nullified that technique in a single move. The 10th Elder looked down at him, asking if he was a messenger sent by the Nameless. Jin Won-mu's voice dripped with venom, demanding an immediate explanation. His eyes narrowed. The captain questioned if he was a messenger from the Nameless. A flicker of surprise crossed Yeon's face, prompting him to repeat the question, "The Nameless?" The captain's thoughts raced, unable to comprehend how an outsider, unrelated to the demon sword sect, could know the evolved demon sword. There was no way he could have nullified the form without knowing the technique in full detail, suggesting Elder Yun had no idea about the sword demon's secret manual. Stealing his gaze, Jin Won-mu again demanded to know how he had learned this sword technique. His voice rising in anger, the captain declared the evolved demon sword belonged solely to the demon sword sect. Shouting, he demanded to know how he possessed such forbidden knowledge. A voice mused, acknowledging the evolved demon sword as the sword demon's technique. Yet, his expression hardening, Yeon was reminded that he, too, stood outside the demon sword sect. Clenching his teeth in fury, Jin Won-mu repeated his question, "Why you?" His face contorted in rage. He demanded to know how he dared. A fist clenched, its grip tightening, poised to strike. A swift motion, a sudden gust of wind, heralded the imminent clash. Moving with incredible speed, a blur against the backdrop, he launched forward. Jin Won-mu declared, "I'll just have to force it out of you." The speaker's eyes narrowed, determination and frustration etched on his face, wondering what made the 10th Elder so confident, believing the evolved demon's sword insufficient. Yeon stood ready, sword at his side, prepared to unleash his power. His sword flashed, a whirlwind of motion as he began his attack. With a shout, he swung his blade, the air itself crackling with raw energy. The slash tore through the air, a visible wave of raw force. Blades danced, a storm of slashes surrounding Yeon as he pressed his attack. The ringing of steel echoed as he faced Cheon, the clash imminent. The clash of steel rang out as he pressed his attack, his blade meeting his opponent's with a resounding clang. His eyes narrowing, the antagonist realized something was different. This wasn't the evolved demon sword he remembered. Analyzing the strikes, he understood. The 10th Elder had fixed its weak spots. A grin spread across Cheon's face as he prepared to meet the challenge. "Let's see how long you can last." The swords met again, each strike carrying immense, bone-jarring force. His blade danced through the air, aiming to overwhelm his opponent with speed and precision. Yet the swords continued to clash, neither combatant yielding an inch. Cheon continued his relentless assault, each strike echoing through the courtyard. His eyes widened in sudden realization. So it's true. He really has learned the evolved demon's sword. Leaping back, the antagonist prepared his next move, a surge of energy building around him. Landing gracefully, he steadied himself, a determined look etched in his eyes. A low murmur escaped Cheon. "That first form. Is that?" The clash of steel echoed, intensifying the brutal dance of combat. With a devastating downward strike, Yeon pressed his relentless attack. His blade sang, a testament to his unparalleled skill. Each strike, a calculated, deadly dance. Swords met with a shriek, sparks flying as the two warriors tested each other's resolve. From the sidelines, Cheon wondered, what is truly happening here? He recognized elements of the 7 demon sword technique, wondering who this man was, realizing he had mastered the evolved demon sword. The veteran hunter continued his relentless assault, and the observer realized he even knew this sword form. Desperate, he cried out, for though it resembled his own sword form, the execution was entirely alien. The baffled warrior wondered, who is this man? The swords whirled, creating a vortex of deadly precision. As the pressure mounted, Cheon realized he was being inexorably drawn in. The very air crackled, as Yeon moved with impossible, blinding speed. His blade met the opponent's desperate defense, the clash ringing out like a death knell. The very air began to swirl, the sword form generating a potent vortex of power. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, his eyes burned with a cold, purple light. The blade sang through the air, a harbinger of imminent doom. His eyes widened in disbelief as Jiang Uncheon felt the crushing weight of the attack. A strangled cry escaped him, overwhelmed by the sheer, devastating force. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, a broken heap at Yeon's feet. Struggling to his feet, he gritted his teeth, a question echoing. Would he still continue? He knew exactly what he had witnessed, there was no doubt. A chilling realization dawned. The form he had just performed, the sword form, Jiang Uncheon realized, was the same as the Nameless. He pressed, demanding to know how the opponent acquired that sword technique. The young master responded he could not reveal that information, offering an arm if his opponent insisted. Considering the other's stubbornness, he suspected this had something to do with the nameless person. He wondered what to do, then suggested another topic, explaining his desire to know if the young man had ties to the sword or shadow sect. Jiang Uncheon's question caused Yeon to flinch, repeating the word, ties. Yeon stated he asked because he refused to coexist with them in this world. The elder asked if he was the cult's seventh young master. He pondered the young man, recalling his birth had been discussed in elder meetings. Perhaps his temper had caused a misunderstanding. He responded, one could say I have ties with them. Yeon clarified, ties of bad blood. The scene shifted to a flashback. 5 centuries ago, the sword demon commanded 3 messengers. The sword demon, in his time, held one principle above all others, unwavering loyalty to the demonic cult. He intended to choose but a single successor, passing the demon sword sect's techniques to one most skilled messenger. However, fate had other plans. Jiang Uncheon and Jurang Mu, though young prodigies, were consumed by greed. Believing his own prestige had corrupted his messengers, he swiftly abandoned them. My ancestor, Hongsu Yun, worked tirelessly to continue the demon sword sect's legacy, yet those two ruined everything for him. The sword demon never trained an official pupil before his passing, thus ending the demon sword sect's legacy. Yet his efforts were never recognized by the elders, solely for being shunned by him. Worse still, that same council, never acknowledging my ancestor, instead recognized Cheonjiang's sword sect and Jurang Mu's shadow sect as official demon sword sect successors. My ancestor, outraged, protested their acknowledgement. But, being of the patriarch's family, he was imprisoned for 10 years for slander. The first goal, inherit the demon sword sect's legacy and restore the sword demon's honor. The second, fully restore his technique, the evolved demon sword. How strange. If only the evolved demon sword were involved, its restoration over 500 years might make sense. But that doesn't explain how she knows the 24 demon sword technique, created after fighting the berserk saber god. Third, loyalty to their patriarch and cult was paramount. As the sword demon wished, he sought to dispose of scum like the shadow and sword sect, freeing the cult. From Sir Lee, he'd heard the sword demon's messengers were nothing but greedy bastards. He had no idea one truly sought to fulfill the sword demon's mission, even having descendants. He's surprised this loyalty endured 500 years. The demonic-reaching sword sect truly are the demon sword sect's rightful descendants. A profound realization dawned. Their sect had wished for generations to hear those words, yet he heard them from this kid. He couldn't imagine their ancestors' joy. I formally request of the 10th elder, true descendant of the demon sword sect, Muwa Yun, please witness my ascension to the minor priesthood. If you witness for me, I promise the main 6 sects will never again control the cult absolutely. A voice echoed from the shadows, requesting a witness to their ascent within the priesthood. Hands clasped, Yeon declared that, as a witness, he would ensure the main 6 sects never again held absolute control over the cult. Weimyong Lee scoffed, his gaze sharp, questioning if he truly believed such a guarantee was possible. From the background, a voice confidently declared, our Lord can accomplish it. The voice continued, revealing he had also eliminated the remaining shadow sect members in the city, including Lady Mu. Weimyong Lee's eyes widened, demanding to know if this shocking claim was true. A figure nodded, confirming the information with a silent gesture. Addressing Elder Yun directly, the figure stated his intentions would be straightforward. Yeon extended his hand, promising that with their loyalty, he would ensure they became the sword demon's official successor. Weimyong Lee listened intently, his expression remaining utterly unreadable. A sudden surge of power emanated from him, the air crackling with raw energy. He clarified, this meant he would personally pass down the sword demon's techniques. Elder Yun seemed skeptical, questioning how the sword demon's techniques could possibly be passed down. A voice echoed through the training grounds, asking if they even knew the academy's true founding purpose. The voice continued, revealing the academy's true purpose was to foster a successor to the sword demon. He explained, those passing the 6th examination were granted the privilege of a secret manual containing all the sword demon's techniques. Elder Yun was taken aback, wondering if the sword demon truly permitted such a legacy. Rather than explain further, Yeon decided it would be faster to simply demonstrate his claim. He took a step forward, preparing to show them his true meaning. Power gathered around his feet, a low hum vibrating through the air. His hand moved with blinding speed, drawing his sword in a flash of steel. The air crackled with energy as he began to evolve. With a focused gaze, Yeon began demonstrating the true power of the evolved demon sword. The sudden burst of energy caused a stir, visibly taking aback both Elder Yun and Weimyong Lee. Recognizing the technique, Elder Yun murmured, confirming it was indeed the true evolved demon sword. The air crackled with energy as the technique began to take form. The energy intensified, swirling around him with incredible, raw force. The technique continued to build, displaying a mesmerizing dance of power and precision. The first codified fighting form took shape before their very eyes. The 24 Demon Sword, a storm of pure energy, unleashed. Stunned, Wei Li could only think this technique surpassed even his earlier demonstrations in power and precision. With unwavering focus, Yeowan continued the demonstration. The blade cut through the air, leaving trails of pure energy in its wake. Witnessing the technique's full extent, Elder Yun was left speechless, realizing this was the true way. To perform the 24 Demon Sword technique, Elder Yun realized, was the answer to years of mystery. Wei Li watched with rapt attention, his gaze unwavering. The weight of the revelation hit him hard, a silent thud echoing in his mind. No matter how hard he had tried before, he could never feel it. Yet now, he could clearly feel it. He could feel the sword demon's true will, a power he had only dreamed of. The air crackled with energy, a testament to the technique's raw, untamed power. It was a unification of the 5 energies, Wei Li realized, his eyes widening. He didn't remember his awakening to this stage, a troubling thought crossing Elder Yun's mind. The sword technique blazed, a crimson streak against the ethereal backdrop. The energy reached out, a tangible, menacing force. The sword spun, becoming a whirlwind of destructive power. A blade flashed, poised and ready to strike. But Warden Gook realized the attack wasn't a blade at all, but a poisonous dart. With a burst of speed, Yeowan closed in on another target, shouting his presence. His movements a blur, he continued his relentless advance. The force of his blow landed with a sickening thud, causing the opponent to cry out in pain. Securing his grip, he kept the opponent pinned, commanding him not to resist. Meanwhile, Warden Gook was struck again, the impact echoing through the room, leaving him bewildered. His teeth clenched, the pain intensified with each passing moment. The opponent lay still, blood pooling around him, undeniably dead. Turning his head, he realized something was terribly wrong, a sense of dread washing over him. A sudden whoosh signaled an approaching, unseen threat. His face contorted in horror, he found himself unable to move his mouth, struggling to speak. As blood sprayed from his mouth, he could only gurgle in agonizing pain. Casually tossing aside a small object, Yeowan ordered a guard to protect Elder Yun. Receiving the order, the guard nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, with a resounding stomp, Lady Mu unleashed another devastating attack. The opponent recalled the poison tied to his back tooth, wondering if it was for suicide. Striking the man, he demanded an answer, freeing his verbal pressure point temporarily. Huffing and puffing, the opponent refused to reveal his sender. A sinister smile spread across his face, as he realized he should have known. As the pressure point was struck, the opponent wondered if his speech would be silenced again. Smiling, he surmised the man wouldn't talk, being a spy. His eyes wide with fear, the opponent shuddered. Striking the pressure point again, he silenced the man completely. A cruel grin spread across young Lord Yuan Xion's face, as he explained his intent to break each of the man's bones, one by one, offering a single, simple way to halt the torment. The bones began to crack, yet the man refused to yield, his resolve hardened by his secret identity. Shuddering, he began to beg for his life. As more bones broke, he could only manage a muffled, pained cry. The relentless cracking continued, a grim testament to the brutal interrogation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a lone figure glanced, seemingly aware of distant, unfolding events. A surge of energy surrounded her, as she underwent a profound physical restoration. The process continued, cracks and crackles echoing around her, intensifying with each passing moment. She was undergoing a complete physical restoration. The cracks intensified, signaling the restoration's imminent completion. With a final surge of power, the restoration was complete. A sudden flash of light startled 2 nearby figures, causing them to exclaim in surprise. The world around them seemed to fade away. The scene shifted, revealing a figure standing tall, bathed in ethereal light. Footsteps echoed, drawing ever closer to the central, luminous figure. The air crackled with anticipation, the approaching sound growing louder. Kneeling before him, Elder Muwa Yun prepared to speak. Declaring her unwavering loyalty, she vowed, "I pledge myself to you, the true successor of the sword demon, young Lord Yuan Xion." Muwa Yun, 10th elder and chief of the demonic reaching sword sect, began to speak. She began, vowing loyalty to the true successor of the sword demon, young Lord Yuan Xion. Discussing her appearance, one man noted she looked not a day over 20 after her restoration. Another agreed, adding Elder Yun must have been stunning in her youth. A sinister smile playing on his lips, he remarked, having secured a second witness. Someone recalled Sir Lee's words. She possessed formidable martial arts skills, and now served him. The man listened intently. All this transpired inside the main study of the demonic reaching sword sect. Gripping his staff tightly, he fumed, unable to believe his 10-year companions were sword sect spies. His blood boiled at the thought. The man's expression hardened. Reflecting on the past, he recalled it happened about 8 years ago. One night, while training before the manor, he suddenly appeared. He hid his face, yet his gaze held an undeniable wisdom. Naturally, he engaged him in battle, unwilling to let an intruder escape. Yet, he was defeated within a single form. That's when he spoke. It appears I've restored the evolved demon sword technique quite nicely. In 3 days, we shall meet at 10 p.m. That's all, he stated, before vanishing. He couldn't ignore the proposal. The man recognized the evolved demon sword and invoked the demon sword sect's name. Also present were Banjiai Jiang, chief of the sword sect, and Jinwen Mu, chief of the shadow sect. Shortly after that moment of shock, reaching the peak, he found unexpected company. The masked man appeared, demanding to know who used the demon sword sect to gather them. As the flashback continued, the masked man declared they needed to know nothing about him. Asked for an address. The figure stated they could call him the Nameless. With a dramatic pause, he revealed his reason for gathering them. It was to pass down the forgotten evolved demon sword technique, for they were to carry on the sword demon's legacy, a statement surprising Jinwen Mu. Hearing they would receive the evolved demon sword, they were naturally all shocked. What the Nameless demonstrated was undeniably the evolved demon sword technique, powerful enough to rival their patriarch's art, forcing their acknowledgement of its authenticity. Jinwen Mu questioned how he knew the evolved demon sword technique. The Nameless replied he couldn't reveal that, leaving him in disbelief. The 10th Elder declared she could not accept this. She recalled Qion Jiang and Zhurang Mu abandoning the sword demon, ruining his sect. Their descendants, she added, deserved no such right. Jinwen Mu questioned his motives, asking if he was testing him. The 10th Elder scoffed, asserting she spoke only facts, before the Nameless interjected, "That's enough." He stood silently, his back to the crowd. Drawing his sword, the masked man continued, "That was not the only treasure of the sword demon I wished to pass down." The blade gleamed as he held it aloft. With a flourish, the sword cut through the air, leaving trails of blue energy. Disciples watched in awe, while Jinwen Mu and the 10th Elder exchanged concerned glances. One disciple wondered aloud, "What is that sword technique?" The Nameless turned, swirling energy intensifying around him, declaring, "This is the 24 demon sword technique." The masked man continued, his gaze piercing, "Today, I am passing down the evolved demon sword." He elaborated, 3 years from now, I will pass the 24 demon sword to whoever best perfects the evolved demon sword." One disciple reflected on his training. "I trained tirelessly to ensure those two wouldn't receive the sword demon's last teaching. I was sure I'd be the only one to perfect it, but I was wrong. Both the sword and shadow sect's internal energy foundations derive from the demon sword sect." Another disciple recalled, "When we met again at Ohian Peak 3 years later, they had also perfected the evolved demon sword technique." The disciple remembered the Nameless words. He couldn't decide on a standout, so he gave us another chance. We had 2 years. Whoever supplemented the technique's weak points would learn the 24 demon sword. I closed my doors, working like my life depended on it. But competition could be a terrifying thing. Both chiefs, from the shadow and sword sects, ranked among their cult's top 5 martial artists. Having applied their minds, they naturally found ways to make the technique impenetrable. With no clear victor in this second round, the Nameless offered one last proposal. "It's clear you are all brilliant martial artists, making a conclusion difficult," he stated. "So, I will change my selection method to find who truly fits the sword demon's teachings." Turning to the masked figure, the Nameless inquired if he recalled the first form of the 24 demon sword, demonstrated 5 years prior. The 10th Elder nodded, a silent acknowledgement of his query. The Nameless continued, granting them 3 years to recreate that first form. He added that with true desire and luck, they would perfect it, despite having seen it only once, lacking proper breathing techniques or guidance. He then clarified that the sword technique required no special breathing methods. The masked figure found this illogical, when suddenly, the mysterious figure. He drew his sword, demonstrating that ultimate first form, a rival to the 24 demon sword, leaving them speechless. Unlike the 24 demon sword, this form left the Nameless exhausted, his limbs wobbling. The masked figure wondered at its nature. He suspected the others knew more about this form. The mysterious figure then declared a test on it, 3 years hence. He spoke with confidence, asserting that mastering the 24 demon sword's first form would render any counterattack futile. The 10th Elder and Jinwen Mu sat opposite him. The Elder remarking this all occurred 3 years past. He wondered if this meant they had already encountered the mysterious figure. She replied, confirming a meeting in 2 weeks, vowing to prevent vile traitors from seizing the sword demon's teachings. He pondered how the Nameless knew of the 24 demon sword. The young man continued, recalling no one had passed the 6th examination in 70 years. Who, then, was this mysterious individual? His knowledge was unsettling. He wondered what sword form they were meant to counter with the 24 demon sword. The 10th Elder recalled the sword form the mysterious figure had shown them 3 years prior, confirming its existence. He then suggested they use her closed training room, just the two of them. She considered the request, her expression unreadable, contemplating the implications of the mysterious figure's knowledge. Within the demonic-reaching sword sect's room, he practiced. The sword form was a whirlwind, one he believed could be countered by a single form of the 24 demon sword. The demonic lord's sword art's first codified fighting form was on display. The sword art sliced through the air with a resounding swoosh. Watching the display, the 10th Elder gasped, "No, how can this be? It's the exact form the mysterious figure showed us." Turning to the elder, Jin Wonmu questioned, "How do you know this sword form?" She explained the mysterious figure performed it more naturally. He paused, a thought dawning. "Hold on." She continued, wondering if the mysterious figure was their patriarch. He countered that it didn't explain his knowledge of the 24-demon sword. The 10th elder explained the 24-demon sword technique resided solely within the academy, requiring the 6th examination. She added their patriarch, in his 50s, couldn't be the one who passed it 70 years prior. He was observed by a masked figure. As she concluded, this person learned the demonic lord's sword art, but hadn't perfected it. He declared he would need to meet the mysterious figure himself. The sound of footsteps echoed, a silent promise of someone's imminent arrival. Greeting the approaching figure, Weimyong Li welcomed him back, a respectful "my lord," escaping his lips. With a serious expression, he announced he had something vital to impart to everyone present. A question forming in her mind, a woman wondered what it could possibly be. His gaze unwavering, he declared that from this moment forward, he would aid the young lord by his side. Listening intently, Yeowan observed the declaration made by the loyal retainer. Lost in thought, Weimyong Li reflected that even for his own goals, the young lord must ascend, despite his many enemies. Nodding in agreement, he acknowledged that the man was absolutely right. A wave of emotion washing over him, he questioned what he felt, why his heart felt so tight. Expressing his concern, Elder Yun stated that Weimyong Li's presence was a great advantage for their lord. His brow furrowed. He questioned whether leaving his manor would only raise suspicion for rival sects. Realizing the implications, he admitted he hadn't thought that far ahead. A booming laugh filled the air, his mirth causing the woman beside him to flinch. Placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, Weimyong Li assured Gyu she needn't worry. A confident smirk played on his lips as he proposed a new course of action to his lord. The scene shifted to the manor of the Flying Phantom sect, where figures awaited. A voice called out, welcoming the young lord back, asking if all went as planned. The speaker's intense gaze observed a woman walking with the young lord, remarking on her fierce demeanor. The young lord responded, seemingly surprised by the question. A familiar feeling washed over him, recognizing the crass, rude demeanor of the voice. His eyes widened in realization, exclaiming at the sudden recognition of the rude, crass voice. A sudden impact echoed. A woman with elaborate hair ornaments spoke, questioning. Elder Yun. A man with long, dark hair responded to Elder Huan, asking if a skin mask could be created for Elder Yun. The woman with elaborate hair fanned herself, wondering if it was to hide a physical restoration. The man with dark hair stated they needed someone to pretend to be the elder. The woman giggled, remarking that the elder would then be his bodyguard. A figure shivered, thinking it a brilliant plan, yet feeling a strange premonition of pursuit. A kneeling figure spoke, apologizing for worrying his lord and inquiring about his well-being. The other figure apologized for their injuries, but the kneeling figure quickly reassured him not to speak that way. The young lord was greeted by one of his men, who excitedly announced his return as the #1 follower. Welcoming him back, the young lord inquired about his parents. The man with the shaved head asked, inquiring about his brother. He felt relieved to hear his brother was doing fine. With his followers gathered, Yeowan stood ready to announce his next plan. Turning to face his eager men, young Lord Yeowan Cheon prepared to issue his commands. He announced his intention to divide them into distinct groups. One of his men stepped forward, awaiting further instructions. Though the man with the shaved head seemed overlooked, the young lord often found Wang Hule useful. He then revealed his own destination, the warrior dance sect, leaving the remaining tasks to them. The warrior dance sect lay nestled in the east corner, deep within the demonic cult's city walls. Yeowan noted their manor's grand, flashy scale, potentially rivaling the main 6 sects, hoping the jade medallion wouldn't be difficult to acquire. Arriving at the warrior dance sect, he was greeted by a member who immediately recognized the young master. 2 more members approached, expressing their awe at how much he had grown. One inquired if he'd graduated, the other confirming, before requesting someone inform their father, Elder Ui-sama, that young Lord Yeowan Cheon had arrived. The member acknowledged the request, privately noting their surprisingly close relationship. The elder of the warrior dance sect greeted him, apologizing for the humble manner, and inquiring what brought Elder Cheon to their gates. Welcomed inside, Yeowan thanked Elder Sama for his generous hospitality. The elder insisted their arrival demanded a feast, inviting him to enter. The elder continued, declaring it an occasion for hearty drink, despite the daylight, while a nearby member privately found his father's hospitality excessive. Inside the great guest hall, the member mused that their lord would likely acquire the jade medallion without much trouble. The elder insisted it was not much, urging him to eat, recalling his awe at the young master's godlike skills against Elder Beck, yet finding this current situation excessive. Gazing at Elder Sama, Yeowan remained silent. He stated his purpose, a favor to ask, to which the elder readily assented. Elder Sama watched with a slight smile, offering his assistance if it lay within his power. As the scene shifted, the word spring appeared. With a respectful bow, Yeowan requested the elder witness his ascension to the minor priesthood. The request caught Elder Sama off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. The elder placed a hand on the young master's arm, telling him there was no need for such rigidity. A subordinate responded with a crisp, yes sir, as Elder Sama and Yeowan walked away. With each step, the intricate details of their robes grew more apparent. A woman's robe swayed, revealing its elegant design. A woman with a serene smile offered, "Greetings, Elder Cheon." The woman introduced herself as Yang Sama, prompting Yeoan to bow in response. Elder Sama chuckled, asking his thoughts, then revealing she was his daughter and Chuck's younger sister. The elder looked on, awaiting a response. The young master sipped his cup, considering Elder Sama's offer to witness his ascension. He knew such an offer carried unspoken conditions. Mutual trust required a solid foundation. His expression hardening, Yeoan demanded to know what the elder was truly implying. A knowing smile played on Elder Sama's lips as he remarked that, from what he'd heard, the young master remained unmarried. As the jade flower wine is poured, the rich aroma fills the air. Taking in the scent, Yeoan thinks to himself that this jade flower wine smells amazing, and that Wang Huel would be jealous if he knew he was drinking it. Footsteps echo, signaling someone's approach. A woman's voice calls out, "Greeting, Elder Cheon." With a flourish, Yang Sama introduces herself. Taking a sip of his drink, Yeoan overhears that this woman is Chuck's younger sister, and wonders why she is here. A sinister grin spreads across Elder Cheon's face, as he thinks that if they are going to mutually trust each other, they need something to lay the foundation for that. From what he's heard, Elder Cheon notes that he still isn't married, and wonders what he thinks of marrying his daughter, even if she may not be perfect. Yeoan spits out his drink, completely shocked by the proposal. Stuttering, he can only manage a confused, "What?" Looking at Elder Cheon, he admits that he is a little taken aback by this proposal. Elder Cheon questions if Yeoan doesn't like what he sees, but Yang Sama quickly interjects, stating that's not the case. Elder Cheon responds, not understanding why this would be a problem for him. Yang Sama thinks to herself that he planned this from the start, and she must do anything she can to make ties with his bloodline. Yeoan reflects, after seeing him take down the chief of the poison sect, he was sure of it. He continues his train of thought, stating that he isn't associated with the authority that the six main sects has retained over the past 500 years, and he will be the minor priest to go against them. They've made it to the status of a high-ranking sect, but they are still beneath the six main ones, and if they're going to turn the tables for their sect, Elder Cheon declares, they must have one of their own become young Lord Cheon's wife. Elder Cheon laughs, explaining it's a long-time tradition for two parties to use marriage to fortify their trust within each other. Elder Cheon thinks to himself that he knew he would react this way, and he's still too young to understand anything about politics. Elder Cheon continues, he's sure that Yeoan knows better than anyone that ascending to the minor priesthood would mean conflict with the six main sections. In that respect, they at the warrior dance sect can be a great asset to him. One of Yeoan's followers thinks that he's such a convincing speaker, and at this rate, their lord is going to end up marrying that woman. The follower's eyes widen as he realizes something. He calms himself, thinking he's just a follower who has sworn their loyalty to their lord, nothing more. He questions why he's worried about that. With a gentle touch, his hand rests over his heart. Elder Cheon explains, I know that you aren't associated with any sections, so by joining bloodlines, you would be able to strengthen your position. He continues, laughing this. Ha ha. Elder Yun replies, you make a convincing argument. His eyes widen in shock, a gasp escaping him. Sitting alone, a figure reflects her. Head drooping, they think, I guess, I've been in love with our lord. A glance reveals a pained expression as the realization hits hard. Lady Mu observes, she's beautiful. I'm not surprised our lord likes her. The figure continues, as for me, I've been wearing a skin mask this whole time and pretending to be a man. There's no way our lord would see me as a woman. Elder Cheon laughs, ha ha ha, you've made the right choice. Now that we're slated to become family, we at the warrior dance sect are willing to do anything. I think there's been a misunderstanding here. Jinwon Mu's eyes widen. What do you mean? All I said was that you make a convincing argument. Young Lord Yeoan, cutting through pleasantries, posed a question whose weight hung heavy in the air. Caught off guard, Elder Yunmun flinched, startled by the unexpected turn. You won't be my witness if I don't marry your daughter? Stammering, the elder was clearly taken aback, certain the young lord would simply agree. Weighing his options, Yeoan considered the implications of his answer. To refuse would brand him a greedy lowlife, but to accept meant losing leverage. He knew he must consider the future, remaining headstrong. The elder cautioned that incurring his wrath would bring only harm, noting the young lord's fearlessness of the six main sects. Jinwon Mu, forcing a smile, attempted to lighten the mood, calling out to Chaki. He reflected that his father had favored the young lord since his sixth examination, believing him free of ulterior motives and ideal for the minor priesthood. Lady Mu interjected, questioning her brother's need to speak. Fidgeting, the elder seemed unsure how to proceed, questioning the truth of what he heard. Bowing, Yeoan stated that if the elder's son's words were untrue, their paths would diverge, thanking them for their hospitality. A subtle sparkle in his eyes, he seemed pleased by the unfolding events. A question hung in the air. What if their lord rejected the proposal? Deciding, he knew it was time to leave. Before he could depart, a voice called out, stopping him in his tracks. Turning with a quick dash, he faced the speaker. Elder Cheon asked, what's the matter? Why are you leaving? Is it the marriage proposal? Turning his head slightly, Yeoan asked if he wanted to know why he wished to become the next minor priest. Flinching, the elder was taken aback by the question. He explained that bloodline relations forged the six main sects, a fact the elder, as a leading cult member, surely knew. He declared his intent to stop this, returning their cult to its roots. With a sweeping gesture, Yeowan stated his vision for an honest future for their cult. How could he dare repeat the heinous actions of the six main sects? He continued, asserting he needed no ties to any bloodline. The elder reflected, not even 20, yet he held such an earnest vision. He had been foolish, the young lord was in a league of his own. Bowing, Yeowan finally addressed the marriage proposal. Amidst the cult's internal strife, a voice cut through the tension, desiring a marriage based on genuine affection, not political maneuvering. Then, a figure descended, prepared to make a solemn vow. The impact resonated, signaling a significant shift in allegiance. Kneeling before the young lord, Ui-sama admitted his past foolishness, begging forgiveness, having finally understood the vision. Turning his head, Yeowan considered the implications of this sudden display of loyalty. Holding up a jade medallion, Ui-sama, chief of the warrior dance sect and ninth elder, pledged unwavering loyalty, offering it as a token of devotion. Witnessing the scene, surprise and apprehension flickered across the onlookers' faces. A grin spread across Yeowan's face, as he seemed to relish the moment. Elsewhere, a lavish table was set, hinting at the power dynamics at play. A group descended the stairs, their expressions unreadable as they approached. The elder reflected, admitting he hadn't thought a young teen would outdo him, leading him to vow loyalty, hoping he'd made the right choice. Lady Mu, addressing Jinwon Mu's father, declared it a waste to overlook such a man, subtly hinting at a powerful strategic alliance. Confident in her intricate strategy, she asserted that with enough persistent strikes, even the mightiest tree was bound to fall. Jinwon Mu, acknowledging her words, affirmed his trust in her judgment with a solemn nod. Yet, reflecting on her own beauty, she lamented his lack of even a single glance, convinced he would one day desire her. Ui-sama declared, a possessive glint in his eye, "That is my daughter." As the sun set, the young lord descended the steps, two silent figures following close behind. Gazing ahead, he seemed utterly lost in thought. From behind, his solitary form continued its determined march towards the distant horizon. A close-up revealed a slight smile, hinting at some hidden thought. Turning to face an unseen presence, he pondered the recent marriage proposal. Glancing aside, he quietly reflected on his true feelings. He wondered if his mind played tricks, yet a persistent thought lingered. Hopping down the final steps, he distinctly recalled the moment the Lord had gazed upon him. Near the academy, a palpable sense of anticipation hung heavy in the air. Within a reception room at a secluded inn, the atmosphere thickened with unspoken questions. A look of surprise crossed Wei Myong Li's face, considering Mu Hua-yun's physical restoration and Yeowan's success in gaining her loyalty. Turning to him, the young lord inquired what he wished to ask, specifically the name of the person who passed the 6th examination 70 years ago. A flicker of curiosity in his eyes, he then asked why the young lord sought such knowledge. A beat of silence hung, before the young lord declared he would explain it himself. The tension rose, Wei Myong Li wondering if what he heard could be true. His voice laced with disbelief, he exclaimed, questioning how a nameless person mastered their demonic lord's sword art. Tilting his head slightly, the young lord inquired, "What is the matter, sir?" A moment of revelation followed, the young lord revealing the person who passed the 6th examination 70 years ago was his grandfather, Inji Cheon. The demonic cult's history came to light, revealing Inji Cheon as both the previous patriarch and Yeowan's grandfather. Considered the greatest martial artist of 5 centuries, his legendary accomplishments against the Murim Alliance and Evil faction expanded the demonic cult's influence to Juja. Hearing this, the young lord remarked his grandfather vanished 20 years prior, questioning the identity of this nameless individual. Wei Myong Li explained these techniques were locked in the Patriarch's quarters and Academy's underground library, requiring access to both and passing the 6th examination. A palpable chill filled the air, the news beginning to spread rapidly. He was visibly taken aback, exclaiming aloud in utter disbelief. The young lord noted this was occurring 2 weeks earlier than Elder Huan had predicted. The very ground trembled as the news reached the city gates. Demonic cult members rejoiced, proclaiming their patriarch, Inji Cheon, had finally returned. The demonic cult's banners waved proudly, declaring eternal glory to their revered sect. Wei Myong Li observed the scene, his expression remaining utterly unreadable. The patriarch's arrival was imminent, as he approached the city in a grand palanquin. The words hung in the air, a declaration sending ripples through the assembled crowd. Our patriarch. As a figure approached on horseback, a man wondered aloud. Wait, Sir Seepming? The sight of the approaching figure caused alarm, someone exclaiming about his injured right eye and ghostly pale complexion. The man's expression was disbelief, wondering how such a refined martial artist like Sir Seepming could be so injured after their expedition. The scene shifted to a wider view, revealing banners and figures, one noting the 5th elder, Soyuhang, had lost her left arm, and another elder was missing. Yeowan's eyes widened in shock, a silent question forming on his lips as he looked at Wei Myong Li. The wind whipped around him as realization hit. Could it be grandfather? An elderly man on horseback raised his hand in greeting, his face obscured by the distance. Yeowan sighed, a mix of relief and concern in his expression, noting the man looked fatigued but otherwise fine. Wei Myong Li crossed his arms, a thoughtful frown on his face, noting the absence of 7th Elder Xianung Gong of the shielded Bright Saber sect, expecting to learn his fate soon. The man's unease grew, wondering why his sister and the Shadow Sect children were absent, and why Chief Jinwon Mu's absence filled him with such dread. Two figures muttered to each other, their eyes wide with apprehension. What's that? The Murim Alliance banner was carried into the demonic cult, each step echoing with the weight of their arrival. Whispers spread among the assembled members, some questioning if the Murim Alliance had sent envoys before, others noting the significantly increased numbers this time around. A chorus of boos and jeers erupted, a clear sign of the deep animosity brewing within the demonic cult's ranks. The sound of hooves echoed through the hall, prompting a murmur. Does this mean the Murim Alliance is truly here? The arrival seemed to be taking an interesting turn, one of the members observing with a hint of amusement. One voice questioned the unfolding events, another admitting that matters had been kept quite secretive. It seemed this might be where the demonic cult joined forces with the Murim Alliance, a prospect raising many eyebrows. The question hung heavy in the air, the implications of such an alliance weighing heavily on everyone's minds. The scene shifted to the grand hall of the demonic cult, a place steeped in power and tradition. The view panned up the grand staircase, leading directly to the heart of the demonic cult's domain. An announcement boomed through the hall, declaring the 9th Elder's imminent entrance. The 9th Elder was welcomed, signaling a significant moment in the unfolding events. Within the Grand Hall, the 4th Elder-in-Chief of the Stealth Sect, Jiamzhongjia, alongside the 5th Elder-in-Chief of the Musician Sect, Soyuhang, observed the proceedings. A voice boomed, announcing the imminent entrance of the 10th, 11th, and 12th Elders into the Grand Hall. One elder clicked his tongue, remarking that after falling down the ranks, he must have been busy getting chummy with the lower elders. Footsteps echoed through the hall, a figure approaching. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, the figure making their way forward. An elder gasped, his eyes wide. What? Another elder demanded. What is he doing here? A voice cut through the hall, as Yeoan Chion greeted the fellow elders, introducing himself as the newest 12th elder. The elder from before reeled in shock, demanding, what? The 12th elder? Did he pass the 6th examination? Another elder wondered if that explained the absence of the poison sect's people. A figure stood tall, surrounded by an undeniable aura of power. The sound of something whirring filled the air, another elder questioning if that was indeed Yeoan Chion. One elder clenched his fist, his face contorted with rage, remembering the one who dared to sever his grandson's arm. Another elder scoffed, unable to believe a mere servant's spawn dared step foot here, drawing a line, guaranteeing he would never acknowledge the young man as one of them. Approaching him, Wang Hai and Co., chief of the Demon Fist sect, introduced himself, pleased to finally meet him. Another man approached, introducing himself as Taekyung Chai, chief of the Westgate sect, also expressing his pleasure in meeting him. The other members offered their greetings to Elder Chion, as the tension in the hall visibly thickened. An elder, his face a mask of disbelief, wondered what these jerks thought they were doing, seeing their actions as a clear betrayal. Looking on, the situation seemed to be escalating quickly. Another elder clenched his fist, recalling how Wang Huel, Heabong, and his followers, expelled from the academy, had worked tirelessly, questioning what on earth happened while they were gone. An elder, his eyes narrowed, admitted he hadn't thought he would rise so high, realizing this wasn't good for them, cursing Yeoan Chion's name. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the hall, announcing their patriarch's arrival. The view panned up, revealing the immense scale of the grand hall. All eyes turned to the entrance, awaiting the patriarch's grand arrival. A solemn announcement rings out, leaving the entire hall in hushed anticipation of the arrival. With measured steps, the patriarch enters the grand hall. Each footfall echoes, commanding the attention of all present. Settling into his ornate throne, he surveys the expectant scene. His imposing presence fills the vast chamber. A declaration of eternal glory to the demonic cult resounds. A unified voice proclaims their humble welcome to the great patriarch. His gaze sweeps across the assembled members, silently acknowledging their devotion. With a wave of his hand, the masked figure bids them all to be seated. Before the command can be fully carried out, a purple-haired figure kneels before him. Something seems off. The masked figure notes the patriarch's breathing sounds abnormal. His heavy breaths fill the hall, a stark contrast to his usual composure, as he stands silhouetted against the dim light. Studying him closely, Yeoan observes his injuries don't appear as severe as the other elders. Standing tall on the platform, the leader surveys the scene. His one good eye widening, the masked figure can't believe what he sees. Stunned, he struggles to process the sight before him. A blue aura emanates from him, noting the patriarch's aura now surpasses his own. A grin spreads across Wei-Myong Li's face, realizing he can no longer treat him as a mere pupil. Turning sharply, he flinches. A palpable tension fills the air, as the patriarch's presence looms large. His gaze piercing like a sword, he realizes the patriarch is surprised, though he hides it well. With a commanding presence, Yun Mun announces the hall meeting's start, requesting the 9th Elder's report on cult matters during the patriarch's absence. A subordinate confirms the news, delivering the report with unwavering obedience. And now, the stage is set for the next act in this unfolding drama. The patriarch can hardly believe what he hears, his expression a mask of disbelief. Muttering to himself, He struggles to process the sheer scale of losses, the shadow sect, the poison sect, all wiped out. Jahayan gasps, the revelation hitting him like a physical blow, Yanggang's head crushed by the flowing dark cloud palm. Wei Myong Li's face contorts in disbelief, the right sword palm on his body a grim testament to brutality. The patriarch's eyes widen, the news of his sister's death sending a shockwave through him. This cannot be. It all happened because Muyin killed Chialga Bek, a chain reaction of violence and betrayal. A symbolic crushing, a visual representation of Yanggang's demise. This clear timeline and story, yet it cannot be. The patriarch remains silent, his mind reeling from the cascade of devastating news. He refuses to believe it. She wouldn't have fallen for a poison sect trap. A subtle smile plays on his lips. Yeoan recognizing young Lord Chion's plan truly shines. The lives of these elders, it seemed, were utterly ruined. According to demonic cult law, Elder Yeoan Chion had passed the Academy's 6th examination, becoming their 12th elder. An elder objected, insisting this meeting wasn't for new appointments, demanding future discussion before such a decision. Ignoring the objection, the patriarch commanded Yeoan Chion to step forward. With measured steps, he approached the patriarch. Bowing deeply, he prepared to receive his appointment. The patriarch declared, vesting his power as the 23rd leader, that he officially appointed him 12th elder, demanding his body, mind, and loyalty. The objector gasped, utterly shocked. This can't be. He, once a mere pawn, had ascended to this formidable position. An elder admitted his surprise, adding that as an official elder, he would grant him one request. He responded, requesting permission to ascend to the minor priesthood. A twitch of annoyance crossed the elder's face. He could barely believe his ears. With a deep bow, the young lord's request for minor priesthood ascension was made. His eyes widened, the elder realizing this had been planned from the start. The other elders expressed confusion, questioning how Yeoan Chion gained favor with the cult's most fickle members. A sinister smile played on the bandaged man's lips. Yeoan, his pupil, was truly special. He knew no one could oppose him now. Petty tricks would only cost them status. A grim expression settled on Wei Myong Li's face, believing if the patriarch granted this, they were all doomed. Another elder questioned, asking if they truly acknowledged the 7th young lord fit for minor priesthood. Before the patriarch, it was stated, young Lord Yeoan Chion possessed the qualifications for minor priest. With a flourish, the patriarch officially appointed Yeoan Chion as the next. Enraged, another elder fumed. That little brat waited for this. Everything's falling into place for him. Wei Myong Li urged the first elder to calm, questioning such arrogance in the patriarch's presence. His face contorted with rage, Wei Myong Li accused a little brat of plotting against him. His voice booming, he unleashed a furious shout through the chamber. Meanwhile, a figure with long, dark purple hair observed the scene, expression unreadable. A subtle smile played on their lips, hinting at a hidden agenda. His anger reaching a fever pitch, Wei Myong Li let out a guttural grunt. But before he could continue, a commanding voice cut through the air. That's enough. The patriarch was revealed, his narrowed eyes radiating an aura of absolute authority. Seated upon his ornate throne, he exuded an overwhelming presence, silencing all dissent. His outburst abruptly cut short. Wei Myong Li was left speechless, a mask of suppressed fury and fear. Humbled and defeated, he begged forgiveness, addressing the patriarch as our divine patriarch. Completely submitting, Wei Myong Li prostrated himself, pleading for mercy from the patriarch. The patriarch's gaze remained fixed, his silent judgment hanging heavy and oppressive in the air. His voice boomed through the hall, demanding everyone immediately return to their seats. Clenching his fist around the hilt of his sword, Wei Myong Li slowly rises. Taking a step forward, he prepares to act. Suddenly, a blade cuts through the air, a clear sign of impending violence. His eyes widening in disbelief, he turns his head, questioning the sudden, shocking sight. With a furious cry, the patriarch dashes forward, becoming a furious blur of motion. The force of the blow sends him reeling, blood spraying from his face as he is struck. A voice rings out, piercing the chaos with a desperate cry, Yeoan Chion. The first elder tightened his grip on the sword, bracing himself for the inevitable confrontation. Leading the way, he strode forward, his loyal followers close behind him. His face marred by blood, Yeoan Chion vowed to expose the truth, promising to tear his enemies apart. Hearing these words, the first elder visibly flinched. His eyes narrowed, a focused intensity settling upon him. A sinister smirk spread across her face as she confessed to the murders. With incredible speed, the woman with purple hair dashed forward. Closing the distance, she shouted for the first elder to halt. Preparing to strike, Yeoan Chion yelled for her to move, unleashing the glowing dark cloud palm. The attack landed with devastating force, its impact echoing through the area. With a swift spinning kick, the attacker struck. Taking the full force of the blow, Wei Myong Li cried out in pain. Preparing his ultimate form, the attacker's demon sword glowed with raw power. Ready to strike, he remained ominously silent. Watching the brutal fight, a man wondered if this was the evolved demon sword technique. The man mused, the attacker's technique far exceeded the original evolved demon sword. He hadn't merely supplemented its weak points, he had fully advanced this technique. Suddenly, Yeoan clashed swords with the attacker. The sound of metal on metal rang out as their swords met. Locked in combat, the attacker wondered if this was the 24 Demon Sword. In a swift counter, his sword cut the attacker. Swinging his sword, he prepared for the next attack. His eyes widened, barely comprehending the sheer speed of the assault. Attacking with both hands, Jinwon-mu unleashed a furious flurry of blows. Each strike landed with devastating force, sending sprays of blood into the air. The evolved demon's sword cut deep, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Sliding forward, the attacker pressed his advantage, showing no mercy. He realized he was being attacked by two different people at once. Such was the dual sword technique's complexity. Without Nano, he knew he'd be dead. Seeing his opponent wounded, Jinwon-mu prepared to end the fight with one final, decisive blow. Dashing forward, he wondered how his opponent had learned the 24 Demon Sword. The attacker mused that he wasn't the only one who had mastered this technique. He felt confident that not even their patriarch could stop this form. Unleashing his ultimate technique, Jinwon-mu screamed a vow of lethal intent at Yeon-cheon. His face contorted with rage, he was determined to finish the fight. Knowing he had to stop it, he prepared to unleash the 24 Demon Sword. The attack landed, splattering blood across his face. Blade energy swirled around him as Jinwon-mu continued his relentless assault. The saber technique was the same one from before. The attack connected, and a burst of energy exploded around him. He wondered how this form was possible, realizing the man aimed for a weak spot his own technique couldn't stop. He couldn't endure it any longer, as the attack continued to pummel him. The force of the blows was overwhelming, as Jinwon-mu pressed his advantage. Slash after slash, the attacks rained down upon him. The relentless onslaught continued, with no end in sight. He realized this was the Berserk Saber God's technique's final codified form, its exact name unknown, yet unmistakable. The final blow landed, leaving him battered and bloody. The air crackled with raw power, as Jinwon-mu unleashed a technique unlike any seen before, a swirling vortex of energy, forming a colossal dragon. Its scales shimmering with ethereal light, the dragon coiled tighter, dominating the training grounds. Trapped within the dragon's embrace, a vortex of purple energy began to constrict around Yeon. The dragon's power slammed into him, sending a spray of blood into the air. The devastating blow lifted the first elder off his feet, sending him hurtling backwards through the air. Witnessing such a display of raw power, Warden Gook could only stare in stunned silence. Beside him, the masked figure remained impassive, yet even he seemed taken aback by the technique's sheer force. The ground trembled violently as something heavy crashed down. Skidding across the training grounds, Yeon finally came to a stop, leaving a trail of dust and debris. From a distance, Taekyung-chai observed, his one good eye wide with disbelief at the powerful technique. He muttered to himself, certain he had never witnessed such a feat. The air shimmered with residual energy, as onlookers realized they had just witnessed the Berserk Saber God's technique. It was as if the young lord possessed divine talent. Jinwon-mu hadn't just researched the counter technique, he had mastered it. Aide Waemyong Lee stood at attention. Wiping his mouth, he was informed they needed to speak in private later. Observing the scene, Yeon considered this the perfect stage to display his prowess. Having dealt with the first elder, he had now revealed his true skills to the other chiefs. With a sinister look, the masked figure considered how to harness the Shadow Sect's remaining power for him. Watching events unfold, Yeon reflected he hadn't intervened, prepared to step in only if danger arose. The masked figure mused, if this was the young lord's growth over 10 years, he might become a top martial artist, even a threat to him. The young lord was harder to control, yet more useful. He would need to be watched closely. Warden Gook and another man were shocked, deeming it a disgrace to harm the first elder before their patriarch. Elder Yeon-cheon, kneel and beg forgiveness for your insolence, they thought. With a soft thud, someone knelt. The unknown patriarch stood, hands clasped, demanding they forgive him, their leader. Taekyung-chai smirked, thinking Yeon's confidence would soon falter. The supreme leader loathed challenges to his authority. He was bound to be upset. Taking a heavy step forward, one figure knelt, begging the patriarch to punish him instead. Prostrate before the throne, the red-haired man lamented his weakness, his failure to protect the young lord from danger. Nearby, another man seethed, incredulous that the little brat had swayed even the left-hand royal bodyguard. From his throne, the unknown patriarch declared the incident the first elder's fault, thus he would let it go. The leader continued, explaining the first elder attempted to harm the young lord before his eyes, paying a price he deemed fair. His voice echoing, the patriarch warned that any insolence within the grand hall challenged his authority, exempting no one from punishment. The assembled subordinates responded in unison, affirming their understanding and gratitude for the leader's mercy. Turning his attention, the patriarch acknowledged Yeon's proven skills, officially appointing him as the next minor priest. Having demonstrated his prowess, Yeon-cheon listened as the elder delivered his pronouncement. The words echoed with undeniable authority, officially declaring him the next minor priest. The elder paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled members, inquiring if any dared object to the appointment. Among the crowd, a murmur arose, as some wondered about the profound implications of this decision. From his throne, the elder proclaimed that, from this moment forward, Yeon-cheon was officially the demonic cult's minor priest. The declaration was met with a resounding cheer, cult members celebrating the momentous appointment. It had been half a millennium since a minor priesthood candidate emerged outside the 6 main sects. The young lord wondered if this meant change would finally come, leaving only them to be dealt with. Clenching his fist, he vowed to bring them all down for his mother's sake. Normally, the official minor priesthood appointment was held before all the cult's people. However, pressing matters during the meeting necessitated postponing the official ceremony, with Yeon Cheon acting as an elder until the vacant spot was filled. While the minor priest held little power, the elder position granted him privilege in vital cult meetings. The 4 remaining main sects elders opposed this, but the patriarch himself ultimately stopped them. Before proceeding, it was suggested the minor priest receive treatment, having shed a significant amount of blood. Unable to explain, Nano had already regenerated his wounds. He resigned himself to the inevitable. Bowing, he thanked them for their kindness, planning to ask Elder Huan about the meeting later. At the Flying Phantom sect's guest house, a voice called out to him. As he was helped, a voice demanded what had happened inside. Swinging around, he heard his name called out. Turning, he appeared visibly surprised. Dashing, he ran towards the figure. Swinging, he moved with swiftness. He called out to guard Jang. He embraced the man. Tears welled in the injured man's eyes as he told the young lord how much he'd grown. Now a fine young man, the injured man believed he would no longer be needed. His eyes widening, the young lord demanded to know what he meant. The injured man explained he could no longer do anything to protect him. Distress etched on his face. He found himself utterly speechless. He thought of guard Jang, who had devoted his life to him, vowing not to let him spend his days like this. Turning to Nano, the young lord asked if his broken lower abdomen could be restored. Nano responded that the condensed energy barrier in the lower abdomen required further analysis, leaving it to him for now. Nano continued, stating it was possible to replace his broken teeth immediately. The system explained his missing teeth could be replaced with implants or dentures, transferring the information instantly. Nano added that while the lower abdomen remained an issue, his teeth could be addressed. He stated that once time allowed, he'd find Master Xianung Oh and Physician Beck for this, adding he had something to tell Guard Jang. Hearing the astonishing news, Guard Jang could only manage a confused, "Pardon?" Yeon Cheon explained his triumph, having finally won the grand tournament for the minor priesthood. The announcement hung heavy in the air, its profound implications slowly sinking in. The news struck the guard like a physical blow, his body visibly trembling as he struggled to process it. The young lord, the new minor priest. I can't believe it. The shock proved too much to bear, causing him to shake violently. As the world swam around him, he lost consciousness, realizing people truly could faint from shock. He resolved to be more careful until he recovered. Elsewhere, in a formal setting, the new minor priest received congratulations for his appointment. Stunned silence met the announcement, until someone finally managed a weak, "Oh, right." The crowd erupted in palpable disbelief, their collective shock echoing in a single, drawn-out cry. Spreading like wildfire, the news left many in disbelief. Our lord is the new minor priest. An attendee suggested a grand celebration, proposing, "My lord, this calls for a feast." The minor priest agreed, but with a caveat. Today isn't the right time. I must join a celebratory feast for a Murim Alliance guest tonight at 8 p.m. A demonic cult member overheard the news, questioning if a feast was indeed planned for the Murim Alliance. Confirming the rumor, Yunmun explained he should be updated on the meeting, asking if they were joining forces with the Murim Alliance's righteous faction. With a smile, the ninth elder confirmed their official decision to ally with the righteous faction during the meeting. She elaborated, stating over 70% of the elders and chiefs agreed on this decision during the meeting. There was no choice but to agree, she stated. Yeoan, surprised, realized something significant had occurred as the ninth elder revealed Anhui and Jujong were taken over. He asked if the evil faction was responsible, but Yunmun clarified it was not. An unknown, common faction, never before encountered, was responsible, neither a cult nor an allied group. Consequently, these regions endured constant war and high alert. Recently, 3 demonic cult branches in Jujong were simultaneously attacked by an unseen organization. The demonic cult suspected a large-scale ambush, believing it launched by the Murim Alliance's righteous faction. Contacting 2 Jiangxi branches and 6 remaining Zhejiang branches, they requested reinforcements. However, in just over 2 weeks, all had been eliminated. Assuming a righteous faction attack, the demonic cult heads prepared for. While the demonic cult prepared to execute them, envoys arrived at the 10,000 Great Mountains. The envoys delivered shocking news. Like Zhejiang, the righteous faction's Anhui territory had been taken over. The Murim Alliance, also suspecting the demonic cult, sent envoys to protest, reasoning before battle. This revealed a third party's involvement. Precisely, until Anhui and Zhejiang are reclaimed, we've decided on a truce with the Murim Alliance. Soon after, Pal Yu Hong, the Ark of Liberation and one of the Murim Alliance's 17 adepts, led their envoys to our land. Accepting their proposal, we dispatched our cult's main forces on an expedition. However, the plan failed. As you saw, minor priest, the elders, and even our patriarchs suffered severe wounds. Furthermore, our 7th elder, Xianung Gong, chief of the shielded Bright Saber sect, returned dead. Details of his demise were not discussed during the meeting. Thus, we forged this alliance, united by a common enemy. Once official, this alliance will be known across China, preventing any evil faction from acting. This is their secondary goal. Listening intently, Yeoan absorbed the profound implications of the alliance. Continuing his explanation, the speaker confessed a lack of solid information, yet revealed their self-proclaimed name. Upon hearing the name, the 6 Berserk Saber Warriors, the revelation struck Yeoan with the force of a physical blow. The camera pans over the royal bodyguard's quarters, a sprawling complex of traditional buildings. Located to the right of the Patriarch's quarters, the area is a hub of activity. Inside the office of the head royal bodyguard, the tale has just been told. Wei Myong-li sits, listening intently, his expression unreadable. The minor priest, his face obscured by a mask, believes that, if this is true, then they've found the very person they've been waiting for. Wei Myong-li finds the reaction of Sir Ma a bit strange. He had just told him that they now have an individual who can pass on the sword demon's wisdom, yet he's so calm about it. The minor priest asks if something is the matter. The masked figure states that it's the 6 Berserk Saber Warriors. Wei Myong-li wonders if it is because of this faction's name. The minor priest reveals that it wasn't revealed at the meeting, but it was a martial artist from the 6 Berserk Saber Warriors that cut off Elder Hang's arm and took Sir Sitming's eye. The story begins in Zhujiang, as they arrived under the cover of secrecy, not breathing a word of their plans to anyone. But they were walking into a trap, ambushed as if their enemies had been waiting for them all along, and they were outnumbered. They were able to hold their own, but only because they had brought their strongest warriors. Incredibly powerful martial artists appeared, each wielding unique and deadly techniques, sword, palm, and claw. These warriors, leading members of the 6 Berserk Saber Warriors, easily defeated their captain and warden-rank fighters, forcing the elders to step in. It took the elders working together, combining their attacks, just to barely gain an even playing field. Shortly after, they had been evenly matched until their 7th elder, Xianung Gong, was killed. Then, Elder Hang lost her arm, and that's when everything fell apart. After going to combat with him, the one he took on was a master of the sword. He just knew. Their sword, claw, and palm techniques were all using movements that put extreme strain on the body. And all of their techniques derived from one martial art. In the end, their patriarch and he had to come forth. Back in the present, the man with the red beard observes something familiar. Those marks look just like the technique of the Berserk Saber God. Elsewhere, a masked figure reflects. Not even my agility technique was enough to fully dodge his codified fighting forms. If my opponent was able to use those forms with a saber instead of a sword, I would have suffered the same fate as our first elder. The scene shifts to the grand banquet hall, next to the grand hall. Inside, the banquet is set. One man seems less than thrilled, of all places, for me to be assigned to sit. 2 figures comment on the atmosphere. The colors on these outfits are just so drab. These aren't fit for a feast at all. An announcement is made. Our guests have arrived. Entering the hall is Chang'un Peng, head of the Manhwa sect. Another guest arrives, Gang Moyong, head of House Moyong. The guests make their way into the hall, each step echoing in the vast space. A whisper passes between 2 figures, followed by a nod. The procession continues, the guests taking their places. With a respectful bow, the figure announces their presence on behalf of the righteous faction of the Murim Alliance, greeting the patriarch of the demonic warrior cult. In unison, the assembled guests offer a deep bow of their own. Seated regally, the patriarch observes the proceedings. A sharp, calculating glare pierces the room. Eyes narrowed, suspicion hangs heavy in the air. A low voice rumbles, questioning the veiled figure's etiquette, pointing out that they claim to represent the Murim Alliance, yet hide their face. Seemingly flustered, the veiled figure fidgets, excusing their behavior as mere excitement to meet the patriarch and wondering where their manners have gone. In their haste, they stumble slightly. A hint of a smile plays on their lips as the veiled figure continues their performance. A woman's eyes sparkle, observing the scene with keen interest. A collective gasp ripples through the crowd as the veiled figure's presence makes an impact. With a snicker, Gang Liang observes the gawking crowd, thinking to himself that she's the most beautiful woman in all of China, and they're just dirty demonic cultists. Whispers fill the air, as some speculate whether the veiled figure's beauty rivals that of legends. A round of applause breaks out, acknowledging the arrival. Noticing the stares, someone clears their throat, drawing attention. Offering a bow, the veiled figure apologizes for their earlier rudeness. Welcoming the guest again, the host notes that the Murim Alliance has sent quite the important guest to their demonic cult. The patriarch speaks, suggesting they hurry and begin feasting before the food gets cold, admitting he's been waiting for this banquet and is absolutely famished. Agreeing with the patriarch, Sir Peng instructs everyone to see their guests to their seats. Introducing herself, Muwa Yun declares that she is the 10th elder of the demonic warrior cult. Following suit, Yui Huan announces that he is the 11th elder of the demonic warrior cult. Extending a welcome to the Murim Alliance guests, Yeoan Xion introduces himself as the minor priest and 12th elder of the demonic warrior cult. Some whisper about the new 12th elder, remarking on how young he looks, yet he's already taken on the position of an elder. Others note that they hadn't chosen their minor priest yet, so the rumors must not have been true. Someone else wonders about the absence of Obek, Jinwen Mu, and the twin demonic swords. Considering the young priest before him, he can't even begin to fathom the depths of his power. Glowering, he he realizes they've got a monster on their side as well. Listening to the chatter, he muses that these elders simply won't be enough. A low hum escapes him as he considers the situation. Taking a sip, one of the figures remarks that he should be perfect. With a sharp clang, the cup meets the pitcher. A delicate chime rings out as she turns her gaze. The air is thick with anticipation as the season of spring approaches. The figures exchange a knowing glance as the conversation continues. Smiling softly, Elder Yun asks if she may have the seat for a bit. One of the figures wonders, what's the occasion? The group stands together, their expressions unreadable. The woman across from him looks rather drunk, and Yeoan wonders if she's simply not breaking down the alcohol with her internal energy. She leans in close, confessing that she's been wanting to meet him. Elsewhere, a man with long green hair looks on with a furious expression. He wonders what she's doing. Without warning, Dong-hoon snatches his hand. The sudden contact makes him uncomfortable, but he doesn't pull away. She simply stares at him, and he can only respond with a questioning "um." Unbeknownst to them, a figure in a wide-brimmed hat prepares to strike, declaring, "Now." A teapot swings down with deadly intent, aiming for the back of his head. The heavy ceramic connects, sending him reeling from the blow. Taekyung Chai felt an unsettling discomfort, a strange unease settling deep within him. He pondered, Nano, strategist Jeagle isn't drunk, so why is she behaving this way? Analyzing her features, he noted her pupils contracting, her eyes darting in an irregular, unsettling manner. This crucial information, transferring rapidly, streamed directly into his mind. With a soft swoosh, the analysis continued, deepening his concern. The antagonist unknown shouted, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. Whoosh! Energy crackled violently, swirling around his form. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, cutting through the air. So, she's under someone's control right now, isn't she? He mused. MPH. With a soft whir, she slid forward, unresponsive. Considering the dire situation, Taekyung Chai wondered if he could break her free from the hypnosis. Beyond the hypnotist's will or self-release, an electric shock to the nervous system could manually break the trance. Realizing this, he resolved, all right, let's do that. The shock coursed through her, eliciting a sharp cry. Witnessing the scene, a voice boomed, demanding the minor priest cease his actions. Enraged by the assault, Lady Mu demanded to know who dared harm their priest. Amidst the escalating chaos, the crowd erupted in anxious chatter. The antagonist unknown grinned, anticipating utter chaos once he gave the signal. Ordering Nano to be shocked, a subordinate acknowledged his command. The electricity surged, causing Nano to scream in agony. Her head drooped, the shock's full effect taking hold. Lady Mu, her voice sharp, demanded the meaning of this outrage. Observing the unfolding scene, the antagonist unknown noted how he'd worsened things, negating any need for his direct intervention. A flicker of doubt crossed Taekyung Chai's mind. Suddenly, he collapsed to the floor, eliciting a collective gasp from the onlookers. Turning his head, he wondered if he had simply drunk too much. Elsewhere, the hypnosis began to wear off, sowing confusion throughout the crowd. A voice confirmed, it's time to move on to the second plan. The sharp sound of metal echoed, a clash of steel on steel. The metallic ringing continued, a clear sign of the ongoing conflict. His eyes widened, watching Taekyung Chai flinch from the impact. Enraged, a voice bellowed, why you? You dare to harm strategist Jeagle. Propelled by an unseen force, he flew backward, vowing to kill with his bare hands. Roaring with fury, he prepared to retaliate, his muscles tensing. But before he could act, Lady Mu struck him down with a resounding thud, leaving everyone in shock. A coy smile playing on her lips, she mused that the young man had underestimated them. Suddenly, a cry of anguish pierced the air as someone begged for release. With a disapproving tisk, Lady Mu struck Taekyung Chai with her elegant fan. The blow's force sent him spiraling, leaving him crumpled on the ornate rug. Elsewhere, the antagonist unknown reflected on the sudden violence, noting its rapid escalation. His gaze hardening, he realized the attacker was likely not acting alone. Nano confirmed, adjusting its hearing to pick up distant, faint whispers. The figure seethed, knowing they had no choice but to cause a stir and initiate the third plan. Suddenly appearing before Taekyung Chai, the unknown figure declared, we've found him, striking him with a powerful blow. His face contorted in pain, he demanded, what are you doing? The figure scoffed, asking if he truly believed he wouldn't be found. He coughed, feigning ignorance. With a brutal squeeze, the figure warned him not to try and weasel out. Lying on the ground, he was asked about the third plan. Towering over him, the antagonist unknown prepared to strike. As the figure attacked, a minor priest intervened, declaring, enough is enough. Speaking with conviction, strategist Jeagle stated he wouldn't deny their people's actions, but threatening an innocent bodyguard was baseless. Turning to the minor priest, strategist Jeagle inquired if the man before them was his bodyguard, to which the priest confirmed he was. Staggering back, the minor priest appeared utterly bewildered by the exchange. A woman, her eyes wide with surprise, observed the unfolding chaos. She wondered who. Despite the intervention, the unknown figure pressed his assault, declaring they must initiate the third plan while he sought the sword demon's remnants, promising aid once the path cleared. Amidst the commotion, he pondered the elusive remnants of the sword demon. Then, with a resounding crack, hands clapped sharply. As the clapping echoed, the entire scene seemed to freeze, leaving everyone suspended in tense silence. The battle raged on, the masked figure relentlessly striking his opponents with a furious flurry of blows. He roared a lethal command. Die, you disgusting demonic cultists. The minor priest watched, baffled by how so many could suddenly fall under such a potent hypnosis. He continued to ponder the impossible feat, hypnotizing so many with merely a single clap. The priest realized a deeper deception was at play. Dong-hoon roared, refusing to accept defeat. We cannot just sit back and be defeated. The alliance members realized this entire gathering was a cunning trap, compelling them to retaliate immediately. The name Dun echoed ominously. Another member cried out, warning them. You are all being hypnotized. He continued, desperately exposing the insidious hypnosis. One of the men questioned, hypnotized? What do you mean? A man believed strategist Jeagle's earlier strange actions were an elaborate trap designed to sow discord between their cult and the Murim alliance. Realizing the situation's gravity, Dong-hoon understood the unhypnotized elders and guests must act swiftly to avert further conflict. With a decisive gesture, Yeowon appeared to seize control of the volatile situation. Watching him intently, Dong-hoon observed the young master's decisive actions. A sinister smile played on his lips as the young master declared he would personally handle them. The situation grew dire, elders and guests caught in the crossfire, demanding an immediate halt to the escalating conflict. Standing tall, the unknown patriarch surveyed the chaotic scene, his commanding presence drawing all attention. Turning his head, he pondered the fate of those already ensnared by hypnosis. A sinister smile played on his lips, promising a swift, brutal resolution. With a burst of speed, a figure leaped from above. Calling out, the unknown patriarch ordered the Moyong House and Manhwa elders to follow him. The assembled group moved with grim purpose, their destination unknown. Speaking with reverence, they invoked the name of their patriarch. Grips tightening, they dared to challenge. Eyes narrowed in fury, the unknown patriarch seethed, disbelieving such a deep territorial attack. A surge of power, the nanomachine activated. The unknown patriarch continued his assault, slamming a hand into the ground with devastating force. A screen displayed the area's layout, highlighting the difficulty in distinguishing hypnotized individuals. Activating augmented reality for his sight, the unknown patriarch prepared to weed out the hypnotized, targeting them specifically. He mused, extending his hand, that an electric shockwave could immediately erupt. Jumping away from the impending shockwave, Yeowon narrowly avoided the attack. Extending his hand, the unknown patriarch seized a victim. Unleashing a deafening scream, the unknown patriarch emitted a surge of electricity. The electricity coursed through the crowd, solidifying his control over the hypnotized. The electric current intensified, racking the bodies of those under his influence. With a swift motion, the unknown patriarch moved to his next target. Her eyes wide with shock, a woman stared in disbelief at the unfolding chaos. Confused and disoriented, one hypnotized victim wondered what he was doing. The unknown patriarch's face contorted in disbelief, cursing as he struggled to comprehend the situation. His eyes narrowed, realizing every person the young fighter touched was freed from his hypnosis. He noted with concern that higher-ups from both demonic cult and Murim were getting involved, as Yeowon closed the distance. With a swift grab, Yeowon seized the unknown patriarch's arm. The blow's force sent shockwaves rippling through the air as the young fighter's attack connected. The impact was devastating, leaving the unknown patriarch reeling. Desperate, the unknown patriarch attempted to retaliate, swinging a fist towards him. But before his attack could land, Yeowon intercepted, grabbing his wrist with an iron grip. From above, the young fighter's voice rang out, questioning his belief in escaping after such a riot. With a sickening crack, Yeowon broke the unknown patriarch's wrist. The unknown patriarch coughed, realizing he faced someone truly cruel, ruthless, a true demonic cultist. Yeowon's grip tightened around his neck, leaving the unknown patriarch gasping, cursing his predicament. Despite the dire situation, the unknown patriarch gritted his teeth, recalling this was his plan, regardless of success. His face contorted in rage, he clenched his fist, the sound echoing in the chamber. With a flick of his finger, the unknown patriarch sneered, remarking on Thug's self-destructive tendencies. But then, a sudden, violent spasm rocked him as blood and a severed finger erupted from his mouth. A sinister smile played on his lips, Yeowon bidding the unknown patriarch farewell, needing to deal with the individual they discussed. Meanwhile, the manual library stood silent in the academy's northeast corner. Inside, a scene of carnage unfolded, the floor awash with blood and littered with corpses. On the underground floor, two men stood aghast at the gruesome sight. One muttered, observing a forcefully cracked iron wall, wondering who could be so reckless. Examining the cracked wall, one noted the sapphire blocking mechanism was in place, trapping them. The other replied, urging Sir Lee's swift return. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed through the chamber. With heavy steps, the two men advanced cautiously, their footsteps reverberating in the tense atmosphere. He mused the sapphire was thrice harder than those above, a formidable challenge even for his strongest energy, yet uneasily. With a resounding crash, the wall was breached. The sapphire lay cracked. How could this be? He mused, disbelief clouding his thoughts. The two men watched, their faces etched with profound shock. Moving with incredible speed, Wei-myong-lee descended from above. A massive explosion erupted, its force engulfing the entire area. He declared his intent to press onward. Amidst the settling dust and debris, footsteps began to echo. What in the hell is happening? He wondered aloud. The two men stood aghast, their expressions mirroring the surrounding chaos. Da-dun stood alongside Jin Won-mu, surveying the chaotic scene. Recognizing the approaching figures, he noted them as Mirim Alliance bodyguards. Yet, he sensed an energy radiating from one, far beyond a mere bodyguard. A smirk played across his face. He'd been disappointed by weaklings, but now, a worthy opponent emerged. The scene shifted to a lone figure walking over a field of bodies, the brutal aftermath. Below, a subordinate exclaimed, demanding to know what intruders were doing in the underground manual library. Jin Won-mu's expression hardened, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He suggested they examine the dead bodies below, implying a discovery awaited them. The subordinate's face contorted in rage, letting out a furious cry. Startled, Dong-hun stammered a warning to Sir Lee. Wei-myong-lee's gaze was intense, as Jin Won-mu simply stated, clearly. He instructed his companion to proceed, promising to handle the situation and catch up, receiving a nod. Consumed by fury, the subordinate commanded, don't even think of escaping. Capture them both. A figure burst into motion, sword drawn and poised for attack. The air crackled as he accelerated to impossible speeds. Eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, the figure pushed his body to its absolute limit. A shockwave erupted, a testament to the raw power he unleashed. Leaving dust and debris in his wake, the attacker continued his relentless advance. The shockwave expanded outwards, a physical manifestation of the blow's immense force. The attack's overwhelming force sent those nearby reeling in pain, hands clamped over their ears. One of them cried out, accusing the attacker of using devilish tricks. Unfazed by their cries, the attacker pressed on, his target now within striking distance. The sword hummed with barely contained energy, promising swift, brutal execution. A cruel smirk played across the attacker's lips, delivering a chilling pronouncement. Against me, your destination is always death. The unknown assailant's eyes narrowed, a storm brewing behind their depths. A smirk played across the attacker's lips, declaring all who opposed him would meet their end. Moving swiftly, the unknown attacker unleashed a slashing strike towards Yeowon. But in a stunning reversal, Yeowon intercepted the blade, snatching it from his opponent's grasp. Armed with his enemy's weapon, he retaliated with a furious strike, drawing a pained exclamation from the attacker. His face contorted in agony. The attacker reeled from the unexpected blow. Pressing his advantage, he continued his relentless assault, each strike carrying the weight of retribution. Blood splattered across the ground, as the attacker coughed up a mouthful of crimson. Standing over his fallen foe, Yeowon delivered a chilling pronouncement, echoing the attacker's earlier words of death. Elsewhere, a stern-faced man received a report, acknowledging it with a curt nod. His voice booming with authority, he forbade anyone from leaving. Meanwhile, another fierce clash erupted, the sound of metal against metal echoing through the air. A sudden attack caught Wei-myong-lee off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. Spinning away from the blow, Yeowon maintained his balance. A sinister smile spread across his face as he declared his earlier prediction. Determined, Wei-myong-lee steeled himself, needing to maintain focus on his opponent. Looking down at his opponent, he scoffed, dismissing him as a small fry, disappointed by the demonic cult's supposed skills. His face contorted in anger, Wei-myong-lee demanded his identity. With a flourish of blue energy, Yeowon retorted, dismissing his opponent as a soon-to-be dead man. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as their weapons met in a shower of sparks. A blazing inferno erupted, engulfing the battlefield. Through the chaos, he taunted, questioning his opponent's strength. The clash of steel rang out, as he met Wei-myong-lee's blade head-on. But the veteran hunter found himself pushed back, overwhelmed by the red-haired man's relentless flurry of attacks. Gathering his strength, he prepared to unleash a devastating blow, refusing to stay on the defensive. Crimson flames erupted, as Wei-myong-lee unleashed a secret technique of the Crimson Flame. The air crackled with energy, as he channeled the blazing destructive blade sword art. A grin spread across his face, the red-haired man relishing the challenge of a real fight. The heat intensified, as the sword art reached its peak. But before the blade could strike, he intercepted with a counterattack. Blue energy flared around Yeowon, as he pressed his advantage. Wei-myong-lee's eyes widened in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden shift in momentum. He hadn't expected an attack from that angle, nor that fist technique. A rapid series of blows landed, as he unleashed a flurry of jabs. The flurry continued, his fists a relentless storm against Wei-myong-lee. Each strike carried the force of a battering ram, the onslaught showing no sign of stopping. Unleashing a final, devastating blow, its force sent shockwaves through the air. The impact was brutal, blood erupting from Wei-myong-lee's mouth as he struggled to breathe. Gasping for air, he choked out a question about the 6 Berserk Saber warriors. A sinister grin spread across the man's face, his eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Barely able to stand, he spat blood, his voice strained, noting the fist technique. Coughing again, he realized the form was closer to a saber technique. A new figure stepped forward, arms crossed, declaring himself Heir, master of the saber fist. Clutching his side, Wei Myongli knew he needed to warn the cult, but couldn't move. Raising his hand, Yeoan prepared to end the fight, stating a cold farewell. But before he could strike, Heir appeared in a blur, intercepting the attack with impossible speed. Startled by the sudden intervention, he flinched. He could only ask what this was. A voice echoed, questioning if he was the one spoken of. Standing on the rooftop, Yeoan looked down at the scene below. A minor priest. Wei Myongli cried out, his voice laced with disbelief. Indeed, the minor priest had arrived. If it truly was him, he should be at the grand banquet hall. No one would have revealed their plan. Gathering energy, he declared his intent to kill and escape this place. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward. Yet, the attack was blocked. A look of surprise crossed Wei Myongli's face, wondering how his attack was blocked. In response, Wei Myongli unleashed a furious attack, its force creating a powerful gust. The blow connected, sending water and energy spraying in all directions. But before the attack could fully devastate him, Yeoan countered with his own technique, the flower grafting. This technique channels an attacker's energy against them, a metaphor for grafting a flower. Losing his footing now meant death. He needed to channel sheer physical strength. The counter landed with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the area. The impact sent him flying backward, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. He hadn't been pushed back. Instead, he pushed his opponent with raw physical strength. Indeed, he couldn't have escaped unscathed. Blood dripped from Wei Myongli's face as he struggled to maintain composure. Turning, Yeoan breathed heavily, realizing he could now move a little. Take this and call our patriarch and elders near the academy entrance, the unnamed figure urged, reaching out. Go. Leave him to me, Yeoan instructed. The minor priest hesitated, then scoffed. Who said he could leave? Hold on a bit longer, minor priest, the unnamed figure cried, jumping away. Not letting him escape, Yeoan closed in on Wei Myongli with incredible speed, his intent clear. Don't think you're getting away. Blurring across the battlefield, he left only a gust of wind in his wake. Leaping into the air, Yeoan prepared a devastating energy attack, ready to strike. Get back here. But before he could unleash it, a figure wielding a sword crackling with blue energy suddenly appeared, intercepting the attack. The clash of steel rang out, sending sparks flying. A grunt escaped the new arrival as Yeoan smirked, now face to face with his new opponent. I'm your opponent now. A sinister smile played on the unknown warrior's lips, declaring himself the new opponent. Responding with a flurry of strikes, the opponent unleashed a torrent of blue energy arcs, each singing with deadly intent. The onslaught continued, blue arcs dancing around him like vengeful spirits. The opponent's brow furrowed in disbelief, wondering how his foe still stood after internal injuries. Knowing he had no other choice, Yeoan steeled himself, preparing to unleash his full power. With a resounding boom, his counterattack shattered the opponent's defenses. Dashing forward with blinding speed, he closed the distance in an instant. A look of shock flashed across the opponent's face as Yeoan's fist connected with devastating force. The impact sent him reeling, the blow's force threatening to shatter his bones. He continued his relentless assault, each strike carrying the weight of his determination. The punch landed with brutal precision, a testament to his unwavering resolve. His face contorted with rage and suspicion, the warrior demanded the opponent's relation to the berserk saber. Something caught his attention, a realization dawning on his face. Scratching the back of his head, the unknown man scoffed, convinced no one could possibly know his plans. A sinister smile spread across his face, declaring that if anyone knew of the berserk saber god, the demonic warrior cult was their sworn enemy. Turning to the woman beside him, he seemed to set the stage for his next move. The scene shifted to an aerial view of the compound, hinting at the operation's scale. The courtyard lay eerily quiet, save for a few scattered lights. Meanwhile, masked figures moved with purpose, their steps echoing in the night. A glance around the area confirmed his suspicions. Escape would not be easy. He turned to the woman, suggesting she follow him quietly, intending to use her as a hostage for escape. A smirk played on his lips, wondering if she truly believed that would work. With a burst of speed, the unknown figure declared he had no time for idle chatter. Falling into the fray, the fight intensified. Channeling his energy, Yeoan prepared the second codified form. Recognizing the technique, the opponent noted its perfect adaptation as a fist technique, a powerful version of the berserk saber gods, wondering if his foe could block it. Unleashing the fourth codified form, his energy intensified. This was the fighting form of the 24 Demon Sword, the ascension of the sword's age. Swords collided with a deafening clang, sparks flying as the two warriors exchanged blows. The clash echoed, a testament to the power behind each strike. Struggling to maintain his footing, Yeoan realized his opponent's strength, even after using the 24 Demon Sword. With a sweeping motion, the opponent's sword cut through the air. Analyzing the situation, the opponent realized he sought a weak spot, but his foe altered his form to find his instead. Taking the hit, the warrior grunted in pain as the blow's force sent him reeling. Still struggling to keep up with his opponent's relentless attacks, Yeoan found himself on the defensive, barely parrying incoming slashes. The opponent's strikes came in a furious flurry, each carrying immense power, threatening to shatter his defense. Switching tactics, the assailant unleashed a series of rapid punches, each blow landing with bone-jarring force. A devastating strike sent him reeling backward, struggling to maintain his footing. The blow's force cracked his defenses, a clear sign of the warrior's superior strength. With a confident smirk, the opponent declared his superiority. "You may be good, but I'm better." Closing the distance in a heartbeat, he clashed blades with his foe, the impact echoing through the air. Managing to find an opening, Yeowan retaliated with a swift counterattack, catching his foe off guard. The blow's force sent the warrior staggering back, momentarily stunned. Pressing his advantage, he continued his assault, each strike carrying the weight of his desperation. Unleashing a final, devastating blow, he aimed to end the fight. Coughing up blood, the opponent reeled from the impact, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. The assailant didn't let up, unleashing a furious attack. The force of the blow sent him sliding backward across the cracked earth. The ground itself shattered under the strain. A smirk played on the opponent's lips as he observed, "Still won't go down? I applaud your resistance. Now come with me." He continued, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Your silly sword demon techniques won't work on me." A dark chuckle rumbled in his throat, revealing disturbing confidence. The opponent's expression hardened, declaring, "This battle is decided. The demonic warrior cult cannot beat us." He took a step forward, closing the distance with chilling intent. The assailant's blade found its mark, piercing his defenses. A pained gasp escaped him as blood splattered across the ground. The opponent pressed his advantage, questioning, "Still want to talk back? Wait, what?" His blood dripped onto the desolate battlefield. Despite the brutal beating he'd taken, blood continued to drip from Yeowan's wounds. Each drop a testament to the damage inflicted, a stark reminder of the beating he'd endured. But something was changing. His injuries began to close at an impossible rate. Sensing the shift, the opponent realized the danger he faced, exclaiming, "This kid is dangerous." Gathering his strength, Yeowan focused his energy, preparing to strike back. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance. Moving like a phantom, he became a blur of motion. Ready to deliver the final blow, the assailant roared, "Die." But before he could act, Yeowan drew a new weapon, a blade radiating dark energy. Caught off guard, the opponent could only think, "What's that sword?" The sword pulsed with malevolent power, its eyes glowing with a sinister light. It was a weapon of immense power, a blade forged by the demonic lords. The air crackled with dark energy as Yeowan prepared to unleash the full might of his new demonic sword. Still confident, the opponent scoffed, "You think you can take me down with a technique like that?" With a burst of speed, his sword art blurred into motion, a deadly dance beginning. His eyes widening in disbelief, the opponent cried out, questioning the immense power he faced. His gaze intense, his eyes glowed with an unsettling, demonic energy. The dark aura of the blade intensified, consuming everything in its path. The demonic energy surged, a terrifying display of raw, untamed power. The very air vibrated with unseen force, the demonic energy continuing to build. The demonic energy took on a life of its own, swirling into a vortex of destruction. Focusing all his energy, Yeowan prepared to strike. With a final surge of power, he unleashed the demonic sword's full potential. The demonic blade found its mark, leaving a crimson trail of blood in its wake. The force of the attack exploded outward, a vortex of blood and raw power. Gasping for air, the opponent could barely choke out his disbelief, his long hair swaying. Yeowan stood amidst the downpour of blood, the air thick with iron. The crimson liquid dripped from his robes, painting the ground beneath him. Standing over his broken enemy, the silence was broken only by the heavy thud of the opponent's body hitting the ground. His expression cold, he declared this the price for insulting their cult.